Chapter 161 Yu and Go Baichao have a tacit understanding. Admired. At the end of January, the news that the Xiliang envoy was going to the palace had spread in Jiangdu. The queen and concubine she were supposed to attend together. But concubine, she completely lost her confidence after the embarrassing incident happened last time. She avoided the concubines in the harem that she saw every day. And she dared to see foreign envoys. She resigned. And Li Maobai took advantage of the situation and asked Shen Xiao to take her place. On the first day of the second lunar month, a banquet in the imperial city was held in the Penglai Hall, where the Xiliang envoys were entertained with the highest courtesy of 86 dishes. During the dinner, Li Maobai took the first place, followed by the queen. Shen Xiao sat next to the queen. Chu Yueji was a personal bodyguard and stood behind Li Maobai with a knife. The remaining important officials in the court took their seats in the hall, leaving 2 honorable seats for the Xiliang envoys. When Shen Xiao arrived at Penglai Hall, almost everyone was already there except Li Maobai and the Xiliang envoys. The queen usually doesn't like luxury. Today, to show the strength of the great country, she is also dressed up in gold and silver. She saw that Shen Xiao was only wearing a plain blue bamboo pattern cloak. After she sat down, she couldn't help but mutter a few words. "Today is a state banquet, and you are too plainly dressed like this." Shen Xiao smiled and said, "Concubines are only for nobles. And these clothes are also the uniform for nobles. If you dress too colorfully, you are afraid that you will overwhelm the guests. And you are also afraid that the Xiliang envoy will say that our Daki harem does not understand the rules when he returns home." The queen said seriously, "Are you saying that I don't understand the rules?" While talking, Li Maobai entered from the side hall. The queen's stern expression on Shen Xiao was immediately wiped away, and she showed a false smile and greeted her with concern. After Li Maobai sat down, San Fu said softly from the side, "Your Majesty, the Xiliang envoy is already waiting outside the palace." Li Maobai said seriously, "Qian." San Fu hurriedly walked to the door and raised his voice. "The envoy from Xiliang is here to see you." Before the sound hit the ground, the sound of heavy leather boots hitting the ground could be heard approaching. Li Maobai's face was as usual, but the eyes and brows of the courtiers all showed a little displeasure. The queen frowned and said, "Is this the etiquette of Xiliang? It would be too rude for him to make such a big fuss in the Forbidden Palace." While he was talking, people had already entered the temple. The man who came in first was tall and tall, wearing a dark shirt with a white jade belt around his waist. The hair on his temples was connected to his beard, and his angular facial features gave him an exotic vibe. His expression and behavior were as domineering, and his sharp eyebrows were cold, as if he didn't care about anyone. The aura of the man following him was much weaker than his. At a glance, except for the fact that his eyes could stop for a moment on his blue robe, even his appearance was instantly forgotten. The leader entered the center of the hall, his eyes looking sharply at Li Maobai, who was sitting on the dragon throne, as if there was no one else around who needed his attention. Xiliang's foreign minister Yu paid homage to Emperor Daki. His tone of voice was extremely stiff. He said he was paying homage without any salute. He was so arrogant that he just nodded and took it as a greeting. On the contrary, the man next to him was more polite. "Xiliang Foreign Minister Su Chong has met Emperor Daki. I wish the emperor a long and endless life." After saying this, he bowed his knees and clasped his fists, making a bow. The etiquette was quite thorough. At this moment, Li Maobai's face was already a little ugly, but he still held back and raised his hand to seat the two of them, and only waited for them to sit down before starting the banquet. The state banquet included many exquisite songs and dances, and many of Shen Xiao's favorite dishes. She was so happy watching the singing and dancing while eating delicious food. From the corner of my eye, I glanced at the people in the hall from time to time, only to see that Xiliang envoy Yu had no rules at all. The eaten bones and fish bones were spat out on the ground casually. His behavior is so vulgar that it is difficult for people to believe that he comes from a state of etiquette like Xiliang. During the banquet, Li Maobai asked the envoy about the recent national situation in Xiliang. Yu remained silent throughout the whole process and only ate meat. Only Su Chong smiled and replied to Li Maobai, "The harvest in Xiliang was good last year, and the ice melted early this spring. I guess it's a good sign." Li Maobai smiled and said, "Xiliang is rich in resources, but the red soil is not suitable for growing crops. The largest expenditure every year is on imported grain. Last year we had a good harvest, and this year is a good start. I am also happy for you." He raised a full glass and invited all the courtiers to toast the two envoys together. After he finished drinking the cup of wine, he said, I heard that there were many talented people in the Qi dynasty, and Emperor Qi was the best among people. He must be an expert who understands the hearts and minds of the people. I am not talented, and I want to compete with Emperor Qi. After a discussion, I wonder what Emperor Qi's intention is. Oh, how do you plan to spar? Yui raised his eyebrows and called out to the door. Here comes someone. Several attendants entered carrying several wooden trays containing 9 opaque stone cups. Yui placed the stone cups on the table in front of him one by one, then turned his back and said energetically, Please, Emperor Qi, please put a personal object in one of the stone cups, and then change the position of the stone cups at will. I am the Emperor. The whole process is done without a single glance. Once Emperor Qi is finished, I can guess which stone cup the item placed by Emperor Qi is in with just one glance. Li Maobai put the jade ring finger into one of the stone cups, and then changed the position very gently, trying not to let Yui hear the sound. After a while, he said, Okay. Yui looked back confidently and opened one of the stone cups with just one glance. Sure enough, the jade ring was hidden inside. When everyone saw this, they all sighed with emotion and marveled. Yui became more and more aggressive when he saw this. How is it? Does Emperor Qi have such ability? Li Maobai didn't have this ability, but Shinshio did. He sneered, as if these things were just child's play in his eyes. The way you play is all leftover from my childhood games, and there's nothing new at all. I'm asking you, can I put in something at random? When you pick out which stone cup it is hidden in, can you also know what I put in it? Impossible. Yui affirmed in denial. No one in this world can do what you said. Oh, you don't believe it? Li Maobai waved to Shinshio, called her forward and said, Come here. I will turn my back. You can put whatever you want into the stone cup and change places. I will give it a try. Shinshio looked at him with a caring look in his eyes, almost whispering with his lips. Do you still have this ability? Li Maobai smiled confidently, turned his back, and stood with his hands behind his back. Originally, Shinshio took off her earrings and prepared to put them in the stone cup. But Yui stopped her and threw a deer hoof from the dinner plate in front of her into the stone cup. Shinshio bravely exchanged the positions of the stone cups a few times. When Li Maobai turned around, the 9 stone cups on the table were completely indistinguishable. It was difficult to tell which one had something in it by just observing, let alone what it was. What? Yui said with a slightly mocking tone. Qi Emperor has shown his magical powers. Where does Li Maobai need to see with his own eyes? If Shinshio saw it, doesn't that mean he saw it? So without thinking, he pointed to the 3rd stone cup and said, The thing should be in here. Then he walked around the table a few times, muttered a few words in a mysterious manner, and then replied, It's deer hooves. After that, he opened the stone cup, and the deer's hooves appeared inside. The whole hall was in an uproar, calling for a miracle, and Shinshio couldn't help but say, What the H.L.? Yui was also confused and asked Li Maobai for advice. I have been proficient in this art for more than 10 years, and I have never seen such a powerful person. May I ask how Emperor Qi did it? Well, Li Maobai put his hand on Shinshio's shoulder and hugged her into his arms as soon as he exerted force. Without him, it's all because of the tacit understanding between each other. This sentence made all the courtiers present feel angry, and the queen's hand under the table gradually clenched into a fist. Chapter 162. As long as I am here, no one can hurt him. Yui raised his eyes slightly, and his tone became gentler, and said to Li Maobai and Shinshio, Qi Emperor and Qi Ho, as husband and wife, should be role models for the subjects of Qi dynasty. Shinshio smiled brightly, and quickly explained to him, Your envoy has misunderstood. I am just a noble person beside the emperor. Then he looked at the queen and his tone became respectful. This is the queen. Her? Yui looked up at the queen and sneered. I don't see the nobility in you at all. I can see it clearly since I entered. The way Emperor Qi looks at you is full of love. As for her? Huh? It's like I haven't even seen it. The queen's face suddenly became embarrassed, and Shinshio added, True love and affection are stored in the heart, and can be easily exposed for others to see. On the contrary, the love is not that strong. I heard that the Emperor of Xiliang we have known each other for 20 years, and the Emperor and Empress do not see each other every day. But at the grand banquet of the country, it is always the Emperor and Empress who sits next to him. Right. Yui looked disdainfully. How can the Emperor and Emperor Qi be the same? Your so-called Empress Qi cannot be compared with our Empress. Moreover, after my envoys met, The only person we have been communicating with except Qi Emperor is you. If she is a queen, and you are just a nobleman, wouldn't Emperor Qi be afraid of being criticized for spoiling his concubine and destroying his wife? He spoke rudely and in a bad tone. But Li Maobai smiled openly. Who do you think is the queen, and who is the queen? How do you want me to prove such a thing? I can't let the queen show you her phoenix seal and phoenix treasure? He smiled brightly, looked at Yuhi and said in a half-joking tone. You don't even know what you are. Are you worthy? He was speechless at Li Maobai's rebuke. On the side, Su Chong helped smooth things over. Your Majesty, don't blame him. He has such a reckless temper. I will make amends for you and the queen on his behalf. As he spoke, he first drank a full glass with Li Maobai, then raised his glass to the queen and drank it all. He seemed to be too drunk. After drinking 2 glasses of wine in a row, he was already a little unsteady on his feet. He just said that he needed to go to the toilet to resolve personal matters and bowed out. By the time he returned to the palace, the banquet was already halfway through. Yuha was already a little drunk from drinking, and his behavior became more and more rude. Shenxiu and Li Maobai looked at each other, but no one stopped him. They all wanted to see what tricks these 2 envoys could play today. But it was Su Chong who spoke first. He stood up with a flick of his sleeves, bowed to Li Maobai with the etiquette of Qi dynasty, and said, Emperor Qi has treated us with great courtesy. Yueguang is a country of etiquette, and the emperor has also prepared generous gifts for Emperor Qi. Li Maobai nodded slightly. Emperor Yueguang is interested. Seeing Su Chong take out a jade flute, hold it in his mouth, and start playing. The tune was quite exotic and a little weird. However, after playing for a while, everyone heard an unusual noise outside the hall. It sounded like the cry of a bird of prey, or the whistling sound of flapping wings. Ah! Although there was a scream of a guard outside the door. Immediately afterwards, there was bright red blood splashed on the closed door of the palace, seeping in through the gap between the ground and the door. The whole hall was in an uproar, and Chu Yuezhi also took out his sharp blade to protect Li Maobai. The queen was also very frightened. Your Majesty! What is that? Li Maobai also became alert. He subconsciously pulled Shenxiu to his side and protected her behind him. Then he looked at the maid beside the queen and said casually, Protect the queen. As soon as he finished speaking, the palace door burst open from the outside with a bang. What appeared in front of everyone was not a human, but a huge savage eagle. Its wingspan is more than 1 foot, more than 3 meters long, with claws as sharp as blades, and a sharp beak that emits cold light like a dagger. The eagle's body is covered with jet black feathers. Looking lonely and solemn, a pair of dark eyes were staring at Li Maobai on the high platform. Its claws were stained red with blood, and human organs and tissues were still hanging on them. The courtier sitting closer to the door could see the situation outside the door. Several guards guarding the door had all been killed by eagle claws. The death was so tragic that people couldn't help but feel sick. Su Chang's flute sound continued, and the wild eagle began to become restless, waving its giant wings and screaming. Before anyone could react from the shock, it flew towards Li Maobai with lightning speed. Fortunately, Li Maobai had already planned the assassination of the Shiliang envoy today. How could Chuyu be the only one responsible for looking after his safety in the main hall? Above the beams, dozens of black shadows suddenly flashed down. These secret guards deployed by Chu Yuezhi each had extraordinary abilities. They had been ambushing the beams since the banquet to ensure the emperor's safety. They had various heavy troops in hand. Although the savage eagle was physically strong, it was still made of flesh and blood. After being hacked by swords, guns, swords and halberds, its body was already covered in flesh and blood, and its attack speed also slowed down. Shenxiu saw that Man Ying's movement seemed to be inextricably linked to the sound of Su Chang's flute. So she shouted to Chu Yuezhi, Captain Chu, break his jade flute first. Chu Yuezhi casually picked up a table of oil wax and threw it towards Su Chang. Su Chang dodged sideways, but his hand was still burned by the oil and wax splashed out. Unable to bear the pain, he withdrew his hand. The flute sound stopped, and the wild eagle also stopped its attack, curled up on the ground and howled. The secret guard saw the opportunity and jumped forward to capture Su Chang. But Yuhi's tendon knee didn't look like a vegetarian. He lifted the arm of a secret guard and easily lifted the person into the air. He swung the person around several times and then slammed the person into a beam. The moment the secret guard's back touched the beam, he heard the sound of cracking bones. He vomited a mouthful of bright red blood and died on the spot. With him protecting him, Su Chan could continue playing the flute. The sound of his flute became more urgent, and the wild eagle waved its giant wings and soared into the sky, using its swooping downward attack to easily crush the skull of the secret guard in front of Li Maobai. The scene was once bloody. At this moment, the queen was so frightened that she hid under the table. Seeing that the situation was not good, Li Maobai whispered to Chu Yu, "Take the honorable lady and leave first." Chu Yueji said in surprise. The strength of these two strangers cannot be underestimated. If the humble minister leaves, who else can protect the emperor? Seeing Manning and Yu He joining forces, they were about to massacre all the secret guards in the palace. Only Chu Yu's martial arts was superb, and he could still fight against them. But in a situation where the match is evenly matched, it is difficult for two fists to defeat four hands. And his insistence is just trying to hold on. Pulai Palace is on the island in the middle of the lake, and the guards in the palace can't get there for a while. It was already this time, and Li Maobai was still pushing Shinxio to leave and take refuge as soon as possible. This move angered Shinxio. She rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, "What are you saying at this time about leaving me alone? Have you read too many romance novels?" She stared intently at the wild eagle that was almost turned into a vulture by the sword. And she couldn't help but said domineeringly, "As long as I am here, no one can hurt you." She closed her eyes and sneaked into the convenience store with her thoughts in mind, and redeemed a dolly pill for 50 points. Then the palm of his hand felt warm, and the small ball appeared in Shinxio's palm. The moment she took the pill, Manning also broke through Chu Yueji's restraint and attacked Li Maobai. The moment the eagle's talon was about to touch Li Maobai, Shinxio grasped the eagle's talon with his bare hands, and with a slight force, he broke off the eagle's talon like a chicken claw. The wild eagle fell to the ground in pain, and saw Shinxio striding on it and starting to pluck the hair on its head. No matter how hard Manning struggled, he could not escape from Shinxio's suppression. Whereas Mr. Su's seen this scene before. After a brief moment of surprise, he had no choice but to continue changing the flute tune. Manning struggled even more when he heard the sound of the flute, and almost threw Shinxio away. At this moment, Li Maobai picked up 2 eagle feathers that Shinxio had thrown on the ground, and inserted the hard end of the hair tube into the ear canal of the wild eagle. It just heard a scream, and a lot of blood oozed from the ear canal. Then the flute sound no longer had any effect on it, and it just huddled on the ground and twitched feebly. Shinxio's eyes flashed with stars, and she smiled as Li Maobai gave him a thumbs up. "Your Majesty is so smart." Li Maobai couldn't help but feel a little arrogant. "How can you tell me if you're smart?" While the two were flirting, the queen saw that the wild eagle was no longer a threat. She immediately got out from under the table and ran towards Li Maobai while shouting, "Hurry up and escort me! Capture the thief!" After saying that, he took Li Maobai's arm and asked with concern, "Is the emperor not hurt?" Li Maobai threw her hand away with a cold expression, and said calmly, "Queen, don't worry. The thief has not been caught yet, and the danger has not been eliminated. You should continue to get under the table to save your life." Chapter 163 Worry is Poisoned. Su Chong doesn't have real abilities like Yu He. Manning is deaf and cannot be controlled by the sound of his flute, so he is like a useless person. However, no matter how powerful Yuha was, he would be nothing compared to Shinxio, who had taken dolly pills. Under the joint attack of her and Chu Yueji, Yuha was quickly defeated. At the same time, the guards arrived in large numbers and surrounded the two people. Yu He was not afraid at all, and said in an arrogant tone, "This huge country almost had your emperor massacred by the two of us. In the end, we had to rely on a woman to save the situation. This is really ridiculous. Emperor Chichao, your national destiny is over. This time, sooner or later, the world will belong to us." Shiliang, Su Chong also said, "Today we failed to complete the mission entrusted by the emperor, and were captured by you and others. How could we be willing to become prisoners?" He knelt to the west and looked up to the sky and sighed. "Emperor, I will die for my country right now. As soul and soul, I will protect Shiliang Pure Land for generations." As soon as he finished speaking, he bit the poison hidden between his teeth, and instantly he bled to death from all his orifices. Yu He did the same thing as him and followed in his footsteps without saying a word. Everything is calm. The frightened courtiers commented one after another. "The emperor has always treated Shiliang with great courtesy. In fact, with our strength in Daki, why should we give him a little face? In the past, the southern barbarians were afraid of losing 3 points to us. He, Shiliang, is so eager to try. How can we allow him to be presumptuous? What Dr. Wei said is absolutely true. He sent envoys from his country to the palace to assassinate the emperor of another country. This was a shameless move. He also asked the emperor to send troops to go out and massacre Xiliang in one sentence, letting them know how stupid it is to strike an egg against a stone. As expected, almost all the courtiers in the palace were asking for permission for Li Mabai to send troops to Xiliang to start a war with them. If he had not known the entire chess game, given his temperament, he would have ordered Chu Yuezhi to personally lead his troops to go out in the near future to defeat Xiliang. But today, he was extremely calm. I have made my own decision on this matter. Today's state banquet caused such a dangerous incident, and all the ministers were also frightened. There is a ship docked outside the island in the middle of the lake to escort you adults to leave the palace. You can go ahead. Only after everyone retreated did Li Mabai tell Chu Yu. Put the person into an ice coffin and send him to Xiliang. Let the Xiliang emperor give me an explanation. Chu Yu clapped his hands, and immediately 4 attendants came out from the side hall carrying the ice coffin. The queen was shocked when she saw this scene. Have you prepared this ice coffin early in the morning? So, the emperor knew early in the morning that the Xiliang envoy would assassinate you today? Li Mabai did not answer her words, only said, the queen is also very frightened. Go back to the palace to rest early. San Fu, send the queen back. In the chaos and crisis just now, the queen was the first to get under the table to protect herself, which was in sharp contrast to Shen Xiao's step forward. She knew that her image in Li Mabai's heart would be even more compromised, so she was not willing to leave at this moment, but racked her brains to explain to Li Mabai. However, Li Mabai refused to listen and thought she was noisy. In the end, it was only with San Fu's coaxing and persuasion that the crying queen was brought out of Penglai Hall. The attendants were responsible for putting the bodies of the 2 envoys into ice coffins. Li Mabai glanced at the dying eagle lying on the ground and said, Captain Chu, pick up the feathers of this giant eagle and smell it to see what's there. Inappropriate. Chu Yuezhi did as he was told, but after sniffing it once, his expression became shocked. Is this ambergris? Shen Xiao also took the feathers and smelled them, and found that mixed with the strong smell of blood, there was indeed a bit of ambergris left on the feathers. Ambergris is a royal spice used by emperors, and a limited quantity of this incense is produced in the palace every year. In addition to personal use, the emperor would occasionally give it to princes and noble officials to show their favor. There is no ambergris burning in the Penglai Palace today. The smell on this giant eagle is definitely not from the palace. If so, it should be from the person who raised it. Since I came to the throne, I have only burned ambergris. The incense was given to King Gongshan and King Jing. It can't be Prince Jing. Chu Yuezhi categorically argued for Li Jinyan. After hearing this, Li Mabai and Shen Xiao cast meaningful looks at him. Li Mabai pretended to be suspicious and said deliberately, Why can't it be him? Chu Yuezhi hurriedly explained, Prince Jing is often crazy, and his brain is not very good. If he said that he had laid such a subtle plan, the ministers would not believe it. On the contrary, it is more likely that he would obey the king. He is so ambitious. When the late emperor was in power, he had many conflicts with the emperor over the throne. Li Mabai suddenly laughed, pointed at Chu Yuezhi, looked back at Shen Xiao and said, Look, these former enemies only lived together for a while, but I don't know when our relationship became so harmonious. Shen Xiao had locked up the new CPs Chu Yuezhi and Li Jinyan early in the morning. At this moment, she was naturally more excited than Li Mabai. This is the first time I have seen Governor Chu favoring one person like this. Chu Yuezhi's cheeks were reddened by what the couple said, and he stammered, Who is favoring him? If the emperor has any doubts, just take him for questioning if you want to kill him or behead him. Li Mabai laughed loudly, punched Chu Yuezhi's chest lightly, and joked, Your mouth is much harder than your chest muscles. Your Majesty, be careful. Just as they were joking, the attendant in charge of placing the minister's body in the coffin suddenly shouted at Li Mabai. It turned out that he was faking his death. He sat up from the ice coffin and threw the poisonous needle hidden in his sleeve towards Li Mabai. In the midst of lightning and flint, Chu Yu's sword could not be intercepted even after it was unsheathed. At the critical moment, Shen Xiao subconsciously stood in front of Li Mabai and blocked all those poisonous needles with his own flesh and blood. When she first received the poisoning needle, she had no reaction, except that she felt a slight stinging sensation in her back. Li Mabai crazily hugged her into his arms and shouted uncontrollably, Are you crazy? What are you doing? Ha ha ha. Minhe laughed wildly seeing how nervous Emperor Qi is. This woman must be more important to you than the queen. Right. Yes. She is beautiful and has superb martial arts. Who cannot be attracted by her? It's a pity that her energy is exhausted. Does Emperor Qi know what kind of poison is quenched in the Silver Needle? It is the poison that is best used in your Qi Dynasty palace. There is no cure for this poison. After saying these words, before Li Maobai could ask him any more questions, he bit his tongue and committed suicide, dying in the ice coffin. Li Maobai picked up Shen Xiao and ran out of the palace in 3 steps and 2 steps. San Fu, call all the doctors from Jiantai Hospital to Chaoyang Palace. Go quickly! He almost roared out these words. And Shen Xiao, who was lying in his arms, looked at him from a death-like angle. His face was still perfect, but his lips couldn't help but tremble because of panic, and his eyes were slightly red. He kept chanting, "Don't be afraid. Anyo, I won't let anything happen to you." Shen Xiao smiled weakly, reached out to touch his cheek, and said softly, "Your Majesty, don't be afraid. Didn't you say that I am a scourge? The scourge will last for thousands of years, and I will not die so easily." When she joked back, Li Maobai heard her thoughts. She has already started chatting with the system. Is it poisonous? Small problem. As long as the host spends 50 points to exchange for a poison pill, no matter what kind of poison it is, it can help the host completely eliminate it. That's good. Then me. Before he finished speaking, Shen Xiao made no movement. Host? Host. Wake up. Host. Don't scare me. If you don't go to the convenience store and buy it proactively, I can't give it to you. Host? Say something. Ah. Ah. Host. 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 As Shen Xiao's consciousness faded and fell silent, the system sounds that Li Maobai could hear became weaker and weaker. At this moment, Shen Xiao was completely unconscious in his arms. Li Maobai never let go of Shen Xiao after carrying her on the boat. Chu Yueji looked at him, who was silent and pale, and felt a little sad. He has never seen Li Maobai like this. Likewise, he has never seen a woman who risked her life to protect her sweetheart like Shen Xiao. Chapter 164. This is the first time Li Maobai has cried in more than 10 years. Shen Xiao, who was sent back to Chaoyang Palace, has been in a coma. All the doctors in the Imperial Hospital took turns to diagnose and treat her, but everyone looked embarrassed. Judge Xing Yuan took out the poisonous needles that had penetrated Shen Xiao's body. There were 13 needles in total, each of which had been quenched with poison. The poisonous needles penetrated deep into the body and merged into the blood. The poison had penetrated into the bone marrow, and there was no way to save him. No one dared to tell Li Maobai the truth. Only Judge Xing Yuan spoke frankly and clearly told him Shen Xiao's current physical condition. Rongui's poison has penetrated into his bone marrow. Even if Watua is reincarnated, he will be unable to recover. It only takes a fraction of the poison to seal his throat with blood. The dose of poison administered to Rongui is not light. He can survive until this point because the emperor in the past asked his ministers to wait for the cure. There are several detoxifying herbs in the prescription for Ronguiren. Even so, Ronguiren is just trying to resist the exhaustion. And I'm afraid she won't be able to survive the night. Li Maobai had already finished hurting his heart on the way back from Penglai Palace to Chaoyang Palace. He is an emperor. No matter what happened, his tears could not fall in front of his subjects. He endured the pain in his heart and asked, "Is there any way to delay the time?" This, Xing Yuan judgment was very embarrassed. "Your Majesty, even if there is a way to delay, Rongui can only live like a living dead. No, it is more like a kind of torture than living. For her, such a method is it will only double the pain, and make life worse than death." Li Maobai could only feel angry. "I just ask you if there is anything you can do." "Yes. The minister can use acupuncture to seal Rongui's 8 extraordinary meridians and retain the last remaining breath in her body. But this is the most tortured method. Once the acupuncture is applied, Rongui will not die immediately, but her body will endure great pain. Although she is in a coma, it does not mean that she has no feeling. It is a bit difficult for a person to endure heart-wrenching pain all the time while sleeping. I hope the emperor will think about it. Let's see if we want to use this method on Rongui." Li Maobai only hesitated briefly, and quickly made a decision. He held Shen Xiao's hand tightly, leaned down, and leaned against her ear, trying his best to suppress the choking sound, and murmured, "I'm sorry," to her with trembling lips and teeth. Then he straightened his back and resolutely ordered the judge of Xing Yuan, "Use this method and perform the acupuncture immediately." He was more reluctant than anyone else to let Shinseyo suffer even a little bit. But he also didn't allow Shinseyo to die like this. If this fool wasn't trying to protect himself, why would he end up in this situation? Today, Shang Yuan ordered acupuncture. No matter how much pain Shinseyo endured, as long as she still had her life, he would one day be able to compensate her. Or he could empathize with her and experience the pain all over again. Or he could be 1,000 times better to her. It doesn't matter. In short, he wanted Shinseyo to live. And he also firmly believed that Shinseyo's life should not be cut off. His certainty came entirely from the fact that after he traveled to modern times, he saw the 4 characters, Queen Shin, clearly written on the harem roster. She hasn't become her own queen yet. How can she die? After that day, Li Mobai stopped his morning court and, as an emperor, ordered the civil and military officials of the court to put aside the political affairs at hand and devote himself to only one thing, to offer a nationwide reward to find a miraculous doctor who could cure Shinseyo, who can save Shinseyo's life. Li Mobai is willing to give him 10,000 gold and establish an imperial preceptor's office for him in Jiangdu, and keep him in the court as an imperial preceptor, with an official of the highest rank. It is undoubtedly a big temptation for him to offer such conditions, regardless of other things. Just talking about the reward of being a high-ranking official is enough to make all the capable people in the world tempted. There are only a few official positions in the first rank of the Qi dynasty. These officials have been officials for generations, and they can reach their current position below this person and above 10,000 people. As soon as the imperial list was posted, many doctors came to see it. But when they learned that the poison in Shinseyo's body was poison, almost all of them backed down. It is the consensus of all doctors that there is no cure for poisonous poisons. Occasionally, a few gangsters said that they had a way to cure it. But when he found out that they were just pretending to deceive money, Li Mobai exposed them to the public, which later made it even worse. No one dares to say anything in front of the tyrant. 3 full days have passed like this, and fewer doctors have entered the imperial city. Li Mobai hadn't slept a wink in the past 3 days. He stayed by Shinseyo's side every step of the way, cleaning her body, telling her jokes, or feeding her some soups that she couldn't eat at all. Many concubines in the harem came to visit Shinseyo, but they were all turned away by Li Mobai. He knew that they were not sincere but just acting for the occasion, and he didn't want anyone to disturb her at this time. He refused to see her until the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother couldn't help crying when she saw Li Mobai for the first time. She saw that her son had completely lost his former handsomeness, unrestrainedness, and high-spiritedness. However, after 3 days, his face was not only haggard, but also the beard that had not been shaved in a few days was growing messily, which looked quite vicissitudes of life. What's more important is that he actually has beautiful hair on his temples. He is obviously only 25 years old. Before this day, the Queen Mother only knew that Li Mobai was devoted to Shinseyo, but she never knew that he cared about this woman to this extent. Seeing that her son was in such a state of despair, the Queen Mother could not bear to scold him harshly. She sat in front of the couch and stroked Shinseyo's forehead, and said softly to Li Mobai, "The AI family has asked the imperial doctor, and 90% of the people in the AI family can't cure this poison. The AI family understands the emperor's mood, but if you care about it anymore, it will cause chaos. You have to take care of your own health. If one day a miracle occurs with God's blessing and this girl gets better, but you suffer yourself, what will you do? Thank you for your concern. Mother, my son understands." Li Mobai's eyes were fixed on Shinseyo's face, unable to move away even an inch. In order to maintain the majesty of his emperor, he disguised himself for a long time in front of everyone. Now that he was alone with his mother, all the emotions rushed into his heart in an instant. He was a little choked and sobbed slightly. "My son can only look at her like this. My son can't do anything. My son has never felt so powerless. As an emperor, he needs the protection of a woman to save his life. It's the woman he loves, and his son is really useless." The Queen Mother always taught Li Mobai that men should not shed tears easily. Even when he fell off a horse and broke his leg bone when he was a boy, the Queen Mother did not allow him to cry once when the imperial doctor was setting his bones to heal the injury. But today, she couldn't bear to talk about her son anymore. After all, she understood the feeling of powerlessness he was talking about. She just stood quietly behind him and brushed his back, letting him vent the emotions that had been stored in his heart for a long time. Dimly, the Queen Mother seemed to hear Shinseyo murmuring, "Bye-bye," in an extremely weak voice. The Queen Mother was confused and asked, "What is she talking about?" Li Maobai forced himself to smile slightly.
She always has no rules. I told her several times not to call me that. But she just went against me. In the past few days when she was in coma, she kept calling me from time to time. I know she is also scared. Her strength is all pretending to show me. She is afraid that I will worry. Yes. But I can't help her.
After that, he could no longer control his emotions and burst into tears. He has lost count of how many years he has not cried. He had even forgotten what tears were. But today, he was crying like a child. I burst into tears. Chapter 165 Miracle Doctor. Another day passed, and Shenxiu's physical condition worsened. Even in the coma, she could clearly feel that her breathing rate was gradually weakening. Li Maobai was still watching over her sleeplessly. Faced with death, he could do nothing but this. Just when he was despairing, Sanfu's joyful voice suddenly came from outside the door.
Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Good news!
Sanfu didn't even care about etiquette. As soon as he walked in and saw Li Maobai, he gasped and said,
Someone uncovered the imperial list and knew that Rongui was poisoned by poison and still swore that he had a way to cure him.
No one knows the fate of the charlatans who entered the palace to deceive others. Those who dare to stand up at this moment. If they don't want to die, then they have real abilities. Li Maobai hurriedly arranged for the visitor to have an audience. When I first met him in the main hall, I saw that the man was dressed in fine lake blue silk. The clothes were gilded and covered with elegant bamboo leaf patterns. His long hair was tied up high with a mutton-fat jade hairpin. He had a tall figure and an elegant figure. The attire complements each other perfectly. And just by looking at the attire, you can tell that they are not ordinary people. He lowered his eyebrows and lowered his slender eyelashes, looking at the medical book in his hand, and then slowly raised his eyes after hearing the movement in the hall. His skin color is extremely white, with a faint flow of luster on his skin, and there is an indescribable nobility between his brows. A pair of slender peach blossom eyes under the sword-shaped eyebrows, with slender eyelashes that are even longer than those of women. The eyes are shining with starry light. Especially the tear mole under the right eye is more eye-catching, making people unable to help but look at it. The not-too-high nose looks very harmonious on his palm-sized face, which makes the whole person more friendly and less aggressive. His moderately thick pink lips were slightly curved, revealing white teeth as white as jade and a dazzling smile. Li Maobai rarely would willingly admit that other men's looks were better than his. But the man in front of him today could at least be on par with him. The well-trained maids serving in Chaoyang Palace were all stunned when they looked at him. They forgot to do their work and just watched him in the corner with the cat. The man tucked up his clothes and stood up. He bowed to Li Maobai and bowed his hands as a courtesy.
The common people have seen the emperor, and the emperor is blessed. I will give you a seat without any courtesy.
Li Maobai was worried about Shenxi's safety, and had no time to talk politely with the man.
You lift the imperial seal. Do you believe you can cure those who are poisoned?
The man smiled conceitedly.
Yes. But poison is a strange poison that has no cure in the world.
The man's smile did not diminish and he asked,
Since the emperor feels that there is no cure, why does he need to post an imperial list to search for capable people?
Somehow, his smile always had a bit of evil charm. Although he spoke confidently, Li Maobai still couldn't believe him.
What's the proof of your ability?
The man clasped his hands like a broken fan, and pressed the tip of the fan against his head. He seemed to have encountered a problem. He made two soft TSK sounds in his mouth. And after a moment of silence he said,
The emperor's words shocked the common people. Ah. Yes.
He slapped the folding fan into his palm, and said with a smile,
Why don't the emperor give the grass people a glass of poisonous wine? And the grass people drink it to save themselves. If the grass people can survive, it will prove that the grass people do have that ability.
Li Maobai stared at him with cold eyes, raised his hand, and made a go gesture to Sanfu. Sanfu took the order and left, but soon returned with poisoned wine. I wanted to give the man another drink and let him drink it, but I didn't expect the man to grab the wine pot, pour it into his mouth, and drink up the full pot of poisonous wine without dropping a drop. After drinking, he faced everyone's surprised expressions and covered his lips with his sleeves, brushed away the remaining wine stains, and sighed.
I often hear that the drunk immortal brewing in the palace is regarded as the most respected among wines. I am lucky to have a taste today. It is really good wine.
Sanfu looked at the empty wine pot, and his face was livid with horror.
The poisonous wine contains a lot of poison. A single cup of it can kill a person in an instant. Even Dalyo Jinxian can't save you if you take one cup.
Not for you. What's the use of Dalyo Jinxian?
The man smiled disdainfully.
I want to save the lives of people. Even if I, the King of Hell, come in person, I won't be able to take them away from my hands."
As he spoke, he took off the red lacquered gourd tied around his waist, took out a red bean-sized elixir, and swallowed it empty. Then he sat quietly aside and continued reading medical books leisurely. Time passed by minute by second. It was said that the poisonous wine would take effect immediately after being taken. But the man had eaten a whole pot of wine, and even a quarter of an hour passed without any reaction from him. Sanfu immediately called the imperial doctor waiting in the side hall to diagnose the man's pulse. The imperial doctor didn't know why, so after checking his pulse, he only reported that everything was normal. Sanfu then handed the remaining wine flask to the imperial physician for examination. As soon as the silver needle dropped, the imperial physician concluded that it was poisonous wine spiked with poison. Sanfu was surprised and delighted, and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, this is truly a miracle."
Li Mobai was also overjoyed to find such a capable person.
"Excellent man. He has great skills. Mr. Rongui is in the dormitory at the moment. Please come with me as soon as possible."
He stood up and left. But the man called to him,
"Your Majesty, what was promised on the imperial list? I am all dependent on you, as long as you can cure Mr. Rongui."
In this way, the man was willing to go into the bedroom with him to treat Shinseo. After some diagnosis, the man took out a packet of white powder, mixed it with water, and asked Li Maobai to feed her the medicine, which would cure her illness. However, Shinseo had already fallen into a deep coma. Her teeth were clenched, and all the spoon in her mouth regurgitated. The man squinted at the side and joked,
"How can I feed the medicine in if I can't even open my mouth? Since using a spoon to deliver the medicine doesn't work, the emperor has to find another way." "What for?" "Here."
The man pointed at his mouth and smiled with evil intentions.
The emperor holds the decoction in his mouth and gives the decoction to the patient in 2 mouthfuls. If the teeth are locked tightly,
the method is a good one. But coming from a man's mouth, it is a bit colorful. Seeing that Li Maobai blushed and didn't move for a long time, the man said again,
"Your Majesty, are you shy? The sick are the most important. If you can't swallow, ordinary people can do it for you."
Li Maobai glanced at him.
"I can do it myself."
Being so aroused by the man, he decisively put the decoction in his mouth and successfully put the decoction into Shinseo's mouth. It wasn't until he saw her throat sliding down to swallow the decoction that Li Maobai let out a long sigh of relief.
"It's a success. I'm grateful for your kindness. Thank you for your patronage, Your Majesty."
The man stretched out his hand and rubbed it in front of Li Maobai, with a look of anticipation on his face. After the imperial physician examined Shinseo's pulse, they found that the poison in her body had completely dissipated. Faced with such a medical miracle, they were so excited that they almost knelt down and worshipped the man on the spot.
"Mr. Rongui's body is no longer seriously injured. Just because I am exhausted and cannot wake up for a while. But I will be able to wake up in a few hours. May I ask where the divine doctor can teach me this prescription for treating poisonous drugs?"
The man shook his head and smiled.
"The imperial doctor is joking. I am a vulgar and reckless doctor. How can I compare with you?"
He saved Shinseo's life, and Li Maobai naturally kept his promise. Not only did Sanfu get 1,000 taels of gold tickets for the man, but he was also given the title of Imperial Master. He also asked him to pick a random location in Gyeongdu and prepare to repair the Imperial Master's residence for him. But the man only accepted the gold ticket, waved his hand and said,
"The common people are used to being lazy and free, but they can't handle such an important task. If you have money, you can do it."
After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Li Maobai stopped him and asked,
"I haven't asked for the name of the master yet."
The man looked back and smiled.
"Chow Min. Wu Shini."
Chapter 166. Say Goodbye to Sorrow. Only Joy Remains. Shinseo woke up that night after drinking the decoction. She slept for a long time, but she still felt sore in her back, as if she had fought a battle. Recalling it carefully, she seemed to have had a long dream. When she woke up, she realized that she had experienced such a dangerous thing. The first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was Li Maobai, who looked haggard. He first asked her with great concern how she felt, and then asked her if she was thirsty or hungry. He asked someone to hurry up and bring her the food that had been prepared in advance. Only after confirming that Shinseo had fully recovered, he lowered his face and reprimanded solemnly.
"Shinseo, are you a crazy woman with a brain disease? Who asked you to block the poisonous needle for me? Are you allowed to do this?"
Seeing his angry look, Shinseyo wanted to laugh inexplicably. She reached out and touched Li Mobai's messy hair, and said with a gentle smile,
Be good. Be good. Touch your hair. Don't be angry. Get your hands off me.
Li Mobai grabbed her wrist and said with a serious smile,
I'm not kidding you. Do you know how worried I was when you were in a coma? I'm going to be pissed off by you. Okay. I know the Emperor is worried about me. I will pay attention next time. And next time?
Li Mobai glanced at her angrily, and felt that his behavior seemed to be too doting on her, and that he had lost face. So he desperately tried to make up for it.
Also, which eye did you see? Am I worried about you? It's just because I care about my royal dignity.
He suddenly sat up straight and said in a pretentious manner,
I, the majestic Emperor Daki, have fallen to the point where I have to ask you, a female prostitute, to protect me. Where will I put my face if the news spreads?
Shinseyo suppressed a smile and nodded, and continued following his words.
Yes. Yes. The Emperor's bastard aura is wrong.
She covered her mouth with a smile and changed her words.
The Emperor's domineering aura is really powerful. I will definitely do it next time. Pay attention. If this happens again, I will definitely send you to the edge of the waves. Okay?
Li Mobai laughed angrily at her, and brought the porridge to feed her himself. He thought he had saved his face, but he completely forgot the Imperial Doctor's instructions to him. The Imperial Doctor said that although Shinseyo's 8 extraordinary meridians were blocked, she still felt it. This means that although she is unconscious and cannot move, she is still very aware of what is happening around her. She clearly remembered how Li Mobai stayed by her side day and night these days. How he held her hand and confessed to her in fancy ways. How he cried like a child in front of the Queen Mother. And how he fed her medicine mouth to mouth. If one day Chi Chao holds a duplicity contest or a peak of human mouth trial, you will definitely be able to break through all the obstacles and fight your way through the siege to win the crown. But as a man, face must always be given to him. Let him pretend to be cool and it's harmless. Just think of it as the last stubbornness of a straight man. After all, it is sung in the song. Life is already so difficult. Some things should not be exposed. Li Mobai, who heard Shinse's worried voice, said, I'm so angry because I failed to show off. But I still have to keep smiling. Asterisk. After returning to the palace for 3 or 4 days, Shinseo's body was completely healed. The system set off fireworks for half an hour to celebrate her survival. The host scared me that day. You lost consciousness before you could redeem the poison elixir. I was so afraid that you would just burp like this. I also find it strange. Although the bird is extinct in modern times, according to ancient records, it is highly poisonous because it has detoxifying capsules in its body. It can be said to be invulnerable to all poisons. And it likes to eat poisonous snakes, vipers, silver rings, and bamboo leaves are all its meals. And over time, a large amount of toxins accumulate in the body. In fact, in the final analysis, those toxins are derived from snake venom. With modern medical methods, if you are bitten by a poisonous snake, you may be able to survive if you inject serum as soon as possible. But if you are late, you will definitely die. What's more, this was still in ancient times? Who on earth has the ability to dissolve snake venom? Traditional Chinese medicine is extensive and profound, but many methods of treating diseases have been lost in modern times. Just because the host doesn't know, it doesn't mean it hasn't appeared before. After all, it has saved a life. The host shouldn't think so much. Shinseyo opened the window and looked at the first blooming spring flowers in the courtyard, which indicated that spring had completely arrived. I saw several palace maids in charge of trimming weeds discussing something in whispers. Her spirit of gossip was ignited, so she called them over and asked,
What are you talking about, little master? Something happened in the manufacturing office. Last night when Eunuch Su went to the bride's room,
he accidentally tripped and fell by himself in the dark. He hit his head on the bride's bucket and choked himself to death.
Su Detian is dead? Suffocated by shit? What kind of weird way to die is this? Shinseyo concluded that Li Mobai must have been behind this matter. When Li Mobai came to have dinner with her at night, Shinseyo mentioned this matter.
Does the emperor know that Su Detian is dead?
With a calm expression, Li Mobai gave Shinseyo a piece of roasted beef and said,
Don't talk dirty when you eat. Did the emperor kill him?
Li Mobai calmly nodded, but Shinseyo didn't understand.
Why? The emperor has tolerated it for so long. Why do you have to take action at this time? I finally gained the trust of the person behind the scenes. If the emperor kills him at this time, how can you contact the people behind the scenes, and how can I be your slave? I don't want you to be my workman.
Li Mobai put down the bowls and chopsticks and looked at her with a deep gaze.
I want you to be my woman. It's enough for you to stay alive and stay with me. Those who will be involved in danger in the future, I won't let you touch any of it again.
Shenxia was worried.
Your Majesty, I said I would act with caution. Why don't you even want to give me this little trust? I don't need a woman to protect the country for me. There is no need to sacrifice the life of my beloved woman in exchange for the stability of the country.
There was nothing wrong with what he said. Logically speaking, Shenxia should be moved. But not only was she not moved, she was almost driven crazy by Li Mobai's straight male cancer. You idiot! Do you know what will happen to you in the future? The destined ending in history is that you will be manipulated by the people behind the scenes, losing your country and your life. Do you think you are awesome? Do you think you can fight him? If you can defeat him, you will not be infamy for thousands of years, and be endlessly reviled by future generations. You and Emperor Xi and Yingzheng will be lumped together.
Emperor, stop talking.
Li Maobai grabbed a chicken leg with his bare hands and thrust it into Shenxia's mouth with a stiff movement.
Eat.
Shenxia is very angry, but the chicken legs are too fragrant, so she decided to finish eating first and then settle the score with Li Maobai. Seeing her informal foodie look, Li Maobai smiled silently. He had never thought that happiness could be so simple. So simple that it did not require the blessing of glory and wealth. He could get satisfaction from just watching his beloved eat delicious food. I know everything you said clearly, but I still can't bear to let you take any risk. You can think of me how you want to think of me. I just hope that you can live a peaceful and happy life by my side. Just like your name. Quit sorrow. Only joy remains. Chapter 167. Another secret lurking in the harem. Shenxia was angry with him for half an hour. When she put herself in his shoes and figured out his thoughts, her anger subsided on its own. Just like she would risk her own life to defend Li Maobai from hidden arrows. Her desire to not let Li Maobai get hurt was the same as his. What's more, he is still such an arrogant emperor. Seeing the one he loves get hurt because of him may be 100 times more difficult for him than getting hurt himself. This is true for every two-way relationship. What each other cares about most is always the other person. Shenxia promised Li Maobai that he would never do dangerous things again. But he said it lightly. How easy was it to really care about him? After all, she spent the first half of her life familiar with the history of the Qi dynasty, spending all her youth studying this mysterious man Li Maobai. She was too aware of how tragic his death was, and she couldn't bear to see history really happen before her eyes. It doesn't matter if Su Detian is gone. As long as the people behind the scenes want to contact her, they will naturally have many ways. All she had to do was do nothing and wait quietly for the fish to take the bait. Asterisk. Spring has started to warm up quickly this year, and it seems like we have just taken off our thick cloaks and have to put on summer gauze shirts.
Around late February, many flowers in the royal garden were in full bloom. After being silent for several days, concubine she reappeared in front of everyone along with the blooming flowers. When I saw her again, she no longer used those props to highlight her figure. Instead, she put a lot of effort into her bun and makeup. It's just that most of her outfit today was learned from Shenxia. Apply a light application of powder and daisy. Use highlights and shadows to outline the bones. And maximize strengths and avoid weaknesses. When everyone wore their hair in a gorgeous bun, she simplified it, only loosely pulling up her black hair and letting 2 pieces of hair fall in front of her forehead. It was elegant and could perfectly cover her slightly raised cheekbones. Between her frown and her frown, she looks a bit like the ancient Sister Jew. I am used to seeing her with heavy makeup, but looking at her now, I feel a little unrecognizable. Even concubine Hui, who has always been a bitch-tongued, couldn't help but praise. The noble concubine has a different flavor when she is dressed soberly. She looks more elegant. Concubine she smiled and didn't pay attention to her. After the concubines were seated, the queen mentioned something. The queen mother is thinking about the draft at the beginning of next month. It's just that the emperor is unwilling to expand the harem. This matter will give the queen mother a headache. She looked at Shenxia intentionally or unintentionally. Actually, it's not surprising that the queen mother is worried. After all, the royal family puts the emperor's heir first. Some people have been favored for a long time, but their stomachs have been silent, wasting a lot of the emperor's reign and due. I also feel that it's been a long time since I've chosen someone new for my harem, so it's time to add some new faces. Concubine Shen agreed.
What the queen said is absolutely true. With more people, it will be more lively when the sisters gather together.
Concubine Huey's eyebrows flew up, and she pursed her lips and said,
Isn't that enough?
She raised her finger and pointed at the people standing outside the courtyard, who promised to be there. A new person is coming into the palace? I'm already not favored. But if a new person comes into the palace, life will be even worse.
The queen reminded her.
Whether you are favored or not has nothing to do with how many people are in the harem. It all depends on your own ability and the emperor's will. If you are a treasure, there is no reason why the emperor cannot ignore you.
She asked concubine She again.
What do you think, sister? This kind of matter has always been decided by the queen mother and the queen mother. Now that Mr. Rongui is in charge of the 6th palace, I'd better ask her what she wants first.
Shinseyo was silently enjoying herself, but was suddenly seaweed, and replied casually,
Whatever. It's for the emperor to choose concubines, not for us. What's the use of us agreeing or disagreeing? Don't you have to have the emperor nod to agree to this? That's what you say.
The queen suddenly sat upright on the wind throne and said in a steady voice,
Yesterday, I had discussed it with the queen mother. Now that the emperor listens to you the most, it is up to you to persuade the emperor to accept this offer. The draft? This is the queen mother's wish. If you do it well, the queen mother will naturally look upon you with admiration. If you do not do well, the queen mother will blame you, and I will not be able to help you.
Good guy. I accidentally fell into the pit again. Of course the queen and concubine, she hoped to have new people enter the palace. Although they didn't favor him, they still didn't want to see Shinseyo stand out like this for a long time. Only someone new entering the palace can check and balance her before they can stir up new troubles. The queen directly used the queen mother's will to blame the blame on Shinseyo's face, leaving her in a dilemma. She didn't give her a chance to refuse. After speaking, she raised her hand and said,
Come on. Let's all be dismissed today.
Please leave early this morning. When you go back to the palace, you will be bored and have nothing to do. Shinseyo wants to take a walk in the imperial garden. She and Père Cheer were admiring the flowers when they saw in the distance that the maidservant Liandong,
who was serving concubine Duan, was looking for something with her head down and several palace maids. When several people came to Shinseyo, Liandong bowed to Shinseyo and asked,
Have you seen a sachet with gold threads and tassels? Sir?
Shinseyo shook his head and didn't know. But Lonisra's expression became more and more anxious.
It was a gift from your mother, and she has been wearing it since she entered the palace. Apart from paying her respects to the queen today, she has only gotten off the sedan here. So it can't be wrong that it was left here. Look carefully to make sure you don't leave anything behind.
Upon seeing this, Shinseyo ordered Père Cheer.
Since it is something that concubine Duan values importantly, you should also follow Lonisra and look for it near here.
Only when Lonisra took them further away did concubine Duan arrive belatedly. Shinseyo performed the Wanfu gift to her, and seeing that she looked serious and not panicked at all, he asked,
Is the empress here to look for the sachet?
Concubine Duan smiled warmly, shook her head and said,
I am here to find you. Me? Why do you want to find a concubine?
Concubine Duan has always been a little transparent among the concubines in the harem. She is not as smooth as concubine Shin, not as wanton as concubine Hui, not as beautiful as concubine Ning, and not as good as concubine Shi. Therefore, when greeting people on weekdays, she would usually remain silent and look submissive. She smiled lightly, took out a sachet from her sleeve, and handed it to Shinseyo.
It turned out that I had always carried the thing I was looking for with me. Today I met Mr. Rongui in the Imperial Garden and felt that I was in love with you. So I wanted to all give this to you.
Lonisra said that the sachet was a gift from concubine Duan's mother, and she cherished it very much. In this case, she shouldn't give this thing to others easily. For a moment, she seemed to understand something from concubine Duan's smile. So he probed.
Have you heard about concubine Duan? Su Detian from the manufacturing office is dead.
Concubine Duan nodded solemnly, smiled gracefully, and replied softly,
Yes, that's why I'm here.
The chirping of birds in the imperial garden, and the rustling of new leaves wrapped in the warm spring breeze, immersed the two of them in their laughter and conversation. Chapter 168 I am the Emperor, and I am also your husband. Shinseyo began to search for historical records about concubine Duan in her mind. Her solution seems to be no different from that of other concubines. After Limabai died, as the emperor's widow, she accompanied him in the underground palace and was buried with him. Her father was Lian Hai, the commander of the Shuchi camp, who held a large number of troops. However, the Shuqi battalion was directly under the jurisdiction of Li Mobai. In other words, these soldiers did not have Li Mobai's care, and Lian Hai could not dispatch them at will. His military power is, to put it bluntly, a fake. Since concubine Duan was careful, Shinxio would inevitably make assumptions and speculate whether her father had also rebelled. After she returned to the palace and opened the sachet, she saw a note hidden inside, with the next task assigned to her by the person behind the scenes written in neat handwriting. Persuade the emperor to start the next draft as soon as possible. Good guy. The Queen Mother's thoughts are exactly the same. The difference is that the Queen Mother is choosing a wife for her son, so that she can have a grandson as soon as possible. The thieves behind the scenes hope that he will be drafted soon, and they must have arranged for newcomers to lurk around him. Shinxio originally wanted to tell Li Mabai about the matter, but she was shaken when she remembered that he was now opposed to her serious work. Rather than telling him everything and making him worry, it's better not to say anything and act as the situation arises. At night, when the Chang'an sedan chair carried her to Chaoyang Palace to sleep, she and Li Mabai had supper together. She ignored other things and only mentioned the draft to him. The emperor has been on the throne for 5 years, and the concubines currently serving him are all the old people who were selected to enter the palace when he first ascended the throne. None of these people are in line with the emperor's wishes. Otherwise, we should listen to the Queen Mother's wishes and choose new people to enter the palace? Li Mobai's expression changed immediately after hearing what she said. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Are you trying to persuade me to marry someone else?" Shinxio was serious and acted like a mistress. The emperor is an emperor, and it is common for an emperor to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Moreover, it concerns the country. The emperor's heirs are the most important thing, and the emperor cannot but consider it. How can I decide whether you marry someone else or not? Under the pressure of the Queen Mother, there will be many criticisms from the previous court. Can you escape the first day of the lunar month, but can you escape the 15th day? Besides, if you have me in your heart, you can still be pregnant with 800 women. If not, even if you leave home and see cats and dogs, you will still feel that they are pretty. After hearing what she said, and what she said in her heart, Li Mabai was about to be driven crazy by this woman again. She is so confident in pushing me to other women. Does she trust my preference for her too much? Or does she not take me seriously at all? His expression was determined. He grabbed Shinxio's wrist and said in a deep voice, "I am the emperor, and more importantly your husband. As you said, marrying a wife and taking concubines is my own business and cannot be influenced by others. As for the emperor's heirs, it doesn't matter if my mother presses hard. If you and I are strong and work hard, it's not impossible for us to have 2 babies in 3 years." Shinxio smiled shyly, blushed and lowered her head in silence. "It sounds nice, but no matter how nice it sounds, you still have to be drafted. If you don't draft, how do I know what the people behind the scenes are planning to do next? Now only if you are in his calculations every step of the way can we understand the crisis in advance and avoid being played by others." Li Mabai finally understood. Allowing herself to be drafted was not only the intention of the Queen Mother, but also a new task given to Shinxio by the people behind the scenes. Su Detian is dead. So who gave her this new mission? He knew Shinxio's character too well. The more he didn't let her do something, the more she would confront him. It would be more dangerous for her to act alone. So it would be better to let her tell him everything so that she could have a discussion. Su Detian is dead. Has anyone taken his place to contact you in the past 2 days? No. No. Of course not. Is it possible that I will tell you that the new contact person is Duan Fei? What if you kill her too? Then am I not a werewolf who blew himself up? Duan Fei? Hearing this name, Li Mabai only thought of her being submissive and timid. Didn't expect that someone with her temperament would be the one who was arranged to be beside her? Thinking of the past, Li Mabai had guarded against almost all the concubines around him, except concubine Duan. Occasionally, I went to her palace to chat for a few words, and what I said was my sincere words. Thinking about it, there is probably not a small amount of news that has come out of her mouth over the years. Li Mabai calculated based on the timeline. It was estimated that Shinxio only learned about the new mission today. In other words, it should be today that she knew the identity of concubine Duan. So he asked, "What did you do after paying your respects to the queen today?" "It's nothing. I heard that the flowers in the imperial garden were blooming, so I went to stroll around for a while. If I hadn't gone to the royal garden, I wouldn't have met concubine Duan.
She seems to have followed me here. Right. Even if I don't go to the royal garden, she will go to other places with me and tell me her identity. Li Mobai's lips curled up.
This fool really can't hide things in his heart. He cleared his throat and said seriously,
I don't know when you became so close to concubine Duan. And were you able to travel together?
Shenxia was stunned.
How does the emperor know? The palace servant Sisao in the royal garden told Sanfu about this. Sanfu thought it was strange, so he told it to me.
Shenxia, I'm going. Did he also know about concubine Duan giving me the sachet? Li Mobai heard this and asked.
It seems she gave you a sachet? Concubine Duan rarely interacts with the concubines in the harem. It's good to get her to give you something. But you have to be careful. You have to be my saint.
Chong. Others will inevitably be jealous. It would be bad if she tampered with the things she gave you. Where is the sachet?
Where are the sachets? After reading the note, Shenxia threw the note and the sachet into the charcoal basin and burned them. Shenxia pretended to be confused and said,
Oh, I forgot where I threw the sachet. Why don't you wait for me to look for it first? Then take it to the emperor after you find it? That's not necessary. I'll go directly and ask concubine Duan why she is suddenly willing to please you. And everything will be clear.
As he said this, Li Mabai stood up and walked out of the palace. This move scared Shenxia. Concubine Duan had just exposed her identity in front of him. And Li Mabai came to find her. Isn't it hard to explain this? She stopped Li Mabai, and after struggling repeatedly, she finally told him the truth.
That's what happened. Your Majesty, please don't kill her too. Otherwise, my identity will definitely be hidden from the thief.
Shenxia pouted and said more and more aggrieved.
I just want to help you. Well,
Li Mobai hated seeing her acting coquettishly. He stretched out his hand to pinch Shenxia's pouted lips and sighed.
Don't pretend to be pitiful. I will indulge you this time. If you still ignore your own safety or insist on your own way, I will definitely take off concubine Duan's head.
Voiceover, courtesy concubine Duan, you? After that, he picked up Shenxia and quickly walked towards the bed. Shenxia looked confused.
Your Majesty, I haven't finished my supper yet. What are you doing?
Li Mabai looked at her with a smile.
It was you who said that the Queen Mother cares about the country and the heirs of Emperors Wu, and also advised me to put national affairs first in everything. Now I want to handle national affairs with you. Do you have any objections?
How dare she have an opinion? She just felt a little bit worried about her waist. Chapter 169, History is written by the victors. Prince Jing is in trouble. The third day of March is Li Jinian's birthday. He started planning a birthday banquet at his residence early in the morning. He invited the Queen Mother, Li Mabai, Shenxia and Chuyu to the palace, hoping that they would come to the residence to have a fun together. The Queen Mother summoned Li Jinian to the palace one day in advance because she was suffering from rheumatism and was not suitable for walking. Not only did she seal him a big red envelope, but she also cooked him a table of his favorite dishes. Therefore, on the day of his birthday, only Li Mabai, Shenxia, and Chuyu attended the banquet. During the dinner, Li Jinian joked about Li Mabai and Shenxia from time to time.
Why is there still no movement in my sister-in-law's stomach? Brother, you have to work harder.
Li Mabai said.
How do you know I didn't work harder?
As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room burst into laughter. Only Shenxia blushed with embarrassment and silently complained in his heart. These two brothers are really not shy and drive all the time. Later, when the family was serving food, they placed a pot of Maochuang in front of Chu Yueji. Li Jinian said seriously,
How many times have I told you that Xiao Yeye doesn't eat coriander and doesn't like eating blood clots? But you still put this dish in front of him? Are you sincerely disrespectful? Move away.
After the servants moved the dishes away, Li Jinian said again,
Urge the kitchen to prepare the boiled meat slices and spicy chicken as soon as possible.
Both of these dishes are famous dishes from Sichuan and Chongqing. Chu Yu's ancestral home is Chongqing, and they are the most spicy. Therefore, it goes without saying that Li Jinian specially prepared these two dishes for whom. As a knock expert, Shenxia instantly ignited her spirit of gossip. She elbowed Chu Yueji and whispered,
On Prince Jing's birthday, why don't you offer him 2 glasses of wine?
He's been having a stomachache these past 2 days and can't drink.
Shenxia's eyes were full of pink bubbles, and she rubbed her little hands under the table excitedly. How did you know he had a stomachache? Oh my god! Hit it! Hit it! Later, Li Jinian complained that the fence in the courtyard was damaged in several places, And even though he told people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs several times, no one took action. After hearing this, Chu Yueji took over the job and asked him to do it himself.
I have nothing to do anyway. Why don't I help the prince take a look? Xiao Yeye is a guest. Why do I have the nerve to trouble you to do such menial work? It's no trouble. I can help the prince, and Wei Chen is happy.
Shen Xiao was eating sweets like crazy, almost drooling from the corners of her mouth while holding her aunt in her mouth. Li Maobai handed her a handkerchief with some disgust and said helplessly,
Wipe your saliva and don't think about those messy things.
Later in the evening, when the three of them left the mansion and returned to the palace together, less than a mile away from Prince Jing's mansion, Chu Yueji's face darkened. He took out a feather from his arms and handed it to Li Maobai.
Your Majesty, I found this thing.
Li Maobai sniffed the scent on the feathers and said with a gloomy face,
It is indeed ambergris.
Shen Xiao suddenly realized that the CP she had been kowtowing for a long time was just a careful design by Li Maobai. On the surface, Chu Yueji wanted to repair the fence for Li Jinyan. But in fact, he just wanted to search Prince Jing's palace openly. Shen Xiao, who had been consuming sugar for most of the day, suddenly felt that her dream had been shattered. Chu Yueji's face was still solemn.
I found it in Prince Jing's livestock shed. I'm afraid this matter is really inseparable from Prince Jing.
We have promised to be brothers and sisters. But how can this boat of friendship capsize so easily? How could the thief behind the scenes be Prince Jing? Shen Xiao didn't understand. He is obviously a wise king who will help Li Maobai defend the Qi dynasty in the future, and is praised by the world. Although now, he doesn't do his job and only knows how to play around all day long. He is still very clear about serious matters. How could it be him? When Shen Xiao combined historical events with what is happening today, suddenly, a very terrifying thought flashed through her mind. Wait a minute. They say history is written by the victors. If the actual person in charge of the Qi dynasty after Bai Bai was Prince Jing, how could he, who respected his brother so much, allow later history books to describe Bai Bai as a violent tyrant and let him be infamy for thousands of years? Similarly, aren't all his good deeds recorded in history books? Now that he has become the emperor, doesn't it mean he can write whatever he wants? The man behind the scenes is so shrewd in his methods that even Bai Bai is being manipulated by him. After his death in Bai Bai, how could Prince Jing be his opponent with his late enlightenment qualifications? Could it be that he really planned all this behind the scenes? From the very beginning, he was the one who planned everything in vain and wanted to get the throne of Qi dynasty by any means necessary. Thinking of this, Shen Xiao couldn't help but take a breath. If this is really the case, then he is too scary. I have been in contact with him so many times, but I can't tell that his madness and stupidity are all fake. Li Maobai heard Shen Xiao's series of analysis clearly. This was also the first time he learned that after his death in the future, it would be Li Jinyan who would inherit the throne and continue the prosperous age of the Qi dynasty. He was no less shocked than Shen Xiao, who seemed to have figured it out. He asked himself that he had never treated his younger brother harshly. On the contrary, most of the tenderness in his life was given to him. Why would he plot against himself like this? If he did everything, how deep should he have to pretend to be innocent in front of him? The hair on Li Maobai's arm stood up, and he didn't dare to think about it further.
But doesn't your Majesty think it's strange?
Shen Xiao's words interrupted his thoughts.
Huh? If all of this was done by Prince Jing, with his caution, how could he not clean up the things that could prove his guilt and still dare to openly invite the Emperor to his residence to celebrate his birthday? According to you, I have wronged him in this matter. I just think that he is the most trusted sibling of the Emperor. Whether he did this or not, the Emperor has to get real evidence before doubting him. Otherwise, it will only hurt the brotherhood between us. Wei Chen thinks so too.
Chu Yueji, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up.
Prince Jing really doesn't look like that kind of person.
Li Maobai is not a reckless and arbitrary person. He ordered Chu Yu to secretly send secret guards to monitor Prince Jing's mansion to see if they could find any other clues. That night, Chu Yueji replied to him.
Your Majesty, what the secret guard saw was that half an hour after you left the palace, Prince Jing went to the animal shed to feed his newly acquired peacock with flower feathers. The peacock was extremely irritable and chased Prince Jing and pecked him endlessly. Prince Jing seemed to be in the shed. He was looking for something inside, but couldn't find it. He called the servant to inquire, and found out that he was looking for the eagle feather that Wei Chen had taken away. He often uses eagle feathers to tease peacocks and make them docile. Does your Majesty know where the eagle feathers come from?
Li Mobai frowned and said nothing. And Chu Yueji continued.
It was given to Prince Jing by Prince Gongshun. Now Prince Jing went to Prince Gongchuan's palace, and he should have asked him for new eagle feathers.
On the second day, the first thing Li Mobai did after going to court was to call Chu Yueji and ask him about last night. Chu Yu said,
Prince Jing indeed took a new eagle feather from Prince Gongchuan's residence. And he also held a handful of eagle feathers from Prince Gongchuan's residence. It seems that the eagle feathers on his residence may have come from Prince Gongchuan's residence.
Of King of Obedience?
Li Mobai looked gloomy. After thinking for a moment,
he ordered, Go and find out what's going on.
After some investigation, the context of the matter gradually became clear. There are 4 wild eagles in Prince Gongchuan's palace, and they have been raising them for almost 5 years. Many people around him know this, so it is not a secret. It's just that Li Mobai never pays attention to these things, so he doesn't know. A few days before the Shiliang envoy entered the palace, a wild eagle was lost in his house. He also posted a notice in Jiandu offering a reward of 100 taels to anyone who provided clues. But the wild eagle was not found in the end. Return. There are various signs that not only Li Jinyan, but also King Gongshun may have nothing to do with the whole thing. At best, they were used as a smokescreen by the people behind the scenes. But despite this, Li Mobai still had seeds of doubt about Li Jinyan in his heart. Chapter 170. I wish the family great success. The queen stood up. In today's world, Qi dynasty dominates. The 3 foreign countries surrounding the Daqi dynasty were Shiliang, Nanman and Shirong. The Nanman kingdom has been keeping its peace since Lu Huai's rebellion was discovered. And the Shiliang kingdom also repeatedly stated that they had no intention of provoking disputes after receiving a large sum of money from Li Mobai to apologize for the death of their envoy in the Qi dynasty. As for the Shirong kingdom, it had been conquered by the late emperor with force as early as the previous dynasty, surrendered to Daqi, and became a vassal state of Daqi. But last year, when the new emperor Shirong came to the throne, they gradually became restless. First, he conducted successive tests in the cities bordering the Qi dynasty, and then repeatedly delayed the payment of silver. When all the nations came to the court, he sent a female minister, who was less than 16 years old, to come to the court. It can be said that it was repeatedly provoking Qi Chao's bottom line. These things keep popping up one after another. How can Qi Chao swallow his anger? So at the beginning of June last year, Li Mobai sent out the heroes of Ping Shirong during the late emperor's time to teach them how to behave.
And this hero is the Queen Mother and the Queen's mother's family, the Zhu family. I have been away for more than half a year, and finally brought back good news today. After the Zhu family's lobbying and sending troops to suppress it, Shirong signed a contract, promising not to infringe on Daqi for 20 years, and increasing the annual silver supply from 500,000 taels of silver to 700,000 taels. This matter has been successfully resolved, and Zhu Jiao once again made great contributions to the previous dynasty. The harem and the front court are one and the same. So it's such a good time. The Queen Mother naturally wants to give advice on the Queen's behalf. It has been some time since the Emperor reduced the Queen's real power, and I think the anger should be almost gone. Zhu Hongchuan sent a daughter to the palace, and the Emperor alienated the Queen, which chilled the hearts of the veterans. My son understands this. I just wish the general to leave the palace, and I will immediately resume the power of the Queen. This is a bit too obvious. The Queen Mother smiled solemnly and said,
Sooner or later, the Queen will be discussed. Even so, Ai Jia feels that this matter should be done sooner rather than later. What does the Emperor think?
Li Mobai did Tai Chi and said perfunctorily,
I have my own considerations.
Shenxiu is now in charge of co-managing the 6th palace. If he wants to regain the power in the hands of the Queen, Li Mobai must first discuss it with Shenxiu and respect her wishes. Unexpectedly, when he mentioned this matter to Shenxiu, she looked indifferent and just said,
She is the Queen. Isn't it right to let her take care of the affairs of the 6th palace? Why does the Emperor need to ask me what I want? I'm afraid you will be unhappy.
Shenxiu smiled sadly.
I will only be angry because the Emperor shows his sincerity to other women. As for those inevitable perfunctory things that lead to jealousy, wouldn't I become a jealous person?
With the permission of his beloved, Li Mobai regained the power of the Queen to take charge of the 6th palace. After regaining power, the Queen lost all the frustration and melancholy of the past. Her good mood was written all over her face, and her every frown showed superficial arrogance. When the concubine paid her respects that day, Shenxiu came a little late because she had gone to bed the day before. In the past, the queen would definitely wait for her arrival before giving tea to the concubines. But today she has no such patience at all. After the concubines had tea, they all congratulated the queen on her great joy in regaining her power. Only concubine she sat motionless in her seat. The queen raised her eyes and looked at her with disdain.
Concubine she, I am back in charge of the sixth palace. But you don't look too happy?
Concubine she smiled and replied with a smile.
I should express my congratulations to the empress.
After saying that, she got up and went down with a blessing ceremony. She raised her voice and said deliberately,
Congratulations to the empress and her family for their great achievements in the previous dynasty.
The smile on the queen's face suddenly froze.
Are you saying that my restoration of power is all due to my mother's family's contribution to the previous dynasty? I don't dare to say this.
Concubine she sat down, twitching her temples with charming movements, and continued to say in a strange manner,
The queen is so favored by the emperor. I can't even envy you.
Seeing the joking look on her face, the queen wished she could tear her mouth open immediately. Just when she was most angry, Shinxio arrived belatedly. She followed the etiquette and knelt down to greet the queen. The queen looked at her coldly and asked,
Rongdui, how many times this month have you been late to greet me?
Shinxio, I knew it was time for her to start crowing.
Going back to the queen. I have to wait for the emperor to have breakfast before I can come to Fenghuan Palace to pay your respects. Therefore, I will be later than usual. Please forgive me.
Concubine Hui sneered and said,
If you have the intention, you can run all the way from Chaoyang Palace to Fenghuan Palace. You will have enough time. But you are a nobleman, and you have to ride in a sedan when you go out every day. What is the rule? The emperor loves you.
You also have to remember who you are.
Concubine she also added to the jealousy.
Supposedly, the emperor loves you so much. Why doesn't he give you the title of head of the first palace? After living for so long, aren't you still a little nobleman with no name or status?
Concubine Shin said,
If I remember correctly, this is already the 5th time that Mr. Yueguang has been late this month.
Right.
The emperor only turned over your name 3 times in the records of the Jingsha room. So there are still 2 more late arrivals. What reason do you have?
There was a lot of talk, but Concubine Duan was the only one willing to say a few words for Shinxio.
Rongui didn't come late on purpose. If you know you made a mistake, you can just change it next time. Why should we? Concubine Duan.
The queen called Concubine Duan in a coquettish tone.
If you want to stand up for others, you must first weigh your own wealth.
After saying that, she glanced at her sternly, and Concubine Duan immediately lowered her head, cowardly and not daring to continue speech. Shinxio knew that these concubines were typical of those who accepted the soft and feared the tough. The more humble she was, the more she would be chased and bitten by crazy dogs like them. Anyway, she had been prepared early in the morning to be embarrassed by the queen today. Since it didn't matter whether she knelt or not, why should she wrong herself? So she stood up and sat back in her seat without even waiting for the queen's instructions. This move made the queen even more angry.
Rongdui, did I ask you to get up? The emperor said that my concubine has weak bones. So he asked me to kneel down no more than 20 times before I got up. This is an imperial edict, and I dare not disobey it.
Shinxio said while nibbling the melon seeds on the table.
Also, didn't concubine Shin ask the emperor what he was doing after turning over the concubine sign 3 times and twice? The emperor didn't turn over the concubine sign, and naturally came to the concubine's palace on a whim. The empress is smart. It's such a simple truth. Can't you even figure it out? You?
Concubine Shin said angrily.
Queen, look at her. She dares to be so presumptuous in front of you. She clearly doesn't take you seriously.
The queen had been suppressed by Shinxio as the co-manager of the 6th palace for so long. And she finally turned around. How could she not embarrass Shinxio to establish her power in front of the concubine? What's more, Shinxio just has the grace of God. For a woman who has entered the palace to gain a foothold in the harem, most of the time it depends on her family background. There wasn't even a living person in her mother's family. So why should the queen be afraid of her?
Rongdui, I want you to kneel down. Do you want to kneel down or not?
Just when she was about to have an attack, Sanfu arrived at this moment. He gave $1,000 to all the masters, and then said,
Empress, the date for the draft has been decided. March 7th is a good day. What the Queen Mother means is that she will not go to the draft this time. I just want you to be by the Emperor's side for her.
The queen smiled quite complacently, nodded and said solemnly,
Excuse me. Please run over. I know. Chapter 171 Go by wants Yu to stand and run in circles and jump rope. Throughout the dynasties, as long as the Queen Mother was still alive, there was no reason for the Queen to accompany him during the Emperor's draft. The Queen Mother's arrangement was a sign of pride for the Queen. She held her head high and wished she could stretch her neck to the sky. But Sanfu's next words were like a slap in the face to her.
The Emperor's intention is for Mr. Rongui to go with him and have a discussion with the Queen.
After hearing this, the Queen stopped laughing instantly. However, she couldn't object to this matter and had no choice but to nod in agreement. On the way back to the palace, Shinseyo kept complaining to Pei.
Why does he want me to watch him choose his concubine? He can choose whoever he likes. How can I make up his mind for him?
Pei pinched the tip of her nose and joked.
My master, these words are very jealous. No matter how open-minded you are, secretly you don't want the Emperor to draft you. Right. It's not that I'm jealous. He has to go ahead with the draft. He is the Emperor. And the 3 palaces and 6th academy are understandable. But if I watch him choose with my own eyes, who can be so generous? The only one is the Queen. I feel so happy to have such an errand.
There were still 3 days before the start of the draft, and Shinseyo wanted to find Li Mabai to explain his unwillingness to go with him. But for 3 whole days, she didn't see Li Mabai. On the first day, he was busy hosting a banquet for Zhu family's meritorious officials, and heard that he drank too much wine. The next day, he discussed the issue of weights and measures with the bachelor, and did not even bother to eat dinner. On the 3rd day, he finally had some free time, but went to accompany the Queen for dinner. After returning to the palace in the evening, Shinseyo went to Chaoyang Palace to look for him in person. But for the first time, he was stopped by Sanfu.
Your Majesty, wrong. Your Majesty is tired today and wants to rest early. Tomorrow is the draft time, so you better go back early to prepare. Why is he tired?
Shinseyo was full of jealousy. He was so angry that he muttered outside the door.
I'm just going to have a meal in the Queen's palace. What's the point of being tired?
Sanfu frowned slightly and winked at Shinseyo, then lowered his voice and said,
Young people don't dare to talk nonsense.
Following Sanfu's eyes, he saw the Queen's carriage parked in an inconspicuous corner of the courtyard. She was lost for a moment and then understood. The Queen's mother's family was in disgrace in the previous dynasty, so it was reasonable for Li Mabai to visit the Queen in order to win over the Zhu family. I only blame myself for being crazy and thinking that he is as affectionate as he shows. She didn't ask any more questions, just sneered, turned and left. But Sanfu quickly stopped her and explained.
Hey, my little master, don't think too much about it.
His expression looked very embarrassed. After a brief struggle, he stamped his foot and said,
I will take you to take a look. But please don't say anything. What are you looking at?
Shinseyo shook his hand away.
Have I never seen that thing before? Is there anything rare to see? Oh, noble man, come here.
Sanfu pushed Shinseyo to the window on the side of the dormitory. He gently pushed the window open a crack and said to Shinseyo with his lips,
Take a look.
Shinseyo said that she was too straight, so she couldn't help but glance into the palace. But he saw Li Mabai sitting on the warm seat, and the Queen stood beside him with a disgraceful face. Her eyes were red, as if she had just cried. Looking carefully, her body was still trembling slightly, and she seemed to be holding something in her hand.
That's enough. Let it go.
After receiving Li Mabai's order, the Queen quickly threw the things in her hands into the urn beside her. Only then did Shinseyo see clearly that what she was holding in her hand was not an object, but a piece of ice with a polished surface. Li Mabai just looked at the military book in his hand and asked the Queen without raising his head.
How do you feel? It hurts from the cold.
The Queen put her hand on the charcoal pot to light the fire, and her words were already useless.
Rongue's cold syndrome is like holding an ice cube in your hand. You have experienced the same pain today and can relate to it, so you understand why I don't let her kneel for a long time. When the joints are cold, it's not good for her health. The marble floor is the coldest. When she goes to the Queen's palace, she should avoid this ceremony of kneeling down if possible. The Emperor is considerate of noble people, and I know what to do. It's not that I sympathize with her.
Li Mabai put down his military skills and started to become a Duanjue master.
No matter who in the harem has such a disease, he should be treated with mercy. You are the Queen, and you should be kind to the concubines next to you. Empathy.
Shinseyo looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. It turns out he was venting his anger on my behalf. This voice reached Li Mabai's ears, and he immediately realized that Shinseyo must be the cat peeking from somewhere in the corner. Damn! Let her know that I am doing these things for her behind her back. And her little tail will be raised to the sky? If it doesn't work, you have to find ways to make up for it. Ahem. He cleared his throat and continued. What I mean is that a noble lady cannot kneel. But you can find another way to make her stand. If you feel that standing still is not enough, you can also punish her by running around outside Fingwan Palace. If that doesn't work, you can let her jump rope in the courtyard. Anyway, she is lazy and always lies on the bed. Too lazy to move. It would be great to use punishment to get her to exercise more. Queen. Shinseyo. Limabai's surprised face, ***. Oh. Sanfu watched from the side, as Shinseyo's hand naturally dropped to her side, and was gradually clenching into a fist. He was worried that she couldn't help but rush in and blast Limabai for a meal. So he quickly closed the window and pulled her out. Roan glared after reading it. I know that the Emperor is considering it for you. So it's time to let go of your anger. Right. Shinseyo rolled her eyes at him and said, Thank you. I'm sorry. On the way back to the palace, Shinseyo once again used her traditional skills and greeted Limobai's 18th generation of ancestors several times in her heart. Didi. Host. Stop scolding. You have a new task order. What? Slap the dog emperor? Shinseyo rolled up her sleeves and geared up, eager to try. If it's this kind of task, please give me a try. The host is so smart. He guessed half of it right. But instead of slapping the tyrant, I'm slapping the queen. Hit the queen? Shinseyo felt angry when she thought about how she had been so arrogant these days. Looking for trouble when no one had anything to do. The most important thing was that she was even more angry when she saw the queen pretending to be so cute and lovely to Limobai just now. You can also beat the queen. How many points? The host is becoming more and more familiar with the new task. Slap the queen at the draft. The reward points for completing the task are plus 30. And the points for failure of the task are minus 30 points. After hearing this task, Shinseyo was instantly stunned. She originally thought it was just a simple slap. But she thought that after she exchanged the amnesia powder for it, she could slap her any way she wanted. But now we are at the talent show. Limobai is also there. And there are so many showgirls watching. If she beats the queen, will she have to walk around without food? Chapter 172, Tragic Change at the Draft Site at the Sports Meeting. Lying on the couch, Shinseyo worried and couldn't sleep. She was angry at the same time. Angry that Limobai forced her to watch him choose a woman. And also disliked her for being lazy. While she was thinking about it, she was planning on what method she would use to slap the queen in an embarrassing and disrespectful way tomorrow. As she was thinking about it, she felt sleepy. She yawned carelessly, turned over and fell asleep. The next day, the draft was arranged at Tonglingchuan in the royal garden, where the stage started to be set up 2 days earlier. Shinseyo saw it when he passed by. The pink and blue colors were quite nice. Today, Cheer put on red lipstick when adding makeup, and Pear chose a crimson brocade robe when choosing clothes. Such a gorgeous outfit looks like she has an aura of 2.8 meters on her body, as if she is either a charming villain in the ancient legend of Gongdo or a cold female killer in the current story of the boss. Shinseyo looked a little dissatisfied and murmured to the mirror, It looks so fierce. She picked up the handkerchief and wanted to wipe off the lipstick. But Pear stopped her and said, Young master, you can't wipe it off. You have to look at it like this to gain momentum. You think about it, my master. Today is the day when a girl from the draft enters the palace. And the chosen one is from now on. You have to serve the emperor. Now is the time to establish your authority for them. Dress up to look like you are not easy to mess with, so that you won't let rising stars like them get on top of you in the future. Get on top of her? She is a heroine who can ride on the head of a tyrant and sing about conquest. Whoever has the ability can ride on her head. But seeing that the time was coming, and it was too late to modify it, Shinseyo rushed to Tonglingchuan with such a beautiful and cold appearance. When I arrived, the queen had already taken her seat. As usual, she always wore her phoenix robe and crown on important occasions, and brought court beads to show her honor as a queen. Seeing that Shinseyo was dressed differently today, the queen couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. I've never seen you wearing bright colors, but this crimson color complements yours very well and makes your skin look white. Where can the queen's phoenix robe be so bright and eye-catching? Seeing the queen rubbing her neck from time to time, Shinseyo pretended to be concerned and asked, What's wrong with your majesty? The queen sighed lightly. shook her head and said,
Last night, the Emperor summoned me to Chaoyang Palace to attend the bed. Maybe the pillow was too high, and I was not used to sleeping. I probably had a stiff neck when I woke up in the morning. My neck felt sore and tight.
Shinseyo, haha. Do you have no idea whether I want you to go to bed or play on the ice? Pretend to be real. After complaining in his heart, he smiled lightly on his face.
Yes, I also had a stiff neck when I went to Chaoyang Palace for the first time. But then I went there more often. And gradually I got used to sleeping on that pillow. And then I became accustomed to sleeping on that pillow. I don't think there's anything left.
Her words were like the tip of a needle that pierced into the queen's heart. She said, with an unnatural expression and ignored Shinseyo. After a while, the first wave of beautiful girls arrived one after another. The queen asked the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs,
Why are these beautiful ladies coming out before the Emperor comes?
Sanfu arrived by chance and explained to the queen with a flattering smile.
The Emperor was blocked by something in the previous court, so he will not come today.
He turned his eyes to Shinseyo, cleared his throat and said,
The Emperor specifically asked, Let Mr. Rong have full authority to handle this election, and let the Queen take charge of it. Whoever you like can just leave a sign to be selected in the palace, and leave it to the Emperor to figure out the status.
When Sanfu said this, his voice was not quiet, and all the beautiful ladies present could hear it clearly. Li Mabai deliberately ordered Shinseyo to have full authority over the major matters of the draft. When those showgirls saw that Shinseyo looked like a favorite concubine, in her makeup and dress, a scene of doting on a wife and killing a concubine immediately came to their minds. Staged. The queen only said that this matter was inappropriate, and wanted to ask the queen mother for her order. Shinseyo didn't say a word the whole time, and even wanted to laugh a little. She finally understood why Li Mabai wanted her to join the draft. It turned out that he was worried that she would be jealous, and simply let her make her own decisions in everything. Sanfu argued with the queen for a while.
This draft girl is a matter for the harem. If a noble person is favored, you know the Emperor likes it. The Empress is in the middle palace. The Emperor can rest assured that the two masters make this decision. If the Empress invites the Queen Mother now,
I'm afraid the Emperor will be unhappy.
In desperation, the Queen had no choice but to follow Li Mobai's wishes. The beautiful ladies came forward one by one for the Queen and Shinseyo to choose. There were 10 beautiful ladies in the first wave, and 3 of them had pretty good looks. But the Queen automatically chose to ignore them, and only picked 2 beautiful girls with unrefined looks and robust bodies, and kept praising them.
When choosing a concubine, the most important thing is to consider the Emperor's heir. Look at them. They have wide hips and big butts. They are easy to give birth to. If they enter the palace, they will not be able to have 2 children in 3 years?
Li Mobai's original words were to let Shinseyo personally take charge of this draft. If she followed the Queen's wishes and selected all these crooked people, regardless of whether Li Mabai had any objections, the Queen Mother alone would be able to use her words as a
woman's tough
jealousy. This scolding will kill her. So she took a sip of tea and pretended to be calm and said,
It's good, but the looks are a little unsatisfactory. Even if you are selected into the palace just to extend the Emperor's heir, you have to choose someone who is pleasing to your eye. Right? You can't even save face. The Emperor will definitely not even touch it. So what's the point of having a big ass?
The Queen asked.
Oh,
what do you mean? Shinseyo thought worriedly for a moment, remembering that Li Mabai told the Queen last night that she would be punished by running circles and skipping ropes in the future. And suddenly he came up with a plan.
When a woman gives birth, she has to go through HL. It's one thing to only look at her own conditions, but it's another thing to be physically fit. The daughters of these princes and noble ministers are all used to being pampered. How can there be such a situation? Physical strength? According to my concubine, why not give them a small test? What? I have seen the list of girls participating in today's talent show. There are 50 people in total. Divide them into groups of 10. One group skipping rope. One group running circles. One group doing push-ups. One group raising their legs high. And one group doing sit-ups. Let them have a physical competition. The top 3 winners in each group will be selected by the concubine, and the queen to be the concubine with outstanding appearance, figure and talent, so as to suit the Emperor's wishes.
These showgirls turned green after hearing Shinseyo's suggestion. They have co-written poems and songs that they have memorized at home for so long. And they have studied piano, chess, calligraphy and painting for so long. When it comes to the draft, none of them are tested. but they are asked to test who is the best athlete. Are you choosing a concubine or a bodyguard? How could the queen let her act nonsense? So she stopped her and said,
These beautiful girls are all the daughters of princes and ministers. Your talent show method is too childish. Is it child's play? I don't think so. Compared with who goes and who stays just by our words. This selection mechanism gives each of them the opportunity to hold their own destiny in their own hands. Doesn't it? Shinseyo glanced at the beautiful ladies and asked in a deep voice, Are you willing to do this?
Although this method is outrageous, these women of the right age know in their hearts that with the frequency of Li Mabai's selection in the past 5 years, if they want to enter the palace and enjoy glory and wealth, this is probably their only chance. Who in Jiangdu doesn't know that Li Mabai is tall, handsome, and suave? Who wouldn't want to marry such a handsome, powerful, and wealthy man? So everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and they all said in unison,
I am willing to give it a try.
Shinseyo raised her eyebrows and looked at the queen.
The queen. Do you have any questions?
The queen rolled her eyes at her and said disdainfully,
You can do whatever you like.
Chapter 173 New Mission. Slap the queen at the draft. The first Qi Dynasty Show Girl Selection Games officially begins. The show girls of each group lined up and competed in turn. Where have all the palace people seen such a battle? They all stopped working, and the cat watched the excitement in the corner.
Sanfu even became the commentator of the game.
First of all, we are going to do a 3-mile long distance run. The round trip from Tonglingshuan to Qizhai Pavilion is exactly 3 miles. Please be prepared. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to my command. Get ready and run.
Shinseyo had been looking forward to it for a long time. It was supposed to be an exciting sports event. But the scene was not as she expected. These beautiful girls were all wearing flowerpot bottoms. And they twisted and twisted when they ran, like willows blowing in the wind. She was really worried about the knots on their waists. He said he was running, but he didn't walk as fast as the palace maid who was rushing to do something. The queen covered her face and yawned, then said lazily,
How long does it take for them to run back and forth like this? In this time, I can take a nap first. Can I watch the monkeys with you here in the clear day? Queen, do you think it's not exciting?
Shinseyo ordered Sanfu to take a stick of incense and light it, and then shouted to the beautiful ladies who had just ran out for about 100 meters.
It takes just 1 stick of incense to make it back.
Even if we lose collectively.
1 stick of incense in the Qi dynasty was equal to about 20 modern minutes. And 3 miles was equal to about 3,000 meters in modern times. This time is not generous. But if you try your best, you can finish the race within the specified time. No one wanted to be kicked out of the palace just like that. So they put away all the pretentiousness and ran quickly with oil on their soles. The show girl who was running at the front suddenly slipped her heel and was quickly overtaken by the show girl behind her. She was so angry that she simply took off the bottom of her flower pot and threw it aside, and began to run on the gravel road on her bare feet. In order to reduce the chance of falling, the stone paths in the palace are specially made of hexagonal stones with more protrusions. I don't feel any difference when walking on it with shoes on. But if I walk on it with bare feet, it feels no different from walking on an acupressure board. During the earthquake that day, Shinseyo was
lucky
to experience it when she took off her shoes and ran on the corridor to save the Queen Mother. The sourness was beyond words. Seeing the beautiful girl who had taken off her shoes screaming and gritting her teeth while running wildly, and quickly regaining the first position, Shinseyo could only silently sigh.
Nice.
The beautiful ladies who were left behind by her were also anxious, and they followed her example and began to take off their shoes. In an instant, they saw the bottoms of flower pots flying all over the corridor of the Imperial Garden. The scene was so spectacular that Shinseyo was inexplicably moved. Wow! These women really work hard to marry into the Imperial City. In the end, 3 show girls completed the game within the time of burning an incense stick. They ran away and lost their makeup. And the beauties became
sweaty.
They stood panting under the stage waiting for Shinseyo and the queen to choose.
The beautiful girl who ran first is the legitimate daughter of the Su family in Liubei. She is of good family background and has top-notch looks. What does the queen think of her?
The queen furrowed her brows lightly and shook her head repeatedly.
I don't look down on these and all of them have forgotten the rules of upbringing in order to get the top spot. The woman's golden lotus was not exposed, and she took off her shoes and threw them around in full view of the public. How can you look like a lady? But according to the rules, they are the winners after all, and the queen should give them a chance. They have to choose one, and it will not be in vain for them.
Rules? What rules? The queen smiled contemptuously and glanced at Shinseyo from the corner of her eye. Those are the rules you set. Not for this palace, let alone the harem. As she said this, she looked at Sanfu and raised her eyebrows slightly. Wink! Sanfu understood, and immediately picked up the roster in his hand and reported the names of these 10 beautiful girls one by one, and put down their names one after another. The efforts of others were trampled on by the queen at will. Shinseyo, who was filled with the heart of the Holy Mother, wanted to seek justice for them. But before she could get angry, a new round of competition had already begun. The unfavorable start made the remaining groups of show girls tremble with fear. The queen seemed to be watching a sideshow, smiling and looking at them with disdain. Later, while skipping rope, Shinseyo clearly saw a beautiful lady wearing a light blue bird-embroidered skirt deliberately tripping the beautiful lady next to her. She eventually won the competition, but just when Shinseyo was about to scold her for not practicing martial ethics, he saw her walking towards the queen. The queen kept rubbing the back of her neck because of her stiff neck. The beautiful lady came up to the queen with a smile on her face and massaged her diligently. Do you feel better, queen? She must have learned this skill after being massaged a few times by her. The queen's neck was indeed not so stiff. The queen glanced at her and said, You are very clever. Which family is the beautiful girl from? Reporting to the queen, My father is Huasan Hao, a military officer in Tongzhou. Huasan Hao? The queen repeated the name. It sounds familiar. Shinseyo couldn't stand the flattering look of the pretty girl and laughed at her. 3 good things? Which 3 are good? He has drank Yueguang Shenbao, so he has a good waist and legs, and is in good health. Okay. The beautiful lady ignored Shinseyo's teasing and lowered her voice to whisper to the queen. Tongzhou borders Shirong, and my father is a capable general under General Zhu. After climbing the ranks of relatives, she would naturally not lose out. The queen smiled brightly and said in a pretentious manner, Miss Wen knows etiquette, is well educated, and has the best appearance and figure among this group of beautiful girls. Sanfu, please keep her name. Wait a minute. Seeing that Sanfu was about to read out the decree, Shinseyo stopped him. Mr. Sanfu, I can't remember what the emperor ordered you today. Can you repeat it? Sanfu said. The emperor said that he has something to do with today's draft and cannot come in person. Let Mr. Rongui handle it with full authority, and the queen will assist. Since the emperor's letter is important, I have full authority to handle this matter. I didn't say a word today, but the queen has clearly made arrangements for these beautiful ladies. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to do business when you return to the imperial palace. Sanfu looked at Shinseyo and then at the queen, with a troubled expression on his face. The queen lowered her face and looked at Shinseyo. I think Hui is very good, but Mr. Rongui thinks there is something wrong with her. Just now when she was skipping rope, she deliberately tripped and fell. Her dangerous movements on both sides were so obvious. Didn't you see it? I didn't see it. The queen leaned on the back of the chair and asked firmly, Which of you saw it? After a moment of silence, all the ladies and palace ladies in the show said in unison, No. The queen smiled brightly and said, Mr. Rongui, do you think you have a problem with your eyes or your brain at such a young age? Hua, who had been rubbing her neck and shoulders for the queen, was smiling like a flower at this moment. She pretended to be a tiger and said in a pretentious manner, I have doctors who are familiar with me in Jiang. When I have time, I can give you a good look at the doctor. Take care of yourself first. It's nice to have my mother's stiff neck pressed for a long time. Shinseyo looked at the queen still twisting her neck from time to time under her massage. She changed the subject and said, The queen, I have a treatment for you. It's a great way to treat stiff neck and has immediate results. Would you like to give it a try? The queen thought that Shinseyo wanted to give her a massage in public. How could she miss such a good opportunity to save her face? Then give it a try. Shinseyo acted on the pretense again. It's just that this method will make the queen feel a little uncomfortable. It's best if the queen doesn't blame the concubine. It doesn't matter. You are doing it for my own good. So why should I blame you? Shinseyo stood up and saluted her with a smile. Walked slowly in front of her. Suddenly raised his arm, and unexpectedly slapped the queen loudly. Everyone present was stunned by her move, and some timid show girls even screamed in surprise. The queen was furious, stood up from the table, pointed at Shinseyo and cursed. Bitch! Do you dare to hit me? Shinseyo said with a smile. I said you won't blame me. Look, if you make such a big move, Won't your stiff neck be cured?
Chapter 174. Of course, I must take into consideration the queen's preferences. Shinseyo was slapped in the face for no reason in front of everyone. If she didn't give back this face, it would be hard to get rid of the bad breath in the queen's heart.
Capture Rongdue to me!
The palace people immediately rushed forward and surrounded Shinseyo. Payer and Cheer protected her and prevented anyone from approaching her. The Seo Palace man bared his teeth, fearing that he would actually bite him down the next moment. And what about Shinseyo? But she was busy bargaining with the system. DDDD. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of slap the queen at the draft. The reward points for completing the task are 20. And the remaining points are currently 270. 20. You obviously told me 30 points? Why has it shrunk? Well, sorry about this. Host. The night before the mission was released, I stayed up late to watch TV dramas, which led to me temporarily claiming that I had wrong points. But the host can rest assured that the points are as many as they are worth. Our system has no right to lie about the points. Shinseyo looked at the palace people who were gradually surrounding him and wanted to strangle Xiao Tuachuo to death. He aimed at it. If I had known I only had 20 points, why would I work so hard? Seeing that two groups of people were about to take action in front of these beautiful women, Sanfu saw that the situation was not good and quickly waved to the pavilion on the rockery not far away. Behind the gauze curtain of the pavilion, Li Mabai is sitting here. He has been hiding here since the draft began to watch the excitement. Seeing Shinseyo turning the draft into a sports meeting, he burst into laughter from time to time. He found his worry more and more cute and wanted to pinch his face. The pavilion is very close to Tonglingshuan. Sanfu saw Li Mabai coming down the rockery in the distance. He cleared his throat and immediately reported,
The emperor has arrived.
Only then did everyone stop and salute in the direction Li Mabai came from. When the beautiful ladies saw the emperor's transformation into a nymphomaniac, some were blushing with embarrassment, and some were so nervous that their skirts were wrinkled. Only after Li Mabai took the first seat, the queen said with a downcast face,
Your Majesty, you just beat your concubine.
Oh,
Is there such a thing?
Li Mabai pretended to look at Shinseyo with a serious look, and said solemnly,
How brave! You dare to fight the queen. How can you behave like this?
Apart from being serious, the moment his eyes met Shinseyo's, he did not forget to blink wildly at her, as if to tell her,
Find yourself a step quickly. I will push you down.
Shinseyo was worried and understood, and immediately pretended to be pitiful, and said,
The queen has wronged me. I am not beating you. I am not beating you. I can't bear to see you feeling uncomfortable, so I am kindly treating you.
The queen pointed at her red cheeks and asked her,
You slapped me loudly on the face. I still have the mark of your slap on my face. Doesn't it count as a slap? Do you have to see the blood on my face?
Is it necessary to hit me only if you are injured?
He glanced at everyone present and asked,
You all saw it seriously. Did you tell the emperor? Did Rongguren hit me?
They don't need to see it seriously. Li Mabai himself can see it seriously. But what the queen did should indeed be punished. Shinseyo just did what he wanted to do, but didn't have time to do. Emperors have always been most taboo about the relationship between the harem and the affairs of the previous dynasty. Today, when choosing a concubine, the queen was so jealous that she abandoned all the beauties with slightly better conditions. But she only looked at the Hua family with mediocre qualifications.
The Zhu family had only made great achievements in the previous dynasty, so she immediately rushed to recruit troops in the harem. Once Hua enters the palace, he will definitely depend on the queen. And her father was the Zhu family's minion in the previous dynasty. And at the same time, he would also fuel the Zhu family's arrogance. Regardless of emotion or reason, Li Mabai would not leave Hua's brand behind. When everyone was accusing Shinseyo of slapping the queen, Li Mabai continued to ask,
Dear Duan, why did you slap the queen? I'm really not spanking. I'm treating a disease. The queen said that she had a stiff neck, and Hua massaged her for a long time, but it didn't feel better. So I thought of stretching the queen's muscles, curing the stiff neck, and letting the queen free from pain.
Li Mabai looked at the queen with gentle eyes and said in a concerned tone,
The queen has a stiff neck? Is she feeling better?
The queen rarely received Li Mabai's care. This gentle tone made her instantly elated and said,
Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty. It's okay. I'm feeling better now.
Unexpectedly, Li Mabai took the words and said,
Since it doesn't matter, it means that Rongdue's treatment for you is really useful. I can trust Rongdue's medical skills. In the past, when my mother and I were seriously ill, the doctors at the Imperial Hospital were helpless. It was thanks to the help of noble Lord Yueguang that my mother and I were saved. But your majesty, I understand what you mean. Rongui has cured your stiff neck. You want to thank her personally, don't you?
Li Mobai glanced at Shinseyo and said with a slight smile.
I know that the queen knows the general situation. But she is a noble person. You are the queen. And it is her duty to serve you. So how can she bear your gratitude? Mr. Rong, don't you think so?
Shinseyo immediately said.
What the emperor said is absolutely true. The queen does not need to be polite to the concubines. If you still feel uncomfortable in the future, just tell me. The concubines should do their best to solve the problems for the queen.
The two of them sang in harmony. And the queen was stunned for a long time without reacting. Before she could continue to delve deeper, Li Maobai had already started the next topic.
How is it? You have been choosing people all morning. Who did you choose?
He reached out to Sanfu to ask for the list of girls who were selected in the draft. Sanfu handed over an empty book and replied tremblingly.
Back to the emperor. The suitable candidates have not been selected yet.
Oh! Li Maobai glanced at the queen and Shinseyo.
The queen and Mr. Rong have very high standards.
The queen said.
It's not that I have high standards for concubines. It's just that they must be able to match the emperor. And they must also be able to produce heirs for the royal family. Such women should be carefully selected. So the queen fell in love with her out of thousands of choices?
Li Maobai casually pointed at Hua, who was so frightened that Hua quickly knelt down to say low.
Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Juan. Blessings and peace.
It was her first time to meet the emperor, and she had never thought that the emperor was really as beautiful as the rumors. She was shy and nervous for a while, and she also stuttered when she spoke. Li Maobai said indifferently.
How can I stay in the palace if I can't even speak well?
Hua knelt on the ground and buried her head very low, not daring to say a word. Only the queen could help her out.
Every lady is raised in a boudoir, with no door or two doors. There are very few opportunities for contact with outsiders, let alone meeting the saints. How can we not be nervous? But the emperor takes a closer look.
This was appearance, figure, and family background are all top-notch. And I like her very much.
You like it? Li Maobai teased with a smile.
Should I choose the concubine or you? What's the use of your liking?
The queen was choked by his words. So she had to lower her head and said to Nuonyu.
The emperor taught you a lesson. My tone is a little harsh. Don't take it to heart. Of course, I have to take the queen's preferences into consideration.
Li Maobai patted the queen on the shoulder and said softly.
The queen really thinks she is good?
The queen raised her eyes.
Her brows furrowed, and she secretly glanced at Li Maobai.
I think it's very good. I think.
The ambiguous interaction between the two of them made Shinseyo jealous. She had an embarrassed smile on her face, and cursed secretly in her heart. Before she finished scolding, she heard Li Maobai say with a smile.
Since the queen likes her, I will reward her to you. From now on, let her serve in Fengwan Palace and be your personal maid.
Chapter 175. Concerned about sealing a concubine. The tyrant expresses his imperial edict in a fancy way. After all, Hua was born as the legitimate daughter of a third-grade military general. Wouldn't it be a great shame and humiliation for her to enter the palace and become a beautiful girl? She naturally refused and begged Li Maobai to put down her name and drive her out of the palace. Later, when other beauties were selected, the queen shut up and stopped talking. Today Li Maobai selected a total of 3 showgirls. It's not so much that he chose it. It's better to say that it was Shinseyo. After the queen turned off the microphone, Shinseyo and Li Maobai ate melon seeds while watching the beautiful ladies exercising in the imperial garden. From time to time, Shinseyo listened to Li Maobai and said,
This is good. The record says that I can play the pipa. I can add more programs during the holidays in the future. This is good. I can sing. And I can relieve the emperor's boredom no matter what.
Anyway, as long as Shinseyo agreed, Li Maobai would let Sanfu keep the brand. So much so that Shinseyo didn't dare to speak anymore. She felt a little shuddered when she saw Li Maobai's doting smile towards her. She was afraid that this bitch would charge all the extra harem expenses to herself. After all, he has a criminal record. One of the 3 selected beauties was from a low background. So he casually gave her a seal of approval and then threw her into the crowd to make up for it. Among the others, Shui Yinhuan, the legitimate daughter of Shui Hua, the second-rank official, was made a noble person, and Fu Qingqingtong, the eldest concubine daughter of Fu Guanhai, the second-rank general leader, was also made a noble person. Shui Inhuan was accused of going to Zhongsui Palace to live with concubine Hui, while Fu Qingqing was accused of going to Yong'an Palace to live with Shen Xiao. The queen mother was somewhat dissatisfied with the status of the new concubines who entered the palace.
Now that the position of concubines in the harem is vacant, the emperor's new concubines in the palace will at most be given the status of nobles, which is a bit inappropriate. According to Queen Mother's wishes, who should be promoted?
The queen mother burned a spoonful of benzoin and smiled vaguely.
Why does the emperor have to go around in circles with the Ai family? The Shui family has served as officials for 4 dynasties, and her family background is much better than the Fu family. You deliberately gave the Shui family and the Fu family the status of nobles. Isn't it because I want the Ai family to see something wrong and ask you to elevate Shui's position? If the Ai family said this, the emperor's next word should be ready. Right. Mr. Rongui has been in the position of nobleman for a long time, and the Fu family has moved into Yong'an Palace. It's time to lift him up. She's in a position, isn't she?
Otherwise, why is this mother's biological child? Before Li Mabai opened his mouth, she had already finished what he wanted to say. He didn't refute, just smiled.
My son thinks that Mrs. Shen can afford the position of concubine.
The queen mother took a few fresh sunflower seeds and fed them to the parrot that had been chattering beside her.
The Ai family feels the same way. This child of Shen is different from other concubines. Not only does the emperor like it, but the Ai family also likes it. But one thing I hope the emperor will not forget is that no matter how good she is just a concubine and your concubine. The queen is the wife you are marrying, whether you like it or not. This is an indisputable fact. So, sometimes, you have to give her enough face. Do you understand? My son knows what to do.
As for the queen, at least so far, she has not done any serious evil that Li Mabai would not tolerate. Although he really wanted to leave the throne of the queen to his beloved woman, he could not let love get to his head and ignore the country. And he was not in a hurry to pick on the queen. Anyway, if she can do that, sooner or later she will kill herself. If she had always been virtuous and virtuous, kept the title she cared about, and done her job well as a queen, then in the history books in the future, Shen Xiao's name would not be recorded in the column of the queen. The first day, the new concubine entered the palace to pay her respects to the queen, was when Sanfu went to Fenghuan Palace to announce the decree. Fu Qingqing was only 15 years old. With a child's mind, everything she saw seemed new to her. She always smiled when she met everyone, and her excitement about entering the palace for the first time was revealed in the corners of her eyes and brows. Compared with her, Shui Inhuan seemed much more mature. She was very polite when meeting people, and even brought gifts to all the ladies in the harem. In terms of appearance, she is also considered top-notch. Perhaps because of free practice of pipa, the whole person looks as elegant as an orchid. Even concubine Hui, who was always quarrelsome with everyone, spoke very well of her.
Yueguang moved to Zhongsui Palace yesterday. I felt like falling in love with her the first time I met her. I chatted with her all night without realizing it. Tired?
Concubine, she smiled and said.
Concubine Hui is the talkative one in Yueguang. She can chat with a mute for eternity. You are full of energy, and naturally you don't feel tired. You don't want to think that Shui Gui has entered the palace on the first day, and her own palace has not yet been completed.
I understand. I have to bend my knees to please you. Won't I be tired? You? Back to the imperial concubine. I am not tired.
Yueguang smiled warmly, and said in a soft voice.
I also feel that I am very close to the imperial concubine. When my empress mother was young, she was a famous embroiderer in Jiangdu. My concubine's mother used to follow my empress. After my mother studied for a while and chatted, she found out that the concubine and empress, we had known each other since they were young and often played together.
Concubine, she glanced at her with a frivolous look.
It's no wonder that you two fell in love with each other. Your family backgrounds are similar. Both your mothers worked menial jobs to make a living. Of course you two have endless things to talk about in private.
Shen Xiao heard such cynicism every day, and was already used to it. But Fu Guiran, who was sitting next to her, had never seen this scene before. He was a little scared and muttered to her.
Sister Shen, the imperial concubine looks so fierce. I'm a little scared. What are you afraid of her for? She just has that kind of temperament. After entering the palace, it will be different from what you used to do at your mother's house. I'm afraid you will still have fun in the future with such bickering scenes.
Later, Sanfu came in and read out the imperial edict that promoted Shui Inhuan from noble to concubine. Shui Inhuan was so happy that he kowtowed repeatedly to express his gratitude. She had only been in the palace for a day, And she was given the concubine position without even having a chance to meet Li Mabai alone. How could these concubines be convinced? Concubine Duan said.
She has become a concubine just after entering the palace. In terms of qualifications and the emperor's love, how can she compare to Ronguiren? We are increasingly unable to understand the emperor's holy will.
For the first time, concubine Hui was not jealous, but instead defended Shui Yueguang.
The emperor likes it, let alone the concubine position. Even if it is given to the concubine position, isn't that just a matter of words? What are you so angry about?
She looked at Shenxiu with a sneer, and continued,
Let's just call her a noble person. As a palace maid, she has never been an official before. She was granted the title immediately. Within 2 days, she was always here. And then she became a noble person again. She has to the associate minister holds the power of the 6th palace. And when it comes to love and affection, she is the one who is most important to the emperor.
She paused, sighed pretentiously,
shook her head and smiled bitterly.
It's a pity that now that a newcomer has entered the palace, I don't know how long your majesty can last. TSK. TSK. It is said that the emperor has always doted on you. How come you can't even be the master of the palace? Can't bear to give it to you?
Concubine Shen said.
Her family background is there. From a humble background, she can climb to the position of a noble person without having anything to do. This is her ability.
Concubine She followed up with a last-ditch attack.
Where did this go? How old is she now? Can she compare to Shui Bin 16 or 17-year-old Shui Ling?
She said that whatever she said, Shenxiu didn't care about these things at all. What does she want from this false position? She only needed to understand who Li Mabai was focusing on, and who chose these beautiful women to enter the palace. And that was enough. The queen really liked to see this kind of scene, where the concubines worked together to make Shenxiu speechless. She also wanted to retaliate. But when she saw Sanfu still standing aside, she was worried that he would tell Li Mabai about this. So she wanted to send him away first.
You have finished pronouncing the imperial edict. Why don't you go back and resume your life soon?
Sanfu smiled awkwardly.
Empress, the announcement hasn't been finished yet.
The young eunuch following behind him presented him with a brand new imperial edict. He took the edict and unfolded it slowly.
Young nobleman receives the edict.
Shenxiu looked confused and was about to stand up and kneel down to receive the imperial edict. But Sanfu hurriedly waved his hand to stop her.
The emperor said, Just sit down and receive the edict.
Shenxiu was embarrassed in her seat.
Oh, the edict says, I am contented with my worries and become a good match. And I always show my joyful face. I also feel the beauty of sadness, which is unique from the world and not like ordinary things. So I treasure it and value it. When I frown, I am often haunted by dreams. And when I laugh, I am often worried, confusing my eyes and ears, confusing my mind. This is a crime and deserves punishment. Now, as a punishment, I have promoted this noble lady to the rank of concubine. She will always be by my side and cooperate with me. To punish him with the punishment of trapping his body. He is punished for the crime of stealing his heart.
After the edict was announced, even Sanfu, a eunuch who had finished the mortal world, blushed, not to mention the expressions of the other concubines. Concubines, if I am guilty, please let the law punish me instead of letting me listen to these boring love words. Chapter 176 King Shun was beheaded. The imperial edict was brought back to the palace by Shenxiu. After returning to the palace, she closed the door of her bedroom and hid, secretly reading the imperial edict several times. I was blushing and suppressing laughter throughout the whole process, and I had fun watching it over and over again. Isn't this emperor very knowledgeable? Such a fancy way of expressing his love in public would be more effective than any title he bestows on himself. At least it proves that his heart is completely on himself. He didn't care at all how other concubines would feel after hearing this imperial edict. In other words, he just wanted to let them know on purpose, Yueguang is my darling. You can't afford to offend her. The dog emperor is so kind to me. I have to find a way to surprise him. How about making a meal for him with your own hands? I see that he seems to enjoy eating my cooking. In the past, when I was in modern times, even Lucky wouldn't eat the food I cooked. But now that I've come to Qi Dynasty, I have a pair of skillful hands. Could it be that this is the hidden talent of the original owner? I'm thinking about what to do. Yesterday I heard from Pear that pineapples from the south were brought to the palace. How about making pineapple sweet and sour pork? Sour and sweet. He will definitely like it. At the same time, outside the gate of Yong'an Palace, Sanfu saw Li Mabai hurriedly, escape, from Yueguang Palace, and hurriedly went to greet her.
Why did the emperor come out so quickly? Didn't he say that the dinner was going to be served in the palace of the concubine Rong to congratulate her on her promotion to the throne?
Are you happy?
I won't have dinner. I'll quit.
After hurriedly escaping onto the imperial chariot, Li Maobai breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had saved his life, until he turned the corner and walked out of Yueguang Gate. What kind of meat is sweet and sour pork? Isn't pineapple a fruit? Why can you cook vegetables with meat? Why is she so confident? Do you really think I like her cooking skills? If I hadn't seen her working hard and busy cooking in the past, and I approached her just to please her, I wouldn't have eaten what she cooked. Except for that barbecue. But what cooking skills are needed for barbecue? I swear, I will never eat those weird things again until I die. There's no need to beat him to death. Shenxiu prepared dinner, but did not see him coming, thinking that he was busy with political affairs. So she thoughtfully sent him to Yueguang Palace in person, facing the plate of pineapple sweet and sour pork. Li Maobai really couldn't put it down.
Why don't you eat it? Your Majesty?
Shenxiu blinked her big watery eyes at Li Maobai and said coquettishly,
I have been cooking this dish for a long time.
Why is she wrong again? Can she stop looking at me like that? Knowing that I can't refuse.
What does the emperor want? Didn't I think about it?
It seemed that as soon as he opened his mouth to reply to Shenxiu, she had already put a chopstick of sweet and sour pork into his mouth. Under Shenxiu's obscene power, he did not dare to spit it out. So I had to bite the bullet and chew. Chewing and chewing. I suddenly realized that it tasted pretty good. Want to try another bite? The result is, he smells so good again. Asterisk. At the end of March, summer is about to begin, which is the most comfortable time of the year. Late at night, Li Maobai and Shenxiu had already fallen asleep hugging each other. The warm wind blew through the golden bamboo in front of the Yueguang Palace, swaying all the way out of the imperial city, and finally hit the closed bronze door outside the Xianmen building in Jiangdu, and turned around. The frustrated Prince Gongshun of the casino drank a few drinks, and got so drunk that he was in the Tianzhou private room. The waiter did not dare to call him, so he only put a cloak on his shoulders for fear that he would catch a cold.
The sky is dry and everything is dry. Be careful about the fire.
After the drunkenness dissipated, King Gongshun was awakened by the sound of the watch. He washed his face and regained consciousness, shouted credit to the store, and then left the restaurant staggeringly. The streets of Jiangdu late at night were completely devoid of the hustle and bustle of the day. As the watchman gradually moved away, the streets became surprisingly quiet. Only the sound of whistles carried by the wind in the alley accompanied him as he moved forward. Suddenly, he saw several black shadows flashing through the darkness and quickly escaping toward the southwest. Looking up, he saw that the place where they came out was Jiangdu's government office. Jiangdu's government office is run by Wang Ji, the obedient king. How could a thief dare to steal something in the government office in the middle of the night? King Gongshun was proud of his unparalleled martial arts skills, so he chased after him alone. Finally, in a dark alley where few people visited during the day, he saw two men in black presenting the file to a man in green robe. The man in green robe was not in the shadow, and his face was still covered with a bronze mask, so his appearance could not be seen clearly.
My lord, all the files have been transferred. No one will be able to find out the faults of several adults.
The man in green robe took out the fire folder he carried with him, burned the file, and then said in a tone that was cold to the core,
Back off.
With a command, the two black figures dispersed and were soon submerged in the night. After they left, the man in green robe slowly took off his mask. His face was still shrouded in gloom, and King Gongshun still couldn't see his appearance clearly. Seeing someone about to leave, he followed them all the way. The man walked into the downtown area during the day, and all the shops facing the street had closed their doors. He walked in the middle of the avenue, and it would be an exaggeration to describe him as walking through the city in a swagger. There was no place on the main street where King Shun could hide his figure. Suddenly, the man stopped. King Gongshun had no intention of hiding from him. After realizing that he had been exposed, he simply shouted at the man's back,
Where did this little madman come from and dare to run wild on my territory?
The man did not look back, but took out his mask and tried to put it back on. The respectful king suddenly became angry, stepped forward and punched the man in the back of the head. The man only dodged sideways and dodged lightly, but King Gongshun snatched the mask from his hand and threw it aside.
You are so timid. Why don't you dare to show your true colors to others?
The man laughed wantonly leaving King Gongshan's back and shoulders trembling slightly. He slowly turned around and raised his eyes to look at King Gongshan. The moment he saw the man's face clearly, King Gongshuan's pupils shrank violently, his face full of shock and astonishment.
How could it be you?
When they are facing each other, dark clouds cleverly cover the moon. The street without lights suddenly dimmed. On the street, he couldn't see his fingers. The drunken and respectful king was so shocked that he couldn't see clearly where the man was at this moment.
What on earth did you want to do by stealing those files? Whose crime are you trying to cover up? Come out and speak clearly to me.
The sound fell, but no one answered. He held his breath and listened to the movements around him. But apart from some hair-raising wind whistles, there was no other sound. The wind blew and the clouds moved, and the dark clouds covering the moon were quickly blown away, and the bright silver light of the moon shone on the earth again. Only then did he realize that the man was no longer in sight. He thought a man was running away in the dark, and was about to catch up when he heard someone behind him whispering to him, as if smiling,
"Oh, you discovered me.
Before he could react, his throat was cut by the man standing behind him. His heavy body fell into a pool of blood, clutching his neck and struggling desperately. His eyes were full of horror, and he stared at the man. "You?" The man put his index finger between his lips and made a silencing gesture to him. Midnight watch. The shrill screams woke up the city in advance. The watchman went away in search of the sound and found a man lying on the street. After going forward to check, he was shocked to realize that what was lying in the pool of blood was just a decapitated body. The head was hung on the sail pole high up. He recognized the deceased as King Shun at a glance. So he screamed again and again, collapsed on the ground and banged the gong with his bangs.
"It's not good! King Gongshan was beheaded."
Chapter 177. Wu Shini slaps him in the face.
Your Majesty! Your Majesty!
Before the fourth watch, Sanfu was shouting loudly outside the dormitory.
"Keep your voice down!"
Li Mabai was a light sleeper. When he woke up, he was worried about waking up Shin Xiao, who was sleeping soundly. So he quietly got off the bed, covered her with the quilt again, and then quickly walked to the door and opened it. Sanfu rushed into the palace and fell into disrepute. He simply turned over and knelt on the ground. He cried and said,
"Your Majesty, something serious has happened. The King of Submission, has passed away."
Li Mabai was extremely shocked.
"What nonsense are you talking about? It's the real emperor. He was found dead in the middle of the night in the downtown area of Jiangdu. I heard that many people were surrounding him. The princess even got pregnant because of this incident. Now the prince's mansion is turned into a mess."
Although this third brother is not from the same mother as him, they still have the blood of the late emperor flowing through them. Even if Li Mabai dislikes his brother, he can't sever the blood relationship between them. When he suddenly heard the bad news, he was inevitably sad and ordered Sanfu to leave the palace immediately. Sanfu did not immediately follow the instructions, but timidly said,
"King Gongshan died in a miserable state. The governor of Chu has already rushed there. It was a bloody scene, so the emperor should not go there. In the outer courtyard of the imperial city, at the feet of the emperor, it is my third brother who died. How can you expect me to stand by and watch? Don't do it."
On the way to the downtown area, Sanfu had already roughly described the circumstances of King Gongshuan's death to Li Mabai so that he could be mentally prepared. Even so, when Li Mabai saw the miserable death of King Gongshan with his own eyes, he instinctively almost vomited. It was bright, and the downtown area had already been blocked by officers and soldiers. When Li Mabai came, Chu Yueji was taking Wu Zhuo to inspect the body of King Gongshan. Li Jinyan, who lived in Jiangdu, had arrived a step ahead of him and was huddled in the corner, trembling and crying. When he saw Li Mabai's legs weakened, he ran towards him with 3 steps, took his arm and sobbed.
"Brother! Third brother! He died so miserably. Who on earth has such a deep hatred against him and wants to do this to him?"
The ruthless hand.
Knowing that Li Jinyan was timid, Li Mabai briefly comforted him and then ordered the servants of Prince Jing's palace to send him back to the palace first. After settling him, he stepped forward and asked,
"Who can tell me what happened?"
Chu Yueji replied in a low voice,
"Your Majesty, I express my condolences. I heard the screams at night and followed the sound to find this place. When I found King Gongshan, he was already in this situation. Wu Zhuo is examining the body of King Gongshan, and he should be here soon. There is a conclusion."
After a while, after inspecting the body, Zhuo covered it properly with a white cloth bowed his hands and reported to Li Mobai.
Your Majesty, the cause of death of King Gongshun was beheading. The smell of alcohol on his body was very strong, and the servants did not find any money on him. I think he fell drunk on the street, and was robbed of all his belongings by thieves, and then killed and silenced him. Brother, do you have any common sense?
As soon as Wu Zue finished speaking, shouts came from the people watching from a distance. Li Mobai looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Wu Xini in the crowd at a glance. He waved to the officers and soldiers to let him in. Wu Zue, who was responsible for the autopsy of King Gongshun, was the top death officer in Jiangdu, so he was naturally dissatisfied with being provoked by a tough man for no reason. He glanced at Wu Xini with disdain.
What do you mean? You're stupid.
Wu Xini didn't bother to talk to him anymore. He cupped his fists and saluted Li Mobai and asked,
Your Majesty, can you let the common people test it?
He is a miraculous person who can detoxify poison, so Li Mobai can certainly trust him to test it. I saw Wu Xini inspecting the body in a serious manner, and after a moment, he said confidently,
I understand about 70% to 80% of it. Does your Majesty want to listen? You say.
He stretched out his hand and rubbed it in front of Li Mobai.
Thank you for your hard work. Your Majesty, please give me a nut.
Li Mobai looked stern, almost holding back his anger and letting Sanfu throw him a banknote. After receiving the money, he was willing to speak.
As the emperor saw, the prince was beheaded to death. But this was definitely not a robbery.
Wu Zue stumbled and said,
with a status like King Gongshun, how could he not bring more money with him when he goes out? Just now I searched his whole body, not to mention banknotes, and couldn't find anything valuable. How do you explain? The prince likes to gamble. He has had bad luck these past 2 days. Every day he has lost everything and returned home disappointed. This is an open fact that everyone in the city knows about gambling, so it is not surprising that he has no money on him. Furthermore, the prince is wearing clothes made of high-quality Luyan brocade, and on his feet are cloud-stepping boots inlaid with mutton-fat jade. These items alone are already worth hundreds of gold. So how could he not steal them if he wants to make money? Take these things with you?
Although his analysis was reasonable, Wu Zue was still dissatisfied and asked,
how could a thief think so much in a panic? Wu Xini laughed out loud, and saw Li Mobai's expression change, and quickly slapped his mouth with a folding fan.
In a panic, you can decapitate the prince. How panicked can you be? You should know that such a smooth wound is not something ordinary people can achieve. Also, it is nonsense to say that the prince fell here drunk. First of all, it is absolutely impossible for a person like the prince to drink on the roadside. If he wants to drink, he will definitely go to a restaurant. And it is the best restaurant in Jiangdu. According to my speculation, the prince should have drank at Xiangmenlo last night wine. Xiangmenlo is at least 3 miles away from here. The prince must have walked here by himself after sobering up.
Wu Zue interrupted him and said,
Your Majesty, you can't go out after sobering up. And then the wind blows, and you get drunk again before you take 2 steps? No,
Wu Xini said resolutely.
You are not a drinker at first sight. Once a drunken person wakes up, even a tornado blowing over will not be able to make him drunk again. And after drinking, the blood flow of the human body the speed will increase, which means that the prince will bleed more after being beheaded. But the amount of bleeding is not much, which shows that the prince was almost no longer drunk when he died.
What he said was so conclusive that it was hard not to believe it, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Wu Zue felt that he was beaten in the face and couldn't save his face, so he continued to find faults.
As we all know, the prince is very powerful in martial arts. If he is sober and looks at Jiangdu, how many people can be the prince's opponents? Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean you don't have it. If you're a frog in the well, you'll think I'm talking nonsense about anything I say. There are many masters in the world. For example, if I tell you that there is someone in the world who can detoxify poison, would you believe it?
Wu Zue sneered and said,
Don't let me let you know. Who can cure that strange poison that Hua Tua can't cure? Just call him over and I'll count out to him on the spot. Okay.
Wu Xini pointed at himself and said with a smile,
Go ahead. I can bear it.
Wu Zue scolded.
You are good at pretending to be a grandson. You don't believe it? If you don't believe it, ask the emperor.
Li Mobai didn't speak, just nodded calmly. Later, the man kowed out to Wu Xini, told Li Mobai that he was not as skilled as others, and could not take on big responsibilities, and ran away in disgrace in front of everyone. Wu Xini shouted at his back,
Hey! 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 Don't leave! Who will clean up the mess if you leave?
Li Maobai said in a deep voice.
In the investigation of the cause of King Gongshuan's death, I want you to take over the post and cooperate with the governor of Chu and the minister of Dali Temple to thoroughly investigate the matter. Yes!
Wu Shini agreed readily. But the next moment, he stretched out his hand in front of Li Maobai.
But hey, that's another price.
Chapter 178 History has changed long ago, and there is hope for Go Bai to live longer. Li Maobai did not go to the morning court today. When he went to greet the queen in the morning, he heard everyone talking that he had left the palace early in the morning with Sanfu. He was never a person who didn't explain things. At first, Shinxio was worried that something had happened to him. After returning to the palace, she rushed to ask Pear to find out the news. Unexpectedly, Pear brought her a shocking news.
Who did you say died? King Shun is the third prince whose residence the young master and the emperor have visited.
Died? How could he die at this time? It is clearly recorded in history that he lived happily for decades after his death in vain. How could he die in the 5th year of Qi dynasty? I just met him once. It stands to reason that my time travel should have no impact on him. Could it be that because a series of things I did that seemed to have nothing to do with him created a butterfly effect? It indirectly caused him to did you die when you weren't supposed to die? Logical closed loop. Thinking about such things too much will only give you a headache. Pear said that after Li Maobai returned to the palace, he had been summoning important officials of the court in the study room, vowing to capture the real culprit who killed King Gongshun. King Gongshun died tragically, and he died in the downtown area of Jiangdu. Many people witnessed it with their own eyes, and the incident had a serious impact. This matter is not only related to the royal family's face, but also related to people's livelihood issues. The people only thought that even a prominent figure like King Gongshun could be beheaded while walking on the street. How could they dare to go out at night? Therefore, Jiangdu, which has always kept its doors open at night, caused panic for a while. As soon as it got dark, every house locked its doors and windows, not daring to move around. Shinxio complained about this matter to the system. Since my arrival can change the life of King Gongshun and then change history, will it be possible that something I do in the future will directly lead to the complete destruction of my original world? Changed. Host. Don't worry. The Space and Time Administration has a historical line repair system. The past is a foregone conclusion. Only the future is a variable. The history of the Qi dynasty that has been changed by the host will also be updated simultaneously in the modern era. For example, King Gongshun died when he shouldn't have died, and he was only a historical figure to modern times. So everything related to King Gongshun would be modified by the Space-Time Management Bureau to be in line with history. Shinxio said.
What you said is so profound. I can't understand a word of it.
Xiao Tuatua complained. The host is so stupid. That is to say, all modern historical records will state that King Gongshun died on March 29th, the 5th year of the Qi dynasty. And after that, there will be no more information about him recorded. What about everyone's memories? When I was studying the history of the Qi dynasty, King Gongshun was a key figure. I learned so much knowledge, consulted so many documents, and wrote such a long paper. Could it be that I would forget all of this? Only you will not forget. Xiao Tuachua continued to explain. Everyone except the host will have their memory altered by the Space-Time Management Bureau with one click. It doesn't matter even if there is a bug and the tampering fails, because all the facts they can find can firmly prove that their memory is wrong. These things do not exist, even if they look up the papers they have written before. Nor is there the slightest description of these things. But they will still remember these things. What's the use of remembering it? Xiao Tuachua smiled meaningfully. Memory is the most unreliable thing. People will only care about their own lives and not get entangled in these chaotic memories. And these chaotic memories will be scientifically explained as memory disorder in your human society. And they will also be given a foreign name, like the Mandela effect. Xiao Tuachua saw that she still half understood. So he gave an example. Give the host an example, and you will understand. Can the host sing?
Love me China.
Shinxio hummed a few words silently in her heart.
56 ethnic groups. 56 flowers. Are brothers and sisters of the 56 ethnic groups one family?
Little Tuachua snickered. Play the original song to the host. Immediately afterwards, a familiar accompaniment sounded in Shinxio's ears. But when the singer spoke, she clearly heard the lyrics singing.
56 constellations. 56 flowers.
What the H.L.? Where did the 56 constellations come from? Yes, there are 12 constellations that you are familiar with. In a broad sense, there are 88 constellations known to mankind. There has never been such a thing as 56 constellations. But what the host just heard was the current original song of this song. And even in the modern world, he could not find any evidence that the lyrics of 56 ethnic groups existed in the entire internet. In fact, this is because the previous host in the system next door accidentally changed the original lyrics. And the Space and Time Administration had a bug when clearing human memory. So this situation occurred. I explain it this way. Does the host understand? Shinseio seemed to gradually understand the rules of time travel. The history she changed cannot affect future generations, like the butterfly effect. Once an event occurs that may affect future generations, the Space and Time Administration will come forward to correct the timeline. If we follow this view, if Li Mobai does not die and the Qi dynasty does not perish, will it not have any impact on modern times? Shinseio asked.
But it's not right. Historically, he only served as emperor for 8 years in vain. If he lived to be 100 years old, he would have been emperor for 80 years. But the historical timeline is only that long. If he served more, it would not affect it. Nothing is affected. Xiao Tachua was a little impatient. If he is the emperor for 100 years, history will be postponed for 100 years. If he is the emperor for 1,000 years, the most he can do is change the words.
5,000 years of China to 6,000 years of China.
Year. At most. It will give people who study history more study and workload. What other effects can it have? After it explained it like this, Shinseio finally figured it out. It turns out that she doesn't have to feel guilty at all. And she doesn't have to worry that her actions will change the world. The world's self-healing ability is far more powerful than she imagined. In this case, wouldn't she be able to help Li Mobai find out the traitor in a fair and just way? And let him live a long life and stay with her forever? I feel excited just thinking about it. It doesn't matter whether she goes back to the modern age or not. After all, she has no worries about remaining in the modern age. All her current concerns are within reach right in front of her. However, she could never know that the modern world no longer needs her. Just like in the current history museum, there are portraits of Emperor Qi Li Mobai and Queen Qi Shinseio. The artist painted Li Mobai a bit ugly, which was Shinseio's idea in the future. She was afraid that Li Mobai was too good-looking and would steal her limelight when future generations commented. Chapter 179. Yu meets the second male lead for the first time. Li Mobai rarely came to see Shinseio these days. Not only did he rarely come to see her, he rarely even slept. Almost all day long. I was very busy between the 2 points of the Jinwan Hall and the monk study. The only time he had a good night's sleep was when Shinseio got angry and lost his temper with him. And he finally agreed. Hearing that he hadn't eaten well for several days, Shinseio especially made some pastries that he liked to eat and sent them to him. Seeing that she was coming, Sanfu immediately smiled on his gloomy face and stepped forward to greet her.
Happy concubine. The emperor is discussing matters with the bachelor inside. Why don't you move to the side hall for a while? No. I'll just wait at the door for a while.
Shinseio stood on the porch, bored and kicking the stones under his feet. She kicked a stone down the steps and was about to find the next target. But unexpectedly the stone flew back again. He suddenly raised his head, and his eyes met a man in plain clothes. He looked at Shinseio, and there seemed to be a strange light in his eyes. He quickly smiled and bowed his hands.
I wonder which little master of the harem is this. Wu Shini, a common man, is polite. Wu Shinia.
Shinseio squinted her eyes and thought for a moment. Then suddenly sighed.
Are you the miracle doctor who saved me?
Wu Shinian was startled, then raised his eyebrows and nodded.
So, you are the worry that the emperor calls you?
Shinseio always thought that the miraculous doctor who would save him would be an old man in his late teens and early 80s with a white beard. But he didn't expect that he would be a handsome guy on par with Li Mobai. His name is Wu Shini, and Wu Shishuan, who is only one word different from him in appearance and name, is also a close brother. In this way, there is no need to elaborate on this face to describe its beauty. He was lined with light blue plain clothes, and a brown moire wide robe fell on his shoulders. The protruding throat bone on his slender neck was the most charming. The jade-like black hair was randomly tied up with a bamboo hairpin, and a few strands of broken hair fell on the forehead,
blowing in the wind, which made the whole person look a little more fairy-like. What he holds in his hand is a folding fan made of white jade bones. Only when he opens the fan to let in the wind can he clearly see the calligraphy on it.
I didn't know that I was a guest in my dream, and I was greedy for pleasure for a while?
Shinseio recited.
It's a poem by Li Yu of the Southern Tang Dynasty. Your Majesty is so knowledgeable and knowledgeable. No wonder she is so favored by the Emperor. You have saved me, so I will give you something. If you like Li Yu's poems, there are his original works in the Songyan Pavilion. I asked the Emperor and got his approval, so I can give them to you. Authentic work? That's so sentimental.
Wu Shini smiled freely.
In the collection of literary and ink paintings, this thing can be exchanged for a lot of money.
Seeing that he was an ordinary citizen, and that everything he wore and used was expensive, we can know that he was a man who liked money. Shinxio laughed it off. And not long after, Chu Yuezhi and the minister of Dali Temple arrived one after another. Their faces were a little solemn. Shinxio pulled Chu Yuezhi aside and asked curiously,
Find out who killed You Obey the King. This matter has not yet been decided.
He looked at the food box in Shinxio's hand and asked,
Is there something wrong with the Emperor? It's nothing important. In the past 2 days, in order to investigate the death of King Gongshun, he has been sleeping and eating all day without rest. I made some cakes to give to him. But you must have something serious to talk about when you are here, so I don't want to disturb you.
Then he handed the food box to Chu Yuezhi.
Please help me take it in and give it to him. I'll come back later.
After she left, Wu Shinya kept staring at her retreating back. Chu Yuezhi saw this and leaned sideways in front of him to block his sight.
What are you looking at?
Wu Shini smiled and said,
A beauty like this cannot be held in my arms. Is it a crime to take a look at her? Presumptuous,
Chu Yuezhi said angrily.
How dare you say such rude things about the Emperor's beloved concubine in the forbidden area of the imperial city at the feet of the Emperor?
Seeing the conflict, the door to the study room opened from the inside, and the great scholar Mo Jiaoran walked out slowly. He greeted Chu Yuezhi and the minister of Dali Temple and said,
Your Majesty declares your presence.
The three of them stood in the hall, and Li Mabai saw the food box in Chu Yuezhi's hand at a glance. He recognized that it belonged to Shinxio. So he glanced outside the door and asked,
Where's Concubine Rong?
Chu Yuezhi handed the food box forward.
Concubine Rong said that the Emperor is busy, and she will come to see the Emperor later.
Li Mabai opened the food box and took a look at the crooked cakes inside, and smiled knowingly. It seems that the fatigue of the whole day can be swept away after seeing the care of the person you love. He lifted his shoulders back to relax his muscles and asked,
How is the investigation going?
The minister of Dali Temple said,
We have investigated the commercial and residential areas near the crime scene. Everyone knows that they were woken up by a scream at midnight. However, because it was late at night and there was only one scream, the people didn't take it to heart.
I thought it was just a drunk man who fell down. Only the watchman said that when he rushed to the scene of the crime, he seemed to see a man in green turning around at the end of the alley and disappearing. That's all? Going back to the Emperor. I found this at the incision of King Gongxuan's head.
Wu Shini presented a pure black handkerchief to Li Mabai. On it were several very thin dark cyan silk threads.
When the common people found them, they were stained with blood from the wounds. The clothes worn by King Gongshun that day were loose and low-collared, and it was impossible for his own clothes to drop threads and contaminate the wounds. So the common people picked them out and soaked them with clear acid. After decolorizing overnight, their original color is restored.
Li Mabai stared at the thread for a moment and asked,
Is this thread different from ordinary threads?
Wu Shini nodded and praised. Your Majesty is wise.
While talking, Sanfu brought a magnifying glass for Li Mabai to take a closer look. He found that the texture of these silk threads was very strange. Even though they were as thin as hair, they were actually woven with even thinner threads. Wu Shini explained.
The common people asked the embroiderers of Yueguang and learned that this technique is called jiao weaving, and the brocade weaved is called jiao velvet silk. Wearing clothes normally when walking under any light source. The clothes they all reflect sparkling light and are full of nobility. Similarly, the price of one piece is more than 1,000 gold. The only drawback is that the silk thread is too densely woven, and it is easy to break. I remember that this silk satin was woven from the south of the Yangtze River, and only 2 or 3 pieces were sent to the palace every year, because it is so rare and priceless. In these years, except for 2 pieces given to the Queen Mother and the concubine, the rest are kept in the treasury. Store it.
Li Mabai looked at the Dali Temple minister and asked,
Is this thing available for sale in Jiangdu?
The minister of Dali Temple said,
There is no such thing in Jiangdu. The Jiangnan generation has only sold one for 1,000 gold in these years. And it is also dark green. Who bought it?
The Dali Temple minister hesitated. Looking troubled, Li Maobai glanced at Chu Yueji, who was also evasive and did not dare to look at him. But at this moment, I heard Wushini say bluntly,
"It's Prince Jing."
Chapter 180. Li Maobai and Li Jinyan had a huge quarrel. There was silence. It was so quiet that the air seemed to be frozen, and the four people looking at each other could clearly hear each other's heartbeats. Although Li Maobai had already been suspicious of Li Jinyan earlier, when the truth was suddenly revealed in front of him, it was still difficult for him to accept it. He was silent for a moment, and his first reaction was not to hold him accountable, but to find a way to excuse Li Jinyan.
King Shan is highly skilled in martial arts, but Jin Yen has no power to tie a chicken. Even if King Shan wakes up from drunkenness, Jin Yen will definitely not do it.
He would be his rival. The people nearby only heard King Gongshan scream. How could Jin Yen kill King Gongshan in such a short period of time?
Chu Yueji agreed.
It seems there is something fishy about this matter. What's weird?
Wu Shini asked jokingly.
Is the emperor sure that Prince Jing doesn't know Kung Fu? It has been 5 years since you ascended the throne. You are in the palace and Prince Jing is outside. How do you know that he is invisible to you? What can you do in any place? 5 years is enough for a person to develop good martial arts skills.
The minister of Dali Temple also said,
King Shun is very skilled in martial arts. Not to mention Jiangdu. Most of the Qi dynasty will probably have difficulty encountering an opponent. Therefore, the minister also doubted whether the person who attacked King Shun was someone he trusted. So was he killed without warning?
Later, Li Maobai stopped talking. He sat blankly on the dragon throne, and scenes of his good relationship with Li Jinyan appeared in his mind. He also thought of the inner voice of Shinxiu that he heard in the past, and the various ironclad evidences that are indistinguishable today. He just felt heartbroken.
The governor of Chu. Go to Prince Jing's mansion to inform Prince Jing that he should come to the palace to have an audience.
When the sun went down, Li Jinyan entered the palace humming a ditty, all the way into Chaoyang Palace. It felt more like he had entered his own home. He didn't even say hello to Li Maobai. He just sat casually on the warm seat with his legs crossed, playing with the pastries in the fruit plate and eating.
Brother, why are you looking for me in the middle of the night?
His tone was as affectionate as ever. Li Maobai looked at him with gloomy eyes and asked straight to the point.
Where were you on the night when King Gongshan died?
Li Jinyan noticed that Li Maobai was a little weird today, so he put the cake back, patted the residue on his hands, and replied,
Sleep at home.
Li Maobai continued to ask, taking advantage of his expression. Is there anyone who can testify?
Li Jinyan laughed and said,
Brother, you are so funny. You have a woman to sleep with. But I don't. Who can prove that I sleep with you? Duke Ro? When you were traveling last year, you bought a brocade made of velvet silk in Jiangnan. It was worth thousands of gold. Wasn't it? Damn it. Why did I think brother was so serious all of a sudden?
Li Jinyan stood up and came to Li Maobai, pulled his arm, and said coquettishly,
I know I shouldn't waste money, but the clothes made of brocade are really good looking.
He pouted and continued angrily.
I asked my brother for it, but he didn't give it to me. When I went to Jiangnan, it was when they were shipping out, so I couldn't help but buy one. Brother, don't be angry. Yes, I will definitely not do it next time.
As he was talking, Li Maobai suddenly pulled his arm away, struck his neck from the side with his palm. Li Jinyan reacted quickly, retreated backwards, and captured Li Maobai's wrist with great precision. He was shocked.
Brother, what are you doing?
Li Maobai fought back and broke away, his voice becoming colder and colder.
When did you have such skill? No, brother, you always keep talking about me, saying that I am powerless and have lost a man's face. You also laugh at me and say that if something happens to me when I get married in the future, I have to ask my wife to protect me. So I asked my master to learn some self-defense skills. Well?
He stared at Li Maobai, and his tone gradually became doubtful.
Brother, what happened to you today? Why do you always ask me these strange questions?
He has always been like this. So innocent. Purely like a child. But whenever Li Maobai thought that all these signs might be disguised appearances, he felt even more shuddering. Now that I have decided to speak out today, I have to ask the question clearly no matter how difficult it is to ask.
Does the death of third brother have anything to do with you?
Brother, Li Jinyan's eyes widened and he couldn't believe his ears.
What are you talking about? I hate third brother. But he is my brother just like you. How could I hurt him?
Li Maobai pointed to the brocade handkerchief placed on the small table and said,
The silk thread on it is dragon velvet silk. I have checked the whereabouts of this fabric produced in Jiangnan. In the past few years, apart from the tributes sent to the palace, you are the only one. I bought it, and it's still dark green. And this thread was found on the wound of the third brother's head.
Li Jinyan held up the brocade handkerchief and stared blankly at the dark blue silk thread on it. Not long after, tears were already welling up in his eyes. He threw the brocade handkerchief to the ground hard, raised his eyes, and stared at Li Mabai with red eyes. He was a little out of control and asked,
"How do I know where this thread comes from? Just based on this, you doubt me? You are my brother, ah. Why do you doubt me?"
His questions that seemed like tears made Li Mabai feel uncomfortable in his heart. But as an emperor, he cannot be soft-hearted at this time.
I ask you, yes or no? I said I didn't mean I didn't. What else do you want me to explain?
Li Jinyan shouted this to Li Mabai in an almost roaring tone with a tearful tone, and then raised his sleeves to wipe away his tears. Li Mabai's heart skipped a beat. He had never seen his beloved brother so wronged. Maybe I really blamed him wrongly?
Jinyan, you've never really believed me. Right. Otherwise you wouldn't have let Xiao Yeye investigate me privately. Do you really think I'm a fool and don't know anything? I understand that the emperor is suspicious. But no matter how suspicious you are, you can't be suspicious of me either. Because I'm your only brother.
He cried like a helpless child, and his voice had become a little hoarse.
You are like this. And so is the queen. Who am I in your hearts? Who am I?
The endless sobbing caused his words to stutter. His chest rose and fell violently, and he took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down his emotions.
If you suspect that I was the one who killed third brother, just issue an imperial decree and take me down to death on the spot. I will wait for your imperial decree at the palace.
After saying that, he grabbed the door and left.
Jinyan!
Seeing his brother leaving in despair, Li Mabai quickly got up and chased him out. Outside the main entrance of Chaoyang Palace, Li Jinyan, who was crying until his vision was blurred, accidentally bumped into Shinxio and knocked her to the ground.
Your Majesty? What's wrong with you?
Li Jinyan wanted to reach out to help her, but when he heard Li Mabai's voice behind him, he simply quickened his pace and fled from here. Li Mabai quickly stepped forward and helped Shinxio up, brushing off the dust on her skirt, while asking her concernedly if she was injured. He looked anxiously at Li Jinyan, who was gradually disappearing from his sight.
I'm fine. Did the Emperor and Prince Jing quarrel?
Li Mabai sighed helplessly and said nothing. Chapter 181. Grand Prize for Yuyu and Go Bai's confusing behavior. Following Li Mabai back to the palace, he remained silent and played with a small spike of tourmaline in his hand. Shinxio saw that Li Jinyan had worn this as an ornament. It should be one for each of the two brothers. It was obvious why they were quarreling at this stall. She understood the tug in Li Mabai's heart at this moment, and also understood the moment of peace he needed. So he brought him a cup of tea and sat quietly aside. About half an hour passed before I heard him order the palace servants.
Go to Prince Jing's mansion. See if Prince Jing has returned.
Shinxio's tense strings finally relaxed and she smiled.
They are brothers after all. How can the Emperor have the heart to doubt Prince Jing when he sees him in such a state of grievance?
Li Mabai reached out to her, and the two of them intertwined their fingers very naturally.
Why don't you think I'm spying on him? Are you afraid that he will abscond in fear of crime? The Emperor is really so suspicious that he asked the inner palace guards to capture Prince Jing early in the morning. Why do he have to wait for half an hour?
Shinxio counted with her fingers.
Half an hour is enough for Prince Jing to leave the palace and return. He tapped his index finger on the back of her hand. After a brief smile, his expression turned serious again.
I hope it's not him, but I'm afraid it's him. What evidence did the Emperor have to suspect Prince Jing?
Li Mabai explained the evidence to Shinxio one by one. She picked up the brocade handkerchief that Li Jinyan had thrown on the ground and carefully looked at the few threads stuck on it.
Is this it?
After thinking for a moment, he continued,
The Emperor's clothes are all tailor-made and delivered by the 4th Treasury and the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Although the Emperor does not eat the fireworks of the world, he should also know that the clothes are cut and spliced from various fabrics, made of brocade. Does your Majesty know how much material is left after making a piece of brocade?
The design reached Li Mabai's knowledge blind spot, and he shook his head honestly.
Just like the uniform the Emperor is wearing today.
She grabbed Li Mabai's shoulder and joked.
Fold the yoke in half, and cut the upper and lower fabrics to leave room. The cuffs need to be rounded and pressed, and the left and right fabrics are also left over. Wherever there are countless leftovers like this, if they are ordinary clothing materials. It would not be a pity to throw away the extra materials for tailoring. But this velvet silk is worth thousands of gold. Will Prince Jing be willing to throw it away?
Listening to her succinct analysis, Li Mobai raised his eyebrows.
Then, the extra fabric is usually made into waistbands, sachets, purses, handkerchiefs, or cut out and sewn into patterns on other clothes. It can be used in many ways. Among them, incense is the most popular. Bags, purses, handkerchiefs, stickers, and so on, for example, can all be given away as gifts. Prince Jing usually has a lot of friends, so it is not unusual for him to give away these small things when he is in love with others. Wang's evidence does not prove that he is the only one suspected.
Li Mobai looked at her quietly, unable to believe that such clear and logical words would come out of her mouth. There was a bit of surprise in his eyes, as if he was sighing. My foolish worries have finally come to light.
You are attentive. I have never thought of such a thing. It's not that your majesty hasn't thought about it. It's because he doesn't have the energy to think about it.
Shenxiu used the pads of her index fingers to press the dark spots under his eyes.
I slept for 4 hours in 3 days, neither eating nor drinking. And I heard about the conspiracy to murder King Gongshun. The person in question is most likely his beloved brother. If he cares about him, he will be confused. His mind is like a pot of porridge. What else can he come up with?
Li Mobai suddenly grabbed her wrist, held her slender waist, and hugged her into his arms. He smiled.
You are in Yueguang Palace. How do you know that I don't eat or drink?
Shenxiu groaned and turned away.
Of course I know. The emperor doesn't even eat the cakes I sent. So what else can he eat? I was so busy that I forgot.
Li Mobai patted his head.
It's time for a beating. I'm a little hungry now, so I'll take them and eat them all. It won't displease you.
Li Mobai wanted to get up, but Shenxiu sat down in his arms and stopped him from going.
Oh, the pastries at noon must not be fresh by now. I asked Sanfu to give them to me when I came just now.
The emperor has prepared a late-night snack. Your favorite barbecue. I think it will be ready soon.
She called out to the door.
Eunuch Sanfu. The emperor is hungry and wants to eat. Okay, I'll make arrangements right now.
But Li Mobai still wanted to eat that cake. After all, it was Worry's intention, and he couldn't bear to let it go to waste.
I also ate barbecue and pastries. I felt relaxed and suddenly felt very hungry.
Just when he got up to get the pastries, Shenxiu's thoughts rang in his mind. It's over. It's over. There's so much mustard. Why can't he beat me to death if he eats it now? When making pastries, Shenxiu was worried that Li Mobai would lie to her that he had eaten even if he didn't eat in order to reassure her. So she added a large amount of mustard to the pastries she was given. Seeing Li Mobai sit back next to her with the food box, he happily took out the pastry and handed her a piece first.
You can try it too. Oh? No. Right.
Shenxiu smiled awkwardly.
I know my craftsmanship well, so I still won't eat it. You have worked so hard. Why do I have the nerve to eat alone? Be good. I will feed you.
With that said, he picked up the cake and was about to stuff it into Shenxiu's mouth. Shenxiu tried her best to hide back, lying on the warm seat. Li Mobai still refused to let her go. He simply straddled her and happily pushed the cake to her mouth. While the couple was quarreling, Sanfu, who had no eyesight, barged in with a baking pan. He looked at this embarrassing scene and turned around quickly.
Your Majesty, Your Majesty, would you like to use the late-night snack in the slave's hand first? Or use the late-night snack in your hand first?
Li Mobai coughed twice, stood up, pulled Shenxiu out, and ordered Sanfu to put the baking pan on the small table, then kicked him hard on the butt.
You are so presumptuous. I don't even dare to drive now. You are so brave.
Doge. This plate of barbecue saved Shenxiu's life. She quickly interrupted and said,
Your Majesty, eat it quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold.
Li Mobai and Shenxiu both like to eat seafood, so today's barbecue includes a lot of seafood. As he was eating, he saw that Li Mo's white face did not change, and he opened the pastry to reveal the tender green mustard sauce inside. He dipped a lead tiger shrimp on it and handed it to Shenxiu. Shenxiu was stunned by what he was doing.
Your Majesty, you,
Before she could finish speaking, Li Mobai stuffed the grilled shrimp into her mouth.
Who can't smell such a strong smell of mustard? You are really my little fool.
The grilled shrimp dipped in some mustard tasted great. While chewing it, Shenxiu pretended to be dumbfounded and showed a satisfied smile to Li Mobai. Smiling and laughing, The momentum suddenly came over her, making her head sore and forcing her to burst into tears. Taking another look at the large piece of mustard sauce missing from the pastry, Shinseyo realized it. It turned out that when he fed himself the shrimp, he turned aside with only a little bit of mustard facing him, and the other side facing away from him must have been covered with mustard. Grass. The dog emperor did it on purpose. Lee Mabai, who was sitting opposite her, was already laughing so hard that he stretched out his hand to wipe away her tears and joked.
I just peeled a shrimp for you. Look at you. You were moved to tears. It's so silly. But I like it. Seeing him smiling so happily, Shinseyo took advantage of his
lack of precaution
and stuffed the whole pastry in front of him into his mouth. A large amount of mustard exploded on the tip of the tongue instantly, sweeping every taste bud crazily. At this moment, Lee Mabai seemed to be wearing a mask of pain. His facial features were twisted and ferocious, and tears welled up in his eyes.
Shinseyo, who had won back the victory, blew her nose and mocked.
Oh! I just made some pastries for the emperor. The emperor won't be so moved that he will cry to the point where his features are flying. Right. What a handsome guy. Now look, why do you look so smart?
She reached out and touched Lee Mabai's head. Her eyebrows raised unconsciously, and her tone became more and more proud.
It's so stupid, but I like it too.
Chapter 182. Wu Shiny ruthlessly exposes Yu's lies. They hugged each other and slept on the pillow late at night, sleeping until dawn. Lee Malbai's immunity was weakened by long-term irregular diet and work schedule. He opened the window because of the cold at night. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt his throat was hot and his head was dizzy. He knew that he was suffering from wind cold without the need for a doctor's diagnosis. Shinseyo advised him to take a day off and not go to court. However, the court affairs were heavy, and the death of King Gongshun had not yet been found out. How could he have time to rest? While waiting for Lee Mabai to change his court uniform, the spies came to report. Last night, Li Jinyan did not return home. He disappeared after leaving the palace. The people sent to look for him searched all the restaurants, gambling houses, and brothels in Jiangdu, but there was no trace of him. It seems that what he said yesterday really hurt Li Jinyan's heart, regardless of whether King Gongxuan's death is related to Li Jinyan or not. Finding him safely is the most important thing at the moment. Li Mabai told the spies about Shinseyo's analysis yesterday, and asked them to leave the palace and tell Chu Yueji, who was still investigating the case, and then continued to search for Li Jinyan's whereabouts. After bidding farewell to Shinseyo, Li Mabai took the imperial chariot to the Jinluan Palace. Shinseyo, who was supposed to go to Fenghuan Palace to pay his respects to the queen, returned to Chaoyang Palace again. When he came out, he told the palace officials to ask the imperial physician to wait in the minister's study room in advance. When Li Mabai finished the morning court, he asked the imperial physician to diagnose and treat him and prescribe medicine. And she went back to her palace to change into a set of casual clothes, and then told Pei,
go to the queen's place and tell her that I am not feeling well today. The emperor has promised that I don't have to go to pay her respects.
Pei looked at her outfit with some confusion.
Why are you wearing regular clothes? Where are you going?
Shinseyo took out a gold medal from her waist and waved it in front of Pei's eyes.
This is the emperor's order to leave the palace. The emperor wants me to leave the palace to handle something. Then let Xingyun and Cheer accompany the empress? It's good to have someone to take care of you. No need. You are busy with your work. Governor Chu will be with me.
She wanted to find out who was the real murderer of King Gongshun as soon as possible, so that Li Mobai's tense nerves could relax. Concern leads to chaos. No matter how wise he is, his brain is running at high speed and cannot make any correct decisions. She couldn't bear to see him like this, so she waited for him to go to court this morning and then stole his exit token. In this matter, she believed that Li Jinyan was innocent, because she saw the expression on Li Jinyan's face when he ran out of Chaoyang Palace yesterday. That kind of expression of despair and helplessness mixed with resentment and grievance cannot be acted out. What's more, he didn't know at that time that Shinseyo would be outside the door, with the blessing of the exit token and the identity of the beloved concubine. The journey out of the palace will naturally be smooth. After leaving the palace, she went straight to the governor's mansion and met Chu Yuezi and Wu Shini on the way.
Honorable concubine?
Crowds were surging on the street. Chu Yuezi was stunned and pulled Shinseyo into an alleyway with relatively few people. He lowered his voice and asked,
why did you leave the palace? The emperor asked me to come out of the palace to find you and help you investigate the murder of King Gongshun. The emperor sent you out of the palace?
Chu Yuezi understood how important Shinseyo was to Li Mabai, and this style of doing things was not likely Mobai's style. Therefore, he did not believe Shinseo's words, and insisted on escorting her back to the palace. Shinseo's face remained calm as she told the lie.
How could I leave the palace without the emperor's will? The news that the imperial spies reported to you this morning was analyzed by me and the emperor last night. The death of King Gongsha and the whole city is in turmoil, and Prince Jing has been implicated in this matter. It is inconvenient for the emperor to leave the palace to investigate in person, in order to solve the case as soon as possible to calm the people of the world. The emperor trusts me and entrusts me to investigate the matter thoroughly on his behalf. What's the problem?
She was afraid that Chu Yueji would reveal her cowardice if she continued to pester him. So she released Wang Zhao.
Have you heard about it, Governor Chu? Last night, Prince Jing entered the palace and had a dispute with the emperor. He did not return to the palace after leaving the palace. The people in front of the emperor were looking for him in Jiangdu.
I couldn't find it all night.
Chu Yueji frowned.
Is this the case?
He high-fived 3 times, and the secret guards respectfully stepped forward to listen to his instructions.
Inform the Tiger Guards and assist the imperial spies to find His Royal Highness Prince Jing as soon as possible.
When he was instructing the secret guards to do things, Wu Xini waved to her and said
Hello, madam.
She smiled back and didn't interact with him too much. Only after Chu Yueji finished explaining, she quickly got to the point.
I asked before leaving the palace that most of the prince's clothes are made at Phylexuan in the south of the city. Let's go ask the boss there first and see what we can get. Clue.
The 3 of them walked together. Chu Yueji was responsible for protecting Shinseo, so he naturally walked a little ahead. Wu Xini and Shinseo walked side by side and whispered to Shinseo in a low voice.
Your Majesty, you are so brave. You sneaked out of the palace. Aren't you afraid that the emperor will punish you?
Shinseo didn't squint his eyes and replied softly and calmly.
I have received permission from the emperor to leave the palace. What are you afraid of? But the empress is lying.
Wu Xinian analyzed methodically.
When the empress was talking to Mr. Chu just now, she kept catching the other person's eyes. This behavior is a sign of lack of confidence. It shows that you are eager to confirm from his eyes. Does the other party have any doubts about your words? The empress said that the emperor trusts you and entrusts you to investigate the matter thoroughly on his behalf. When saying this, the empress unconsciously glanced to the upper right. This is the performance of the story being made up. In addition, the empress spoke. She always smiles lightly. But when she is being funny, the corner of her mouth is tilted to the right. If the empress is not left-handed, the corner of her mouth should be tilted to the left when she tells the truth.
While speaking, Wu Xini kept observing Shinseo's expression. There was no obvious change in her expression, but her breathing became slightly heavier. So he said again,
Your Majesty is focusing on the road in front of you at the moment, pretending not to hear the words of the common people. Her face is calm, which shows that Your Majesty's mental quality is extremely good. Good. But while driving at a normal speed, the sound of the Empress's breathing became obviously heavier, indicating that the Empress was trying her best to stabilize her state of mind and regulate her breathing to relieve her tension. And your hands, which are unconsciously folded on your waist at the moment, are probably hiding something.
Wu Xini held up his chin with a fan and continued to speculate with a smile.
The common people thought that the Empress stole something that the Emperor used to leave the palace and sneaked out of the palace. And that thing was hidden by the Empress in the belt around her waist. Shut up.
Shinseo was completely panicked after being exposed. She was afraid that Chu Yueji would force her back to the palace after hearing what Wu Xini said. So she turned to look at Wu Xini and said in a deep voice,
You don't say much. After I investigate this matter and return to the palace, how about I give you 300 taels of silence money?
Wu Xini's eyes flashed with stars, and he spread his hands happily and said,
I'm glad. My dear, the common people don't know anything now.
After that, the folding fan was turned on, and a small breeze blew leisurely. Shinseo rolled her eyes at him and disdained to walk side by side with him. So she quickened her pace to catch up with Chu Yueji. Chapter 183 Shinseo transforms into a detective of Qi dynasty. Phylexuan is a clothing workshop often frequented by Jiangdu dignitaries. It was noon when the group arrived, and there were not many individual customers in the store. The lady who was in charge of welcoming people saw that Chu Yueji and Wu Xini were dressed up in noble ways. She thought they were doing business and greeted them with a smile.
What kind of materials do you two want to see? We have everything here.
Shinseo popped up from behind the two of them.
Let me ask you something. Who is the embroiderer in charge of making clothes for Prince Jing?
The recruiter saw that these people were not here to do business, and the smile on her face suddenly froze, and she said impatiently,
"We are open for business, and who chooses whom to make clothes for is the privacy of the guests. So we can't tell easily."
Chu Yueji took out the token from his waist and waved it in front of her eyes. When Zhao Nyang saw that she was from the imperial court, her arrogant attitude immediately stopped.
"Can you say it now?"
Wu Shinahu pretended to be a tiger and started to boo. The recruiter introduced the embroiderer, who was responsible for making Li Jinian's clothes, to a few people. The embroiderer seemed to be in her early 30s and was very lively. She was busy serving tea to several people and was very attentive. Later, when she heard Shinxio mentioning the silk velvet silk, she became even more emotional.
"That's a rare and good material. I'm afraid I'll only see it once in my life. I made a brocade robe for His Highness Prince Jing. His Highness was satisfied and rewarded him with it."
"Give us 30 taels of silver. Where are the rest of the ingredients?"
The embroiderer thought for a while and said,
"Although the material is good, the production process is complicated, and a lot of waste was wasted in the process of making clothes. The remaining material can only be used to make 2 handkerchiefs. Prince Jing thought it was something from his daughter's family. No. Later I saw how good my craftsmanship was, so I took one away and wore the remaining one every day,"
she said, taking off the veil from her waist and showing it to everyone. The embroidery stitching on it is flat, and it is a double-sided embroidery process. The embroidery workmanship and material are both of the highest quality. It's just that the pattern is embroidered like butterflies dancing among flowers, which is a bit feminine. Wu Xini looked at her and said with a smile,
"I embroidered such a pattern for Prince Jing. I obviously wanted him to dislike it so that I could give it to you. You are greedy, so I gave you 30 taels of silver."
"If it's not enough, you have to be greedy even for the remaining materials."
The embroiderer lowered her face with a smile, pinched her throat, and said artificially,
"The handkerchief is mostly for my daughter's family. I just thought His Highness Prince Jing wanted to give this thing away." Which is true. The person he took it from did give it away.
The embroiderer's handkerchief was not damaged at all, nor was it stained with blood. It was completely natural, and did not look like something that had appeared at a murder scene. Hearing what she said, Shinxio said seriously,
"Who did you send it to? Hey, man, if you don't have a wife or a concubine, where can you send this thing?"
The embroiderer said in a strange tone, pointing to the Tianxiang building on the west side of the road where guests were coming like clouds.
"The skin and flesh business is good. Even if we work hard for half our lives, we won't be able to save the profit of Humeizi's flirtatious smile." Prince Jing didn't say clearly who he gave it to. I only saw Hao Inger, the top star of his family, showing off with that handkerchief. The square handkerchief had a mandarin duck embroidered on it. She often took the handkerchief around and told people that it was a token of love given to her by Prince Jing. Redeem her body and marry her home. As she was speaking, she suddenly laughed.
"Idiots! How could the royal family marry such a fireworks girl? She is not qualified to be a concubine in the palace. No. Prince Jing stopped going to Tianxiang Tower a few years ago. I heard I bumped into her once on the street, and Hao Inger kept pestering Prince Jing. But Prince Jing simply said he didn't know her and sent her away after giving her 50 taels of silver."
After getting the news, the group rushed to Tianxiang Tower. As soon as they stood outside the door, the women in tulle clothes on the second floor began to make coquettish gestures at them, saying,
"Come on! Come on! Come and play!"
Their voices were sweet to the core, and Shinxio had goosebumps all over her body. Art indeed comes from life. And the scene in front of me is exactly the same as what is shown in the TV series. Chuyu said,
"Madam, women are not allowed to enter this place. We are going to investigate the case, not to have fun, and care about men and women."
Wu Shiny joked.
"Or are you saying that Mr. Chu was softened by the voice and wanted to distract the queen and be happy? You?"
Chu Yueji glared at Wu Shiny with stern expressions, almost ready to teach him a lesson. Shinxio cut off the two people's play and said,
"Tell the madam our identities, and ask her to ask Hao Inger to come to the private room to wait on us. Just give her as much money as you need."
"If you have money, you can do whatever you want" is a truth that remains unchanged throughout the ages. After receiving the money, the madam was as happy as a mother duck, and quickly arranged for them to go to the private room on the third floor to serve them with tea and water. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, the protagonist appeared. Hao Inger's dark eyebrows were thick, and her eyes showed all kinds of amorous feelings. Her red lips were bright, the corners of her lips curved, and she smiled frivolously and charmingly. The bright red gauze dress wrapped her white and delicate skin, and as she moved, her slender and smooth calves were vaguely exposed. The golden bell on the ankle also makes a clear sound with the steps. She had 2 inches of onion-like fingernails, decorated with purple and red cotton. She held a pipa in her arms, and she traced the strings with her fingertips. And some weird out-of-tune pipa sound sounded. Then he bent down as hard as he could to salute everyone, bending very low as if he wanted to deliberately reveal something in front of everyone.
Hao Inger, I have met these 2 young masters.
She looked up and saw Shinshio sitting in the seat. Although she was wearing light makeup and not much decoration, her appearance and temperament were much better than hers, so she had a look of contempt.
This is the first time I see a girl coming. If you give me enough money, I can also serve you together.
Such pretentiousness made Shinshio feel sick. He then heard Wuxinia whispering to Yueguang.
Look at you staring at me intently. How about I take my wife out first and leave you a place to show off?
Yueguang stared at him with the tail of his eyes and said solemnly,
If you talk nonsense again, I will cut off your tongue.
He pressed his broad palm on the handle of the knife, and Wuxinia smiled in response, and then kept silent. During this period, Hao Inger kept rubbing on the chair and taking off her clothes. Shinshio was afraid that he would spit on her face later, so he stood up, picked up the thin quilt on the couch, and covered her head and face.
Put on some clothes. What does this girl mean? No one needs your service here. You only need to answer a few questions.
Shinshio asked straight to the point.
Where is the velvet silk handkerchief that Prince Jing gave you now? I get angry when I mention that veil.
Hao Inger's face drooped, and she said angrily,
I received a customer at the end of last month, and the silver he gave me was made of tin. I won't tell you about the white lady's ticket. Most of the time I know the money and see that the handkerchief is valuable. So why not?
Just stole it. Do you recognize who it is? With kung fu on his body, even thugs can't catch him. I just remember that he was very tall. About 8 feet in ancient times. 8 feet was about 1.9 meters. His appearance was also very distinctive. There was a big mole under the tip of his nose, and there were more growths on it. I had a hair on my head, and when I was intimate with him, I couldn't help but keep staring at that hair, and I almost didn't spit it out.
There are no criminal portrait paintings these days. Finding that person in the vast sea of people with just these few clues is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But after hearing what she said, Yueguang asked,
But he speaks with a Sichuan and Chongqing accent? Yes. Yes. It's always go Lao Tzu. Very vulgar.
Shinshio asked him,
Do you know who the governor is?
Yueguang nodded and said,
The remnants of the Qi family in Jiangdu.
Chapter 184 The real murderer is caught. The Qi family in Jiangdu. This is the home of the common people of the Qi dynasty that has occupied a large amount of records in history. The reason why there are records is that the Qi family established the first cult in the Qi dynasty. Although there are not many believers in the religion, the bad impact it has caused cannot be underestimated. Taking the Qi family as a precedent, many cult organizations emerged overnight, disturbing the people of Qi dynasty. It took the late emperor 5 years to completely settle this turmoil.
As the originator,
the Qi family was naturally sentenced to heavy punishment. According to historical records, 10 clans of the Qi family were exterminated at that time, which can be said to have been eradicated. But why are there still remnants? When we came out of Tianxiang Tower, the street was a warm yellow color. The fiery red sunset has appeared on the horizon. The flowing clouds cover the setting sun, and the clear glow sways across the horizon. The question in Shinshio's heart was first asked by Wuxinia.
Aren't all the Qi family members dead? Where did the remnants appear? On the day of the execution, there was heavy rain, and there were many people watching. The scene was chaotic. There was a large number of people in the Qi family, and they arranged to behead it on the guillotine one by one. It must be the remnants of the evil cult who took advantage of the chaos. In the panic, Qi Duan was rescued and disappeared. These things the court has been secretly searching for his whereabouts for many years, but to no avail.
Shinshio said,
The person who was responsible for detecting the case and supervising the execution of the Qi family back then was the king of Gongshun, who had not yet been named. What if it's him? Then there is a motive for the crime.
Wuxinia waved the folding fan in his hand and walked away against the sunset.
He ventured back to Jiangdu to pay homage to his relatives. The Qi family is not allowed to set up graves, so he wanted to pay homage to his relatives.
I can only go to the old residence of Qi's house outside the city. Let's go and meet him.
When we arrived at the old site of the Qi family, the setting sun had completely disappeared and the sky was dark. There were signs of loosening of the seal on the door, and Chu Yuezhi immediately became nervous.
Wei Chen, go in first to investigate, while the Empress is waiting outside.
He looked at Wu Xinyan and said,
You, stay here to protect the Empress.
Wu Xinyan looked a little scared.
Well, I don't know Kung Fu. How can I protect her? Why don't we go in together?
He looked around, feeling eerie and terrifying under the darkness, and thinking about the tragic death of the Qi family. It was inevitable that he would gather resentment in the living place. So he followed Chu Yu like a little tail.
Why don't you just follow Mr. Chu? Mr. Chu has incredible skills. How can a young disciple like you be your opponent?
In desperation, the three of them had to go in together. Tonight the crescent moon is in the sky, as shy as a young girl who has not left the pavilion, with light clouds covering her face. And the light is dim. In this deserted place, it is even more difficult to reach out and see. For some reason, the fire seal that Chu Yuezhi carried with him could not be polished. So the few of them could only move forward cautiously. Crossing the main hall, he heard rustling coming from the side room. Chu Yuezhi raised his hand to signal the two of them to stop.
Shh! There's something moving!
Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the door to the side room was broken open from the inside. A tall man, with a long sword in his hand, came straight towards the three of them. Wu Xinyan yelled in panic.
Ah! Kill people! Kill people!
Chu Yu pushed him away and scolded.
Shut up! Protect your Empress!
Although it was said to be protection, Wu Xinyan wanted to hide behind Shinxiu, sticking out only half of his head to watch the fight between Chu Yuezhi and the man. After all, Chu Yuezhi was the commander-in-chief of the three armies, with his ability of practicing martial arts for more than 10 years. How could this person be his opponent, even in such a dimly lit scene? Just hearing the voice and identifying the location was enough for him to beat the opponent to the ground. He held the opponent's sword-holding wrist, knocked the sword handle out of the window, and then punched him hard in the chest to force him back. In the dim moonlight, Chu Yuezhi saw the man's face clearly.
Shi Duan, it's really you. Humph. After a few years of separation, Mr. Chu's skills are even better than before. You ran away. How could you dare to come back? If I don't come back, how can I avenge my father and mother? How could King Gongshan advise the Emperor and slaughter all 76 members of my Qi family? How can I repay him today? One retaliation for another. He well deserved.
He recognized it happily. Shinxiu asked in confusion.
Since you have killed King Gongshan to avenge you, why didn't you escape but stayed at the old address of the Qi family? Are you confident that we will not find you?
Chu Yuezhi explained.
If Wei Chen remembers correctly, today should be his father's life sacrifice. It's hard for Mr. Chu to still remember that the imperial court wanted me all over the country. I lived a filthy life every day. It was common for me to have no food and no clothing. I had enough of such days in the morning. My parents protected me that day. I would have been captured. I should have gone to Jiuquan to fulfill my filial piety. So how could I survive until now? It's all just to avenge the Qi family.
As Shi Duan replied in a deep voice, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. Just now did Chu Yuezhi call himself a minor minister to Shinxiu? For him to be a humble person, his identity must not be simple. He hated the imperial court so much that he wished he could exterminate the Li family to vent his anger. Shi Duan glanced sideways and frowned. There was a sharp dagger hidden in his sleeve. While Chu Yu was distracted, he took the dagger out of his sleeve and swung it toward Shinxiu. The dagger flew toward Shinxiu quickly. No matter how skillful Chu Yuezhi was, he had no time to save him. The time it took for it to fly toward Shinxiu from Shi Duan's position was no more than 2 seconds, giving no one any time to react. The dagger was heading straight for Shinxiu's heart. But in such a short period of time, Wu Shiny reacted. He grabbed Shinxiu's waist and pulled her into his arms, deflecting her like this so that Shinxiu could survive. As he was unable to dodge, his right arm was cut open by the dagger. The red blood immediately poured out and soon mixed the color of his light blue sleeves into indigo. The light in the house was dim, but Wu Xinyu was injured but did not make the slightest sound. The dagger cut through his right arm and embedded itself in the beam behind the two of them. He asked Shinxiu in a very urgent tone.
Are you injured?
Under the moonlight, she could only see his face clearly. The furrowed brows, the starry eyes, and the lips trembling unconsciously are all signs of concern. That expression made her feel a little uncomfortable. So she broke away from his arms, shook her head, and said it was okay. On the other side, Shi Duan was at the end of his crossbow. Chu Yu kicked him on the chest, kicked him several meters away, and fell heavily to the ground.
Shameless madman! You still dare to resist in a corner? Follow me back to the palace and wait for the emperor to punish you. Against me? He is such a fool. Why should he humiliate me?
Qi Duan put his fingers into his mouth and bit off his nails. This was a sign of committing suicide by taking poison. Wu Xini quickly shouted,
He wants to commit suicide!
Chu Yueji turned around and kicked his hand out of his mouth. But it was too late. The poison took effect quickly, and a large amount of blood began to pour out of Qi Duan's nose and mouth. He smiled foolishly, as if he was shouting to the sky with his last breath.
Dad, I have avenged you!
The moment he fell to the ground, a sinister smile appeared on his lips. The scenes of when he returned to Jiangdu to worship his ancestors in the past few days appeared in his mind. March 24.
The Lord wants to take action and kill the enemy for you. When the time comes, your great revenge will be avenged. It is fitting that you should repay your kindness to the Lord.
He asked the visitor.
How can I repay my kindness? Hao Inger, the top star of Tianxiang Tower, had a mandarin duck handkerchief. After you and her were in trouble, you stole the handkerchief and ran away. 2 days later, at midnight, the dying King Gong Shun was seen in the downtown area. The way he treated your Qi family in the past. Your hatred will last for 10 years. By then, he will be unable to restrain the chicken. And the hatred between you and him can be settled in one fell swoop. If someone comes to visit you, you must admit this crime. The Lord has given me life-saving grace. Not to mention that this is a matter of killing my enemy. I should repay the Lord and not let him be implicated in the slightest.
March 26th. Qi Duan summoned Hao Inger, the top star in Tianxiang Tower, and under the guise of tin silver, he and Hao Inger stole her mandarin duck handkerchief and jumped out of the window. March 29th. Third update. Qi Duan saw the dying King Gong Shun lying in a pool of blood in the busy city. He looked at him condescendingly and said,
What you owe our Qi family can be paid back today.
After saying that, he took out his dagger and cut off King Gong Shun's head one by one, and hung the head in the downtown area for public display. Just like when he ordered to kill all 76 members of the Qi family that day. He showed no mercy. Chapter 185. Does the Emperor want me to experience suffocating love? Later, a large number of tiger guards came with torches to take care of the funeral, and the light in the room suddenly became brighter. Only then did Shen Xiao and Chu Yueji discover that Wu Xini's right arm had a torn sleeve, revealing a wound on the flesh. There was blood all over the ground. Shen Xiao was surprised and said,
You were injured? Why didn't you tell me just now?
I saw Wu Xini casually pulling over an officer and soldier.
Brother, please lend me your sword.
He drew his knife and cut the officer's cloth, tore it into a long strip, and tied it hard on the upper end of the wound on his arm.
Thank you.
The officers and soldiers wondered.
Why don't you use your own clothes? Stupid.
Wu Xini joked.
My clothes are so expensive. Are you stupid?
Although Shen Xiao didn't like him very much, he had already saved her twice, including the time when he was poisoned. Therefore, since she no longer has a good impression of him, she will still feel bad because he got hurt trying to protect her.
The wound is so deep. Can you just bandage it? It's better to go back to the city and see a doctor. What kind of doctor are you looking for? Have you forgotten what I do?
He tilted the corner of his mouth and said with a smile,
No one can make money from my pocket.
Shen Xiao shook his head and said,
Stop talking nonsense here. Your face looks pale after bleeding so much. Go back to the city quickly and bandage it with medicine.
She waved to 2 tiger guards and asked them to escort Wu Xini back to Jiangdu quickly.
No hurry. No hurry.
Wu Xini smiled like a shrewd monkey.
The Empress understands human feelings. I can't save your life in vain. Right.
He lowered his eyebrows and looked at his wound.
Say, doesn't this mean I can't shed so much blood in vain?
Good guy. He is really a lowly man.
500 taels. Is that enough? Okay. Let's do it. It's better than nothing.
He counted on his fingers.
The ceiling fee is 300 taels. Adding these 500 taels, the Empress owes me 800 taels. Give it to me as soon as possible after returning to the palace. The nobles in the imperial city. You shouldn't default on your debt. Right. Don't worry. I won't miss you a cent.
Shen Xiao was bleeding with worry. Although she became a concubine, her monthly salary was not 800 taels. You still have to ask Li Ma Bai to borrow it. And you still have to listen to him scolding you. Help. During this period, Chu Yueji had been quietly watching the conversation between the two without saying a word. It was not until Wuxini rode away that he spoke.
Is the Empress and him an old acquaintance?
Shinxio suddenly looked back and met Chu Yueji's hesitant eyes, and replied,
I don't know him. How can I talk about being an old acquaintance? Besides, if he is an old acquaintance, every word of him will be seen in Qian's eyes. How can he be like that?
Do you have any friendship with me, Mr. Chu? Be careful.
As an emperor's concubine, the most taboo thing is to be confused with other men, especially in this evil feudal society, where a gossip is enough to drown someone in spittle. Even if Li Mobai trusted her, she didn't want any gossip to spread. So she responded in a very blunt tone and used the title of my palace to Chu Yueji. But Chu Yueji had the temperament to ask questions.
He wants to save you even if he doesn't risk his life. Is he really just trying to make money? The dagger flew towards my heart. Anyone would subconsciously save me. Right? Besides, he only injured my arm when he saved me. Isn't it strange?
Chu Yueji said solemnly.
But he couldn't predict in advance that he would only hurt his arm. Under the circumstances at that time, if the dagger was slightly off, it might be his life.
Shinxio stayed where he was, not knowing how to reply. Even she realized that Wuxini's rescue was most likely a gamble on his own life. Why? I don't know him. So why would he do this? On the way back to the palace, Shinxio ordered Chu Yueji not to mention the dangerous incident that happened to her today to Li Mobai, so as not to make Li Mobai worry. Chu Yueji spoke openly.
Wei Chen's eyes can see the truth clearly. Even if the man has feelings for me, I have no intention of doing so. How could Wei Chen sow the relationship between the Empress and the Emperor?
Shinxio was silent and stopped talking. After entering Jiangdu, I saw officers and soldiers everywhere, and the lights were brightly lit. Fong felt strange, and the carriage carrying the two men was stopped by the Imperial Guards. Chu Yueji opened the sedan curtain and asked,
What's wrong?
The Imperial Guard saw Shinxio at a glance, and he breathed a sigh of relief and shouted loudly,
Hurry! Go and report to the Emperor. We have found the concubine. Oops. Where has the Empress gone? The Emperor was furious. And at noon the guards at the gate and Wanman have all been sent to the storm room. If we can't find you again, I'm afraid this life will have to be taken.
Chu Yueji looked back and glared at Shinxio, only to see her scratching the back of her head and looking innocent. Smiling awkwardly, he personally escorted Shinxio back to Chaoyang Palace. When he came, he saw Li Mabai's face turning green with anger.
Your Majesty, humble minister, don't tell me anything else first.
Li Mabai raised his finger angrily and pointed at Shinxio.
You? Come in with me.
Shinxio worriedly walked towards the bedroom with slow steps, thinking that she would get away with it this time. Looking at this battle, Li Mabai must have been furious. She had to think of a way to excuse herself. As soon as they entered the bedroom, before she could say anything, Li Mabai behaved abnormally and stepped forward to hug her into his arms. His embrace was warm. His heartbeat was beating fast, and even his breathing rhythm became disordered.
Your Majesty? Your Majesty? Do you want to scare me to death?
His voice trembled slightly when he spoke, which made Shinxio feel distressed. She hugged him with her backhand and gently swept his back.
I was wrong. Oh, forget it. I won't explain it. Anyway, I promise you, I will never be like this again. I have searched inside and outside the palace, but I can't find you. Do you know how worried I am? All the things in the past, including the matter of King Gongshan and Jin Yin, have also given me a headache. Can't you just be obedient and save me some trouble? What do you want me to do if you have any shortcomings? As he spoke, his tone began to sound like he was crying. Shinxio was completely panicked.
Oh, Your Majesty, please don't cry. I just thought that you were too tired and wanted to help you share some of the burden. Oh, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'm with you, promise. If I do this again in the future, you will punish me to clean the toilet bowl and paint a turtle on my face. If it doesn't work, I will promise you 3 times a night if you want.
He didn't reply, but held her tighter. It seemed as if Shinxio would turn into a wisp of smoke and disappear if he let go for a moment. But Shinxio didn't enjoy being in his arms at all. She felt like she would be out of breath soon.
Your Majesty, do you want me to feel the suffocating love when you hold me so tightly?
After hearing this, Li Mabai immediately put Shinxio away and turned around as if wiping away tears. When he turned around again, except for the slight redness of his eyes, He still had the same ice look as before. He frowned and looked at Shinseyo, and said sternly,
You still have the nerve to joke with me? Do you think I forgive you? Go back to the palace now, and write down I was wrong for me. Thousands of times. I'll cover your palace.
Shinseyo's worried heart suddenly returned to her stomach. Fortunately, okay. He put on a fierce look, and thought he was going to give her some serious punishment. So he said with a playful smile,
Okay, Your Majesty. I'll go right away.
She was about to leave. But before going out, Li Maobai called her again.
Wait a minute. Come back.
Oh, she drooped her head, and walked up to Li Maobai like a puppy that had made a mistake, and was being taught a lesson.
Who knows if you will find someone to write for you, if you go back to the palace.
Li Maobai pointed at his dragon case and ordered,
Write it here. I will watch you write it. You are not allowed to sleep until you finish writing.
Duplicity. You obviously don't want me to go back. You still have to find a reason.
Then I can't sleep until I finish writing. And the Emperor has to watch me write. Doesn't that mean you can't sleep either?
Li Maobai said arrogantly.
Leave me alone.
Maybe he was confused by Shinseyo. This was the first time that he claimed to be not I but I in front of her. Chapter 186 Prince Jing's Little Cutie's life hangs by a thread. After watching Shinseyo start writing obediently, Li Maobai returned to the main hall. After listening to Chu Yueji describe what happened in detail, he asked,
Is the person dead? He committed suicide by taking poison.
He clenched his fists, thought for a moment, and then ordered,
Let someone chop off his head and hang it at Kaishiku for 10 years. Then order someone to bulldoze the old side of Chi's house and build a piggy circle. I want them to have no peace for the rest of their lives.
Wei Chen received the order. Your Majesty, do you have the whereabouts of Prince Jing?
Li Maobai held his forehead and shook his head.
I said harsh words to Jin Yin that day. I wronged him and broke his heart. He has a fierce temper, and I'm afraid he will. Your Majesty, found it. Prince Jing has found it.
Sanfu replied as he almost rolled and crawled into the main hall. Li Maobai also beamed with joy and asked eagerly,
Where is he? He was sent back to Prince Jing's mansion. But please don't worry. Your Majesty, he was found at the bottom of the cliff of Yueguang Peak. He was already dying when he was found. Now he is carried back to Prince Jing's mansion. Most of the doctors in Jiandu have gone. And the servant has just we have also notified Xingyuan and rushed there with the imperial doctor.
Guilt and self-blame occupied Li Maobai's heart. His mind went blank. But his face did not show any signs of strangeness. He just said in a normal way,
Come to Prince Jing's mansion.
He left the palace with Shinseyo. And by the time he arrived at Prince Jing's mansion, it was already past midnight. At this moment, the bustling crowds of Prince Jing's mansion seemed out of place compared to the quiet Jiandu in the middle of the night. When I saw Li Jinyan, his tattered clothes were stained with blood, and there were countless scars visible to the naked eye. His calf bones were twisted in strange ways,
and the white bones pierced the flesh and popped out, like as sharp as a blood-soaked dagger. There is a clear depression in the left chest. As the chest rises and falls slightly with breathing, the sunken feeling becomes more obvious. There were 3 deep and long scratches on the slender neck, as if it had been scratched by the claws of a beast. The only thing that didn't have any obvious scars on his body was probably his handsome face. The young man who was so full of life in the past is now halfway through the gate of H.L. Li Maobai couldn't bear to look any further. He pursed his lips and tried his best to hold back. Shinseyo saw his self-blame, so she held his hand and said softly,
His Royal Highness Prince Jing. The lucky person has his own destiny, and nothing will happen to him.
Soon, under the consultation of more than a dozen doctors, the extent of Prince Jing's injury was determined. Magistrate Sheng came to answer with big beads of sweat on his head. He counted the 18 wounds on Li Jinyan's body one by one to Li Maobai, 4 of which were fatal. He also said that he had lost too much blood. His pulse and breathing were very weak. His ability to swallow was basically lost. And he could not even feed him the decoction to stop bleeding. Even if he could survive this ordeal and save his life. 5 ribs were broken and his right leg was broken out of his body. Even if such injuries were healed, he would definitely become half a cripple in the future. The meaning behind the words is to prepare Li Maobai mentally. Li Jinyan's life may not be saved. Chu Yueji has always been as cold as an iceberg, and rarely has his emotions ups and downs. But today, he couldn't hide his excitement and shouted sternly at the court judge.
If you don't have the energy to say such nonsense, the most important thing is to quickly find a way to stabilize His Highness Prince Jing's injury.
Sheng Yuan judged.
It's not that the humble minister refuses to save. It's just that he is seriously injured like Prince Jing. At this moment, his own will to survive is the key to whether he can survive. But Prince Jing,
he glanced at Li Mobai and said hesitantly,
he has absolutely no will to survive. With all due respect, the steep terrain of Yueguang Peak is really not a good place for an outing. When Prince Jing was found, he was lying on his back. On the ground. He has obviously given up. What he did was most likely a suicide.
These words turned into sharp knives scratching Li Mobai's heart. He rushed into the inner hall and half-crouched in front of Li Jinyan's couch. He wanted to hold his hand, but saw a pair of bloody hands covered with scars, and was unable to do so. He said to Li Jinyan in an almost commanding tone,
Jinyan, you have to live. Only if you survive can you hear me apologize to you personally. The brotherhood between you and me. Brother should not doubt you. But you should not doubt you even more. Refuse the imperial doctor to save you. And retaliate with such a stupid act as hurting yourself. That day you asked me, who do you think you are in the hearts of my mother and me? You are my mother's most beloved son, and my only trustworthy brother. Because of this, I would say those words to you that day. Because I am really afraid that one day I will confront you like I did with Lao Qi and Lao Jiao in the past. I am even more afraid that if you are really involved in the death of the third brother, I will have to sentence you to death with an imperial edict.
He listened to Li Jinyan and said in a very soft voice,
I can't help you this time. Please get better soon. When you get better, you can do whatever you want. Brother, even if it's just like when you were a child, you have to ride on me, let me carry you on my neck. And I will do the same for you. Jinyan, I'm sorry.
Li Jinyan, who fell into a coma, was still aware of things in the outside world. He seemed to hear Li Mobai whispering in his ear, and his breathing that was almost inaudible suddenly became stronger. The Adam's apple also slid down very weakly. Upon seeing this, the judge of Xingyuan hurriedly said,
Quick! Give His Highness the medicine to drink quickly.
Fortunately, this time he was finally willing to swallow the decoction he poured into his mouth. Later, the imperial doctor was busy with diagnosis and treatment. So he invited Li Mobai out. After seeing Li Jinyan's tragic situation at close range, Li Mobai was even more heartbroken. The words of the court judge still ring in my ears. Even if Li Jinyan's life is saved, he will be disabled for life. He was such a person who fell in love with jumping up and down. He would leave Jiangdu every year and travel around the country. And he would not forget to bring back carloads of gifts to show off to himself. Now that one of his legs is disabled, he will have to use crutches or rely on others to help him get in and out in the future. For him, that is a torture worse than death. No, he couldn't let his beloved brother end up like this because of his own reasons. There must be a way. As his thoughts flowed, he remembered someone.
Where is Wu Shini?
When he asked this question, Shinxiu and Chu Yuezhi knew his plan. Chu Yuezhi originally hated Wu Shini very much. But he was a strange person who could even detoxify poison. Looking at the world, if anyone can still save Li Jinyan, I am afraid he is the only one.
He was slightly injured while capturing Qi Duan and has returned home to recuperate. Go! Find him for me quickly! Wei Chen takes orders.
Chu Yuezhi clasped his fists and rushed out like flying. Although his heart was filled with depression, Li Mobai still held Shinxiu's hand tightly, as if he felt at ease with her presence. A thin layer of sweat broke out on his palms, and his self-blame did not subside at all because Li Jinyan was willing to take the medicine.
Don't worry too much. Your Majesty, Wu Shini is a strange person who can even detoxify poison. If he is willing to take action, Prince Jing may be safe and sound.
Li Mobai nodded slowly, looked sideways at her, and held her hand tighter.
Yu, I'm lucky to have you by my side these days. It's strange to say that no matter how many things pile up together, no matter how exhausted I am, as long as I see you, all these discomforts will be inexplicably better.
His sudden pretentiousness aroused goosebumps in Shinxiu's movie. Why did the character collapse again? You are a tyrant. Your brother is still lying there, uncertain about his life or death. Hey! Why are you still flirting with me? Although this sounds quite happy, she did not answer, but smiled playfully.
Since I am so important to the Emperor, can I be exempted from the penalty?
Li Mobai looked at her tenderly and said seriously.
No.
Chapter 187 Miracles of Ancient Medicine. By the time Chu Yuezhi found Wu Shini, it was already around midnight. He was very different from his previous exquisite and noble attire. He wore a wide dark nightgown. The sleeves of his right arm were rolled up high, and the wound was simply bandaged. On her feet were a pair of cloth shoes with open insteps and no socks. The shoulder-length hair is untied and slightly fluffy. His eyes were blurry, and he yawned from time to time, looking like he hadn't woken up.
I disturbed you late at night. Go and see Prince Jing.
Facing Li Maobai's order, Wu Xini pretended not to hear it, found a seat and sat down, picked up the cushion and continued to sleep. Chu Yueji was annoyed, took the cushion out of his arms and threw it on the ground, saying angrily,
The Emperor is talking to you. Captain Chu, please don't be rude.
Li Maobai knew that he was greedy for money, so he said bluntly,
I won't let you go in vain, as long as you can keep Prince Jing intact. Money is not a problem.
Hearing the word silver, Wu Xini stood up from his seat with a sudden jerk. The tiredness on his face was replaced by a playful smile, and he talked to Li Maobai about the price without hesitation.
10,000 taels.
This price can be described as a fantasy. Chu Yueji bluntly said that he was a lion, and Shinxio also said,
They say doctors are kind-hearted. How come you only have money in your eyes? He is not my son, and I am not his father. I worked hard to save his life. If not for money, what do I want?
Wu Xini looked at Shinxio with a smile and raised his eyebrows at her.
Because he is seriously injured and will never recover. Can he be cured and used as my living sign? I agree with you,
Li Maobai said happily.
Let's go check on Prince Jing first. There is no need to delay. Okay, your words will do it.
Wu Xini whistled and lazily walked into the inner hall, pushing aside the crowd surrounding Li Jinian's bed. He only glanced at him casually, without checking his pulse or asking, and said,
The problem is not serious. We can save him. I not only want you to save him, but you also have to keep him safe. I want Prince Jing to be intact and alive without any flaws. Don't worry. It's just a broken leg. It's a trivial matter.
Led by Sheng Yuanxian, almost all the imperial doctors looked at him with contempt. Everyone knows how serious Li Jinian's injuries are. It is true that Wu Xini can detoxify poison, but like Li Jinian, who has extensive fractures all over his body and even damaged internal organs, he needs a tedious treatment process to save his life, let alone save his life. Are people safe and sound? Wu Xini rolled up his sleeves and was about to start treating Li Jinian. Seeing that everyone was still surrounding him, he became a little impatient and said,
Let's all go out. If you can't cure the disease, what are you doing here? Are you stealing from me? Internal injuries and bone damage are both difficult injuries. You treat them, and we will take care of them for you, so you won't be in a hurry.
Wu Xini crossed his arms with a frivolous look in his eyes.
I'm not used to having outsiders present when I'm treating a disease. If you don't go out, then we'll waste it. Anyway, he can't last more than half an hour in this condition. He can't afford it.
The imperial doctors retreated while talking about how they had never seen such an arrogant person. Wu Xini ignored them and just closed the door heavily. In the meantime, someone was curious about how he treated the disease, so he peeked through the crack of the door. At first glance, it was completely dark, and then he realized that he extinguished all the candles in the room and was treating Li Jinian in the dark. This treatment lasted all night. The longer time passes, the more tense the situation becomes. The imperial doctors warned Li Maobai countless times, saying that his wild approach was likely to be self-defeating and worsen Li Jinian's injuries. At first, Li Maobai turned a deaf ear. When the sky became brighter, there was still no movement in the inner hall. Then he called through the door.
What's the matter?
No one responded, and the strange silence at this moment made people feel numb. Chuyu kicked the door open, and the scene in front of him was shocking. I saw Wu Xini curled up on the warm seat, soundly asleep. Li Jinian, who was lying on the hospital bed, was covered with a quilt, with only his head exposed. Chu Yueji rushed forward and lifted the quilt off Li Jinian's body with very slight movements. Only then did they see that all of his exposed wounds had been carefully bandaged, and the protruding leg bones had been put back in place by some unknown method by Wu Xini. When Li Maobai ordered a group of imperial doctors to examine Li Jinian's injuries, Wu Xini was still sleeping in a hazy state. After carefully examining Li Jinian's injuries, all the imperial doctors looked at each other and took a breath. They had such a reaction not because there was something wrong with Li Jinian's injuries. On the contrary, his vital signs had stabilized, and Wu Xini's method of dealing with these injuries was also unheard of bold. The treatment plan they could think of for the bone injury on the leg was to use brute force to connect the bones in place, fix them with bamboo boards, and then suture the wound with needles and threads. Looking back at Li Jinyan today, there is no bamboo board on his leg. When he lifts a corner of the gauze bandage to check the wound, he can't even see the needle and thread. His wound was neither red nor swollen and was very smooth, with no signs of stitching. Only when you get very close can you see that the wounds are densely woven and sutured with transparent silk threads as thin as hair. The exquisiteness of the technique is staggering. Looking further up, the chest that was originally deflated due to broken ribs became full again. After taking off the bandage and looking closely, I realized that Li Jinyan had been opened. And then all the ribs were reattached and sutured with delicate techniques. Just seeing this, they were all frightened. The commotion in the hall became louder, and Wu Xinyi yawned, stretched and woke up. The imperial doctors gathered around and praised his medical skills, but they also wanted to steal a few tricks from him.
The silk thread used to suture the wound is transparent and as thin as hair. May I ask what material it is made of?
Wu Xinyi pointed at Judge Sheng's belly and said,
Here. Here? It's not your place. It's the sheep's place.
He took out a few silk threads from the brocade box he carried with him and threw them to the judge and Xingyuan.
Take the small intestine of the newborn lamb. Clean it. Scrape off the grease. And only take the innermost part, a layer of mucous membrane. Soak it in clean water and rinse it repeatedly. Cut it flat and dry it until it shrinks. Use it to sew the wound with careful techniques. And there will be very few scars left after the wound heals. It can be absorbed by the newly grown skin, so there is no need to remove the stitches, once and for all.
The imperial doctors had never heard of such a thing, and they passed the catgut around to each other, as if they had obtained some treasure. Li Mabai asked,
When will people wake up?
Wu Xinyi joked,
He is asleep and not in a coma. The emperor will give him a big slap in the mouth, and he will wake up immediately.
After saying that, he made the iconic gesture of rubbing his hands together and said,
Thank you for your patronage, Your Majesty.
Li Mabai smiled and said nothing, while Sanfu took out a volume of imperial edict and said respectfully,
Wu Xinyi accepts the edict.
Wu Xinyi looked at him in bewilderment and listened to him continue.
I feel that Wu's medical skills are superb and he is a rare talent. He was promoted to the Taiyuan hospital without taking the examination and took over the position of hospital judge. When he reaches the second rank of official rank, he is granted residence in Jiangdu. It's so impressive.
Chapter 188 Go Bai and Yu were scolded by the second male lead as a dog and a woman. After hearing the imperial edict, Wu Xinyi was dumbfounded.
Are you cheating?
He widened his eyes, filled with disbelief.
Why don't you give me money? Who wants to be a judge? Besides, isn't your judge here?
He pulled Magistrate Xingyuan in front of him to block the gun.
He has been working diligently with your royal family for decades. If you say he should be removed from his post, he will be removed from his post. Isn't this just trying to kill the donkey?
Unexpectedly, Judge Xingyuan smiled and waved his hand and said,
Wei Chen has already submitted his resignation to the emperor at the beginning of the year. Wei Chen is old and has a new grandson in his family. He has been busy for most of his life and wants to go home and enjoy some family happiness. After leaving the palace, now that we can see such a miraculous medical talent as Mr. Wu in the Taiyuan hospital, we can retire in peace and quiet. No. No. Sir? Don't scream.
Amidst Wu Xinyi's chirping, Li Mabai's voice became more and more steady.
People in Shanda have worked hard all their lives. After 3 dynasties, they have rescued countless patients and made great contributions to the Qi dynasty. You have asked yourself to leave the palace and return home. I give you this special gift.
You have 1,000 taels of silver, so you can go home in peace and entertain your grandchildren.
The magistrate of the Shengyuan court thanked Li Mabai for his holy grace, and the remaining imperial doctors also knelt down and bowed to the new official.
We have met Mr. Wu.
No. 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 I didn't agree. Wu Xinyi waved his hands repeatedly, with rejection written all over his body.
You can't do this business of force buying and selling. And there is no happiness if you force yourself to force it.
Chu Yueji glanced at him and sneered.
The imperial edict has been issued. Resistance to the edict is the death penalty of beheading. Do you want Feng Fengwan to be your court judge? Or do you want your head to be chopped off with a royal order?
Wu Xinyi shuddered and unconsciously touched the back of his neck, feeling miserable. If you want to be an official, then you should be an official. But Li Mabai hasn't given him the money he promised yet. So he asked again.
It's okay to be sentenced by the court. How much does it cost per month? Sheng Yuan sentenced him back.
300 taels of silver a month is a lot of money. 300 taels?
How could Wu Xinyi value this money? He stretched out his feet to show everyone his pair of humble cloth shoes.
A pair of shoes for me to wear when I go home costs 10 taels of silver. What can you do if you give me 300 taels a month? It's not even enough to buy a folding fan.
I have never had a hard time since I was a child. I don't want to do it.
Li Maobai chuckled.
Wu Aiqing is a talented and brave man. So of course, I will give you a better price. 500 taels a month. Which is already a monthly salary for a high-ranking minister. If you visit the doctor to treat difficult and complicated diseases, the silver reward can be another forget it. In addition, you only need to serve in the palace for 20 months. If you don't want to stay after 20 months, I will never stop you.
Is the silver reward calculated separately? Wu Shini calculated that with so many doctors in the Imperial Hospital, he didn't need to treat ordinary colds and fevers. And there weren't that many difficult and complicated diseases in the world that he could encounter. In this way, Bai Nu's business of 500 taels per month seems not to be a loss. It's only 20 months anyway. Won't it be over when he leaves? While he was thinking about it, Shinxia whispered in Li Maobai's ear,
Does the emperor really want to keep this person in the palace? His medical skills are indeed brilliant, but his behavior is crazy and unscrupulous. Let him be in charge of the Imperial Hospital. Your Majesty,
rest assured, the Taiyuan Hospital has its own palace regulations, so we don't need to worry about him. He is a talented person, and letting him wander outside will be Qi Dynasty's loss.
Seeing Li Maobai's firm attitude, Shinxia stopped trying to persuade him. After a while, Wu Shini, who had calculated clearly, reluctantly agreed.
It's done. It's settled. Your Majesty, remember to give me the 10,000 taels of silver to treat Prince Jing when you return to the palace. What are you doing?
Li Maobai smiled even more.
You have 500 taels a month, which is exactly 10,000 taels in 20 months. What else do I owe you? This. Your Majesty just said it clearly. I just said I would give you 10,000 taels, but I didn't say how I would give it to you. You?
Wu Shini thought that he was a ruffian, but he didn't expect that the emperor was even more shameless than himself when he acted like a ruffian.
Are the people in the royal family so ungrateful to martial ethics?
Shinxia, who was standing by the side, was already suppressing her laughter and internal injuries. After a while, she calmed down and said to Li Maobai,
Your Majesty, please give him 1,000 taels in the first month. When he captured Qi Du on that day, he attacked the concubine secretly. Concubine. It was Mr. Wu who came to the rescue, and he survived. I promised to give him 500 taels of silver as a thank you.
Li Maobai waved his hand and said cheerfully,
It's up to you. No. Think about it carefully. Concubine wrong?
Wu Shini reached out and made 2 horoscopes in front of her.
It should be this number.
The remaining 300 taels were the hush money promised to Wu Shini. And Shinxia naturally did not forget it. She just didn't want to give it, so she pretended to be confused.
What do you mean? There are still 300 taels, which is the hush money. Have you forgotten? What are you keeping silent about?
Shinxia asked back.
The Emperor and Governor Chu already know the whole story of my departure from the palace, so there is no need for you to keep silent. If you like to say it, you can choose a good day with clear air and clear air. They say enough. You?
Wu Shini was so angry that he pointed at Li Maobai and Shinxia and scolded them.
You guys are really a couple of bitches.
Before he could even curse him as a bitch, Li Maobai and Shinxia looked at him in unison and snorted.
Huh?
And Chu Yuezi's hand was already on the hilt of the sword. He had no choice but to swallow the words.
Dog man and woman.
Back into his stomach in a pitiful manner.
You are truly a loving and righteous couple. It is natural for me and you to praise Lord Wu.
Li Maobai climbed up the pole without forgetting to remind him.
The people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs will follow you back to the house later to pack the daily necessities. Take him into the palace. The judges of Taiyuan Hospital have to live in the outer palace for half of the month. No.
Wu Shinian, who had lost his wife and lost his troops, stormed out of the door in a rage. However, no one saw that when he went out and turned his back to everyone. The corners of his lips unconsciously rose, revealing a smile of unknown meaning. Asterisk. Li Jinian's condition stabilized, and Li Maobai promised all the imperial doctors to send him to Xingyuan for sentencing, leaving only 2 imperial doctors to take care of him. The real culprit in the case of King Gongshun has been solved, and there are many funeral matters that still need to be taken care of. Sanfu returned to the palace and announced that he would not go to the morning court today. Li Maobai, the representative of Chu Enyu, would clearly explain the whole case of King Shun to the ministers. and then post a notice in Jiangdu to calm the people's fear. Li Mabai stayed in front of Li Jinian's bed, waiting for him to wake up. And Shinxio was also by his side. He looked at her tired expression and said distressfully,
"You have spent another night with me. Why don't you go back to the palace to rest? And wait until Jinian wakes up."
"No." Shinxio shook his head and crawled into Li Mabai's arms like a kitten. She rubbed against his chest, and then said in a coquettish tone,
"I just want to be with you."
As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a weak voice coming from the hospital bed.
"Brother, can you and your sister-in-law take into consideration the mood of a single man like me?"
Chapter 189. Yu is my favorite woman. He also knew how to joke, which meant that his injuries were no longer serious.
"How do you feel? Do you feel any discomfort? I don't feel well anywhere."
Li Jinian tried to lift his arms and move his legs, but was stopped by waves of heartbreaking pain.
My whole body felt like it was falling apart. I thought I was definitely doomed this time. You still have the nerve to say that?
Li Mobai's face darkened, and he said solemnly,
"No matter how many disputes you and I have, you can blame me. But how can you hurt others and yourself by killing yourself? What if there is something wrong with it? Wouldn't it chill my mother's heart and make me feel guilty for the rest of my life? Does the queen know? If I couldn't hide it from her, I wouldn't be the only one guarding your bed at this moment."
Shinxio promptly helped the two brothers to relieve their worries.
"Your Highness, Prince Jing, the thief who murdered Prince Gongshun has been executed. In order to prove that this matter has nothing to do with you." The emperor tried his best to reject the previous criticism and searched for clues to solve the case and clear your name,
including the news that you fell off the cliff last night. The emperor has not slept for 3 days because of this.
Li Jinian pouted and snorted, looking at Li Mabai aggrievedly.
"I already said it's not me. It's my brother who insists on doubting me. This is my fault. But for you to commit suicide over such a trivial matter, you are also terribly wrong. Who told you that I committed suicide?"
Li Jinian explained.
"After I left the palace that day, I went to a restaurant to drink for a while. And then I figured out why you doubted me like that. I was sad. But you are emperor. You always have your difficulties. With so much evidence in front of you, you only asked me to ask questions instead of asking Dali Temple to investigate directly. It shows that Kota believed in me even after a few glasses of sake. Actually, I'm not angry with my brother anymore."
Hearing what he said, Li Mabai was even more puzzled.
"Then why did you get yourself into this state?"
Li Jinian sighed, his eyebrows drooping. And he said,
"While eating wine, 2 hunters sat next to me. I heard them say that Jiuwan Peak's worry grass is in season in the past 2 days. There are only Jiuwan in the entire Jiangdu. There is one on the mountain peaks, and it only grows for 3 days a year before it withers. It is buried in the soil during the day and only emerges at night. It is a good thing to soothe the nerves and relieve fatigue, so it is rare and not often found in the palace." Seeing that my brother's eyes were dark and green, I thought he was trapped by court affairs and couldn't sleep at night. So I wanted to go up the mountain with him to try my luck. Maybe I could pick a few plants and give them to my brother to add to the benzoin.
The more he talked, the more excited he became.
Who would have known that I would get separated from the 2 hunters when we went up the mountain? It was so dark at midnight that I couldn't see anything clearly, and there were wolves howling around to scare me. I was trapped on the mountainside in a dilemma, and I heard the howling of wolves getting closer and closer. I was worried that I would become a meal for that thing, so I had to bite the bullet and fumble for a way down the mountain. Unfortunately, I didn't find the way down, but I was lucky. Takong rolled down the mountain and almost lost his life."
"That's so. He didn't commit suicide, but he was still thinking about himself during such a dispute?" Although Li Mabai didn't say a word of thanks, the gentle and doting look he looked at Li Jinian at this moment was enough to explain everything. Shinxio saw this and felt that the two brothers should have some private things to say. She was too embarrassed to speak to anyone here. So she said,
"I wonder if the doctor's medicine is ready. I'll go and take a look." Only after she stepped back and the two brothers looked at each other for a moment did Li Jinian speak.
"Brother, do you really think that I will be interested in you getting the throne like 4th brother, 8th brother, and 9th brother? If you are worried, you can take back my fief and throne and just treat me as a just keeper in the palace."
The smile on his lips looked a little sad.
"As long as I can be with my brother and mother, I don't care about anything else."
Li Mabai reached out and touched his forehead, shook his head and said,
"Don't talk nonsense. My suspicion of you started and ended on that day. If you are still thinking about these things, you are still complaining about me from the bottom of your heart. How dare I blame brother? It's just brother. Do you mean what you said? Huh? What? That's right. Just what he said in my ear when I was unconscious.
Li Jinyan smiled a little shyly.
For example, let me ride on your neck and ride a big horse. Impossible.
Li Mobai refused sternly.
Absolutely impossible. Oh, brother! You have promised me, but you are not allowed to go back on your word. Otherwise, I will tell my sister-in-law that you are a man who doesn't keep his word and is irresponsible.
Li Mobai.
Do you think I will be afraid of you if you tell her? Or do you think I care about what she thinks of me?
When he said this, Shinseyo happened to return with the decoction. She walked very lightly, and stood behind the two of them almost unnoticed. Li Mobai's back was turned to her, and she made a shush gesture towards Li Jinyan, and just quietly watched how Li Mobai was going to pretend. Li Jinyan understood immediately and chuckled.
Don't you care? Of course I am.
Li Mobai was about to open his mouth to establish his character. But suddenly, he heard Shinseyo's inner voice. I want to see what you can say. If you dare to talk nonsense, this bowl of medicine will be slapped on your head right away.
Of course I care.
When the topic changed, he said it so seriously, and from the bottom of his heart.
I wouldn't say this to anyone else, but you are different. You are my brother, and I have nothing to hide in front of you. Yes, Yu is the woman I love, and I also care about her thoughts when it comes to everything. As you said, I am just afraid of her. But this fear is not because she is fierce, but because she is the best woman in the world, and she deserves the best. I'm just afraid that she will be unhappy, and I don't want her to be unhappy.
Damn it. His words went straight to Shinseyo's little heart, making her very happy. Li Jinyan also pretended to be cool, covering his cheeks and jokingly said,
Wow, brother, you are so good. I feel sore.
After saying that, he pointed behind him. The moment Li Mobai turned around and met Shinseyo, he gave an actor-level performance. His facial expression was a combination of surprise, panic and shyness, and he stuttered.
When did you come in? Why was there no movement? Just now.
Shinseyo smiled with evil intentions.
So I heard everything the emperor said. Ahem.
Li Mobai kept his face serious and cleared his throat to cover up his embarrassment. He took the medicine bowl and fed Li Jinyan the medicine as if nothing was wrong. He also complained in a low voice.
Your sister-in-law came in, and you didn't give me any advice.
Look, I'm hurting you for nothing.
Pretending to be shy. He said this, but he felt happy in his heart and sighed that he was a genius. Chapter 193 Sentences. Let a woman spend half a year's salary on me. Even this woman whom Li Mobai thought of as the most beloved could not escape the fate of being punished. After returning to the palace and having a good sleep, when she got up again, Sanfu had come to see her with the 4 treasures of the study.
Your Majesty, the Emperor asked his servant to bring this to you. He asked you to copy the words I was wrong 1,000 times, and then paste them all over his bedroom. During dinner, the Emperor will come to the palace to accompany you. After dinner, I will also check my wife's calligraphy.
Good guy. After all this trouble, he still wants to punish himself? Shinseyo sent Sanfu away, saying that she would do this after she paid her respects to the queen. The palace maid sent a message that Fu Qingqing, who lived in the West Side Hall, had a high fever. So Shinseyo rushed to see her. When I arrived, I saw her sitting in front of the dressing table, looking in the mirror and applying gouache on her cheeks. If you look closely, you will see that her cheeks are burning red, and even after covering them with several layers of powder, it is still difficult to hide the color. Shinseyo reached out and touched her forehead.
The fever is like this. Why don't you call the imperial doctor for diagnosis and treatment?
Fu Qingqing said in a low voice.
Thank you for your concern. Sister, I thought I couldn't delay going to pay my respects to the queen. I will send the imperial doctor when I want to return to the palace. How can you go and say low when your body is burning with fever, and you don't even have the strength to speak? Sheer. Go to the imperial hospital and find the imperial doctor to show Mr. Fu a look.
Fu Qingqing stopped her.
No. Sister, I'd better go and pay my respects to the queen first. What's more important? Life or peace of mind? Besides, if you have a fever like this, what if you have a cold that can be transmitted to other people? What if you pass the illness on to other concubines?
Shinseyo's words were meant to persuade her to rest in peace and recuperate in the palace. But she suddenly burst into tears after hearing this. Shinseyo was the most disgusting person to cry, and Fu Qingqing was a child at heart. So she cried so aggrievedly that no matter who looked at her, it would hurt her. She sat aside and helped Fu Qingqing wipe his tears.
Why are you crying so well?
But you are sick and uncomfortable? Fu Qingqing pursed her lips and said in a trembling voice, Sister, I'm afraid. I dare not pay my respects to the queen. She sobbed, and her words were full of grievances. My sister claimed to be ill in the past 2 days, and did not go to greet the queen. The other concubines have been scolding my sister when they came to greet me. I live with my sister, and they will take advantage of me when they don't see her. Get angry. I thought that I would be more attentive and reach out to avoid hitting the smiling person. But when I served the tea to Empress Hui, she didn't take the hot tea. My fingers were blistered when I held it. She still wants to criticize me. When I entered the palace, my father told me to have a good relationship with my sisters. Yueguang and I entered the palace together, and she was very lovable. I thought it was my clumsiness that made Empress Hui dislike me. So after I came out of the queen's palace, I followed her all the way to apologize to her. When we got to the edge of the imperial lake, concubine Hui threw her tourmaline beads into the imperial lake and asked me to go into the water to pick it up for her. I had no choice, so I just drowned. Fu Qingqing cried more and more aggrieved. Everyone is laughing at me. Sister, I miss home. The palace is so terrible. I don't want to be a concubine anymore. I miss my mother. It was also difficult for her. In modern times, she was just a junior high school student. But in ancient times, she had to scheming with these concubines. No matter how difficult it is to express words, it is still difficult for these women who live as adult spirits to calculate. Shenxiu felt like she had a clear mind. Who could Fu Qingqing offend if he only entered the palace as a little girl? Concubine Hui was looking for trouble with her just to show off to herself. She let Fu Qingqing rest peacefully in the palace, and only went to Fenghuan Palace alone after seeing the imperial doctor come to treat her. After such a fuss, it is natural to be late. The queen didn't say anything, but concubine Hui started to get angry again. You are late today, but the noble Fu in your palace is not here. Your Yueguang palace is really noble, and it is the palace sent to greet the queen. Is it enough if one representative comes? Shenxi worried and said calmly. The reason Fu Guiran is not here is because she is infected with wind and cold. Otherwise, she will pass on the illness to the empress. So I will allow her to rest for 1 day. Concubine Duan helped Shenxiu speak. In this way, concubine Rong is also thinking about all of us. Spring is short, and the temperature changes from spring to summer. This weather is the easiest to catch cold, and it is also easy to share illnesses. It's okay if Mr. Fu doesn't come. Concubine Hui glanced at her and sneered. Whether she will come or not should be reported to the empress in person, and then the empress will decide. Where is your turn to speak? After Duan Fei became speechless, she continued to say to Shenxiu, the associate governor of the 6th palace holds the power in her hands, and she has a backbone when she speaks. Ordinarily, you can come if you want, and you can't come if you don't want to. The emperor is manipulating you, and we are used to it. But where does her laziness come from? Rules? If you don't come, I won't inform the queen in advance that I want you. Concubine Hui. Shenxiu cut her off with a solemn voice. Don't you know why Mr. Fu is ill? What do you mean by this? I lost something. She was the one who jumped off the lake to pick it up for me. It was not me who asked her to jump. What does it have to do with me? Shenxi smiled sadly but did not answer, and stood up to give a blessing to the queen. The queen didn't understand what she meant by this, so she asked, What are you doing? Hui Fei is guilty, and I will apologize to the queen on behalf of Hui Fei. Concubine Hui said in surprise. What are you talking about? What crime do I have? Don't spit on others. Is it the string of tourmaline beads around your neck that Empress Hui dropped in the royal lake? Shenxiu glanced at the jewelry she was wearing around her neck and said, If I remember correctly, it was a gift from the empress. You're... As she said this, she suddenly stood up and suddenly started shaking her head and dancing in front of all the concubines, jumping around in the hall as if she was possessed by an evil spirit. The queen said angrily, Concubine Rong, what are you doing by behaving like a crazy person? Only then did Shenxiu stop. After taking a deep breath, she picked up the agate bead around her neck and waved it in front of the queen. The queen saw it. The concubine made such a big move, hanging on her neck. The string of beads couldn't fall off. The tourmaline beads of Empress Hui were not damaged. What was she doing next to the imperial lake to make the string of beads fall into the lake? She glanced at concubine Hui and said sarcastically, Turn over? Fight? You? If Empress Hui was doing somersaults by the imperial lake yesterday, then as the emperor's concubine, it would be unworthy of a woman to openly do such a thing to please the public.
According to palace regulations, she should be fined half a year's salary and grounded for 3 days to reflect on her past. If the Empress did not do somersaults, then I really can't think of how your bead string fell into the Imperial Lake. In the end, there is only one possibility. That is, you are dissatisfied with the Empress. So I picked off the beads with my own hands and deliberately threw them into the royal lake to vent my anger.
Right? Concubine Hui had always been sharp-tongued.
But when faced with Shinseo's sudden question, she couldn't tell the difference for a moment. Her eyes were rolling, and her brain was working rapidly, trying to make up some excuse to get rid of this matter. However, Shinseo didn't give her this time. Taking advantage of the victory, she pursued her and said,
Your Majesty, Concubine Hui is very disrespectful. Please calm down. Your Majesty, I don't have any. No, the Empress is just doing somersaults by the lake. Isn't she?
It was a crime of disrespect to throw something away from the queen. Not only did she offend the queen, but Li Mabai found out about it. And Concubine Hui's lack of favor was completely ruined. So she had to bite the bullet and said yes. As soon as she admitted this, the concubines burst into laughter. Concubine, she even covered her face and sneered.
Oh, Concubine Hui, it's really not easy to please the Emperor. I see that you have practiced all 18 martial arts. Today you are just doing somersaults. But what about tomorrow? If not, in front of us. The Emperor's face was split, and his skills were outstanding, attracting the Emperor's attention.
The queen sat upright and said in a steady voice,
Don't laugh. Concubine Hui has lost her rules. Do you also lose your rules?
Only after everyone in the house calmed down did she reprimand Concubine Hui.
What skills do you want to practice? Go back to the palace. Close the door and practice until you have enough. And no one will care about you. But there are so many people coming and going in the palace by the Imperial Lake. It's embarrassing for your Majesty.
What if you accidentally fall into the royal lake?
Concubine Hui stood up, blessed her, and said respectfully,
Yes. What the queen taught me is that I know I was wrong.
The queen is not a fool. Of course she knows that Concubine Hui is not doing somersaults by the Imperial Lake. Just to embarrass Mr. Fu, she deliberately threw her bead string into the royal lake for her to pick up. She dared to throw away her reward. Concubine Hui. She couldn't save her face, so she naturally had to punish her severely. Then he said,
I have just mentioned the palace rules, and I will fine you 6 months' salary and ground you for 3 days. I will give you a small punishment but a big warning, so as to set an example for others.
Concubine Hui glared at Shinseo fiercely, suppressed her anger and replied,
I would like to thank you, the queen, for your teaching.
Not to be outdone, Shinseo also rolled her eyes at her. 3 sentences made Concubine Hui lose half a year's salary. I am really a female lecturer who is well versed in human nature.
Chapter 191. The Tyrant wants to hold a cub and secretly feeds her medicine. On the way back to the palace, Concubine Duan went with Shinseo on the pretext of going to Ninghui Temple next to Yueguang Palace to pick out newly prepared spices. On the way, she asked,
Why are you having trouble with Concubine Hui? She has an unforgiving character. If you make trouble, she will hate you and will have trouble with you in the future.
Shinseo laughed it off.
Can she let me go if I hide from her? No matter what I do, I will be the target of public criticism, instead of shrinking back and looking at people's glances and being plotted by others. Show weakness and use force to achieve success.
I have a tough hand, and anyone who wants to mess with me has to be cautious.
Concubine Duan looked at her for a moment, nodded frequently, and said,
I didn't understand why the master chose you to enter the palace before. After getting along with you, and seeing how you behave, I understand a little bit more. I don't understand your majesty either.
Shinseo probed.
Your majesty's father is the commander of the Shuchi camp, and he was also a prominent official in the previous dynasty. You could have lived your life well.
Concubine Duan understood the deep meaning of Shinseo's words. She did not say it clearly, but just sighed helplessly.
There are many things people do in this world that they cannot help themselves to.
After saying that, he smiled bitterly and waved his hand.
Forget it. Let's not mention this matter. The master asked someone to explain the subsequent tasks.
What?
I am not to be favored. You are the only one who can speak to the emperor. What do you think of Yueguang, who has just entered the palace? Your appearance and family background are both good. Your majesty said so.
Shinseo stopped in surprise and asked her in a very low voice.
She is also the master's person?
Concubine Duan nodded calmly and said,
I am not favored by this palace, and I cannot talk to you in front of the emperor. Although you are favored by me, you must be prepared for everything. My master wants us to help and support Mr. Shui to ascend to the throne.
Shenxiu's shock did not come from the addition of a new craftsman to the harem. What shocked her was that the craftsman was actually chosen by herself. On the day of the draft, there were a total of 50 show girls who could be seen in person, and a total of 3 people were selected. And they were selected as a result of the arrangement of the thieves behind the scenes? Is Shenxiu lucky? Or is it that the thieves behind the scenes arranged for more than just Yueguang among the show girls, and she just happened to be chosen? This incident made Shenxiu worry deeply and fearfully. All the beautiful girls are the daughters of princes and noble officials. If many of them are the creations arranged by thieves behind the scenes, it shows that the strength of that person is far beyond Shenxiu's imagination. Back in the palace, Shenxiu was furious when she saw the 4 treasures of the study neatly arranged in the bedroom.
Payer, didn't Sanfu put these things in the main hall? When were they brought in? Not a slave.
Payer pointed at Xingyun, who was playing with flowers and plants in the courtyard, and complained in a low voice.
Xingyun moved these things into the dormitory secretly. When the slave called him, he just pretended not to hear.
Shenxiu waved to Xingyun and asked him why he did this.
I think it's fun.
Shenxiu could tell at a glance that he was lying. So he said seriously,
if you don't tell me the truth, there will be no meat to eat tonight.
It's not okay not to eat meat. Xingyun was anxious and immediately confessed.
It's the eldest brother. He always asks me to go to the imperial kitchen to eat delicious food. He told me that if I help him with small things, he will give me more delicious food.
He patted his round belly, and Shenxiu realized that he hadn't looked at this guy carefully for a few days, and his belly was like an inflated balloon.
What little things have you done for him? It's nothing. Let me think about it.
Xingye recalled and counted with his fingers.
When does the master get up every day? What does he do after getting up? And has he ever mentioned him to me and Pearchi? Whether they said good or bad things. And asked me if I heard the master talking in his sleep and calling his name during the night watch. And also that the elder brother added delicious food to the master's rice.
What? Xingyan groped around on his body for a moment, then took out a packet of powder that had bottomed out and handed it to Shenxiu.
This is it. I've smelled it. It's not something that's harmful to the body. Big brother said that the owner should eat more of this stuff.
If there are too many, the master will be pregnant with a baby. I really like babies, and I also want the master to have one so that I can play with him.
Sure enough, the IQ of dogs is still worrying when they become humans. Needless to say, the packet of medicine Li Mabai gave to Xingyun should be an ancient pregnancy medicine. Having a fetus will protect her, and without a fetus, she will be healthy. Chinese medicine will not do any harm to her body anyway, and Li Mabai will not give her any harmful Chinese medicine. Shenxiu didn't think it was unusual for Li Mabai to do such a thing, but it was strange for her. Why did Xingyun get along so well with him? She touched Xingyun's head and said with a gentle smile,
"In this way, you can continue to live and drink with him, and you can continue to report my latest news to him. But there is one thing. Every time you go to see him, he asks you what? I asked you about something. You have to tell me the truth. I'll take you to eat something more delicious." "Okay."
There is nothing more cost-effective than doing one thing and making a living for 2 families. Xingyun naturally agreed. When faced with being punished by copying,
I was wrong
1,000 times. Shenxiu had her own clever trick. Who hasn't had the experience of holding 2 or 3 pens in one hand when they were punished for copying in school? She took matters into her own hands and changed the brush into a small one. She held 3 pens in one hand and wrote in a perfunctory way, like patterning dragons and drawing phoenixes. By the end of the writing, my hands were sore and the words were ink-dotted. It was like I had finished writing 1,000 times. Later, during dinner, Li Mabai came to check the acceptance. He saw through Shenxiu's careful plan at a glance. But before he could say anything, Shenxiu looked aggrieved and stretched out her hand to Li Mabai.
"Your Majesty, look, my hands are all red."
She held the pen for a long time, and her knuckles were indeed a little red. And because she is white, the red color is even more obvious. Li Mabai felt heartbroken for a while, and put all the blame behind him. He held Shenxiu's hand in his palm to warm her, and asked her again,
"Don't do that kind of self-assertive thing again in the future. I heard you."
"I understand. Your Majesty, Mr. Fu in the side hall has contracted the cold. You are here. Do you want to go and see her?"
Li Mabai didn't take this matter to heart at all. and said casually, "I'm sick and see the imperial doctor. Why should I go see you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that he suddenly became nervous. It's not good for her to have a cold. What should I do? Shinseyo was pretending to be generous. Seeing that Li Maobai seemed to really care about Fu Guiran, she was still jealous. But before the vinegar was brewed, Li Maobai continued, "Wind cold can infect people. If you live with her, what will happen if it gets infected to you?" He tapped his knuckles on the table and instantly came up with a recipe. Let her pack her things and move to Zhongsui Palace to live with concubine Hui first. Chapter 192 Ancient Plot. The Emperor is loyal, and the guards do the work for him. It was impossible for people to move out. After all, this Fu Qingqing was innocent and got along well with Shinseyo. Concubine Hui didn't want to see her at all. If she let her go to Zhongsui Palace, wouldn't she be sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth? But just hearing Li Maobai say such words, Shinseyo felt secretly happy. Finally, at her repeated request, Li Maobai went with her to visit Guiran Fu in the side hall. But she is a little different from other concubines. If the other concubines were sick, they would be ecstatic to see Li Maobai come to see her. They might be cured immediately, and it would not be difficult for them to do somersaults on the spot. But Fu Qingqing didn't care about him. He only gave a perfunctory assent. But all he could think about was Shinseyo, who kept acting coquettishly at her. Later, when he returned to the main hall for dinner, Li Maobai joked, "You are more charming than me now. My concubine is unwilling to talk to me, but she is willing to get close to you. There are many concubines who want to get close to the emperor." Shinseyo followed his words. Guiran Shui, who is new to the palace, is looking forward to getting close to the emperor every day. She explained the whole story to Li Maobai, and added, "Only by letting her get close to you can the thief behind the scenes completely let down their guard." "Close? How close?" Li Maobai leaned toward Shinseyo and moved his face closer to her. "South close?" He continued his movements, and the tip of his nose was almost touching Shinseyo's forehead. "Is it still this close?" As he spoke, he placed a kiss on Shinseyo's brow. She was a little shy, so she pushed Li Maobai away and said seriously, "It's serious business. Your Majesty, please don't joke. You were the one who joked with me first." He reached out and poked Shinseyo's head. "What are you thinking about every day? Why are you studying how to push me to other women all day long? Go into your arms? Concubine, I haven't studied these vulgar things. It's just that the matter is so important that the emperor cannot help but make fun of it." As Shinseyo spoke, he actually began to list the benefits of doting on Guiran Shui to Li Maobai. "Look, if Guiran Shui is favored, firstly, it will make the thieves behind the scenes arrogant and relax their vigilance. Secondly, it will make us more aware of his next actions. The first step is to prevent what you want to do. The third step is that she has favored her, and I am no longer the only one in the harem who is the target of public criticism. Many of those hidden arrows shot at me will turn around and shoot at Shui Guiran. The fourth step is..." Later, she also analyzed what Li Maobai didn't have the heart to listen to. The third point she said alone was enough to make Li Maobai tempted. Yes, she is so stupid. She is plotted by others every day and lives on the edge of a knife every day. If my love becomes a burden to her, wouldn't it be the opposite? Thinking about it carefully, it seems that it would be good for her to give her love to others on the surface. No need to say it. I agree to this. Li Maobai cut off her words and expressed his concerns at the same time. But this matter is not easy to handle. I pretended to give her grace, but the grace has arrived. You can't keep her alone and don't let her sleep with you. Right? Before he could say anything, Shinseyo became jealous and said, "Then let her sleep with you. I'll treat it like a pig that I raise and can eat cabbage. What does the pig suffer?" Li Maobai, "Are you going to scold me again?" He took Shinseyo into his arms, gazed at her tenderly, and said with a handsome smile, "I'm going to be jealous. So why are you trying to be brave? Don't worry. I'm not interested in her. But I've thought of a way to deal with her." "Her advice." "What?" Shinseyo asked curiously. When she was sleeping, she drank a bowl of ecstasy soup. She was in a daze, and she didn't know who she slept with. She just thought that she was in Chaoyang Palace, and I treated her as a blessing. The emperor means it is a capital crime for her to commit a crime, even if she is coerced and forced to do so. What does it have to do with me? I don't have to have the slightest pity for such a woman. There are so many secret guards in Chu Yueji, and they are sincerely loyal to me. There are not a few. Just name one person and regard Shui as a reward for him.
Shinzio was shocked after hearing this. What the hell? What did I hear? Is this something I can listen to? Isn't this the most typical routine in ancient sayings? The emperor doesn't sleep with his concubine and lets the guards do it for him. Just for the white moonlight in his heart. Art really comes from life and is higher than life. When I read novels in the future, if anyone comments that such a plot is fabricated, I will definitely be the first to fight with him. Li Maobai, huh? Has this routine been used by future generations? Damn. I thought I was so smart in vain. He held Shinzio's hand and walked towards the dining table, jokingly saying,
Eat. After dinner, I will go to summon Mr. Shui.
At night, when Yueguang was carried to Chaoyang Palace, Li Maobai was still wearing court clothes and watching the memorial. Only when she arrived, Li Maobai said vulgarly,
Take off your clothes and wait for me on the bed.
Then he stood up and took off his coat as he walked outside.
I'm going to take a shower.
After he left, the eunuch came in and took the memorial away. Sanfu personally brought a bowl of soup and medicine to her.
What's this? Back to my mistress. This is a decoction that can strengthen a fetus. Drinking this before going out can increase a woman's chances of getting pregnant.
Yueguang blushed with embarrassment. But he still picked up the soup and drank it without saying a word. Only after everyone exited did the tension and embarrassment on her face disappear, replaced by an inexplicable sense of excitement. She was not a virgin. She was able to successfully enter the palace because she relied on her ability to clear many links. In order not to leak any flaws in front of the emperor, she put an eel ball in certain places where she couldn't write, hoping to achieve the bleeding effect when she did something that couldn't be written. She has some charming skills in her body, and she is confident that with her appearance and skills, she can capture Li Maobai's soul once and make him want to stop. But she can't act too skillfully, otherwise it will be easy to detect something wrong. In order to show the woman's first shyness, she blew out all the candles in the hall before lying on the couch and starting to take off her clothes. The waiting process was extremely long. Perhaps it was the thick quilt in Chaoyang Palace that made her feel hot flashes. Suddenly, she heard movement in the curtains in front of the window. In a daze, she saw that it was Li Maobai who held her down and began to treat her crazily and indescribably. The two hit it off immediately and started doing things that you had to figure out for yourself. But at this moment, the real Li Maobai was playing chess with Chuyu in the side hall, listening to the voice of a woman who could not write coming from the direction of the dormitory from time to time. Li Maobai said with a joking smile,
You are truly a strong general under your command.
Chuyu as she couldn't help but laugh.
Only your majesty can come up with this method. I admire you.
Chapter 193 The Queen's mother's family is in trouble.
Empress.
Xiangling had a strange expression on her face when she returned from the cleaning room. The queen was busy embroidering in her hands and did not raise her head to look at her. She only said,
Tonight. The emperor is still looking for Shinzio's brand? No. Oh. Then the emperor lives in Yueguang Palace? Empress.
Xiangling hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said,
The emperor turned over Yueguang's sign tonight.
Well, after hearing this, the queen was stunned for a moment. The embroidery needle accidentally pricked the tip of her index finger, and blood droplets as thick as rice grains came out immediately. She subconsciously put her fingers in her mouth, and the smell of blood quickly filled her mouth.
Mother, are you okay? Do you want me to send the imperial doctor over to you?
The queen shook her head sadly and said,
I am a little tired. Please step back.
In the middle of the night, Xiangling got up and saw that the candles in the queen's room were still lit. So she wanted to go in and persuade the queen to rest early. Pushing open the door, he saw the queen lying on the warm seat, tightly wrapped in a red embroidered phoenix pattern quilt, her hands constantly stroking every stitch on it. Xiangling recognized that this was the wedding quilt she wore on the night of her wedding to Li Maobai. It was an unwritten rule of the Qi dynasty that wedding items should only be used once on the wedding day, and then sealed away for good luck. This quilt has been in dust for 5 years, since the queen married into the imperial city. Xiangling felt really bad when she saw her master like this. Of course she knew why the queen took out the quilt at this time. After so many years in the palace, she, the queen of the palace, who was being married by a matchmaker, only slept with Li Maobai for 1 night. On the wedding day, Li Maobai slept with her in the same bed, and the two spent the night without incident. At that time, the queen thought that this was Li Maobai's respect for her, but she didn't expect that this respect would last for 5 years. Xiangling bravely walked to the queen's side and whispered,
My queen, it is not auspicious to be asked to come out at this time.
The queen's fingertips traced the phoenix wings embroidered with gold thread on the quilt, and murmured,
"What is good or bad is just bluffing. I am an unlucky person to begin with. So why not?"
"What auspiciousness! How can I be such an unlucky person? You are the queen. And like the queen mother, you are the most noble woman in the world. It's late at night, so don't worry too much. I'd better rest early."
Xiangling originally reached out to take away the quilt that the queen slapped on her body, but the queen brushed it off and said,
"Even you know that this palace's blessings are only for the sake. This queen's job is really boring." She smiled self-deprecatingly, looking blankly at the shadow of the candlelight.
Yueguang just received the emperor's invitation a few days after entering the palace. From now on, Shinxio will no longer be the only one in his palace. Flowers bloom. It's a good sign.
Xiangling didn't know how to persuade her, so she could only look at the queen distressfully and stay by her side silently. Not long after, the queen suddenly tightened the quilt and asked,
"Listen, is it raining outside?"
Xiangling looked out of the window and replied,
"It's the sound of the wind blowing on the window leaves. It sounds like rain." "Really?"
The queen lowered her eyebrows and said slowly,
"But why do I feel that my bedroom is so cold tonight? It's so cold that my heart trembles."
Xiangling said,
"If your majesty feels cold, I can help you get a tang posy."
The queen raised her hand slightly and said,
"In this cold place of this palace, common things cannot warm you. That's all. That's all."
She stood up and carefully folded the quilt, put it into the wooden box and locked it again.
"Tomorrow, I will go to the small warehouse to pick out some accessible jewelry and give it to Yueguang. This is the first time she will sleep with her, so I will also give her some
reward." "Empress, Queen Empress."
Lai Shi's voice was already high-pitched, but when he shouted it in the stillness of the night, it sounded even more like a ghost, which was somewhat scary. Xiangling saw the queen frowning, turned around and opened the palace door, and slapped Lai Shi on the shoulder without any explanation.
"Why are you calling in the middle of the night? Carefully scare the Empress,"
Lai Shi said with a sad face.
"Mother, it's not good. Something happened to the eldest young master." "What did you say? Speak clearly." "The eldest son fell in love with a concubine of the Sun family who makes incense in the south of the city. He asked the master to come forward and let the second girl of the Sun family marry him as his concubine. But the second girl's son refused to agree to the marriage. So the master personally came forward. The eldest son was annoyed. So he dragged Miss Sun into the bushes while she was out collecting fragrant medicine, and resorted to harsh measures."
At this point, Lai Shi began to breathe heavily. The queen only thought that the matter would be over here, and said,
"What is this? Her Sun family's family status is not even worthy of carrying shoes in front of my Zhu family. It has taken several lifetimes for a concubine to be able to become a concubine."
"You've already received the blessing, so what's the point of being pretentious?" "But Miss Sun Air was a fiery person. She couldn't bear the humiliation and committed suicide within 2 days after returning home. The Sun family held on to the matter and refused to keep it private after all. They filed a complaint against the eldest son. Go to court. That's it."
The queen was still disdainful.
"If you die, you will die. She committed suicide, and it was not her son who banned her. So what if she goes to court? If she dies,
the light will be extinguished, and the Sun family can't even bring up the issue of tarnishing her innocence. With conclusive evidence and empty talk, what kind of trouble can they make? It was supposed to be like this. But after the death of King Gongshun, the magistrate of Jiangdu was replaced by Luo Yingshi, who was newly appointed by the emperor. He didn't have enough money to make money, but he insisted on doing business and let the officers and soldiers go to the palace to capture the eldest son. Yes, this happened tonight. The emperor will know about it when he goes to court tomorrow morning. I was so anxious that I hurriedly sent a letter and asked my wife to help me say a few words in front of the emperor. Your Majesty has Yueguang with you at this time. What's the point of me going there?"
the queen said impatiently.
"Zifeng is used to being arrogant. It's good to teach him a lesson. Just let him stay in jail for 1 night. He won't die. Man, if this matter breaks out in the previous morning, the emperor will definitely help Zifeng. After all, his father has made great achievements in battle. For such a trivial matter, the emperor will not punish his brother severely. Tell my father that I have been angry with the emperor, so that my father can rest assured."
This matter was just as the queen expected. Li Maobai handed the matter over to the prefect early in the morning. Li Maobai immediately asked the prefect to let him go. He only punished him with a small punishment and a large punishment. He also punished Zhu Zifeng by going to the Sun family to apologize, and compensated the Sun family 300 taels of silver. Afterwards, he was at home. Half a month of confinement will be enough. But how could the eldest young master of the Zhu family, who had never been in jail, swallow this bad breath? When he went to apologize to the Sun family, his attitude was extremely bad, and he even threatened to give the Sun family some trouble. In the middle of the night, he ordered people to set fire to Sun's house. The original intention was to scare the people of the Sun family, so he just set fire to it, but did not lock the door of the Sun family from the outside. But when the person who set the fire left, a man in black jumped out from nowhere and locked the door of Sun's house with an iron chain. That night, the fire from the Sun mansion dyed half of the night sky in Jiandu a strange orange-red color. In this blazing fire that burned the sky and the earth, the hysterical wails grew from strong to weak, and finally fell silent. The tongues of flame shot out like monsters prowling in the dark night, baring their fangs, mercilessly devouring their lives. By the time the officials and the people who gathered spontaneously rushed to put out the fire, Sun Mansion had already collapsed in the fire and turned into ruins. The pungent smell of charcoal mixed with the smell of grease spilled from burnt flesh floated in the wind, permeating the streets and alleys of Jiangdu. Chapter 194. How can the king allow others to sleep soundly on his couch? All 17 members of the Sun family were buried in the flames, and no one survived. After Zhu Zifeng ordered someone to set the fire, he went home peacefully and fell asleep. He was woken up by a slap from his father Zhu Hongchuan in the middle of the night. Seeing the flames in the outer courtyard soaring into the sky, the people who spontaneously gathered outside the door shouted so loudly that the government was alerted and had to send troops to suppress it. The Zhu family had its own soldiers, and Zhu Hongchuan was an important minister who had gained face in the previous dynasty. Under his obscene power, he could temporarily protect Zhu Zifeng from being taken away by the government. But after the matter was so big, nothing could stop it. After a night of deliberation, the whole family decided to let Zhu Zifeng surrender on his own, and Zhu Hongchuan and his queen sister would handle the rest of the matter for him. Zhu Zifeng was as timid as a mouse, crying and begging his father not to send him to the cell. Zhu Hongchuan wiped away his tears with his bare hands and patted his shoulder hard. "You are the only male in my Zhu family. No matter what, Dad will save your life." The next day, when Zhu Zifeng went to the government to surrender, Zhu Hongchuan also entered the Jinwan Hall to plead guilty. The cause and effect had been cleared to Li Mabai before the court. At this moment, Zhu Hongchuan was kneeling in the hall and kowtowing like garlic. His voice was hoarse, and he said bitterly, "Your Majesty, the dog thought it was a joke and did such a heinous wrong. It is really because of the poor discipline of the humble minister. Wei Chen understood that the emperor was guilty of the same crime as the common people, and the lives of the 17 members of the Sun family could not be lost in vain. Therefore, as soon as he learned of the incident, Wei Chen escorted the 3 slaves who set the fire into the palace and let them go. The emperor is disappointed." Li Mabai lowered his eyes slightly, stared at him for a long time, and then said, "The 3 of them were ordered by your son. Zhu Zifeng is the mastermind." Zhu Hongchuan lowered his body and said with sincerity and fear, "Quincy is confused, but he is by no means a cruel person. He only wanted to scare the Sun family by setting fire, and did not really want to kill them all. This was all an accident. I hope the emperor will." Ming Cha, Academician Mo Jiaoran couldn't bear to hear these words. How could the Sun family deserve to have their daughter set on fire by Mr. Zhu's son after her death? Zhu Zifeng raped an innocent woman, forced others to commit suicide in front of him, and then set fire to commit murder in the back out of selfish revenge. This is what happened. Evil people are really intolerable to the laws of heaven and the law. But the Minister of Rights said, "No one is a saint. How can he be without fault?" In my opinion, Zhu Zifeng set the fire just to scare the people of the Sun family, not to kill them. He is on the cusp of the storm, and there is no need to do such a thing. It's a stupid thing. This is all just an accident. Is it possible that Lord Mo will force the emperor to execute the loyal minister just because of an accident? Led by the 2 of them, the courtiers took sides, and there were divergent opinions in the court for a while. What surprised Li Mabai was that even if Zhu Hongchuan's son caused such a ridiculous thing, nearly half of the courtiers in the court were still talking to him. It's simply out of the ordinary. Later, Zhu Hongchuan even listed in the court the great contributions that his Zhu family had made to Daqi. It was obviously a discussion about Zhu Zifeng's punishment, but in the end it turned into a merry meeting for him alone. When he was done, he didn't forget to add,
Wei Chen said this not out of disrespect for merit, but because he wanted to show the emperor that my Zhu family is loyal to the imperial court.
Li Maobai's hand placed under the dragon case was clenched tightly, and his nails were dug into his flesh, leaving small crescent marks. Zhu Hongchuan said these words at this moment, clearly threatening him. He endured it, with a calm expression on his face, and said in a joking tone,
If I take care of this matter, Lord Zhu will no longer be loyal to the imperial court.
Right? Zhu Hongchuan became more and more frightened and kowtowed repeatedly.
I don't dare. I only hope that the emperor will be merciful. Since Zifeng is the only male in the Zhu family, please leave this line of incense for the Zhu family.
He raised his head, and tears followed the ravine lines on his face. One drop fell on the outer lapel of the court uniform, shattered and turned into a thin mist.
The tragedy of the Sun family has become irreversible, but the survivors can make up for it. There are still 12 relatives of the Sun family. I will spare no effort in my life to let them live a prosperous life and gain their understanding. I ask for they forgive Quanzi's ignorant behavior, and hope that the emperor will show mercy and spare Quanzi his life.
His words were echoed by hundreds of people, and nearly half of the people in the city said in unison,
I hope that the emperor will be merciful and forgive the death penalty for the eldest son.
Li Maobai glanced at these people one by one, and a chill ran down his spine for no reason. When exactly did the Zhu family become so powerful in the previous dynasty? He was not interested in how Zhu Hongchuan formed cliques for personal gain in private, but he knew clearly that if he did not take a stand on this matter,
the people would be filled with resentment, and the Zhu family would be more confident, and there was no telling what ridiculous things they might do in the future. He did not make an immediate decision. He only said that the court would be dismissed today and that the matter would be discussed later. Before retreating from the court, Chu Yuezhi asked him how to deal with the captured arsonists. Li Maobai didn't even look back. He just said with anger,
Cut in half. Kill the 3 clans.
The relationship between the Zhu family and the former dynasty and the harem was intricate. As soon as the former dynasty Zhu Hongchuan finished crying, the cry spread to the harem again. The queen took off her hairpin to await her punishment and had been kneeling outside the Chaoyang palace for half an hour. Sanfu kindly advised her,
Empress, concubine Rong is waiting inside at this time, and the emperor is afraid that he won't have time to summon her. It's not a problem for you to kneel here in the hot weather. Why don't you go back first? The emperor is not free, so I will kneel down until he is free.
She shouted towards the main hall.
Your Majesty, please forgive my concubine's brother. This concubine's brother made an unintentional mistake. He has a pure nature and will never do such evil things as murder and arson. Please forgive me. Your Majesty, please forgive me. The queen's non-stop noise made Li Maobai have a headache. Seeing that Li Maobai was about to get up and go out to scold her, Shen Xiao advised,
Your Majesty, let her shout. Stop shouting when you are tired. Xu Zifeng is the Zhu family. As the only male, I believe that the queen also received Lord Zhu's order to beg the emperor for mercy in such a condescending manner.
It's not that Li Maobai didn't understand what Shen Xiao said. The queen was in the harem. How could he communicate with Zhu Hongchuan so quickly?
I'm afraid that it will be the queen mother who comes to see the emperor later.
Li Maobai had a slight smile on his face, but there was no smile in his eyes.
Zhu Hongchuan is the queen's brother and my uncle. Xu Zifeng is the queen's nephew, the queen's biological brother, and my cousin. These people I am not surprised that he came to plead for me on his behalf. What surprises me is that most of the officials in the court today interceded on behalf of the Zhu family. Some of them are officials who are dependent on the Zhu family for profit. And the other part is that they succumbed to Zhu Hongchuan's lustful power and could not follow the trend. So they gave him a favor.
There was a chill in his eyes, and he breathed out a short breath.
This is what really worries me.
Chapter 195 The Queen's brother dies suddenly. Historically, after Zhu Zifeng burned down the Sun family, Li Maobai did sentence him to death. This incident also caused an estrangement between the Zhu family and him. Later, when Fan Bang revolted, Zhu Hongchuan escaped before the battle, resulting in countless casualties in the battle and confirming Li Maobai's reputation as the Hun Jun. Thinking of the possible consequences of being at odds with the Zhu family in the future, Shen Xiao couldn't help but add,
a small impatience will mess up a big plan. If Zhu Zifeng is spared his life, he can understand in advance that the Zhu family is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Slowly taking away the real power in his hands is the best strategy now. It is better to slowly chip away at the real power in his hands than to beat him back to his original form at once. It is time to hand over the military power in his hands. What does the emperor mean by asking Mr. Zhu to exchange his military power for his son's life?
Li Mobai nodded and said,
The army should be equalized, and his military power should be handed back as soon as possible. I mentioned this before, but he excused himself by saying that he has been leading foreign troops for a long time, and he often needs to assemble and drill, and live in peace to be prepared for danger in the future. I don't want to hand over the military power to the imperial court, and saying that I don't trust him will chill the hearts of the soldiers. This time, I want to see which one is more important, my trust or his son's life.
The next day, Li Maobai privately brought Zhu Hongchuan to the minister's study room for a talk,
and explained his requirements straight to the point. Zhu Hongchuan said in a low voice,
Is the emperor going to use your cousin's life to threaten Wei Qin? Uncle, what you said is serious. The blood of the Zhu family is also in my body, and I share the same spirit with the Zhu family. Naturally, I do this for the sake of the Zhu family.
Li Maobai arranged his clothes with a smile, and said calmly,
Excuse me. The war between Rong and Rong has been calmed down. It is supposed that Uncle Bingquan should be handed over to the imperial court as soon as possible. Why has it been delayed so far? Wei Qin has repeatedly stated this to the emperor many times. Wei Qin has been training for 10 years as a foreign soldier. He has a short meeting every 20 days, one exercise every month, and a practical training every 3 months. This is unbeatable. There are iron rules in the military camp. Military power is entrusted to the imperial court, and every time the ministers lead troops to drill, they need to file for approval at all levels. All the time is wasted on these trivial efforts, and the gain is not worth the loss.
Li Maobai waved his hand and said,
In the prosperous times of the world, my uncle was mighty and mighty, but he was severely injured. He couldn't recover his strength for 3 to 5 years, and he couldn't cause any trouble. In my opinion, the external army has rich experience in water warfare, but lacks experience in land warfare. So it complements the Tiger Guard's strengths and weaknesses. After my uncle returns the military power, I will let the outer border army and the Tiger Guards train together, learn from each other, and strive for excellence. I believe it will be a good thing that will do more good than harm. My uncle is also in Jiangdu, and he often goes to the Baihu camp on the outskirts of the city for training. Walking a few more steps in front of your home can help you practice it, and it can also save your uncle more time to spend with his family.
Zhu Hongchuan did not want to hand over military power at all. Once he hands over the military power, no matter how high his official position is, it will be empty. It is like the falling snow in the cold winter. It is so powerful that it can accumulate 7 inches high when it falls to the ground. However, it cannot withstand the flicker of the sun and falls. It turned into snow mist and disappeared. He clearly knew why the civil and military officials gave him such great honor and made him a noble person beneath one person and above 10,000 people. Isn't it just because he has great power? Without military power, no matter whether he is the father-in-law or uncle of the emperor, others will not look down upon him. What's more, the military power of the outer border army has been in the hands of the Zhu family since Emperor Taizu. After holding the military power for 70 years, he was handed back at his own hands, which only made him feel shameless and ashamed of his ancestors. He unreasonably stirred up trouble and even asked Li Maobai.
The emperor is making ridiculous remarks, but in the final analysis, he still doesn't trust Wei Qin. The emperor calls Wei Qin uncle. If you really treat Wei Qin as an uncle and a family member, I will be afraid that military power will be in the hands of humble ministers. Well said.
Li Maobai clapped 3 times and said firmly,
I will tell you the same thing. After all, you don't trust me. Do you think I will kill the donkey and take back the military power?
If you trust me and treat me as your nephew, how can you be afraid of calling for military power?
He leaned back, sat upright, and raised his voice.
This is what I want to say. I trust your uncle enough. So whether you hand over your uncle's military power or not is entirely up to you. But I also want to know whether your uncle trusts you.
My nephew.
He stared at Zhu Hongchuan without blinking.
Uncle believes in me. We are relatives. Zifeng is my cousin. If he makes a mistake, I will naturally help him. If uncle doesn't believe in me, we are monarchs and ministers.
Zhu Zifeng is just your son. He made a mistake. And Daki's laws stipulate that if anyone instructs someone to set a fire, if no human life is harmed, he will be sentenced to 10 years in prison. If anyone is harmed, he will be punished by breaking a car. He slowed down and continued with a chuckle.
Master Zhu, do you want it to be convenient for you to train the foreign troops? Or do you want a complete son who can accompany you? You choose.
He spoke very slowly, but every word was loud and hit Zhu Hongchuan's heart hard. A tiger's poison never eats its seeds. In the end, Zhu Hongchuan chose to return the military power to the court honestly. The handover of military power took 3 days. 3 days later, the foreign troops had entered Jiangdu to join the Tiger Guards and assembled into an army. On the same day, Li Mabai privately told Chu Yuezhi,
"Today is the day when Zhu Zi will be released from the prison. Go and see him off personally."
To avoid misunderstanding, Chu Yuezhi asked specifically,
"Which gift does the emperor mean by gift?"
Li Mabai did not answer him directly, but just looked up to the west, letting the setting sun shine on his handsome face.
"The sunset travels 1,000 miles, and it should be a good weather tomorrow."
At the same time, inside the prison, today is the day that Zhu Zifeng is released from prison. He committed such a serious crime and was sent to the Sky Jail. The jailers thought that he had no chance of getting out, so they didn't take much care of him. Now that I heard that he could be released from prison, I realized that I rushed to curry favor with him. And the dinner I brought him was also extremely sumptuous.
"Master Zhu, this is our tribute to you."
Zhu Zifeng reached out and slapped him hard on the back of the head, saying disdainfully,
"Don't let me see you on the street in the future, or you will break my legs."
He was also really hungry, and stuffed the sizzling chicken legs into his mouth before he finished cursing. While eating, Chu Yuezhi came. He said that he was here to pick up Zhu Zifeng from prison, and asked the jailers to go out and wait. Zhu Zifeng glanced at him, and even though his mouth was full of chicken, he didn't forget to curse him.
"What a bastard of the emperor! What? Is he willing to let me out?"
Chu Yuezhi walked to him calmly, picked up a thin chicken bone, and played with it in his hand. Zhu Zifeng laughed at him.
"What's the matter? You want to chew on the remaining bones that I ate? Are you afraid that it's you? What are you doing?"
Before he could finish speaking, Chu Yuezhi grabbed his chin and thrust his jaw forward forcefully, forcing him to open his mouth wide. Then, he held the chicken bone between his thumb and middle finger and ejected it into Zhu Zifeng's throat. The bone spurs were sharp and instantly cut through the blood vessels in Zhu Zifeng's throat. The blood stains overflowed, and because his jaw was pinched and unable to swallow normally, he only struggled for a moment and soon suffocated to death from the blood and mincemeat. After sniffing and confirming that he was dead, Chu Yuezhi gently pushed him to the ground, washed the blood stains on his hands in a basin of water nearby, and then called out the door.
"Come here. Mr. Zhu has a chicken bone stuck in his throat. Please go and call the imperial doctor."
Chapter 196: The Mist in the Deep Palace. By the time the imperial doctor arrived, Zhu Zifeng was already dead. The next thing was to find a widower to examine his injuries, and then notify the Zhu family to wait outside the palace gate to pick up the body. Chu Yu's hands were sharp and left no flaws. He did not need to ventilate the man, but he could also detect that the cause of Zhu Zifeng's death was that a chicken bone punctured a blood vessel in his throat, causing blood to suffocate and suffocate. But according to the procedure, Zhuzi still had to test whether Zhu Zifeng was poisoned. He took out a rectangular silver medal, put it into Zhu Zifeng's mouth, and sealed his mouth with talisman paper. A quarter of an hour later, when he took out the silver medal, he found that it was covered with a conspicuous black-green layer, indicating that Zhu Zifeng probably did not suffocate to death due to stuck blood, but was poisoned. The palace officials quickly called Wu Shini to test the true cause of Zhu Zifeng's death. After some inspections, Wu Shinian said confidently,
"There was only a small amount of blood stains in the trachea and no food residue, indicating that he did not die of suffocation. The deceased's tongue coating was black.
The epiglottis was swollen, his face was blue, and there were varying degrees of blood oozing at the ends of his limbs. Based on the circumstances, it is speculated that the cause of death was poisonous poison from bronchus."
He looked at the dinner that Zhu Zifeng had not finished yet, which was scattered all over the floor. He put his silver needle into it, took a small part of it, and put it in a bowl of water to dissolve. After listening carefully and examining it carefully, I became more certain of my conjecture. After the cause of Zhu Zifeng's death was confirmed, Chu Yuezhi went to find Li Mabai to recover his life. He described what happened to him in detail. After hearing this, Li Mabai pondered for a moment and said,
"You mean, besides me, there is someone who wants him dead?" Wei Chen has detained all the jailers on duty that day and questioned them one by one, but they can't find anything fishy. The last meal Zhu Zifeng ate was that several jailers pooled some money and asked the imperial chef to give it to him privately in order to please him. He did it. Yu Chu and Zhu Zifeng have nothing to do with each other. And it was not him who poisoned it.
Li Maobai tapped the dragon case with his knuckles and said thoughtfully,
Who poisoned and how? Let's put this matter aside for now. I have another thing that is strange. I wish Zifeng to rely on his family's influence to do something in Jiangdu. The Zhu family has become more and more powerful in recent years. And many pairs of eyes are watching their mistakes in the dark. If he is not an idiot, he should know to restrain his sharpness at this time. I don't think it's strange that he did this impulsively because he saw that the second girl from the Sun family had insulted her innocence and was a despicable woman. Later, because of the Sun family's reluctance, they were sent to prison to hold a grudge, and they wanted to set fire to scare the Sun family. Shin could figure it out. But what I don't understand is that he had just been released from prison. Why did he dare to lock the door of the Sun family's house and burn them alive? He should know that the accumulation of public dissatisfaction will put pressure on the court. Even if he can save his life, the Zhu family will suffer heavy losses.
Chu Yueji understood the meaning of his words.
So the emperor thinks that he has no intention of killing the Sun family? It's not that he doesn't. It's that he doesn't dare. Then why did the emperor let the minister personally send him on his way? Master Zhu has handed over the military power. And the emperor promised him that he would let Zhu Zifeng live. I never wanted him to live.
Li Maobai played with 2 yellow jade dragon beads in his hand. His eyes gloomy.
Zhu Hongchuan's ambition is obvious. Zhu Zifeng is acting in the name of a relative of the emperor. And he has caused harm to the river for a long time. I have long wanted to deal with him. Now, if I hit the door myself, I will take it for granted. As for Zhu Hongchuan, if he sees his son's body, if he is interested, I can give the Zhu family a way to survive for the sake of his and his mother's connection. Clear.
He paused, then suddenly raised the dragon ball high, let it fall freely, and hit it on the dragon table with a
bang
noise.
I will also send him on his way.
At the moment when the dragon ball was about to fall from the dragon case to the ground, Chu Yueji stretched out his hand to catch it quickly and placed it firmly on the support platform.
Wu Shiny told Wei Qin that he had a way to hide it from Zhu Zifeng's body. If the body is returned to the Zhu mansion, Master Zhu will definitely order an autopsy on the other widows. No need.
Li Maobai opened his sleeves and waved his hands, and said firmly,
Suppose that on the night of the fire in the Sun family, the door of the Sun family was not locked by Zhu Zi. The purpose of the person who did this was to burn the entire Sun family to death and cause public resentment. They broke up with the Zhu family and forced me to execute Zhu Zifeng, the only instance of the Zhu family, in anger. But when he saw that I had negotiated terms with Zhu Hongchuan to release him, he took the initiative to poison Zhu Zifeng, which made the Zhu family hate me. He is a ruthless person who goes back on his word. That's why the emperor should ask Wu Shenong to find a way to clear out the remaining poison in Zhu Zifeng's body, so that Lord Zhu can't find out the clues. The person who started the trouble has wasted so much effort, and he will definitely take action later. Why are you anxious?
He told Chu Yueji.
Let the secret guards keep an eye on the Zhu family for the past 2 days to see who they have come into contact with. Who else is suspected? Does the emperor suspect that all this is a chess game set up by the thieves behind the scenes, in order to use the power of the Zhu family to win over them and plot against them?
The silhouette projected by the flickering candlelight swayed on the side of Li Maobai's face. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said calmly,
Do as you are told. Don't reveal your flaws.
Asterisk. After learning that Zhu Zifeng died in the palace, the entire Zhu family was filled with grief. Although the queen, her only younger brother, seemed naughty in her eyes, his relationship with her had been very close since childhood. Needless to say, the queen was very sad when the big living person, who was still alive and kicking a few days ago, suddenly passed away. She cried and begged Li Maobai to let her leave the palace and return home so that she could see her brother off for the last time. Li Maobai refused her request on the grounds that she was a queen and could not leave the palace easily. He only allowed her to close the palace door and worship in his palace during the first 7 days. At this time, neither she nor the queen mother, Li Maobai, would allow them to leave the palace. Also worried about this matter was Shinxiu. Unlike them, she was not worried about Zhu Zifeng at all. She was just worried about the series of chain reactions that his death would trigger. I remember that when she first came to Qi Dynasty, what she was most afraid of was that her appearance would change the trajectory of history, which would cause serious consequences. But now, her biggest fear has become the worry that history will happen step by step before her eyes. As the saying goes, If you want Li Mabai to survive the disaster and live well, she can only forcefully change every historical event that is unfavorable to Li Mabai. When they had dinner together, Li Mabai originally did not intend to do such a bloody thing. But when he saw Shen Xiao looking worried and muttering about how he could help him, Li Mabai suddenly felt warm in his heart. This silly girl. I don't know when. Her heart and eyes have been filled with herself. He pinched Shen Xiao's earrings and asked her with a smile. What are you thinking about? Your Majesty, was Zhu Zifeng really stuck to a chicken bone? She asked. Of course not. Such a funny way to die is rare in this world. Li Mabai didn't hide anything from her and confessed everything to her. After hearing this, Shen Xiao's tense nerves relaxed a little. So the Emperor has decided to be wary of the Zhu family. Right? The ultimate villain. What's the use of just being careful? I will only give him one chance. If he dares to do anything else, I will wish everyone in my family to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Li Mabai stood firm this time, and the Zhu family should have nothing to do with him. However, after this incident, she became more interested in the identity of the thief behind the scenes. Everything seems to be planned by him. What kind of strange person is he? Chapter 197. The Emperor is unkind. Then replace the Emperor. The sound of morning music is endless, and the sound of clouds and slabs is continuous. This is the first time in 16 years that the Zhu family has organized a funeral. Last time, I wished the old general a happy 80-year anniversary. Today, it is the white-haired people who send the black-haired people. The family members gathered around and cried together in front of the coffin. But Zhu Hongchuan, who had turned gray all night, had no time to shed tears. He was busy welcoming and sending off the dignitaries who came to offer condolences. He no longer had military power, and his power in the court plummeted. Even people he looked down upon before. Now he has to curb his sharpness and deal with them carefully. Master, Madam has passed away. The Zhu family doted on their only son, Zhu Zifeng, and Mrs. Zhu couldn't stop crying after hearing the news of his death. This kind of fuss is not over until the coffin is buried in the ancestral grave in the suburbs. The guests dispersed in a hurry, leaving only Zhu's family in the white courtyard, which looked even more desolate. The servants were busy cleaning up, and Zhu Hongchuan had time to take a look at his wife. Although he was overbearing and authoritarian when he became powerful, he was also famous in Jiangdu for his kindness to his wife. Who is a powerful person like him who does not have 3 wives and 4 concubines waiting on him? However, he only fell in love with Mo, and they have been together for 27 years. No matter how many women threw themselves into his arms, he never looked at her with his eyes. The love between husband and wife is true, but the children are not close to each other. They had 2 sons and 2 daughters. When the eldest son was 4 years old, he accidentally fell from a height while playing and hit his head. He was in a coma for 7 or 8 days and died later. The second daughter was supposed to serve in the palace after the queen married into the palace, but she had a fierce temper and did not want to be a husband with the eldest sister. Mrs. Mo was so forceful that she locked her second daughter in a room, cut off water and food, and tried to force her to submit. Unexpectedly, this forced her to commit suicide. The eldest daughter, Zhu Junwen, has entered the palace as her queen. We are separated by the palace wall. How easy is it to see each other again in this life? Only the second son, Zhu Zifeng, is always by his side, so he is naturally spoiled by the wind and the rain. At this moment, Mrs. Mo was nestled in Zhu Hongchuan's arms. She no longer had the strength to cry. After the examination, Fomer was clearly poisoned to death. He is in the prison. Who else can poison him except the Emperor? He cheated the master of his military power and brutally killed Feng. Seeing that the country was stable, he wanted to take action on our hero. Her hoarse voice made Zhu Hongchuan even more uncomfortable. He gritted his back molars and said fiercely, I thought that my Zhu family would be loyal to the Li family for generations. But in the end, he wanted to kill my Zhu family's fragrance. The eldest sister is the queen mother. The emperor also has the blood of the Zhu family. And he is so cruel. He punched the beam with force. The beam shook and his knuckles were bruised and bleeding. Madame Mo held his hand in distress and wiped away the blood with the handkerchief she had just wiped her tears with. But what can we do? What else can we do? Now only winter is left. And she is by the emperor's side again. You can't make the emperor unhappy. For winter, you have to endure everything. Endure? Oh, easier said than done. It was night, and Ms. Mo, who had been crying for several days, was extremely tired. She was exhausted and could finally have a good sleep. But Zhu Hongchuan had a splitting headache and couldn't sleep. He stood up gently and stood in front of the half-open window, looking at the bright moon in the sky.
The moon is always full, but people are never perfect.
Under the pines and cypresses in the courtyard, there was such a faint voice. Through the dim moonlight, you can probably see a tall man standing under the tree with his hands behind his back. His upper body was hidden in the shadow cast by the tree branches, and his appearance could not be seen clearly.
Who?
Zhu Hongchuan called out vigilantly, and was about to call for the servant when he heard the man say,
"At this moment, there are heavy troops outside your residence. If you shout loudly, I'm afraid the first one to rush forward will not be your guards,
but the tiger guards."
The calmness shown in the man's words added a bit of mystery to him. Somehow, Zhu Hongchuan was not so defensive about him. He was afraid of disturbing his wife's sleep. So he wrapped himself in a coat and walked out of the bedroom. After walking into the man, I discovered that he was covering his face with a bronze fong mask and did not want to show his true face. He asked,
"If it was really surrounded by the emperor's personal guards outside, how did you get in?"
The man chuckled.
"Shouldn't you be more concerned about why you were targeted by the tiger guards? The emperor is suspicious of me. He poisoned my only son. Naturally, he is afraid that I will rebel. So do you want to rebel?"
The man asked bluntly. Zhu Hongchuan did not answer his words, but asked alertly,
"Who are you? Did you sneak into my house in the middle of the night just to say these treasonous words to me?"
He has led troops for many years and considers himself extremely vigilant and very sensitive to the disturbances around him. Even so, if the man in front of me had been silent just now, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find him. He looked at the man carefully and observed that he was only wearing a dark black gown with no visible material, tied at the waist with a green rope. He was dressed neatly and smartly, but without any features. It's almost impossible to guess anything about him just from his clothes. The only breakthrough may be the face under his mask. The tip of his index finger on his left hand drew a line on his thumb, and he was about to attack the man. But he heard the man say one step ahead of him,
"If I were an adult, I wouldn't attack now. In this way, I can hide from the darkness outside."
Wei's ears and eyes appeared silently in your lord's courtyard, which shows that I have some skills on my body. At least I'm pretty good at lightness. Secondly, the emperor has already become suspicious of your lords and moved them to provoke them to break in. I can do it myself. He jumped and ran away. But what will he face?
Seeing that Zhu Hongchuan made no further move, the man continued,
"My lord, I have been conquering the different armies for many years, strategizing on the battlefield, and winning countless battles. You can definitely figure out such a simple truth. It's just that the pain of losing a child is so painful. He has too much time to care about. How did you know I was going to take action just now?"
The man imitated the action he had just made, and drew a line with the tip of his left index finger on his thumb. He smiled slightly and said,
"My lord always makes such a small move before launching his army."
Zhu Hongchuan was shocked. Only those who have marched with him for a long time will know this habit of his.
"Who are you? What's the purpose of coming to me? I'm here to show you a clear path. After conquering the Shu Rong army and returning home in triumph, Your Excellency is proud of his achievements and is arrogant in Jiangdu. He also uses the title of abbot to brag that he can influence the promotion and employment of the imperial court, so as to make money everywhere. Return. You? What are you talking about? My lord, there is no need to be excited. I can know these things, and Li Maobai will know them sooner or later. If he knows, will your lord still have a way to survive? If I were in lord, I should have planned my future for myself as soon as possible. A way out?
Zhu Hongchuan sneered.
He doesn't have my military power. He poisoned my son and just drove me to death. How can we talk about a way out? There are thousands of roads in the world. As long as adults are willing to walk, there will be a road.
The man patted Zhu Hongchuan on the shoulder. Behind the mask, his bright eyes flashed coldly.
Since the emperor won't lead you a way out, then replace the emperor. Otherwise, I can become the emperor myself. And I can kill, attack and defend in the palm of my hand. Wouldn't it be great?
Chapter 198. This is a tacit understanding between husband and wife. You don't understand. The dense night casts a touch of dark indigo on the sky. The temperature was very pleasant at the beginning of summer. The night guards hid in the dark and stared for most of the night without seeing any movement. And they all felt a little sleepy. In order to ensure that the inner residence of Zhu Mansion could be monitored, Chu Yueji also arranged surveillance personnel on the thicker branches of the taller camphor trees around it. The unique soothing scent of camphor makes it easy to fall asleep in a quiet environment. The secret guard stationed on the trees in other directions kept their spirits up. But the one guarding the position where the courtyard could be seen at a glance fell asleep for some reason. Cuckoo meow. Cuckoo meow. An owl, owl, landed on his shoulder and made a strange and terrifying cry. The secret guard was awakened by the sound, and the owl fluttered its wings when it saw the movement. He was so frightened that he almost fell from the tree. The ancients believe that the owl calling at night is counting people's eyebrows. After counting how many roots there are, the person will lose his life. The secret guard was shocked. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Zhu Hongchuan standing among the pines and cypresses under the moonlight in the Zhu mansion courtyard. As if he was chatting with someone. He was too far away from the man and could only make out an outline. Just looking at the color of his clothes. That person was definitely not a domestic slave of the Zhu family. After getting this information, the secret guard was about to jump down from the tree and tell Chu Yueji about it. But unexpectedly, the man in the courtyard suddenly raised his head and looked in his direction. The fangs of the bronze mask reflected a chilling light in the moonlight. The man took something out of his chest and raised his hand in the direction of the secret guard, aiming it at him. The hidden guard was not afraid. He just thought that he was at least 10 meters away from him. No matter how powerful he was, he would not be able to throw any hidden weapons at him. However, his thoughts did not last for 2 seconds. The next moment, his chest suffered an inexplicable explosion. The blow was so fast that he had no time to dodge, and was knocked down from the tree by the powerful impact. After hitting the ground hard, he screamed. The secret guards lying in ambush around him knew something was wrong when they heard the noise, and quickly gathered around him. Chu Yueji also immediately stepped forward to check and saw that a bloody hole 2 fingers wide had been punched in the man's chest, and blood was pouring out. It's a musket! Chu Yueji raised his brows. Seeing that the hidden guard was struggling to say something, he quickly put his ear to his lips. Everyone in the courtyard! Before he finished speaking, he died. Chu Yueji reacted quickly, jumped up using Qigong, and landed on the wall of Zhu Mansion. He saw with his own eyes a dark shadow leaping away from the other side of the wall. Zhu Hongchuan looked at him sideways and mocked. I get up at night to go to the toilet. Master Chu, do you want to come too? Chu Yueji had no time to pay attention to him, and he had arranged for his men to flee in the direction of the man in black. He took out a fire stick and fireworks from his sleeve, lit it with a fire stick, and then set it off towards the sky. A brilliant firework exploded in the night sky in a dazzling way. The secret guards guarding the other end saw the signal, and all appeared to stop it. Sure enough, the man in black was blocked by 3 secret guards in an alley on South Street. The tiger guards under Chu Yu were divided into 2 parts. One part trained daily to prepare for war, and the other part was the best one selected from the soldiers. They trained hard day and night, and were responsible for protecting the emperor's safety, and doing some daily tasks for the emperor. Things that are inconvenient to come forward directly are called secret guards. It is said that each of them is a master who can match one another, even with the skills of killer god Chu Yueji. If he had to deal with 3 secret guards at the same time, he would not be able to gain any advantage within a few moves. The 3 of them fought with the man in black. Although his kung fu was not weak, he was not on the same level as Chu Yueji. It seemed a bit difficult for him to deal with 3 secret guards at the same time. Seeing that the secret guards were gradually gaining the upper hand, the man in black suddenly took out a handful of poison from his sleeve, and with a wave of his hand, the 3 secret guards were instantly incapacitated. Although the secret guard was not immediately fascinated, his fists and feet were weak, and his eyes were filled with stars. By the time Chu Yueji arrived, the man in black had long disappeared. The secret guard probably pointed out to him the direction in which the man in black fled, which should be towards the city gate. Chu Yueji asked them if they had fought against the man in black. After getting the exact answer, he breathed a sigh of relief. He took out a pair of lenses made of glazed crystals and put them in front of his eyes, and saw that all the secret guards around him, including himself, were emitting blue light. It was glazed crystal powder, which was invisible to the naked eye when applied to clothes. But under the glazed crystal lens, the thing was invisible. The man in black had just fought against the secret guard, and the glazed crystal powder on his body was enough for Chu Yu to follow the traces to find him. He followed the faint blue traces all the way, but disappeared when he reached Shun Shun's door. Smooth door. That is the southernmost gate of the imperial city. It is surrounded by heavy soldiers inside and outside,
and it is impossible to enter or exit at night under the key. What strange is that? Guided by the glazed crystal powder, the man in black disappeared without a trace until he arrived outside the city gate. The next day, Chu Yueji informed Li Mabai of the matter.
The secret guard, who was guarding the tree and could see into the courtyard, was drugged. So he fell into a coma and did not see when the thief entered the Zhu mansion. Under the camphor tree where he was hiding, several birds were found. The poison was also found on their corpses. The thief must have sprinkled the poison on the birds' feathers and used the music to guide them to fly to the tree, which stunned the secret guard. The reason why he died was because he was hit by a Western gun. Wei Chen searched all the way last night for the whereabouts of Liu Jing and the traces of the thief. But when he found the traces in front of Shan Chuanli's door, the traces were completely gone, and the man seemed to have disappeared from the world.
Li Mabai angrily laughed back.
You can have such a thoughtful way of dealing with me. Even you can be fooled. He guessed that I would keep an eye on Zhu Mansion, and he still dared to go. It can be seen that he deliberately wanted to play this game with me.
A game of cat and mouse. Your Majesty, it is now certain that Zhu Hongchuan has seen the thief. Does your Majesty want to capture him? Take it down?
Li Mabai asked him calmly.
Where is the evidence? The only secret guard who witnessed this incident has been said to H.L. There is no evidence. If I take him down, I will give the minister something to say about me.
As he was speaking, he suddenly lowered his voice very low, beckoned Chu Yueji to come close to him, and then said,
Let the secret guards continue to keep an eye on the Zhu family for me, no matter what he wants to do. So many pairs of he didn't have the guts to stare at him. Wei Chen takes orders.
Chu Yueji cupped his hands and bowed before retreating. But Li Mabai called him to stop again.
Wait a minute.
He reached out and touched Chu Yuezi's cheek with the back of his hand. The ambiguous behavior made Chu Yu at a loss. He took 2 steps back and bowed.
Your Majesty, what are you doing?
Li Mabai came closer to him step by step, leaned forward slightly, and said almost close to his ear,
Go and wash your face. Breathe well. Adjust your expression. And then go out.
He raised his hand and pointed to the door.
Concubine Rong is waiting outside. Don't tell her these things. I'm afraid she will try her best again and put herself in danger.
Chu Yueji said in surprise.
How did the emperor know that concubine Rong was outside the door?
Li Mabai smiled vaguely, raised his eyebrows at him, and said,
It's really a tacit understanding between husband and wife. You're not married yet, so of course you don't understand.
The tacit understanding between husband and wife? What a tacit understanding! It wasn't because he was talking to Chu Yueji just now that he suddenly heard Shen Xiao's thoughts. What kind of whispers was he having with Chu Marin in broad daylight, and he had to close the door? Are you talking about the thief behind my back again? No. I have to eavesdrop. Chapter 199 New Mission, teasing a handsome guy to make the tyrant jealous. After entering Chaoyang Palace, Shen Xiao and Li Mabai chatted for a while. Later, officials from the military aircraft department came to the Chancery's study room to meet them. So she resigned first. When returning to the palace,
I saw Cheer chasing Pear and playing in the courtyard. Cheer has a quiet temperament. She usually only knows how to do her own job diligently, and rarely messes around with Pear. Pear ran in front, turning back to Cheer from time to time to wave a jade pendant in her hand, and heard her say,
If you get the jade pendant, your heart will fly away with Yueguang.
Cheer saw Shen Xiao first, and seeing that Pear was about to bump into Shen Xiao, she quickly said,
Watch the road. Don't hit the Empress.
Only then did Pear stop, standing only a few inches away from Shen Xiao, and said with a smile,
Your Majesty is back. What are you playing at?
She took the jade pendant from Pear's hand and looked at it. It is a very ordinary white jade. The workmanship is not exquisite, and the carving pattern is not clear. It is not a valuable thing, but it has a good meaning. There is a double lotus embossed on it, which is a metaphor for the love between two people. She raised her eyes and glanced at Cheer. Her cheeks quickly spread a large warm red color, like the setting red clouds. Her thin lips pursed unnaturally, and she lowered her head shyly like a raindrop hitting a banana. Shen Xiao looked at the two of them and smiled.
Is there something good that I don't know about?
Cheer quickly said.
It was Pear who was playing around with the slave, making the Empress laugh.
She winked and deliberately winked at Pear, and Pear followed her words.
This slave is just looking at Cheer. This jade pendant is beautiful. I snatched it to tease her.
When a palace maid enters the palace to serve her, she must cut off her emotions and desires the moment she steps into the palace gate. If others find out about someone's lustful intentions, They will inevitably be punished if they are exposed to their superiors. The fines and labor are light. But if you encounter someone with a tough hand, you can't escape the pain of flesh and blood. And some are beaten to death. Shinseyo did not continue to ask. She returned the jade pendant to Cheer and asked her to go to the small kitchen to make a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea and bring it to herself. By the time she brought the ginger tea, all the busy palace servants in the bedroom had been sent out. Shinseyo pulled her to sit down and asked softly,
"You are on one end of Bing Tilian. Who is on the other end?"
"Empress." Cheer was too embarrassed to look directly into Shinseyo's eyes.
"This matter violates the taboos in the palace, so it's hard for me to talk about it. What's wrong with liking someone? If you don't tell me, how can I make the decision for you?"
She hesitated for a long time and then said,
"It's an old acquaintance from outside the palace. We've known each other since we were children. I originally knew that I was going to the palace, so I didn't want to delay others. So I didn't think much about it. But in the years since I entered the palace, every year he would come to see me on family visit days, and said he would wait until the day I left the palace. He spent a lot of money to send this jade pendant to the palace the day before, and I only realized how sincere he was to me. That's a good thing."
Shinseyo smiled sadly and blessed her.
"You will be able to leave the palace in 2 years. The queen will review the maid's departure. I will pick a good time these days to say a few good words to the queen to see if I can advance it. You're ready to go."
Knowing that the relationship between the master and the queen was not harmonious, Cheer did not want to embarrass Shinseyo. So she said,
"The queen is good to the slaves, and the slaves also like to serve the queen. Everyone in Yueguang Palace is united, and all the slaves are alive.
As a family member, I also like to stay with everyone. Besides, if he really likes me, what's the point of waiting for 2 more years? It's fine with him."
It is really unexpected that Cheer, who has always been indecisive, can say such bold and persevering words. She had a tough attitude. After all, this was her own private matter. Shinseyo didn't want to interfere too much and forced her to make the decision, so she didn't mention it again.
"I hope that the first person I fall in love with in this life will be my final destination in this life."
Chia looked at the jade pendant with a longing expression,
and then asked Shinseyo,
"Where is your empress? Your majesty is your first choice. A man you fall in love with?"
Shinseyo thought carefully for a moment, nodded first, and then shook his head soon.
"Yes and no. But the throbbing in my youth shouldn't be regarded as liking. Right?"
She thought of a past when she was a modern student. When she entered school as a freshman, she was overwhelmed by the heavy academic workload. Except for the endless required elective courses, she spent most of the rest of her time in the study room. It was a summer afternoon. She had just finished memorizing a page of words and stretched her arms. He inadvertently glanced towards the window and saw the sunlight shining softly through the gaps in the blinds, reflecting on the face of a boy wearing a loose white shirt. He faced her from the side, his deep eye sockets and high bridge of nose tempting her to look at him. He held the end of the gel pen in the corner of his mouth casually, thought for a while, then suddenly started writing, and then stopped again. He seemed to notice the focus of her gaze, and suddenly turned around, his eyes meeting hers. They were a pair of silver eyes, with fan-shaped double eyelids that turned up into shallow folds and curved into beautiful crescents with his smile. She was thinking at that time, there should be no one in this world who could resist such a gentle boy's smile. Right? She quickly lowered her head, just as shy as Cheer today, and began to pretend to write hard. Later, throughout college, whenever she went to the study room, she could almost see that boy. He always sits in the same position, and after meeting her eyes by chance, he will give her a faint smile. That's all. They had no more interactions, and she never saw him again until a week before leaving school for internship in her senior year. Sometimes Shinseyo would think that her ignorant feelings for that boy at that time must be that she liked him. Right? But he didn't take the initiative, and she was too shy to speak. Everything that could have happened came to an abrupt end when their eyes met. Her thoughts were brought back to reality, and she looked around at the antique things around her, and she suddenly felt that she was lucky. At least she was satisfied with her current life and the man God had allowed her to meet. Dee. The host doesn't want the girl Huichuan. You have a new mission. I'm pregnant with your sister. Shinseyo punched her chest gently. Where have you been these days? I've called you several times, but you haven't responded. There may be something wrong with the overall system of the Space-Time Management Bureau. A few days ago, a strong signal swept through several of our systems, and then we lost contact with our respective hosts. I repaired it urgently for several days, as soon as it was repaired. I couldn't wait to find the host. Host, do you miss me? Just a little bit. What's the mission this time? Didn't the host say last time that he wanted to receive some tasks about committing suicide in front of the Tyrant? I specifically applied to the Spacetime Management Bureau and got it for the host. New mission, tease the handsome guy and make the Tyrant jealous. Points for completing the task plus 30. Points for failing the task minus 30. Host, please cheer up. Chapter 200. Yu teases the second male lead. Shinseio analyzed this task carefully. The second half of the mission. Making the Tyrant jealous is not difficult. He is naturally prone to jealousy. It is not difficult for him to become jealous when he sees himself and Fuguren saying even a few words. The really difficult part is the first half of the task. Teasing the handsome guy. Based on the previous analysis of Xiao Tuochua's sinisterness, I'm afraid if the person she teased was not a handsome guy, but an ordinary person, then even if she completed the task, it would still be judged as a failure. Handsome guy? Where did the handsome guy come from in the Imperial City? Isn't the most handsome one Li Maobai? If we settle for the next best thing, the only one who can compare with him is Chu Yueji. But with his temperament, who would dare to tease him? Before I could get jealous in vain, I might have been cut by him. And I can't do anything that goes against the rules. I'm so familiar with him for nothing. Even if I drag him to hold a candlelight conversation in the palace at night, he might not even take it to heart. Just as he was thinking about countermeasures, he suddenly heard commotion coming from the courtyard. Looking through the window, I saw two palace mates flirting with each other. She loved to see such excitement, so she quickly ran out to watch. I thought it was the reason for the fight, but after looking at it, I realized that it was just a fight for a wilted peony.
This is obviously for me. Why did you steal it? For you? He didn't even look at you from the beginning to the end. His eyes were all on me. Do you have the nerve to say that?
The quarrel was between Shuangruo and Lu Shui. They were inseparable good sisters on weekdays, and they knew the rules. I had never seen them so insane. After seeing enough of the commotion, Shinseio coughed twice to attract everyone's attention. And then she took on the air of a master and reprimanded.
What are you making a fuss about? How is it appropriate to fight in the palace?
It was rare for her to get angry with the palace people. Shuangruo and Liu Xue quickly knelt down and admitted their mistake.
My queen, please calm down. I know I was wrong.
She took the peony tightly held in Shuangruo's hand, looked at it for a moment, and then asked.
There is this peony in the flower garden behind the Peony Palace. Is it so rare? Why are you so eager to snatch it?
The two of them were too cowardly to speak. Pear whispered in Shinseio's ear.
My dear, their job today is to go to the Imperial Hospital to get some daily medicines. Taiyuan Hospital? What's the difference between the peony in Taiyuan Hospital and the peony in our palace? There is no difference between flowers. But people are different.
Pear covered her lips and smiled.
Ever since Tai Hospital came to the new hospital to judge, the errand of going to Tai Hospital to collect medicine has become a bad job. I rush to do it, and I don't feel tired even if I run 3 times a day.
After her reminder, Shinseio suddenly reacted.
Yes.
Isn't Wuxini in the palace? He and Li Maobai were not familiar with each other, and his appearance was unlike any other. Wouldn't it be a good idea to use him as a cover to make Li Maobai jealous? When I went to see Li Maobai at noon, he said that he would come to Yueguang Palace to have dinner with her tonight. Seeing that it was half an hour before dinner, Shinseio suddenly pretended to be sick.
Pear, I feel like I have a headache. Go and send the Imperial doctor.
Pear was anxious to go and heard Shinseio say again.
Ever since I was poisoned and saved my life, I have been having headaches every now and then. I don't know if the remaining poison in my body has not been cleaned out. This poison is the result of Wu Yuan's judgment. There is nothing anyone else can do for me. So go and ask him to come.
The matter was so important that Pear didn't dare to neglect it, and trotted all the way to the Tai Hospital to ask for Wuxini. He came just as Shinseio had eaten 2 handfuls of melon seeds. As an official in the palace, you must abide by the rules of the palace. He was wearing a flat-breasted official uniform, with the hem flat and pressed to perfection. The jade belt was tightly tied around his body, highlighting his straight figure with wide shoulders and narrow waist. Although he dresses like a dog, he doesn't wear his official hat properly. The brown official hat is worn at an angle, and a few strands of broken and long hair are exposed in front of the forehead, adding a bit of ethereal fairy air to the whole person. Shinseio looked at him for a moment and came to a conclusion. It's beautiful, but it doesn't look like a good thing. There were only 2 of them in the palace. Wuxini greeted her perfunctorily, and then said,
Why is your majesty not feeling well?
Shinseio ignored him and just kept staring out the window. He had no choice but to raise his voice and ask again.
Why don't you feel comfortable? I have a headache,
she replied to him perfunctorily, still looking out the window.
If you have a headache, please eat less melon seeds. The stove is very hot. If you eat too much, you will inevitably get angry and have a headache.
Just as he was talking, he saw a sudden flash of starlight in Shinseo's eyes. He moved all the melon seed peels into the paper basket with quick movements, then covered his forehead with a painful expression.
Wu Yuan, I will take your place.
After I was cured of the poison, I often had splitting headaches. I wonder if it's because of the poison. Please help me take a look.
Wu Xinyan was indifferent and looked at her expressionlessly.
My dear, stop pretending. If the poison had not been eliminated, you would have died long ago. How could you have a headache? Ouch. Ouch. I can't do it anymore. It hurts so much.
Shinseo covered her forehead and exaggeratedly shouted twice.
Anyway, please help me take a look first. At least it will relieve the headache.
Say it again. Okay.
Wu Xini walked to her side reluctantly, took out a supa, and put it on her wrist to diagnose her pulse.
Where exactly does it hurt? Can you specify it?
Shinseo responded, then reached out to him and touched his face all over.
It hurts even here. And it hurts there too.
Wu Xinyan staggered back and said,
Your Majesty, please speak politely and don't touch me. Wei Chen is a serious person.
Shinseo suppressed her anger and rolled her eyes at him.
Do you think I rarely touch you?
I saw Bai come in just now. And now he should be standing outside the door listening and peeking. I have to finish this play.
I feel a throbbing pain in my temple. Judge Wu, please come and touch my temple to see if there is anything wrong with it. In my humble opinion, my wife's temples are fine, but her brain looks a little uncomfortable.
Bang. With a muffled sound, the door of the dormitory was kicked open by Li Mobai. Shinseo was both nervous and excited. Coming. Seeing how he frowned and raised his eyes, he must be jealous. Li Mobai rushed to Wu Xinyu and said angrily,
Wu Xinyu, you are so brave.
Wu Xini,
Your Majesty, I have done nothing.
Shinseo was about to explain, but she heard Li Mobai change the topic and said,
Rome concubine is ill, and she asked you to diagnose and treat her, but you refused in every possible way. What kind of peace of mind do you have? Go! You give it to me now. Immediately. Put your hand on concubine Rong's temple and find out why she has a headache.
After that, he took Shinseo's hand and said sincerely,
Why didn't you tell me that you were feeling so uncomfortable? Hurry! Let him touch you!
Shinseo's eyes widened, and she couldn't believe that the jealous woman would take the initiative to let other men touch her. Is this emperor stupid? Chapter 201 Concubine Rong. She has a happy pulse. Of course Li Mobai was not crazy. You dare to take on this kind of mission? Do you tease other men to make me jealous? It's not okay if you have the intention to tease other men. If this kind of thing sets a precedent, wouldn't it make me crazy if you tease men all over the palace every day? Isn't it just to let people touch your stupid head? I won't be jealous. Even though I'm jealous, I can't bear to admit it. In short, as long as I am here, you can't even think of completing it, he urged Wu Xini.
Touch it quickly. Why are you still standing there?
Wu Xini was at a loss and rubbed his hands with a smile, and muttered,
The emperor asked me to touch this, but I am not allowed to settle the accounts with the queen after I touch it.
He slowly extended his hand to Shinseo.
I touched it. Your Majesty, I really touched it.
After testing a few words, seeing that Li Mobai didn't move, he reached out and pressed Shinseo's temple. His appearance seemed to have opened some mechanism linked to Li Mobai. He suddenly kicked Wu Xini on the buttocks and kicked him far away. Wu Xini fell heavily to the ground and was stunned. He got up and pointed at Li Mobai, who was so angry that he was stumbling when he spoke.
You don't follow martial ethics. I asked you to touch it with your fingertips, not to put your whole hand on Yu's face.
Dee. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of molesting a handsome guy and making the tyrant jealous. The reward points are 30, and the remaining points are 300. Shinseo felt delighted. Just say that he will definitely be jealous. Please do more of such simple and harmless tasks in the future. Li Mobai's face was full of black lines.
If such a mission dares to appear again in the future, I will chop off the head of anyone you tease.
He looked at Shinseo, who couldn't help laughing, shook his head helplessly, and asked her,
Does your head still hurt? If it does, I will ask the hospital to prescribe more medicine for you to drink.
Shinseyo didn't like medicine the most, so she kept shaking her head and said,
It doesn't hurt anymore. Maybe it's because Dr. Wu is so skilled in medicine. I just pressed the concubine twice and everything was fine.
Dare you say it? You have completed your mission, and you still dare to make me jealous? It's not over. Right? Li Maobai snorted coldly and ordered to Wu Shini.
I feel that Rongbin's headache will not be cured so easily. You go back and prescribe some medicine for Rongbin. You must choose the most bitter one for the best effect. Cook it well.
Send it over, and I'll watch her drink it myself.
Shinseyo thought in her heart, it's over. It's over. The tyrant's jealousy has been kicked over. She acted coquettishly to Li Maobai. But Li Maobai didn't take this trick. Instead, he scratched the tip of her nose and said dotingly,
Be good. Be obedient. I'm doing this for your own good.
Then he saw Wu Xinyi still standing by and looking at the couple. So he hesitated and said,
Why are you still standing and watching? Why don't you go quickly? If you can't go, I can't obey the emperor's will.
Li Maobai lowered his face and looked at him.
Are you going to openly resist the decree? No.
Wu Xinyi shrugged and spread his hands.
It's just that the empress's current physical condition cannot be used indiscriminately. Even nourishing medicines cannot be used indiscriminately. What's the meaning? When Wei Chen checked the queen's pulse just now, he vaguely felt that the queen's pulse was beating strongly, like a happy pulse.
As soon as he said these words, Li Maobai's face changed. He raised his brows high and opened his mouth slightly, full of surprise.
Is this true?
Shinseyo also touched his belly subconsciously. She was confused and didn't realize what happened.
If you don't take it seriously, I don't dare to say anything.
Wu Xinyi glanced down at the corner of his mouth and said with deep meaning,
Your Majesty doesn't let the minister touch the empress, and the minister doesn't have the ability to diagnose the pulse with a thread. This matter is terrible. There is no way to win a deal with the emperor. Then come and check your pulse now.
I don't dare.
Wu Xinyan subconsciously took 2 steps back, touched his buttocks, and said,
If the emperor kicks me again, I won't be able to bear it.
He and Li Maobai were joking, but Li Maobai was worried about Shinseyo's belly and had no time to joke with him.
If you dare to resist the order, your butt will be saved, but your head will not necessarily be saved. No. No. If you have something to say, please say it.
Wu Shi and Miao gave in and took Shinseyo's pulse obediently. After a moment, he said firmly,
Congratulations to the emperor. Congratulations to the concubine. This is a true joy.
Li Maobai's joy was palpable, but compared to him, Shinseyo seemed calm.
Really? I came to Tiangui last month, and the date has not yet come this month. Ordinarily, even if the pregnancy is carried out, it may not be full term. How can you be absolutely sure?
In the past, her false pregnancy caused quite a stir. And if she did it again this time, the queen mother would definitely not be able to spare her. Wu Xini was very confident in what he said, but he looked unreliable. So Shinseyo couldn't believe what he said in her heart. Later, Li Maobai called over most of the imperial doctors from the imperial hospital, including many experts with a wealth of money. Only when everyone expressed joy after checking their pulse did Shinseyo dare to believe that she was really pregnant. She touched her flat belly. Her mood was indescribably complicated. There is joy. There is worry. There is panic. Li Maobai saw her uneasiness, so he held her hand tightly and said firmly,
Don't be afraid. I will always be by your side.
At this moment, there is no more reassuring word than this. At this time, it was time for everyone in the palace to retreat, leaving Li Maobai and Shinseyo alone to talk about themselves. But Wu Xini, like a common man in the market, shouted and said,
The emperor is very happy. The empress is very happy. We also want to get some luck from such a good thing. Don't you think so? Everyone.
He shouted like this in front of the emperor. How could anyone dare to answer his words? However, Li Maobai was in a good mood today, so he didn't care about his vain tricks.
Everyone in the upper and lower palaces of Yueguang Palace will be rewarded with half a year's monthly records. The imperial doctors who consulted today will each be rewarded with 3 months of monthly records.
Everyone was happy and thanked in unison. Later, Pear came in and said that the barbecue was ready. Shinseyo grinned.
I'm hungry right now. Your Majesty. Shall we eat first? Barbecue?
Li Maobai frowned and waved his hand.
No. No. Pickled and grilled food is harmful to the body. You are pregnant now, so you can't eat those things anymore. I asked the imperial chef to make some nourishing dishes and send them to you. You like to eat fish, so it's just right. The day before yesterday, Sanfu said that the dragon seeds in Yueguang Pond have grown up. Can they be steamed for you?
Dragon crab is a fish that only the emperor can eat. Li Maobai had it stewed for Shenxiu to eat without even thinking about it. This kind of favor is evident. Others were India's, but Shenxiu refused.
No, I just want to eat barbecue. Oh, Your Majesty, just once. Once is okay. No, Your Majesty.
Shenxiu leaned on Li Maobai's shoulder, rubbed his chin with her forehead like a kitten, then stretched out a finger and stood under Li Maobai's eyes, saying in a coquettish tone,
Just once, just once. Okay. You?
Li Maobai sighed helplessly, pinched the tip of her nose, and said reluctantly,
I will accept you this time. And you can't do anything wrong in the future. Thank you, Your Majesty.
She suddenly leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek, and then ran towards the main hall like a little white rabbit. Fortunately, Pear and Cheer nodded, and knowing that his master was a noisy person, they closely followed Shenxiu on both sides, so Li Maobai could feel at ease.
This crazy bitch will piss me off sooner or later. She is still a child. How can she be a mother?
After hearing his complaint, Sanfu smiled and joked.
The emperor asked for a wife himself. What else can he do besides pampering her?
He smiled brightly and handsomely. This is a rare joy since he ascended the throne. Chapter 202 I will stay with him without hesitation. The news that Shenxiu was pregnant spread throughout the sixth palace overnight. Such good news naturally makes some people happy and some sad. For example, the two most powerful female relatives of the Zhu family in the harem. The queen stayed up all night and made a rag doll with Shenxiu's birthday written on it, and stuck silver needles all over its belly. She hoped that when she fell asleep, Shenxiu's child would be gone. The queen mother stayed up all night, knelt down and worshipped before the gods and Buddhas in the hall, trying to restore the gods to their spiritual appearance, and prayed to the Bodhisattvas to bless Shenxiu and give birth to her son safely. Early the next morning, Fenghuan Palace welcomed many new faces. It was Sanfu who brought them here, saying they were skilled workers from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and Li Maobai pointed them out to do the work. The queen originally thought that Shenxiu was pregnant, but Li Maobai finally had time to stop and take a look at herself. She thought that nothing had been changed in the years she had lived in Fenghuan Palace, so she asked someone to help her, thinking that the concubine would come to pay her respects soon, and it would be inconvenient for them to clang and clank here. He said,
The concubine will come to pay her respects later, and it is not convenient for these craftsmen to work here. Why not let them come after the greetings are over? Sanfu smiled and said,
It doesn't matter. It will be cured in half an hour.
The queen was still curious about what she could accomplish in half an hour. When she finished dressing up and returned to the main hall, she saw that everything was the same except for the chair where Shenxiu was sitting on the sunset. The yellow pear-wood high chair was replaced by a lower square chair. The three sides of the chair are covered with a thick layer of goose down. When you sit down, you feel like you are surrounded by down. No matter what position you sit in, you will feel very comfortable. In addition, the chair cushion is sealed with 3 thick layers of bamboo core cotton. People sitting on it can't feel the slightest hardness at all. They just feel like they are sitting on cotton. No matter how long they sit, they will not suffer from back pain. Sanfu said,
This is considered a success. The queen, the emperor has asked the servant to give you a message. The Roan concubine is pregnant now and cannot stand for a long time, let alone kneel. There is no need for the queen to restrain her for daily greetings.
The queen smiled solemnly.
That's natural. I am very happy that concubine Roan is pregnant. Her child is also my child. To tell you the truth, I am also very nervous. Even more nervous than the emperor.
In fact, I asked Xiangling to prepare soft cushions early in the morning, and replace the tea with milk for concubine Roan. But the emperor was still not thoughtful enough. The queen is really virtuous when she is virtuous. I will tell the emperor what I think. There is nothing going on here, so I will leave first.
After he walked away, Xiangling said angrily,
The emperor feels sorry for her and won't let her come to greet her. Why do you need to make so many accents? Is there any concubine whose seed is more exquisite and luxurious than the empress in the middle palace? The emperor did this. It's too disrespectful of the queen's face.
After all, he is the queen's domestic servant. Any other palace servant would not dare to say such words even to death. The queen was not annoyed when she heard what she said. She just stared at the down-heated seat for a long time, then smiled to herself.
When has the Emperor ever cared about my face? If the Emperor has me in his heart, my brother will not.
Such a wasted death will prevent my mother's family from losing its prosperity overnight and falling from the clouds into the mud.
Xiang Ling advised.
Your Majesty, after all, is the queen of the palace. Even if your mother's family is in dire straits, there will always be the queen mother to support you. So what if Mrs. Shen is pregnant? I still have to pay attention to you day and night.
Right? The queen raised her hand to interrupt her.
She went through a lot of troubles every day on the way to ask for peace. If something happened, or if she tried to die and had a fetus, she would have to blame this palace on her. It's better to wait until she comes. And I will promise her not to come to pay her respects in the future. After all, out of sight is out of mind.
When the concubines came to pay their respects later in the evening, Shenxiu simply took all the glory. No matter how bitter the concubine is, she has to say congratulations when she sees her. This should be the first time that she did not listen to the gossips of these concubines after she became lucky. It's not that they don't want to. It's that they don't dare. The Emperor and the Empress Dowager valued Shenxiu's air so much that they could not tolerate the harsh words from others. The queen said that she would have a good childbirth in the future and not have to work hard every day to greet her. But she said,
it is the concubine's duty to greet the queen. And the birth period is not in October. And the concubine cannot avoid this laziness.
Of course she's coming. She is responsible for coordinating the affairs of the Sixth Palace. And now the Zhu family is about to make a move. Who knows what Queen Andy is thinking? These women in the harem seem useless. But if they really have any bad intentions, they are more difficult to deal with than the courtiers of the previous dynasty. When the guests were leaving that day, concubine Duan caught up with her halfway and escorted her back to the palace with her. The two of them walked in front, and the servants followed behind. Concubine Duan held her hand and said with emotion,
with this baby, your status will be very different. Is there anything different?
Shenxiu touched her belly and said, Chichiran,
this child is also an injustice. How can it be an injustice?
Concubine Duan put her hand on the back of her hand on her lower abdomen and said,
he is the emperor's first son. A noble son. Besides, it is a lonely night in the deep palace. You have to be favored by the emperor. This you can definitely keep your child by your side. Life will always be easier with such a little guy by your side. I don't have the time to think about it. Now that I'm pregnant and can't sleep with you. It's a good time for Yueguang and my sister. Yueguang is beautiful and gentle. And the emperor often mentions her when we are alone and looks at her. I am very satisfied with her. When I was pregnant, the emperor would always come to accompany me. When he came, I would coax him to go to my sister or Yueguang. It's not easy for women to take advantage of this.
Duan Feiqian smiled and said,
you don't need to worry about any of this now. You just need to worry about raising this baby. But isn't it the master's mission for us to support Guerin Shui?
Concubine Duan raised her eyebrows, turned her gaze from her belly back to her face, looked at her with smiling eyes, and said word by word,
compared to her, the child in your belly is obviously more valuable.
Concubine Duan's meaningful words suddenly awakened Shenxiu. She is a craftsman and is controlled by the people behind the scenes. So her children will also become pawns of the people behind the scenes. Could it be that the child's death was the result of a chess game set up by the person behind the scenes, allowing him to take action? Historically, Li Maobai did nothing during his reign. Now that he is a child of his own, that means history will be changed again. The sunshine split the thick clouds into cracks. When Shenxiu raised her head, the clear sunshine just fell on her face, slightly harsh and warm. At this moment, she seemed to have figured out something. I always felt that fate was teasing me to travel through time and come to Qi Dynasty, just to kill the tyrant in the name of killing him. Now I understand. It wants me to stand beside him and wash away the injustice that has covered him for thousands of years. I will also accompany him without hesitation to tear apart the veil of conspiracies and find out the truth of the eternal mystery. For him, for ourselves, and for our children. Shenxiu looked at the shadows of the palace eaves and the silhouettes of floating clouds on the endless gravel road in front of her, and suddenly felt that walking on this road had never been smooth sailing.
But she still held her head high and kept walking forward one step at a time. Chapter 203. The person behind the scenes has been hiding in the palace? Shenxiu's pregnancy is worth a lot of money. It's not her fault that Jean Gui did it herself. She doesn't like trouble by nature. Nowadays, people from Huagong Palace are sweeping in and out carefully, boiling sake and splashing it all over the place, and scalding it with vinegar and smoking it. It's all Li Maobai's attention. Her worry is pregnant for the first time. So the place she lives must be clean and sanitary, without any hidden dangers. The smell of vinegar mixed with the smell of wine was really unpleasant. In just a quarter of an hour, Yueguang Palace had been turned into a smelly canteen. Shinxio couldn't avoid it. So she took Fu Qingqing out for a walk. When Li Maobai came to her excitedly for lunch, he was so smelled that he burst into tears as soon as he entered the door. Xing Yun wore a veil and held a basin of sake in his hand. Playing with water happily, Li Maobai waved him over and asked,
"What are you doing? Isn't it the Emperor's order? Yueguang Palace must be thoroughly cleaned from top to bottom. No dirt is allowed to remain."
Li Maobai slapped his forehead and said something was wrong. He handed over the cleaning of Yueguang Palace to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The Ministry of Internal Affairs requested an order and said that it would be best to cooperate with the hospital in such a matter. He agreed without much thought at the time. The ridiculous scene in front of me now is probably caused by Wu Shiny. When he learned that Shinxio was not in the palace, Li Maobai also felt a headache from the smell and had to hold his nose and return in frustration. After returning to the palace, Sanfu was asked to visit the Taiyuan Hospital and the Ministry of Internal Affairs, asking them to come up with a tasteless way to clean up Yueguang Palace, so as not to pickle his beloved concubine. Sanfu took the order and came out and met Chu Yueji.
"Good luck to you, Governor Chu. The Emperor is waiting for you inside."
Chu Yueji peeked inside and saw Li Maobai scratching his ears and cheeks as if he felt uncomfortable. So he asked,
"What's wrong with the Emperor?"
Sanfu looked back and thought it was because Li Maobai had a strange smell on his body that made him feel uncomfortable. So he smiled and said,
"The governor should ask the Emperor himself. I am rushing to do the errands of the concubine Rong, so I am leaning towards you."
He came today to report to Li Maobai about the recent situation of the Zhu family. After days of surveillance, there was nothing wrong with everyone in the Zhu family. Mrs. Zhu was depressed, and Zhu Hongchuan always rushed back to her house after going to court to be by her side. During this period, she did not come into contact with anyone suspicious.
Will the Emperor consider withdrawing some of the secret guards? Or should things continue as before? It's the same as usual.
Li Maobai scratched his itch and said,
"In order to deceive the thieves, I promoted many young people. They have been in their respective positions for a long time and have eaten enough of the bonuses they deserve. Governments in various states can detect corruption. I have ordered Dali Temple and the Ministry of Punishment to deal with those who have received irrefutable bribes. The remaining 3 people on the list cannot be found out, except for Wei Zhengmao, who is really innocent. The remaining 2 are greedy people under your control. I don't want to see them handing me any more memorials."
Above the court, there are many corrupt officials who cannot be dealt with on the surface. In recent years, most of them have been handled by Chu Yueji personally. What Li Maobai hated most in his life were the words greed and rebellion. All officials who were related to these 2 words, no matter how powerful they were in the Qi dynasty, would only end up with an unhappy ending. Chu Yueji took the order and was about to leave, but he saw Li Maobai scratching himself continuously, and unknowingly there were a few red marks on his fair and slender neck. So he asked,
"What's going on, Your Majesty?" "I don't know. I smelled the smell of vinegar and wine from Yueguang Palace, and when I came back, I felt itchy all over my body."
The more he scratched, the more itchy he became. So he simply ordered people to drive him back to the palace to prepare for bathing and changing clothes. When passing by Chu Yueji, he was suddenly called to his side.
"Your Majesty, wait a moment."
He carefully observed Li Maobai's court clothes and found that the lower hem of the court clothes was stained with dark green marks that were connected in a radial pattern. And he felt something was wrong in his heart. Following his gaze, Li Maobai also noticed the stains.
"How do people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs do their jobs? They wear 3 court uniforms, and they are taken off and washed every day. How come there is still dirt?"
Chu Yueji analyzed.
"People from the Ministry of Internal Affairs have been serving the Emperor for many years. When the court uniforms are delivered to the Emperor's upper body from the clothing bureau, they need to go through 6 layers of inspection. There is no reason for such large-scale stains to be ignored. Unless the Emperor just got into it today." "Today?"
Li Maobai thought about his schedule today. He got up from Chaoyang Palace and went to Jinwan Palace to attend court. He went to Shangshi Room to meet several courtiers, and then went to Yueguang Palace to have lunch with Shinxio. He didn't see anyone, thinking that there would be political matters in the afternoon. So he hurriedly returned to the study room. During this period, no one came close to him at all. He always traveled in a sedan, and he never came into contact with any dirt. He really couldn't think of any opportunity for his clothes to be stained with dark green marks. Chu Yuezhi remained silent, taking out the glazed lens from his arms, and looking at the stain on Li Mobai's hem. Sure enough, the dark green mark turned into fluorescent blue under the lens.
Wei Chen's guess is correct. It's glazed crystal powder. Glazed crystal powder? The thing you used to track down the man in black that day? Yes,
Chu Yuezhi explained.
the glazed crystal powder is colorless and odorless. Under normal circumstances, only when observed with a lens made of glazed crystals, the bright blue light will be seen. But if this object comes into contact with food, there will be a reaction between the two. If it is on clothes, it will show dark green traces. If it is stained on the skin, it will feel extremely itchy, and it has strong adhesion, and is difficult to remove with water. The saponins are clean after washing, which can explain why the clothes sent from the clothing bureau are still stained with this substance.
All the symptoms were correct, indicating that there was indeed glass crystal powder stuck to Li Mobai's body.
I remember you said that this thing was refined by your disciples, and you are the only one in the world who has it. Yes. So the presence of glazed crystal powder on the emperor's body means that you have most likely been in contact with the man in black that day.
Li Mobai asked.
Is he always in the palace? It's very possible.
Chu Yuezhi nodded heavily, and after a moment of silence, he added,
That day, the tracking traces disappeared when they reached the smooth door. The fourth watch was when the water wheel entered the palace, so he was very likely to be mixed in the water. He slipped into the palace from the car, so he wasn't discovered.
After saying that, he asked tentatively,
Your Majesty, has Prince Jing been in the palace these 2 days?
Li Mobai shook his head.
If that person has been hiding in the palace, it is even less likely to be Jin Yan. He has just recovered from his injury. Yesterday, the servant of Prince Jing's palace sent a message to Sanfu, saying that he will be able to move easily in 2 days, and will enter the palace on his own. Come and pay your respects to me and my mother. It is also possible that the man in black that day was not the real person behind the scenes.
Chu Yuezhi analyzed.
He arranged many agents in the palace, and it is very likely that he appointed the agents to do things for him. No.
Li Mobai immediately rejected his statement.
Although there is only a wall between the inside and the outside of the palace, it is quite difficult, and the risks are doubled if you want people in the palace to do things outside the palace. That person is strategizing, so he can't settle the matter, since he can just ask his subordinates outside the palace to do the work for him.
Why should he use the secret service in the palace? But the palace is full of eunuchs. Even the first-rank eunuch like Sanfu, the chief eunuch, definitely doesn't have that person's strength.
At this point, things have reached a deadlock again. Li Mobai always felt that many things seemed to have a pull, but it was like a ball of wool dropped to the ground and pulled randomly, wrapped into an intricate ball of thread. No matter how you sorted it out, it was still a mess. Chapter 204 New Mission. Choose a man or woman. Have a baby and have fun. As summer approaches, most of the flowers in the royal garden are in full bloom. The fragrance of the flowers attracted butterflies, and Fu Qingqing shouted to catch them. She originally wanted to drag Shenxiu to accompany her, but Pear quickly said,
My queen is pregnant, so she can't do those big moves.
Then she slapped her mouth playfully, and then ran away. Shenxiu sat in the pavilion, enjoying the beautiful scenery and smelling the fragrance. Feeling at ease, looking far away, he saw Shui Yinhuan walking towards her. So he told Pear,
No one is following Mr. Fu when he goes out. You and Cheer go take care of her, and be careful not to hurt her. But the Empress is here alone. I'm just sitting here. What can happen?
After sending away the palace attendants, Shui Yinhuan approached her, leaned down and said,
Concubine, I would like to pay my respects to Concubine Rong.
He knew that she was Sasaku, but the two of them had not had a private conversation since she entered the palace. Shenxiu pointed at the empty seat next to her and asked her to sit down. She smiled and said,
The Emperor has called you to bed every night for the past 2 days, which shows that he loves you very much. Where can I be more blessed than my Empress?
She smiled gently, and her every frown showed off her ladylike demeanor. If her identity were not known, no one would doubt her origins if such a woman were placed in the harem.
The Emperor only has the purpose of venting his lust for the concubine. In terms of care, he is far less than the Empress.
She put the silk in front of her lips and under her nose. Coughed twice.
The concubine has been suffering from cough for a few days. And she also I told the Emperor. But the Emperor never asked me about it. Every time I had sex, I was treated violently. After the incident, I would send the concubine back to Zhongsui Palace, and she was not allowed to stay for a day. I think it would be better not to stay overnight. What do you think is a good thing about sleeping next to the king's pillow? You are so nervous that you are afraid of disturbing his dream even if you turn over. It's better to sleep on your own. I met your empress by chance today, and I have some unspeakable things that I want to discuss with you.
Shui Yinhuan blushed and said timidly,
I wonder if the emperor has the habit of taking medicine. Somehow, I always feel that the emperor is suddenly big and small.
Shinxio almost choked at her words. According to Li Mabai, if Shui Yinhuan entered the palace and wanted to be favored, then he would let her serve his secret guards as a reward. The people she serves are different every night, and even after drinking the ecstasy soup, her feelings are different. Faced with her question, Shinxio could only play casually and say that she was overthinking. Even so, she could see that Shui Yinhuan's expression was still dubious.
Every night before going to bed, the emperor asked his concubines to drink a potion that would increase the chance of pregnancy. But every time he drank the medicine, he felt dizzy and his eyes were blurred. The emperor went to bed with him most often. Did the emperor treat your empress like this?
Shinxio pretended to be calm.
The emperor has been childless for several years since he ascended the throne, so he is naturally concerned about the issue of descendants. It is an old rule to drink the medicine to induce pregnancy before going to bed. The medicine is very powerful and effective. I can get it. Pregnancy is probably due to that medicine.
Later that night, the newly tidied Yongnan Palace no longer had the strange smell. Not long after Shinxio returned to the palace, Li Mabai came to look for her. At dinner time, she mentioned to Li Mabai that she met Shui Yinhuan in the Imperial Garden today. I think she has already had doubts about the matter of sleeping with her. If she notices that something is wrong, the matter will most likely be exposed. When the emperor wants someone to cooperate with her in the future, he will try to choose the same person. The ecstasy soup will also be given to her. She switched to pregnancy pills to prevent her from secretly keeping some of the ingredients in the medicine. She could also switch to spices or put them in her dinner. I don't plan to call her to bed these days.
He thoughtfully served Shinxio a bowl of black-bone chicken soup and handed it to her.
Qin Tianjin said that today is a hot summer year, and summer is particularly difficult. I plan to finish these days. So he moved to Yueguang Garden to escape the summer heat. Only concubines above the rank of concubine are eligible to go to the palace. But she couldn't go with her. Yueguang Garden?
Shinxio read it again, thinking, in the 5th year of the Qi dynasty, Shiji said that the royal family did not go to the summer garden to escape the summer heat. There will be drought in the north and floods in the south. This should be the busiest year of Bai Bai's reign. How can he still have time to go to the palace? Droughts and floods both cause serious losses because they are unpredictable. But at the beginning of the year, Li Mabai had already heard Shinxio worry about these two disasters that would happen. So he took precautions early in the morning, opened mountains and expanded rivers in the north, and diverted springs into the fields to ensure that if it didn't rain for 4 months, it would not harm the people, causing serious trouble in their lives. In the south, the embankments were reinforced and built, and a lot of manpower and material resources were spent to dig a canal from north to south. In this way, the floods in the south can just solve the drought in the north, which is complementary and mutually beneficial, and achieves multiple goals with one stone. Of course, Shinxio had no way of knowing all these past affairs, and Li Mabai also planned to hide it from her for the time being. When she realizes what happened, she still has to bow to his admiration. Li Mabai remained calm and said to her while drinking soup,
I received a letter. King Rui will return to Jiangdu in the middle of next month. It has been 3 years since I saw the 7th brother.
King Rui, the 7th of the royal family, was born 3 days later than Li Mabai. His biological mother was the late emperor's concubine Qi. He grew up with Li Mabai and Li Jinyan since childhood, and the 3 of them had a very good relationship. His fiefdom is in Guangzhou. It is a fiefdom he invited himself. It is surrounded by mountains and rivers. It is a good place for leisurely clouds and wild cranes. It's just that Guangzhou is too far away from Jiangdu. Once he leaves, it will be difficult for the brothers to see each other. There are not many records about King Rui in history. It is only known that he never married. In his later years, he opened many ancestral halls in Guangzhou to take in homeless orphans. He was considered a good man. After dinner, Li Mabai planned to go with Shinxio to pay his respects to the Queen Mother. But the dinner was a bit meaty, which made Shinxio retching. So Li Mabai asked her to have a good rest, and went to say H. Lo alone before coming back to accompany her. As soon as I walked out of the dormitory, I remembered that the window was not closed when I came out. I was thinking that Shinseyo and Tan Yang would definitely prevent the servants from closing the window. So I wanted to go back and close the window myself, and give her a few more words. But before he could open the door, the conversation between Shinseyo and the system appeared in his mind. Didi. Host. You have a new task order. This time it's a super main mission. If you complete the mission, you can get a reward that doubles your existing points. The host's current points are 300 points, which means that if the task is successfully completed, the host's accumulated points will become 600 points. Xiao Tuochuo said very excitedly, but Shinseyo was not too happy. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and greater returns mean greater risks. You should first tell me what the mission is. Didi. New mission. Choose a man or woman. Have a baby and have fun. Chapter 205. Gobai plays tricks and coaxes you to conceive twins. Are you sure this mission is not for giving points? Shinseyo is already pregnant. So wouldn't she just have to wait until the child is mature and born to get 300 points for nothing? But then I thought about it. The system probably wouldn't let her take advantage of making a lot of money like this. What does it mean to choose your own gender? The host probably hasn't visited the convenience store carefully. On the top shelf of the rightmost shelf, there are 3 treasure gourd bottles. There were 3 pills inside. One was Kylin pill, one was Kaifeng pill, and the other was Longfeng pill. If the host takes the Kylin pill, the baby will definitely be a boy. If you take the Kaifeng pill, you will definitely have a baby girl. As for the Longfeng pill, it is even more powerful. If the host takes the Longfeng pill, he will be able to give birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Both men and women will make up one good word, which can be said to be a blessing once and for all. Xiao Tuochuo introduced it diligently, but Shinseyo didn't seem interested in it, because she just took a sneak peek at the prices of those things. Kirin pills and Kaifeng pills both cost 200 points, and Longfeng pills cost 300 points. This meant that she would have to wipe out all her capital at once. I don't buy it. It's the same for both boys and girls, and there is no throne to inherit in the family. The host's family doesn't have it, but the tyrant's family has it. After hearing what it said, Shinseyo realized that her current husband was the emperor. After all, there was indeed a throne in her family that she wanted to inherit. Don't buy it either. Too expensive. This kind of thing is left to fate. Wouldn't it be nice if I could save those points to do something else? Don't you always say that I'm a little loser who can't save money? I haven't used my points for a long time. If I don't use them this time, then by the time I give birth to my baby, I will have 600 points guaranteed. If I don't spend them, I will keep my wallet tight and be a little rich woman. Faced with Shinseyo's indifference, Xiao Tuochuo decided to struggle a little harder. Host, don't underestimate these pills. They can not only change the gender of the fetus in your belly, but also ensure that the quality of this fetus is super high. There will be 100% chance of fetal deficiencies and congenital malformations, and the birth rate will be 100%. The person who came down to keep her was a handsome man and a beautiful woman, with an extraordinary IQ. The most important thing is, it can also protect the host from the pain of childbirth during pregnancy. Apart from the inconvenience of movement due to a big belly in the later period, there will be no adverse reactions such as morning sickness, edema, and high blood pressure. And you won't feel any pain during delivery. It's just like laying an egg. It just pops out. Not to mention how relaxed it is, compared with being able to choose a man or woman independently. The additional benefits Xiao Tuochuo mentioned later made Shinseyo more worried. As a mother, who doesn't want their children to grow up healthy and disease-free? Although she has never given birth to a child, she is exposed to overwhelming information in modern society about how painful and dangerous childbirth is. She naturally feels scared after hearing too much about it. What's more, we are still in ancient times without any advanced medical equipment. It is said that when a woman gives birth to a baby, she is on the verge of death. This statement may be a bit exaggerated in modern terms. After all, apart from the pain, it is rare to hear that a pregnant woman will die if she gives birth to a baby in the hospital. But this was commonplace in ancient times. In ancient times, the mortality rate of pregnant women was close to 30%. Basically, as long as it was difficult to give birth, it would result in a situation where one person would die and 2 would die. Successfully giving birth to a child is the first step. Whether the child can grow up safely is still unknown. Thinking of these possible changes, Shinseyo was a little shaken. She told the system to give her a day to think about it again. Little Tuochuo didn't understand What else is the host thinking about? This is a surefire deal. Even if the host spends 300 points, the points will still come back after the baby lands safely. She didn't answer the system's question. Of course she had to consider it, because she wants to keep her points and help her beloved change his destiny. Li Mobai outside the door also became anxious and confused after listening to the complete conversation between her and the system. He didn't care if it was a boy or a girl, but he felt inexplicably distressed when he thought about the pain she might go through during childbirth. This stupid woman. What are you still thinking about at this time? Damn it. I can't let her know that I can hear her heart. We can't do it forcefully. It seems we can only use outsmarting. On the second day, Li Mabai drank 2 more glasses of wine during dinner on the pretext of celebrating Shinseo's pregnancy. When he seemed drunk, he pulled Shinseo to express his feelings.
You know, I'm very scared.
He squeezed Shinseo's hand tightly, his eyes slightly red.
My mother used to have a very harmonious relationship with the late emperor's concubine, but she collapsed due to dystocia. It's a fate of 2 lives. Like you, she has an extremely cold constitution. I asked the imperial doctor that with such a constitution, it is easy to have big troubles.
Shinseo was shocked. Li Mabai continued.
There is also Yueguang. She gave birth to a princess, who was my 4th sister. It's a pity that the princess only lived for 5 days and lost her life due to the disease brought from her mother's womb. Yueguang was depressed and unhappy. How long ago did he hang himself from a beam in his own palace?
Shinseo was shocked again. Could this be the legendary postpartum depression?
The most terrifying thing was Taizu's concubine Li. The prince she gave birth to was born with a deformity and only had 1 eye. Qin Tianjin said that this was a sign of evil, and the ministers asked the late emperor to execute the little boy who was only a few days old. Prince. After concubine Li saw her child being executed, people went crazy and asked everyone they saw if they had seen her child.
Shinseo was shocked again. Why are all the emperor's women so faithful? Li Mabai pretended to be crazy while drunk, and told Shinseo many cases in which both mother and son were harmed. Of course, only a small part of this is true, and most of it is just nonsense. But these things did happen in ancient times. The more Shinseo thought about it, the more frightened she became, and a fine layer of sweat broke out on her back. Li Mabai protected her and choked slightly.
I am happy that you are pregnant, but I am even more worried. I am worried that something will happen to you. If so, I will never be able to forgive you in this life. If I can, I am willing to endure this for you. Bitter. If you can't, I would rather you not have this child.
He is an emperor. How could Shinseo not be moved when he said these words to himself? Although Go Bai was trying to get Shinseo to buy the elixir and take it. But what he was saying when he was playing tricks was exactly what was in his heart. He didn't want Shinseo to be harmed in any way. Li Mabai looked at her, his tearful eyes full of heartache.
For this time, it doesn't matter whether you are a man or a woman. What matters is that you stay with me well.
Chapter 206. Smashing Walnuts with the Tyrant's Imperial Seal. Shinseo felt sorry for this man, and even more for herself. It's hard to be a human being. It's hard to be a woman. And it's even harder to be a woman who wants to give birth. To her, both men and women are her children. Of course there is no difference. She will love them equally. She also believed that for Li Mabai, as long as it was their child, he would also like it. But the trouble is that her home is the palace, and her husband is the emperor. In such a feudal social background, if she doesn't give birth to a son for Li Mabai, the queen mother's daily chanting alone will annoy them. Die. Giving birth to 1 child is also life. And giving birth to 2 children is also life. Shinsei thought worriedly for a moment. Then his heart twitched. In this case, it's better to buy a long-foam pill with 300 points. It can ensure the safety of mother and child. And there is no pain in giving birth to a child. However, after 10 months of suffering, both children will be born in one go. Why not? So she sneaked into the convenience store, took out all her remaining 300 points, and exchanged them for a long-foam pill. The small elixir was transferred to her palm, and she kept clenching it in her fist, fearing that Li Mabai would find out. Ahem. She pretended to cough twice, and Li Mabai poured a cup of warm water for her. While he was turning around, Shinseo quickly put the elixir into his mouth, then took the water handed over by Li Mabai and drank it. The moment he swallowed the pill, Xiao Tuachua's voice rang in his mind. Wow! The host said yesterday that he didn't want it, so he used 300 points to redeem the Longfeng pill today. The host is really a little loser who can't save any money. You scold again? Believe it or not, I will hit you. Don't fight. Don't fight. This time is my off-duty time. And there is a reason why I came out to find the host. The host was in such a hurry to eat that he didn't even bother to listen to my introduction to you. Kirin pills and Kaifeng pills can be eaten directly. But Longfeng pills are different. The host is currently carrying a baby in his belly. If you take Longfeng pill, it means that you must be pregnant with another baby. Otherwise, under the effect of the pill, your originally healthy baby will become. It gasped for breath. And Shinseyo was so anxious that she quickly asked,
What will it become?
I will become intersex. You? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Hermaphrodites suck ass. I don't want my kids bad ass. But what to do now? Where am I going to have another baby? Xiao Tuachua said meaningfully.
Where did you get it before? Go and get it now. But you have to do it quickly. The pill will start to take effect 2 hours after you take it. If the host is still alive within 2 hours. If pregnancy is not successful, the result cannot be reversed. 2 hours? Shinseyo raised her eyes and looked at Li Mobai with
eager eyes.
Damn it! I can't control that much anymore. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey. She pushed Li Mobai onto the hot seat. Faced with her violent behavior, Li Mobai was shy this time.
What are you doing?
Looking at the 2 blushes on his cheeks. Thinking that he had drunk too much anyway. He would not be able to remember anything when he went to sleep tomorrow. So he simply became bolder. She lifted his chin with one hand, smiled and teased.
Do what you have to do.
As soon as the words fell, warm lips pressed against her. Asterisk. When Li Mobai got up the next day, he only felt a soreness in his back. Recalling the scenes last night, he unconsciously looked at Shinseyo, who was sleeping heavily beside him. Why didn't this woman see that she was such a hungry wolf and leopard before? Thinking like this, the corners of Li Mabai's lips inadvertently evoked an intriguing smile. We have twins, but all the points are gone. It's not hard to have no money. For Shinseyo, a time-traveling girl, points are equivalent to her money in ancient times. When your wallet is empty, you naturally lose your sense of security. So the first thing she did after getting up was to wake up the system and ask it for a task. What new tasks are there in the task library now? Arrange it for me quickly. I want to save points. Host. Wait a moment. Let me check it for you. Dee. Found it. Currently, there is only one intermediate task left in the task library. Crush walnuts with the Tyrant's National Jade Seal. The reward points for completing the task are plus 50, and the points for failing the task are minus 50. Should the host choose to complete the task? The Jade Seal of the country. How could the Tyrant give me that thing and let me use it to smash walnuts? This depends on the host's ability. She had no choice. As for this personal task, she had to do it or not. After thinking about it for a long time, she finally came up with a solution that should work. Although I don't know where the Imperial Seal is.
I can use the excuse of seeing the world to ask him to take it out for me to see. I'm pregnant. If he doesn't agree to this little thing, don't blame me for falling out with him. At noon, Shinseyo went to Li Mobai with a basket of walnuts. When he arrived, he was preparing to take a nap. When he saw Shinseyo holding a lot of walnuts in his hand, he joked,
What are you doing with so many walnuts? You finally realized that you are stupid and you need to eat more walnuts to replenish your brain? These are for the Emperor. The Emperor has many things to do every day, so he needs to replenish his brain.
She put the walnuts on the small table of the hot seat, then sat next to Li Mobai, leaning into his arms naturally.
Your Majesty, after paying tribute to the Queen today, I was chatting with Fukuiran, and inexplicably we talked about the legend. The National Jade Seal. She said it was said that the National Jade Seal was round. I laughed at her and said that all Jade Seals were square. She also said that her father had seen it.
She looked at Li Mobai with curiosity.
So, is the Imperial Seal really round?
Shinseyo was born in the history department. How could she not know whether the Imperial Seal of the Qi dynasty was square or round? Li Mobai was very cooperative with her, and only said,
If you want to know the radius, it's not easy. I can just show it to you.
After saying that, he turned into the inner hall, and when he came out, he was holding a jade seal engraved with 9 dragons in relief. He handed the object to Shinseyo. Shinseyo held it and looked at it carefully, thinking, This is the Imperial Seal of the Qi dynasty. I don't know how much more exquisite it is than the restoration picture drawn by historians on a computer. It is a pity that such an exquisite jade seal was lost in later generations. But if I want to use it to smash walnuts, wouldn't it be an even greater sin? Forget it. Forget it. Saving points is important. So, she held the jade seal high and hit a walnut hard. The jade seal is hard in texture and shows no damage at all. The walnuts also exploded, and the SHLS splattered in all directions. Seeing this magical scene in front of him, Li Mabai split on the spot. She actually took my jade seal to smash walnuts. Is she on a mission? Wait a minute. Why can't I seem to hear her voice? Chapter 207, Longevity. The tyrant cannot hear the voice of sorrow.
Oh, Your Majesty, this jade seal is so heavy.
Seeing the ridiculous scene in front of him, Shincio pouted, pretending to be innocent, and said coquettishly,
I couldn't even lift it, so I accidentally dropped it on the table. Fortunately, I broke the walnut.
If it hits someone's hand, it will hurt them to death.
Her clipping sound had no lethality at all to Li Mabai at this moment. All his focus now is on whether he really can't hear her voice. He pretended to be calm and put the jade seal away, and asked her with concern if she was not seriously injured. Then he pretended to be on a whim and asked Sanfu to get 5 dice and 6 dice cups, saying that he wanted to play a game with Shincio.
I turn my back, and you hide the dice in the dice cups. See if I can guess which dice cup has nothing in it. It's so good. Why does the Emperor want to play with these children's things? Nothing. I just suddenly wanted to test the tacit understanding between you and me.
He turned his back, and could only hear the sound of Shincio shaking the dice cup. But her inner voice did not appear in his mind. She is such a person who likes to talk in her heart. It is rare that she is so quiet.
Your Majesty, it's ready.
Li Mabai turned around and looked at the 6 identical dice cups. He pointed at one casually and asked her,
This one?
Shincio smiled sadly.
Your Majesty, you can just guess which one it is and open it yourself. What's the point of me telling you?
Seeing Li Mabai staring at him, he raised his hands to cover his face.
Your Majesty, don't expect to see anything from my expression.
He randomly selected a dice cup and opened it. The blind cat encountered a dead mouse. There happened to be no dice in the dice cup. Later, Li Mabai asked Shincio many questions. Without exception,
he could only hear what Shincio said in her mouth. But he could not hear what she said in her heart no matter what. He couldn't explain why he suddenly lost the ability to read Shincio's mind. Just like he couldn't explain why he was able to hear her voice in the first place. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that not being able to hear her voice is not a big deal. Sometimes a person's inner thoughts and ideas are too straightforwardly exposed in front of him, and he loses the sense of mystery. Li Mabai is confident that he loves Shincio. And even if he can't hear her voice, he can still be a competent husband. The only inconvenience is that it will be difficult for him to know what will happen in the future. Asterisk. In May, the weather gradually becomes hotter. Originally, the Imperial Chariot was supposed to leave for the Summer Garden at the beginning of the month. But because King Rui was going back to Jiangdu in the middle of the month, the trip was delayed for a few days. It is said that spring is sleepy and autumn is tired. But for some reason, it is clearly a hot summer day. But in the past 2 days, there have been a lot of people feeling sad. Sometimes I feel sleepy again not long after I wake up. She fell asleep at noon that day, and was suddenly awakened by a muffled thunder. When he opened his eyes, the light in the bedroom had become very dim. Raindrops were falling outside the window. The sky was covered with thunderclouds. And the sound of the wind was even more terrifying. May is the time when disasters hit the north, and the south one after another. Jiangdu's geographical location is slightly south. This rain may be the beginning of floods in the south. She was just thinking about how to inform Li Mabai of the matter in advance, when Pear knocked on the door and entered. She brushed off the water drops on her clothes and muttered,
I haven't seen such heavy rain for a long time. It's broad daylight, and it's as dark as night outside.
As she spoke, she took out a sachet from her sleeve.
There are many mosquitoes in summer. This is the sachet that I asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to make a few days ago. I hung it on the bedside so that I would not be affected by mosquitoes at night.
Invaded. You are interested.
Shincio took the sachet and put it on the bed. Then ordered,
Go and prepare the sedan to get the umbrella. I have to go to the study room. What are you doing in the study room at this time? The Emperor is not here. Aren't you here? Normally at this time, the Emperor should be in the Chancery's study room meeting with the courtiers to review the papers. Why aren't you here today? On the way back from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, I saw the Emperor's chariot. This umbrella was given to me by eunuch Sanfu. He said that the Emperor was going to the Ministry of Works. I didn't ask what the specific matter was.
Shinseyo didn't ask further. As she spoke, she felt sleepy again and let out a long yawn. Seeing that she was sleepy, Payer said,
Miss, you were awakened by the thunder. Right? Since it's raining and the weather is cool, I'll close the window for you. Can you sleep a little longer? I don't know why I always feel sleepy these days. And I can sleep for most of the day. My Majesty is pregnant, so it's not strange to be sleepy. If you're worried, can I go find the Imperial Doctor to take a look at your Majesty? No. If you call the Imperial Doctor for such a trivial matter, it must be brought to the ears of the Emperor to make him worry. It's just ordinary sleepiness. I think it won't be a problem.
After saying that, he lay on the couch and fell asleep again. When she woke up again, she found Li Mabai sitting on the edge of her couch and staring at her.
Your Majesty?
She was helped up by Li Mabai.
When did you come? I've only been here for a while. But I didn't wake you up when I saw you were sleeping soundly. I've already asked Payer and the others to prepare dinner. It's raining heavily today, so it's suitable to eat something warm for the stomach. I asked them to prepare abalone and chicken sauce and hot pot. Beef.
Okay. After sleeping all day, Shinseyo didn't even take a bite of lunch. So she was hungry now. But compared to being hungry,
telling Li Mabai about the impending disaster seemed more important. She first asked tentatively,
It rarely rains so heavily in Jiangdu. I wonder what the situation in the surrounding cities is like. At the beginning of the year, the Qingtian supervisor said that the year was going to be unfavorable, and he was worried that there would be natural disasters. He thought that the dams in the south had not been strengthened for a long time. So he started construction at the beginning of the new year. It came in handy today. The water level in the Shirlu Water City in the south rose sharply. But it's all within control and not a problem. As for the excess water, it has been diverted to the north by the canal that flows from north to south. Since the beginning of spring, it has only rained once in the north. And I can only hope for rain in the south. If it rains for a few more days, the crops in the north will not end up with a dismal harvest this year. So, the Emperor has arranged everything early in the morning?
Li Mabai nodded slightly.
After King Rui returns to the palace for an audience, we will go to the summer palace to stay for a while to escape the summer heat. The Queen Mother said that pregnant women are most prone to body heat. You are already cold and it is difficult to use ice. So you have to find something cooler. The environment is the best place to be today.
For no reason, Shinseyo felt that Li Mabai seemed to be in a bad mood today. So she sat closer to him, made a face and asked mischievously,
The Emperor seems to be in a bad mood? No.
He gently stroked her cheek with the back of his hand and said with a smile,
Maybe I've been busy with the DPRK recently and I'm a little tired. It's okay.
Chapter 208 Fragrant Killing. Li Mabai didn't know if he was in a bad mood. But not being able to hear Shinseyo's inner voice always made him feel a little uncomfortable. Today, if I told her how she resolved drought and floods, she would have complimented her one way and complained about the other in her heart. He seemed to be used to this way of getting along with her. After not hearing her criticize him for a day, he felt uncomfortable all over. The thunderstorm that had been falling for most of the day showed no sign of weakening late at night. The sound of thunder, falling rain and wind whistles penetrate into people's eardrums, making people feel frightened. But fortunately, there are people I like beside me to cuddle up with. That night, Shinseyo lay in Li Mabai's arms and slept very peacefully. The next morning, the thunder disappeared, but the raindrops still fell heavily. There was already water on the corridor. So the queen stopped at the sixth palace to pay her respects. After Li Mabai went to court, according to the rules, today should be the day when the imperial doctor would consult him. In the past, the person who came to diagnose Li Mabai's pulse was Dr. Chan from the Imperial Hospital. But he was not on duty last night. After leaving the palace and returning home, he found a river flowing in front of his house this morning. So he could not enter the palace. So the imperial physician who consulted Li Mabai today was Wu Shini. As soon as he saw Li Mabai, he acted as if he was very familiar with him. He simply saluted and said in a smooth tone,
Good morning, Your Majesty. It's raining so hard that the roof of the side hall of the Taiyuan Hospital is leaking. Li Mabai was busy reviewing the memorials and had no time to pay attention to him. Seeing that there was no response to his playful smile, he restrained his interest and started to get down to business. After diagnosing Li Mabai's pulse and saying that everything was fine, he moved closer to him and kept smelling. Li Mabai suddenly felt uncomfortable and frowned at him.
What are you doing? Your Majesty smells so good.
Today's court clothes have not been changed. They are still the same ones worn yesterday. Lima Bai raised his sleeves and smelled it. The elegant fragrance of gardenias came to his nostrils. He remembered the gardenias planted in the back courtyard of Yueguang Palace. So he said, I stayed at concubine Rong's place last night. The gardenias in her palace were in bloom. Wu Xinyan frowned inadvertently. But this subtle expression disappeared in an instant. And he quickly returned to normal. Speaking of concubine Rong, today is also the day when she will diagnose Ping and Pulse. Dr. Chong is also in charge of concubine Rong's pulse diagnosis. He is not here today, and Wei Chen has entered the inner palace anyway. So why not let Wei Chen check the Empress's pulse as well?
Li Mobai knew that Shen Xiao didn't want to see Wu Xini, and he didn't want him to go in the first place. But seeing that the rain outside was getting heavier and heavier at the moment, the inner eunuch was asked to call the new imperial physician from the outer palace to enter the inner palace, and then go to Yueguang Palace to diagnose the pulse. I don't know how long this torment would take. Knowing that Shen Xiao had been suffering from drowsiness in the past 2 days, and Wu Xini's medical skills were superb, it didn't hurt to let him go and see him once. Just as he was about to speak, Wu Xini said first,
But we cannot go by ourselves. The Emperor must go with Wei Chen. How to say? Because the Empress is very likely to be poisoned.
Asterisk. When the two of them rushed to Yueguang Palace in spite of wind and rain. As expected, Shen Xiao was still asleep. Wu Xini asked the palace people not to disturb Shen Xiao first, but took Li Mabai to wander around in the rain in the courtyard. The two came to the back garden where gardenias were planted. Because of the heavy rain, the palace officials set up a shed above the garden to take shelter from the rain. The gardenias in this area are blooming better than those in the royal garden. Planted 6 feet in the ground, about 1.5 meters high, the flowers are as white as jade and have a fragrant smell. Li Mabai stared at them for a while, and the expression on his face became serious. Wu Xini noticed the change in his expression and asked,
Did the Emperor see it? This floral scent seems a little unusual. That's right. Because it's not a gardenia at all. It's just the same plant that is very similar to gardenia in appearance and fragrance. It became extinct in Qi Dynasty about 100 years ago. As far as Wei Chen knows, only Xiliang still has it. There is this thing growing in a small part of the forest, which is called
Zueling.
It has a stronger fragrance than gardenia and is more tenacious. It blooms in front of the spring flowers and only dies when the autumn chrysanthemums bloom. So you smelled it on me and knew that I went to Yueguang Palace. So you infer that someone poisoned concubine Rong? Is this flower poisonous? No.
Wu Xini shook his head.
The flower itself is not poisonous, but it conflicts with Eclipta. If a person who has taken Eclipta odoratus smells the fragrance of this flower again, he will first become drowsy and then in a trance. In the end, he had hallucinations before his eyes, and he became mad. Wei Chen had seen the prescription given by concubine Rong to preserve the fetus, and in order to replenish the energy in blood. The prescription contained Eclipta, and it was very heavy. This is unreasonable.
Li Mobai was furious and called Pear to ask her.
When were these gardenias planted?
Pear recalled for a while, and then said,
These gardenias were planted by Sun Guiran last year. I heard her mention that they seemed to be a reward from some empress, but I can't remember who it was. Li Mobai remained silent for a long time and followed Wuxia into the main hall. He was horrified and felt even more shuddering. According to the timeline mentioned by Pear, the seeds of Zuidling should have been planted since Shen Xiao moved into Yueguang Palace. At that time, Shen Xiao announced that she was pregnant, so this dirty thing was obviously aimed at her. However, she had a false pregnancy at that time and had not taken any anti-fetal medicine. So the floral fragrance did no harm to her. It wasn't until now that she was really pregnant and started taking anti-fetal drugs that the effects of the drugs began to show. However, Sun Guiran is dead, and it is impossible to verify who wanted to kill Shen Xiao that day.
Is there any way to remove the remaining poison from concubine Rong's body? Your Majesty is only 1 month pregnant and hasn't taken anti-fetal medicines for long, so the poisoning shouldn't be deep. As long as you uproot these gardenias and stop letting your Majesty smell the smell, Wei Chen will prescribe 2 more doses of detoxification prescription. It should be fine.
Wu Xini stood and replied, while Li Mabai sat on the warm seat. He saw a figure flickering under the window behind the hot seat, deliberately stood on tiptoes and glanced outside, and saw clearly that it was Pear who was eavesdropping under the window. So he deliberately cleared his throat and told Li Mabai in detail how Shen Xiao was poisoned. Li Mabai said,
Don't tell concubine Rong about this. I'm afraid of scaring her. Whose handiwork is Zueling? I will investigate and clear it up privately.
Wu Xini bowed his hands and responded.
I obey the order. Excuse me. You have excellent medical skills and extensive knowledge. If you hadn't smelled the fragrance on my body today and guessed that someone had poisoned my concubine today, I am afraid that this matter would have caused a catastrophe in the long run.
After praising him a few words, Li Mabai said firmly,
I have a business to discuss with you. Are you interested?
Wu Xini smiled mischievously and said,
As long as the money is in place, I will be interested in any business in this world. From now on, I will leave concubine Roan's pregnancy to you to take care of her. When concubine Roan gives birth to full term, I will reward you with 3,000 taels of silver. But if anything goes wrong between them and their son during this period, I will ask you to come to see me. Do you dare to respond?
Wu Xini bowed deeply and said proudly,
I will definitely fulfill my mission. Your Majesty, just prepare the money. Hee.
Chapter 209 Worry Kills People and Kills People. Not long after moving Zue Ling out of Yueguang Palace, Shen Xiao woke up, seeing Li Mabai and Wu Xini come to ask for ping and pulse. She felt a little surprised.
Where is Dr. Chang? Why is it you?
Wu Xini winked and smiled very rudely.
The imperial doctor often has a lot of trivial matters. In the future, the health of the empress will be taken care of by the ministers.
You? Shen Xiao looked at Li Mabai with doubts in his eyes.
Your Majesty, his medical skills are trustworthy. But he is a bit noisy. If you don't like listening to him, I can pull out his tongue.
Wu Xini hurriedly covered his mouth, widened his eyes, and shook his head.
Please have a safe pulse. It won't cost Wei Chen half his life. At worst, when he consults the empress in the future, Wei Chen will paste his mouth with paste.
Just stay.
That day when Wu Shiren was diagnosing his pulse, he had Li Mobai's order. So he deliberately concealed his condition and only reported that everything was safe. When Li Mabai went to court the next day and Shen Xiao was about to pay his respects to the queen, Pei relayed to her what she overheard from Li Mabai and Wu Xini yesterday.
What a delicate method.
In the past, she had read many palace dramas and novels, and thought she was very wary of them. But despite this, she still fell into someone else's trap.
If she had used all these harmful thoughts on business, she would not have been so disgusted by the emperor. Do you know who did it? Who else can it be?
Shen Xiao glanced to the southwest and smiled coldly.
Since I was pregnant, the queen has persuaded me many times to skip the greetings and stay in the palace to raise the baby. I originally wanted her to. How can I have such good intentions? Only now do I understand that letting me stay in the palace is the best way to harm both my mother and my son.
Pei took a breath.
Then we have to tell the emperor about this as soon as possible. What's the use of telling the emperor? Sun Kuren is dead, and we can't find out who is responsible for this matter.
Shen Xiao thought for a moment and said,
The Zhu family has fallen, and the queen still refuses to calm down. After enduring her for so long, she is still thinking about how to kill me every day. It's time to let her suffer some pain.
When she went to pay her respects to the queen that day, Shen Xiao treated her respectfully, as usual, and did not get angry immediately. She checked the records of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and found out that May 7th was the day when the queen entered the palace. So she asked Pei to find an ugly internal prisoner on that day, gave him some money, and asked him to go Fenghuan Palace help pass the message. Since entering the palace, Li Mabai has never remembered any date related to her except his own birthday. But she always remembered it. She also looks forward to her husband coming. On this day, she was reciting Buddhist scriptures in her palace. Xiangling suddenly came to her with joy and said,
Queen, the emperor asked you to go to Chaoyang Palace to have lunch with him during lunchtime.
The queen was suddenly startled, and the Buddhist scripture she was holding fell to the ground.
Are you serious? It's absolutely true. It was my father-in-law who just came to deliver the message. Congratulations to the queen on what she wished for. The emperor still thinks of the queen in his heart.
The queen clasped her hands and thanked all the gods and Buddhas in the sky. After dressing up, she rushed to Chaoyang Palace. When Karen arrived at the door, he was stopped by Sanfu.
Queen, why are you here at this time?
Hearing laughter and laughter coming from the palace, the queen, who was overjoyed, immediately noticed something was wrong. Normally, Li Mabai would ask Sanfu to deliver the decree in person. But today, it was an unfamiliar little eunuch who came to deliver the decree. At this moment, Sanfu's question also showed that he didn't know that Li Mabai had sent it to him. Meal news. She was plotted against. The queen tried her best to maintain her dignified image and said with a gentle smile,
I have been chatting with the queen mother for a while. I happened to pass by the Chaoyang Palace on the way back to the palace. So I wanted to come in and say hello to the emperor.
Sanfu called Qian'er and said,
The emperor is having dinner with his concubines inside at the moment. I will let you go in and make the announcement for you. No need. Since there is a concubine by your side to serve the emperor, I will go back first and come back another day.
Just as she was about to leave, the door to the main hall opened.
Eunuch Sanfu, the emperor asked you to go to the small kitchen to see if the spicy Chibao chicken is ready.
Shenxiu ordered. Sanfu glanced up and pretended to have just seen the queen, and then said happily,
Ah, the queen is here? The concubine is having dinner with the emperor. Can you come with me?
The queen calmly said,
As long as your majesty is with you, I will not join in the fun.
Seeing that she was about to leave, Shenxiu quickly stepped forward and grabbed her forearm.
The empress and the concubine are both sisters. Apart from the family banquet, the concubine has never had a meal with the empress. Your majesty must not have eaten either. So why don't we just come together? No need.
The queen gently pushed Shenxiu away and spoke to her seriously about the rules in the palace.
Except for family banquets, the emperor is not allowed to have two concubines serving him at the same time. This is the ancestral rule. Concubine Rong, you forgot? Aren't the ancestral rules also set by the emperor?
She shouted into the palace.
Your majesty, the queen is here. Let her have dinner with us.
Li Maobai's magnetic ear-catching voice came from the main hall.
Okay.
Just one word of response made the queen happy. Shenxiu helped her slowly walk in, and the queen's mood changed from extremely happy to mixed. Fortunately, Li Maobai agreed to have lunch with her. What's worrying is that Shenxiu asked for this kind of grace for her. She greeted Li Maobai according to the rules. But Shenxiu sat beside Li Maobai without any rules and said cheerfully,
The emperor hasn't finished speaking yet. What happened next?
Li Maobai left the queen aside, looked at Shenxiu with a smile, and said,
Later, when my father found out about this, he locked me and Jin Yin in the woodshed, and asked Ed Shuangrua to beat me and Jin Yin's ass. Ha ha ha. You said so too. Why did you take Prince Jing to steal the koi from the late emperor, and let Prince Jing accidentally fall into the fish tank? But he was picked up by the late emperor? Ha ha ha. I laughed to death.
She was laughing and slapping the table. Her expression was very exaggerated and showed no etiquette at all. This behavior was in sharp contrast to the queen, who was still squatting aside in a formal manner. Li Maobai pinched her chin and said lovingly,
Stop laughing and eat what you like.
After saying that, he glanced at the queen with his peripheral vision, and most of the smile on his face disappeared. And he said casually,
Queen, please sit down too. Yes. Thank you, your majesty.
After the queen sat down, she smelled the overwhelming aroma of the food and covered her lips to cough. This table is full of dishes, all of which are fiery red. Spicy fish, wanfu pork, di tingtian, pepper deer tendons, and lantern tofu are all extremely spicy dishes. Li Maobai and Shenxiu enjoyed their meal, and did not forget to greet the queen.
What are you doing standing around? Have a meal.
After saying that, he put a chopstick of fish soaked in spicy oil into a bowl for her. Chapter 2. Tengo Bai and Yuyu show their affection, and the queen has a heart attack due to anger. The queen looked at the shiny piece of fish meat and felt troubled. This was the first time Li Maobai brought food to her, so she was naturally happy. But she is a person who can't eat even the slightest bit of spicy food, not to mention the spicy taste in her throat after eating this piece of fish. I'm afraid she will have a stomachache when she returns to the palace. After some struggle, she still chose to swallow the fish. As soon as I cleared my throat, I started coughing non-stop. Shenxiu asked with concern.
What's wrong with the queen? Is she choked?
She called to the palace people.
Quick! Give the queen some water.
What was poured into the queen's cup was jasmine tea. And this jasmine flower was even more taboo for her. She is allergic to that pollen. Whenever she comes into contact with it, she will get rashes all over her body, let alone drink it. So he pushed the cup aside and ordered someone to pour a new bowl of water. During this period, Li Maobai only talked and laughed with Shenxiu, without paying any attention to the queen's intentions. The queen had nothing to say, so she chatted,
looking at the dishes on the table. They all tend to be spicy, which doesn't seem to be the emperor's favorite taste. But does concubine Rong like it?
Shenxiu nodded happily, and the queen immediately said,
People say that a sour child is a hot girl. It seems that concubine Rong is pregnant with a princess.
Shenxiu didn't answer, but looked at Li Maobai shyly. Then I heard Li Maobai laugh openly and said,
She has the most picky appetite. Today she likes sour food. And tomorrow she likes spicy food. It's uncertain. Yesterday, the Wu hospital diagnosed her and said her pulse was very similar to pregnancy. I got twins. I thought that she used to like sweet things. But now she doesn't like spicy ones. So it's probably because of the goodwill of the dragon and the phoenix. Shinseo's face turned redder and redder, and she patted Li Maobai gently on the shoulder. The emperor is talking nonsense. How can you be so sure about it? The queen's face turned green and white, which was visibly ugly to the naked eye. But no matter how uncomfortable she felt, she couldn't show it in front of Li Maobai. So she had to force a smile and said, "That's an excellent idea. Since the concubine was pregnant, I and the queen mother prayed every day, praying for the ancestors. With the blessings of Zong and God, I hope that concubine Rong will give birth to a healthy baby. Unexpectedly, she will be blessed with twins, a dragon and a phoenix. This is a great joy. The queen has a heart." When Li Maobai said this, his eyes kept falling gently on Shinseo. Her husband's eyes were full of other people, and the queen suddenly felt extremely sad in her heart. "I remember that in a few days, it will be your first day as a concubine. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, 1 year has passed." The queen smiled shyly and said, "Your Majesty, today is actually the day. Your Majesty, do you still remember?" Shinseo stuck out her tongue and cut off the queen's words with a playful smile. "I have even forgotten what day it was. May 25th. You forgot it. But I always remember it." The queen could only freeze on the spot, as if something was stuck in her throat. It turned out to be her own passion. Yes, he would always remember the day when Shinseo became a concubine. What about yourself? What do you think you are? Sitting here watching them show off their affection. She felt tight in the chest and short of breath, and even breathing became laborious. "Your Majesty, I feel a little uncomfortable and want to go back to the palace first." "What's wrong with the queen?" Shinseo asked with concern. "When I went to pay my respects in the past 2 days, I kept hearing that the queen couldn't sleep at night and couldn't sleep peacefully. Do you want the imperial doctor to take a look at her? I've seen it. It's just that the blood is slightly deficient. I prescribed some decoction to replenish the blood and drink it. It won't be a problem." The queen pretended to be weak and coughed twice as she spoke. But Li Maobai ignored her. Shinseo continued, "Sometimes the inability to sleep at night has something to do with the environment in the palace. Incense is often burned in the queen's palace. The fragrance smells good, but if you smell it too much, you will feel dizzy. In fact, no matter how good the spices are, there is no the fragrance of flowers and fruits is refreshing and has a soothing effect." She blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Li Maobai, and asked tentatively, "Your Majesty, I regret it. I don't want to give that thing to you anymore. You sleep with me at night, and you fall asleep as soon as your head hits the pillow every time. Now, why can't I sleep well at night?" He slowly glanced at the queen again, and his smile became even wider. "The queen is different. She is alone every night, so naturally she needs something good to soothe her mind before she can fall asleep early. The things you gave me haven't been kept warm in my palace, and now you have to give them to the queen again?" Li Maobai pretended to be angry, grunted, shook his head and said, "That's all. This is also your respect for the queen. I allow you to go. Just one thing. You gave this gift to the queen, and you have to choose a new gift to compensate me." The queen didn't want Shinseo's gift, since it was given to the emperor by your concubine. "It would be inappropriate for me to ask for it, as long as I know your wishes." "It's okay, Queen. I'll give my whole body to the emperor. The emperor is not short of this." Shinsei smiled sadly and ordered someone to bring the gift up. The queen only saw something loaded in a flower pot. It was tall and big, and it was covered with red cloth. "Go! Move to the queen." Only after the potted plant moved to the queen's side did Shinseo lift the red cloth. The intoxicating fragrance assaulted the nostrils, and each drunkenling plant suddenly appeared in front of the queen. Her expression became a little unnatural, and she subconsciously held her breath and leaned her body to the other side. She knew how powerful this thing was, and the decoction she had been taking recently to replenish qi and blood happened to contain the medicine Eclipta Lily, which could react with Zui Ling. These subtle expressions and subconscious reactions were seen by Shinseo. She and Li Maobai looked at each other, and then asked the queen in a pretentious manner, "The queen doesn't like it? Although this gardenia is not valuable. It came from the concubine's palace. It was dug out of the back garden. But the sleeping effect is very good." The queen couldn't help but shake her head.
The floral scent is very strong. But I don't like the scent of gardenias very much. So I better leave this to the emperor.
Li Maobai said.
Concubine Rong has expressed her feelings. So the queen must not reject her.
He didn't listen to what the queen had to say. So he called San Fu in and asked him to move the potted plants back to the queen's Fenghuan palace. Seeing that she couldn't push it away, the queen had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue. Then, Li Maobai ignored her again and only focused on flirting with his Yuyu. The queen felt her chest was tight. So she stood up and left. Then walked out. It turns out that when people are extremely angry and have to hold back, they will really be so suffocated that their hearts can't stand it. Before taking 2 steps, the queen stumbled and fell to the ground, clutching her chest and breathing heavily. The palace servants immediately gathered around and helped her up. Shinxio asked her, "What's wrong with your majesty? Do you want to call the imperial doctor to take a look at you?"
Just as the queen was about to speak, she heard Li Maobai say in an understatement while eating,
"You should call the imperial doctor to Fenghuan Palace. What are you calling Chaoyang Palace for? Doesn't the queen want to go back? San Fu, go and ask the imperial doctor to go to Fenghuan Palace."
"I'm waiting in the palace to see the queen's doctor." Chapter 211. The queen started to provoke again. After the queen left, Shinxio smiled even more happily, thinking of the empress's embarrassed look just now. She felt secretly relieved. Li Maobai looked at her for a long time and then said,
"Laugh if you want to. Don't hold it in. Your Majesty, the last words you just said were so cruel. The queen must be heartbroken. She committed the evil herself and cannot blame anyone else. Speaking of which, why is the emperor willing to accompany me in this play? You want to know?"
Li Maobai called her to him with his fingers, leaned close to her ear and said,
"Because no one in this world can bully you except me. But there is no evidence to prove that the queen did this. If there was evidence to prove that she was the one who did this, how could I have indulged her so easily? Just by looking at her face when she saw those drunkenlings, I knew she had something to do with it. I'm just curious. I asked Wushini not to tell you about this. How did you know?" When the emperor was chatting with him, the voice was too loud, and Pear heard it. "I saw that the gardenias in the backyard were gone and I chased after her to ask. And she was willing to tell me the truth."
Later, San Fu came to report that after the potted plants were sent to Fenghuan Palace, Lai Shi took over. But I couldn't hold the thing firmly and broke it on the ground. The queen said that it was unlucky for something to break just after entering the palace. So she had the Zuidling thrown out. There is no 300 taels of silver here. I am afraid only she knows how many evil things she has done. Today's humiliation in Chaoyang Palace became the last straw for her. For Li Maobai, her remaining illusions were shattered. Shinxio is carrying twins in her belly. With her current divine favor, when the child is born, the concubine and concubine ceremony will be just around the corner. Li Maobai loves his family very much, and it is very likely that he will make the prince she gave birth to a prince in the future. Then one day, 100 years after Li Maobai, the new emperor ascends the throne, and Shinxio will become the Holy Mother and Queen Mother on an equal footing with herself. The new emperor is her biological flesh and blood. As the mother and empress dowager, she exists in name only. What hope does she have? The queen was having a headache over this matter. But at this time concubine Hui came to her palace to pay her respects.
"The queen doesn't know. Concubine Rong is so capable. Last time, the empress fined me half a year's salary. But she didn't restrict my daily expenses. It's been hot these past 2 days, and I just want to eat some sweet and sour food. Delicious snacks and cakes. But what do you think the imperial kitchen said? The servants actually said that concubine Rong had told them that the concubine's monthly quota was suspended, and they could not afford these expenses. So they could only use the food in their own quota. Tell me, isn't this concubine Rong deliberately making things difficult for me?"
She chattered so much that the queen had a headache, so she wanted to send her away directly. But then I thought about it. Wasn't concubine Hui's reckless temper a pawn that she could exploit? So she pretended to be very considerate of concubine Hui and asked Xiang Ling to go to the imperial kitchen to ask for the snacks that concubine Hui wanted to eat and send them to Zhongsui Palace. Concubine Hui was grateful and praised the queen for her kindness. The queen sighed.
"What's the use of my benevolence? Don't you remember why you were punished that day? In fact, I don't want to punish you for those trivial things. How come I don't know? You just can't see it."
"I'm used to being a concubine, so I came out to teach her a lesson. I understand all this."
"Why did concubine Hui embarrass Fu Qingqing because she was thinking about the queen? She just wanted to show off her power in front of the new concubines who entered the palace. But the queen wanted to take this matter on herself. So such a favored concubine would not be stupid enough to deny it. She quickly pretended to have a helpless expression.
I have been with the Empress for a long time, so I naturally understand the difficulties of the Empress. Yueguang thought that living with Roan concubine and blindly fawning over Roan concubine would gain divine favor. I naturally want to teach her some lessons, and let her know the rules of the palace.
I understand your thoughts. But concubine Roan deliberately targeted you that day, which put me and you in a dilemma. I have to punish you in order to calm down the matter. After all, she has the power to co-manage the 6th palace. If I don't take action, she will be the one to take action. If she takes action, the punishment for you will only be heavier. Now I can still suppress her as the middle palace. But when she gives birth, I'm afraid she will. She is going to dominate the harem, and no one can control her anymore. No matter how favored she is still a concubine. Why would the Empress say such sad words? Whether it is a concubine or a head wife, status is one thing, and the Emperor's favor is another. Recently, my mother's family has undergone changes, and it has lost its former glory. The Emperor is too lazy to deal with me. When concubine Roan is pregnant, she is focused on her, thinking that this queen is just a decoration. When her child is born, she will definitely be promoted to the rank of a concubine. At least she will be on an equal footing with you.
The queen sighed, pinched the sore roots, and became more and more discouraged.
It's not my fault that I speak harshly. In the harem, your mouth is very unforgiving, and everyone inside and outside has taken offense from her. She is below you now, and she must abide by the rules and dare not make mistakes in everything. But what about the future? She has an imperial heir, and she is the concubine with you, and she also has the power to co-manage the 6th palace. What do you think she will do to you?
Concubine Hui didn't feel it at first. She always thought that she was a concubine. No matter how favored Shenxia was, she would not dare to make a mistake in front of her. But after the queen's analysis, she felt scared.
Then queen, what should we do? Are you asking me?
The queen smiled bitterly.
Do you still remember the former concubine Ning? What happened to her after she offended Shenxia?
Concubine Hui broke out in a cold sweat, and sat slumped in her seat without daring to breathe. The queen saw her fierce look and felt guilty. So she continued to provoke her.
If I were you, I would pray day and night that she would not be able to give birth to a child.
As soon as the words came out, his soft fingers quickly slapped his red lips.
Amitabha, these are some simple things I said. That's all. If you want to eat anything from now on, just come to me and talk to me.
I will arrange it for you. My dear concubine, these things will not embarrass you. As for the rest, just be happy.
While talking, Xiangling came in with 2 cups of almond milk tea and offered them to the 2 masters. After taking a sip, the queen asked,
Have you been careful when making almond tea? Bitter almonds are poisonous. If you grind them into powder and make tea, you will lose your life if you drink it.
Xiangling said,
Don't worry, madam. Although the 2 look very similar, they are easy to tell apart. Moreover, bitter almonds are mostly used for medicinal purposes. There is no such thing in the imperial kitchen. If you want to get it, you can only go to the imperial pharmacy. But there are a lot of these things among the people, and you can buy them if you go out to the palace to purchase them.
Concubine Hui looked at the ripples on the surface of the cup of almond milk tea as it shook in her hand, looking dazed and thoughtful. Chapter 212 Concubine Hui surrenders to Shenxia. Concubine Hui looked at the ripples on the surface of the cup of almond milk tea as it shook in her hand, looking dazed and thoughtful. Seeing her dazed look, the queen raised the corner of her mouth slightly, but quickly calmed down and said,
You have been in a concubine position for some time, right? I remember that you were appointed concubine by your concubine the year before last, and you have been concubine for almost 3 years now. It is said that you are the most senior among the concubines. Now there is only concubine Shi. I feel that if I want to promote you to the title of concubine, you can afford it.
Concubine Hui was overjoyed in her heart and couldn't help but smile on her face. But she didn't want to show it too obviously in front of the queen. So she lowered her eyebrows and shook her head and said modestly,
The queen has promoted me, and I have high qualifications.
Xian, how can I deserve the title of noble concubine? There has been no happy news about a new concubine in the palace for a long time. The queen mother is my aunt. I said you deserve this position, so you deserve this position. Do you understand?
After hearing this, concubine Hui was afraid of missing out on some big deal. So she stopped pretending. She quickly got up and knelt respectfully in front of the queen and kowtowed 3 times.
I would like to thank the Empress for the promotion. I will definitely remember the kindness of the Empress.
You get up first.
The queen slowly took a sip of tea and said meaningfully,
But you also know that concubine she and I have always been incompatible. If you become a concubine, you must always stand on the same line as me. Understand? This is natural. I have always followed the queen's lead. It's one thing to follow one's lead, but the most important thing is to understand my thoughts.
She raised her eyebrows and looked at concubine Hui, smiling.
For example, can you guess what I am thinking now?
Then he took another sip of almond milk tea. Even if concubine Hui is a fool, it's hard for people not to know what she means when the queen makes it so obvious. Eliminating Shinseou also eliminated her obstacles. It eliminated the queen's worries, and she could also obtain the position of noble concubine. It was a good thing that achieved multiple benefits with one stone. Although this matter is difficult, as long as it is accomplished, her status will skyrocket. Instead of spending a lifetime in the palace, it would be better to fight for your own future. After returning to the palace that day, concubine Hui began to make preparations. When we were drinking tea in the queen's palace just now, Xiangling's words had been made very obvious. In the palace, only the imperial pharmacy had bitter almonds. If she went to the imperial pharmacy to get this product, her name would definitely be left on the record. There would be traces of it, and she would not be able to escape. So she asked Huatsui to entrust her relatives outside the palace to find a foreigner visiting Jiangdu to buy bitter almonds, and then find a way to send the bitter almonds to the palace. As a result, when this matter is traced, the foreigner has left Jiangdu. How can he be found in the vast sea of people? Even if Shinseou was killed, the matter would become an unjust case. And with the queen's protection, she was confident enough to escape. When Huatsui brought the bitter almonds back to concubine Hui, the master and servant were talking, but they didn't expect Shui Inhuan to suddenly barge in at this time.
Concubine Hui, the emperor said that he would come to Zhongsui Palace for dinner tonight.
You? Seeing her coming, the master and servant looked panicked, and Hua Chui even hid the bitter almonds in her sleeves. However, because he was too nervous, he didn't hold it in his hand, so the bitter almond slipped out of his sleeve and fell to the ground. Shui Inhuan recognized the bitter almonds at a glance. So she wondered,
what do you do with so many bitter almonds?
Concubine Hui urged Huatsui to pick up the bitter almonds and then leave first. After the door was closed, she pulled Shui Inhuan aside and whispered,
You saw this, and I can't hide it. I want to ask you, since you have lived with me since you entered the palace, have I treated you well? The empress treats her concubines very well. That's it. Now you and concubine Rong are the most favored. If concubine Rong dies, you will become the most beloved person of the emperor. She is the biggest obstacle to your favor. Do you want to get rid of her?
Shui Inhuan was shocked and stammered.
So, is the empress going to use this method to hurt concubine Rong and the fetus in her belly?
Concubine Hui was not a fool either. Shui Inhuan found out about this, and she could only find a way to get her into the water so that she could keep silent. She took Shui Inhuan's hand and said in a deep voice,
This thing was prepared by me. You and I will find a way to bribe the people of Yong'an Palace and give it to concubine Rong silently. She died. Our good days are coming. Your Majesty, you are confused.
Shui Inhuan changed from her usual weakness, shook off concubine Hui's hand,
frowned and shook her head.
Once this matter is discovered, murdering the emperor's heir will be a capital crime for the Nine Clan. Why do you need to fight for a moment of glory? Are you going to risk your life and your family's life by committing such a taboo? But I must fight for a future.
Concubine Hui was a little excited.
I am a concubine. My mother was bullied by the main wife and other concubines in her mother's house. What can I do if I enter the palace? My mother gave birth to me back then. After the palace, the mother's body was damaged, and there was no hope of having children in this life. The main wife's 2 sons, the 3rd concubine and the 4th concubine also had children. But my mother was only a concubine. I finally managed to get the title of concubine, but I am not favored by the emperor. My mother is not favored by anyone in the palace because I am a concubine.
Thinking of her mother's experience at her mother's house, concubine Hui couldn't help crying.
What else can I want? The emperor's favor is hopeless. The only way is to earn the status of a noble concubine so that my mother can become a 3rd-grade imperial concubine. Only then will the father value the mother. and the mother will be able to hold her head high in the mansion.
Xue Yinhuan heard the other meaning in her words and asked,
Even if concubine Rong dies, the empress may not become a noble concubine. Is it worth taking such a big risk for this matter? The queen has made a promise to me. As long as I accomplish this, I will definitely be given the title of noble concubine.
Concubine Hui seemed to be dazzled by the benefits in front of her, and became more and more crazy.
Besides, concubine Rong has been grudged against me for a long time, seeing that she is so powerful. After she gives birth to the emperor's heir, where will there be room for me?
So it turns out that this was all the queen's idea.
Xue Yinhuan took a breath and analyzed in a low voice.
If this matter can really go unnoticed, has the queen ever thought about why the queen didn't do it herself? On the contrary, I want you to take action. But I also promised you the position of imperial concubine in vain? Isn't it afraid that after the Dongchuang incident, the queen will bite you and kill two birds with one stone? In the end, she will be happy. And you are the only one who will be affected.
Concubine Hui's face was full of embarrassment, and she looked a little out of place with her previous image of being quarrelsome with everyone.
But what can I do? The queen has already spoken. If I don't do what she says, I will offend her. If she and concubine Rong are offended, how will I behave in the harem?
Xue Yinhuan pondered for a moment and then asked,
Has the empress ever thought about surrendering to concubine Rong? The queen regards her as a thorn in her side, and so does concubine Rong. If the empress sells a favor to concubine Rong, let her know how the queen intends to murder her behind her back. Then the concubine feels that concubine Rong will definitely remember the good things of the empress. She has a holy favor, and her pillow is more useful if the wind blows in the emperor's ear. The concubine herself said that if concubine Rong gave birth to this child, becoming a concubine or a noble concubine is just around the corner. If she gains power and competes with the queen, it may not be a good destination for the empress to follow her.
As she spoke, she lowered her voice very low and said,
To be honest, the concubine will also seek support for herself when she enters the palace. So the concubine knew how to surrender to the concubine Rong early on. And so did the noble Fu, who seemed to be ignorant of the world. So, the queen is evil, and the concubine is upright. The concubines would rather rely on the upright person than have any interaction with the evil one. After all, who knows that one day the murderous knife in her hand won't stab us?
Chapter 213 Concubine Hui surrenders to Shenxiu B.
You look good with this. Just listen to me.
Shenxiu chased Cheer with an orchid hairpin covered with emerald green and gold to put it on her. Cheer kept the etiquette and refused again and again.
I can't do it. The queen. I am a palace servant. This is the master's jewelry. What's wrong with the slave?
Can I wear it? Jewelry is for people to wear. It doesn't distinguish who is the master and who is the slave. Just listen to me and try it on. If it doesn't look good,
we can take it off.
Cheer couldn't resist her, so she reluctantly allowed Shenxiu to put the hairpin on her.
It's so beautiful. Do you look at it?
Shenxiu held her shoulders and led her to sit in front of the makeup mirror. Cheer glanced at it shyly. The hairpin in her bun was indeed very beautiful, and it made her whole person look different. Same.
Like it?
Yes. Cheer couldn't help but responded, but quickly started to take off the hairpin. Shenxiu stopped her.
If you wear it well, I'll give it to you.
Mother,
how can this be done? Okay. Don't talk nonsense with me. Tomorrow is your wedding day, and I have already notified the Ministry of Internal Affairs for you. Dress up nicely, and go meet your rightful husband tomorrow.
Cheer's emotions were delicate, and she couldn't help but blush when Shenxiu was treated so favorably. It was obvious that Shenxiu didn't want anyone else to cry.
Don't say disgusting words, and don't shed tears. If you and I still need to be like this, it will make us look uncomfortable.
When Pear came from the main hall, when she saw Cheer, she praised,
Hey, let me see whose beauty this is.
After joking for a while, he said to Shenxiu seriously,
Your Majesty, concubine Hui is here. The servant said you were asleep, but she refused to leave and insisted on waiting for you in the main hall. Concubine Hui? She has never been to Yueguang Palace since she entered the palace. What are you doing here at this time? My slave doesn't know either, but she doesn't look angry today. She is talking and laughing when she sees her, which makes people feel uncomfortable.
Shenxiu thought worriedly for a moment and said,
Go and welcome her in. I'd like to see what kind of medicine she sells in her gourd.
Concubine Hui entered the dormitory and smiled brightly as soon as she saw Shenxiu.
Oh, Sister Shen, please don't get up. It's not going to be good if you have fetal force. She hurried forward and pressed Shinseo's hand to prevent her from getting up from the warm seat. It's my sister. But this is the first time I've come to see you since you were pregnant.
How can a weasel be kind to a rooster when it wishes him a happy new year? Shinseo took his hand out of her palm with some embarrassment and said politely,
Concubine, I would like to pay my respects to Concubine Hui. I wonder why the concubine is here today. Hey, what can happen to me? I just miss my sister. So I came to chat with her for a while. Concubine Hui has always been straightforward in temperament. And she never talks around twists and turns. This is what I appreciate most about you. Although sometimes the words you say may hurt others. Ming Daoming is clear. A gun is better than a needle. Don't tell me. My concubine? Now you have become a person who has to guess what you say for a quarter of an hour.
The smile on Concubine Huey's face froze. And after holding on for a moment, she hesitated and said,
Hey, I really don't know where to start with this.
Shinseai smiled sadly.
I don't know where to start. So let's talk slowly from the beginning.
In the end, Concubine Hui pretended to be full of embarrassment and told Shinseo that the queen asked her to murder her.
I am really scared. Not to mention that you are pregnant. Even if we are alone. We enter the palace to serve the emperor. They are all our sisters. The queen is too cruel to be like this.
Shinseo looked at her with clear eyes.
Then did you go buy bitter almonds? Ah, this. Buy it?
Concubine Hui pursed her lips and nodded. And quickly explained,
I will not buy that thing to harm you. I am just being unforgiving. If you really want me to do those immoral things, I can't do it. The reason why I bought bitter almonds is to deal with the queen. Who knows if the queen will suddenly ask me why I didn't do anything. I can't afford to offend her. So I have to buy bitter almonds. Just in case she asks in the future. I will just say that I can't find a chance to make a move and just get away with it. Oh, in that case, the Empress is still a kind-hearted person. Since you know that she wants to harm me, why don't you tell the Emperor about it? There is no proof. I can't say anything in front of the Emperor. Even if I say it, nothing happened to my sister. And the Emperor can't do anything to her. Then the Empress came to me and talked to me so much.
Why? Shinseo grabbed a handful of melon seeds and started to eat them.
Are you here to give me bitter almond tea? Or are you here to give me a favor?
Sister, if you speak quickly, I will be able to speak frankly.
Concubine Hui glanced at Shinseo's belly and continued.
You are pregnant now. When the child is born, your status will surpass that of the queen. I will. The palace is not favored in the harem. The family background is like that. There is no hope. And there is no way out after following the queen's plan. It is better for the good bird to choose the right place to live. And follow the sister. Just to seek a good future. Ah, my concubine cannot bear this. You are the concubine. I am the concubine. And your status is still above mine. Who is a good bird and a good tree? I should depend on you.
Concubine Huey's face darkened.
Sister, are you saying this because you don't want to forgive me for the conflicts I had with you in the past?
Shinseo looked at her with a smile.
Sister, why did you say this? Have we ever had any discord between you and me? It's just that you have made friends with me like this and let the queen know about it. How can she let you go? I also want to be with my sister. But the prerequisite for us to be friends with each other is to kick out the common enemy that stands in front of us. Sister, do you understand what I mean?
Concubine Hui was slightly in trouble.
But she is the queen. How easy is it to overthrow her? In the past, her mother's family was very powerful. So this was not easy. But now that her mother's family is not popular in the previous dynasty, what else can she rely on?
Shinseo patted the crumbs of melon seeds in her palm. On the ground, he said calmly.
Then she wants to harm me. I will grant her wish. Isn't it just bitter almond milk tea? Add more milk to it, and maybe you won't be able to taste the bitter taste.
Concubine Hui thought that she really wanted to try the law, and quickly advised.
Sister, you can't do such a stupid thing. If you really drink the bitter almond tea, even if your sister's life is saved, the Emperor's heir in her belly will definitely not be saved.
But what can I do?
Shinseo held her chin, her face innocent, and her tone added a bit of melancholy.
The queen wants me to die. Do I dare not to listen? She is the queen. Of course, I will respect her in everything, and listen to her in everything.
Of Chapter 214 Yu designs to frame the queen. The next day. It has been raining heavily for several days. And today is a rare day of good weather. When I went to greet the queen in the morning, the queen suggested that the concubines go to the imperial garden to enjoy the flowers. concubine, she said that she was too tired and did not want to go with her. The remaining concubines were the only ones who obeyed. May is the time when peonies bloom. Among all kinds of peonies, the Yueguang peonies newly cultivated in the imperial garden are the most eye-catching. Shenxiu and Fu Qingqing were walking in the middle of the procession. She showed great interest in the peonies, and was full of praises after admiring them. She was wearing a sky-green one-breasted cloud-patterned cloak today. Fu Qingqing joked, "My sister's outfit today matches the peonies very well." "Really? You think so too?" Shenxiu pulled Fu Qingqing to slow down and gradually walked to the back of the team. "What's wrong? Sister? Shh. Keep your voice down." She looked at the concubines walking in front with smart eyes. Seeing that no one noticed her, she stretched out her hand to grab and break the peony. Fu Qingqing was so scared that she quickly stopped her. "Sister, the peony is the queen. Your Majesty, we are concubines and cannot be taken over at will." Shenxiu looked indifferent and just lowered her voice and said, "With such a vast sea of flowers, who would notice if I picked 1 or 2 flowers?" While talking, he had already picked off a blooming peony flower and put it on his temples to show it to Fu Qingqing. "How do you think? Does it look good? You are so brave." A sharp voice sounded from behind Shenxiu. She shivered in fright, and the peonies fell to the ground. When he looked back, he saw concubine Hui walking toward him aggressively, and cursed. "Only the queen can admire the first-grade peonies. Who are you to dare to break off this flower and put it on your head?" Concubine Hui always had a loud voice, so when she started shouting, everyone's eyes naturally turned to Shenxiu. Shenxiu's face was full of embarrassment. She put her hands behind her back and stirred the handkerchief unnaturally. She cringed and replied, "Concubine Hui, I just think it looks good, so I forgot the rules for a moment." The queen looked at her from a distance. Her eyes filled with cold and evil aura. Shenxiu was so frightened that she quickly took 2 steps forward and half curtsied in front of the queen. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was unintentional. Concubine Rong has always been smart. How could she make such a stupid mistake?" Shuayin Huan, who has always been silent in the crowd, spoke for the first time today. "The peony is the king of flowers and the symbol of the queen. This is too rude." Concubine Duan took her words and said solemnly, "Rong concubine, what do you mean? When you picked the peonies in full bloom, did you intend to curse the queen? Or did you just take advantage of the fact that you have a dragon heir in your belly? And you are so arrogant that you have no intention of changing your mind about the emperor's favor?" Nearly everyone was besieging Shenxiu. Concubine Chen caught a glimpse of the faint smile on the corner of the queen's lips from the corner of her eye. So she followed suit and scolded Shenxiu to please the queen. "You have an heir. It's not you who can do it. The reason for such an overbearing act is that the queen has tolerated you many times since you were pregnant. But you have repeatedly pushed her on the nose, which is too much." Shenxiu, who had always been eloquent, became half-mute today, and could only repeat one sentence. "The queen, please forgive me. I know I was wrong." The humiliation in front of the emperor a few days ago was still vivid in her mind, and the queen really wished she could give Shenxiu a slap in the face, and then let her kneel on the soil that was still slightly muddy after the rain and meditate on her past. But because she was pregnant, she had the amulet. Even if she made a huge mistake, the queen could only swallow her anger. She pretended to give Shenxiu a hand, and said with a smile, "It's not a big deal at all. I also know that you made the mistake unintentionally. So how can I blame you? Let's go on and enjoy the flowers." When I went to pay my respects to the queen on the second day, Shenxiu seemed to like eating the green plums in the queen's palace. She even asked, "The green plums in the queen's palace are sour and sweet. They are very delicious. I don't know what they are." "Variety? If you like it, I will ask someone to send some to your palace later." Shenxiu immediately said happily, "Thank you, queen, for the reward." After returning to the palace that day, the queen sent a maid from her palace to give Shenxiu a basket of green plums. After sending the palace maid away, Shenxiu looked at the basket of green plums placed in front of him and asked with a sneer, "Pei, when will Wu Shiny come to invite Ping on my today?" Pei glanced at the copper leak and replied, "They should be here in about half an hour." Shenxiu worriedly nodded and ordered, "Go and prepare things." When Wu Shini checked Shenxiu's pulse as usual and reported that she was safe, Pei happened to come in with a hot almond milk tea. Shenxiu took the cup and smelled it. "It smells so good. Is this your new skill?" Pei shook her head. "It was sent by people from the queen's palace together with Qimei. The queen likes to drink almond milk, And I think you will also like this almond milk tea. Queen?
Shinzio hesitated for a moment, pushed the tea dregs in the direction of Wu Xinyang, and said,
It is important to be on guard against others. I would like to trouble Judge Wu to help me take a look at this thing to see if there is anything wrong with it.
Wu Xini smiled sternly, picked up the almond milk tea and smelled it, and then said firmly,
Don't worry, madam. This tea is good.
Shinzio was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to answer his words. This is obviously the milk tea she made by asking Pear to grind bitter almonds into powder. How could Wu Xini's medical skills not see the fishiness in this? She slightly raised her eyes and stared at Wu Xinyu, and saw that the lingering smile on his face was even stronger, as if there was a bit of mockery in it. She took the teacup and stirred it with a spoon. After a long while, he said,
President Wu has done his best to take care of me and the Emperor. I will reward you with this cup of almond milk tea.
Wu Xini shook his head and said with a smile,
Wei Chen can't drink this tea.
Oh,
why not? Didn't you just say it was a good thing? It is a good thing for the Empress. But for Wei Chen, it will kill Wei Chen.
Everyone is understanding, and at this point in the conversation, each other's thoughts are clearly understood. Shinzio was amazed that Wu Xini not only had extraordinary medical skills, but also his meticulous thinking was astonishing. You can guess what she wants to do just by looking at clues. Such a person makes people feel a little scary. She stood up, took out a 100-tael silver note from the bedside drawer, handed it to Wu Xini, and said calmly,
I won't drink tea. Do you want the money?
This move is to prescribe the right medicine, which plays into Wu Shiji's ambition. I saw him taking the banknote and putting it into his arms. First he smiled from ear to ear and thanked Shinzio. Then his expression suddenly changed and he raised his hand to point to the banknote placed quietly on the table. Holding a cup of almond milk tea, he drank.
This tea is poisonous. Your Majesty cannot drink it.
Shinzio smiled, sat down again and told Pear,
Go and invite the Emperor.
Chapter 215 The Queen is imprisoned. Hearing from people in Yong'an Palace that someone was going to poison Shinzio, Li Maobai was furious and rushed to the scene without stopping. When she arrived, Shinzio was sitting on the hot seat and was a little lost. Fu Qingqing was beside her to accompany her. On the small table in the middle of the hot seat, there is a cup of almond tea that has already released its milk skin. As soon as she saw Li Maobai, she stood up and shrank into his arms.
Your Majesty, I'm afraid.
This soft and weak tone, this aggrieved tone, made Li Maobai's heart break. He looked at Wu Xini with burning eyes.
What's going on? Back to the Emperor. The problem lies in this almond milk tea.
Wu Xini took the milk tea and handed it to him, and then explained,
Almond milk has the effect of condensing energy and calming the nerves, which is beneficial and harmless to pregnant women. But the almond milk in this bowl of milk tea is made from bitter almonds. Bitter almonds are bitter and poisonous. If a person with a normal constitution swallows 30 of them, his life will be in danger. However, in this milk tea, the bitter almonds in it are ground into powder and then refined through extensive purification. It only takes half poisoning a cup can cost lives. People poisoned by bitter almonds will find it difficult to breathe. Their heart rate will drop sharply, and they should die in a matter of seconds. However, this milk tea contains red bud grass that inhibits its toxins, so the poisoning effect will not appear immediately, but will occur after at least 2 days. If concubine Rome really drank this substance today, when the drug takes effect, it will be impossible to determine when she was poisoned and what kind of poison she was poisoned by. After saying that, he still glanced at Shinzio and said with emotion, The person who poisoned the poison is very thoughtful and proficient in pharmacology. Even the humble minister couldn't think of such a watertight method. It can be seen that that person has a very vicious heart and is really a vicious person. God cannot tolerate it.
Shinzio pretended to be frightened, and only glanced at Wu Xini secretly, scolding all the 18 generations of his ancestors in his heart. Poisoning with such a delicate technique is exactly the same as that of Zuiling back then. Li Maobai's hand on Shinzio's shoulders tightened slightly, and he asked in a deep voice,
How did this dirty thing get to concubine Roan's house?
Pei replied,
This is a reward from the queen. Our master ate green plums in the queen's palace today and found them delicious. The queen then volunteered to send some green plums to the master. It was the queen who brought the green plums in the afternoon. Duckweed in the empress palace.
When she sent Qing Mei, she also gave this cup of almond milk tea, saying that the empress saw that our master also likes to drink almond milk in her palace, so she specially sent it here. The more Pear talked,
the more frightened she became, and she started to cry.
It's all my fault. I have already tested it with a silver needle and confirmed that the milk tea is non-toxic before I dare to give it to my master. But I don't know what went wrong.
I almost killed my master and his heir. This slave deserves to die.
After speaking, he hit his knees on the ground and kowtowed to Li Mobai and Shinxio. Wu Shini explained,
Not all poisons can be detected with silver needles. The poison of bitter almonds will not react even if the silver needle is soaked in it for a whole day. Pear, get up first. You can't just insist that the queen did this. The queen and I have no enmity. So why would you do such a thing? Sister is still talking about it.
Fu Qingqing, who had been holding back and keeping silent, finally couldn't bear it anymore and said angrily to Li Mabai,
Your Majesty doesn't know that when we went to the Imperial Garden to enjoy the flowers the day before yesterday, Sister Shen thought that the Yueguang peonies were in bloom. It looked good. So I picked one out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, other concubines saw this and scolded Sister Shen. The queen didn't say anything at the time, but she seemed very close to her and didn't blame me. It's really true. The queen looked at her sister when she was leaving the ceremony, as if she was about to eat someone. She was so scared. Qingqing, don't talk nonsense. Why did I talk nonsense?
Fu Qingqing felt aggrieved for Shinxio. And the more he talked, the more he couldn't stop.
At that time, Concubine Hui and Concubine Shen said that it was disrespectful for my sister to pick a flower, and that she coveted the position of queen. He was deliberately cursing the queen. At that time, the queen's face turned blue and purple. Maybe it was because of this that she held a grudge and wanted to take revenge on her sister.
Li Maobai's face was gloomy. He summoned Sanfu and immediately passed on the order.
Take people to Fengwan Palace and search the palace for me.
This was the first time Li Maobai had a head-on conflict with the queen since he ascended the throne. He took Shinxio to Fengwan Palace with him. After hearing the news, the concubines in the harem also came together, facing the guards who rummaged through the cabinets mercilessly. The queen kept asking Li Maobai,
What exactly does the emperor want to find in the concubine's palace?
Li Maobai said nothing and didn't even want to look at her. Not long after, the guard found a cloth bag filled with bitter almonds and presented it.
Report to the emperor. This thing was dug out from under the locust tree in the backyard. I saw that the soil under the locust tree had been newly turned. I felt strange about the traces, so I dug deeper and discovered this thing.
Li Maobai threw the bag at the queen's face.
Give me a reasonable explanation.
The queen had never seen the bag at all. After all her tricks, she was tricked by others. She was confused for a moment and couldn't say a word. And Shinxio also contributed textbook-level acting skills at this time. She covered her face and cried, tears falling like pearls.
Even if the queen doesn't like the concubine, she would not poison the concubine like this. After all, the concubine is still pregnant with the emperor's heir. What is the concubine? How have you offended the queen? You want to do this? Not me! I have never done this.
Concubine, she sneered.
You haven't done it before. How can this dirty thing grow legs and run into your palace? Shut up! Me!
The queen scolded her, her eyes quickly scanning the crowd. Finally, she looked at Concubine Hui and said solemnly,
Concubine Hui, you are the only one who comes to my palace every day these days. You must have hidden this thing in my palace. You want to wrong me. Concubine Hui turned pale with horror, and knelt down straight on the ground to confess her injustice.
Your Majesty, I didn't. How could you, Queen, accuse me so unjustly? Yes, you asked me to poison Concubine Rome. But I don't dare to do such a thing. I didn't expect you to be so cruel. You actually want to kill the emperor.
Bitch! How dare you harm me?
The queen rushed towards Concubine Hui and kicked her in the abdomen.
Bold!
Li Maobai scolded.
Do you still look like a queen? The things were sent by people in your palace, and the poison was found in your palace. Even Concubine Hui, who has always been close to you, said that you have ordered her to poison Concubine Rome. What else do you have to argue with?
The queen collapsed on the ground and burst into tears.
I don't have it. I really don't have it. You are wronged. Your Majesty.
Chapter 216. Worried about becoming a concubine. Of course Li Maobai knew that she was wronged. She had the intention to harm Shinxio, but she would never do it herself. What happened today should be that Shinxio had an early insight into the queen's thoughts, so he took action before her in order to protect himself. But does it matter whether the queen did this or not? The important thing is that Li Maobai gave her countless opportunities, but she didn't know how to change her ways. Instead, She became worse and more vicious. As long as she is still on the throne, she will continue to think of ways to harm Shinseyo. He doesn't allow anyone to hurt his worries. So even if he knew that it was his Yuyu who was plotting to frame others, he didn't want to expose it, and was willing to be a fool and play out the scene with her. Anyway, according to historical records, the queen should be the Shin family. So she, the evil-hearted Empress Shu, had better abdicate as soon as possible and make way for someone more worthy.
San Fu, go get my jade seal.
San Fu was ordered to retreat. The queen was so frightened that she fell to the ground in a daze. The concubines all stared with bated breath, preparing to witness this historic event. Li Maobai brought the jade seal at this time, most likely to issue an order to depose the queen immediately. As the saying goes, when a tree falls, the hosen scatter. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it away. Among the concubines who usually relied on the queen, no one was willing to stand up and say a word for the queen at this moment. People are always happy to see such things happen when high-ranking people fall into the dust. Not to mention that the queen's organization is only for herself, and she has never really considered for anyone. After waiting for a long time, before San Fu came with the jade seal, he first heard the sound of,
"The Queen Mother has arrived."
All the concubines came together to greet the Queen Mother. But the Queen Mother ignored them completely and rushed towards the Queen with an angry face, swung the phoenix head crutch, and hit the Queen hard on the back of the spine. The Queen rolled on the ground in pain and screamed. But the strength of the Queen Mother's attack did not decrease at all. Seeing this scene, all the concubines frowned and turned their heads, and they couldn't help but feel worried. Li Maobai didn't stop him. He just protected Shinseyo and watched his mother acting quietly. After being for a while and getting tired, the Queen Mother threw the crutch aside, pointed at the Queen and cursed.
"Do you know that what you want to kill is the grandson of the Ai family? How could our Zhu family give birth to such a vicious woman like you?"
The Queen was covered in bruises, grievances and pain intertwined, and she was sobbing so hard that she could no longer speak a complete sentence. The Queen Mother looked back sternly at this time, glared at the concubines who were watching the fun and scolded.
"What are you doing here? Can't you see enough fun? Let the Ai family go back to the palace."
After the Queen Mother scolded her like this, how could the concubines still dare to watch? They went together in twos and threes and fled with their tails between their legs. When Li Maobai and Shinseyo were left in the palace, the Queen Mother said,
"The people here have sealed the key to the gate of Fengwan Palace. No one is allowed to visit without the permission of the Emperor and the Ai family, and she is not allowed to leave Fengwan Palace."
Half a step to the palace.
Then his face became gentle. He looked at Shinseyo with a kind smile and comforted her.
"Girl, did I scare you? Is the Emperor okay?"
Shinseyo shook his head and said, "Thank you, Queen Mother, for your concern. I did not drink that bowl of dirty stuff, and the fetus is fine. That's good."
While talking, San Fu came back holding the jade seal. The Queen Mother glanced at the jade seal, then at Li Maobai, and asked,
"The Emperor has just taken back the military power of the Zhu family. Is he in a hurry to depose the Queen?"
Li Maobai's face was flat.
"It's not that my son wants to destroy her. It's that she seeks her own death and challenges my bottom line again and again. So where is the Emperor's bottom line? What heinous thing did the Queen do?"
The Queen Mother glanced at Shinseyo's belly and said,
"Concubine Rong's child is not injured after all. The Emperor's dethronement is a big deal, and the whole court will definitely talk about it. The Queen did something wrong and deserves to be punished. And the Ai family is not because of her. She is the niece of the Ai family, so she is favoring her. But as the king of a country, the Emperor should also consider state affairs and not do stupid things just because of his own anger."
Li Maobai asked in a deep voice.
"Just because the Zhu family has made meritorious deeds in the past, I have to turn a blind eye to their mistakes? What dirty things did Zhu Hongchuan do in private? If my mother doesn't know about it, I can let people from the punishment department go to Xianshou Palace. Give my mother a detailed explanation. All of them are capital crimes. Why didn't I pursue him, but suppress them all?"
He slowed down and pointed to the Queen again.
"I don't know what other shameful things Zhu Junwen has done in the harem over the years. Doesn't the Queen still know about it? What the Emperor wants to do with Zhu Hongchuan is a state matter, and the Ai family cannot control it. But the Queen is the daughter-in-law of the Ai family, and she is the middle palace you are marrying. This is a family matter, and the Ai family can take care of it. As long as the Ai family is around, the Queen, she will always be the Queen."
Shinseyo could understand the Queen Mother's mood very well. The word Empress is not only the Emperor's wife, but also represents the glory of the entire family. The queen mother had never taken care of a queen in her life. So when her son first came to the throne, she forced her niece to him and asked him to adopt her as the middle palace. In this way, even if the glory of the family is preserved, one will not be ashamed of his ancestors after his death. These are the dregs of the old feudal society. But they live in this era, and it is understandable to have such thoughts. Mother and son were at a stalemate over the abolition of the queen. Li Mobai was filial, and did not want to disobey his mother. But he also did not want the queen to come out and cause trouble again. She knew that Shenxiu plotted against her this time, and regained her power. How could she let Shenxiu go? After repeated weighing, Li Mobai came up with a solution that had both sides.
The queen mother doesn't want me to depose the queen. Not because she thinks Zhu Junwen is right, but because she wants to protect the honor of your mother's family. I don't want to quarrel with the queen anymore. And I don't want to be an unfilial son. Since the queen mother says she is the queen, then right.
He opened his sleeves and waved his big hand, and ordered Sanfu to say,
Go, take back the seals and treasures of the Zhu family, and send me a message to the 6th palace. The queen is seriously ill and unable to take charge of the affairs of the harem. Let the Ministry of Rites set a time, and appoint the honorary concubine as the queen. Concubine Rong. Concubine Rong should not be overworked when she is pregnant. The power of taking care of the 6th palace will be left to concubine She for the time being.
After announcing his decree, he looked at the queen mother with clear eyes.
Is the queen mother satisfied with this?
The queen mother breathed a long sigh of relief and sighed.
Does the emperor really have no affection for the queen at all?
Li Mobai said calmly.
What did the queen mother say to me when she insisted on me making her my queen? The queen mother said that all she wanted was her status. Over the years, her son had given her enough status. It was she who had to go to Shu to do this. After marrying the richest woman in the world.
You still want to have the love of a complete husband?
The queen mother said.
The queen truly loves you, no matter how many wrong things she does. Her love for you will be seen by everyone in the family, and will not be false. She chose all of this by herself. How can it be said from the queen mother's mouth that it sounds like I owe her something? I never owed her anything. How does she admire me have anything to do with me? There are countless women in this world who love me. If everyone has to respond to me in order to live up to me, wouldn't I be exhausted?
Li Mobai turned his back and said,
Withdraw half of the people from Fenghuan Palace. Zhu's daily routine will remain as usual. From now on, Zhu Junwen will still be the queen of Qi dynasty. But she is no longer mine.
As soon as he finished speaking, he took Shenxiu's hand and left Fenghuan Palace without looking back. Chapter 217 is disgusting. Go Bai is acting crazy towards Yu. Li Mobai held Shenxiu's hand and walked aimlessly on the long street. Today's Shenxiu is unparalleled. How majestic she is. The emperor wanted to depose the queen, and was at war with the queen mother because of her. Before she gave birth to a child, she was raised to the position of concubine. Everything he did showed his love for Shenxiu to the world without hesitation. It is said that emperors have been ruthless since ancient times. But he is an exception. The sky was turning purple, and the setting sun hid in the thick clouds, emitting warm yellow light behind the purple clouds.
Emperor.
Shenxiu suddenly stopped and called him. He looked at her sideways, his eyes as gentle as ever. Huh? The more he behaves like this, the more Shenxiu feels that he is going too far. Although she did this entirely to protect herself, she still took advantage of Li Mobai's trust and love for her. Maybe Li Mobai wouldn't find out if she hid this matter for the rest of her life. But she didn't want to hide it from him.
The emperor once told me that as an emperor, you seem to have everything, but you are rarely sincere. You said that people around you are plotting against you. Can you not see what is hidden behind those smiling faces? Toru. I still remember when I told you. It's okay. I will always be sincere to you, and will not lie to you. But
Shenxiu slowly took her hand out of Li Mobai's palm. She lowered her head. Her eyes focused on the uppers of her shoes with Xian embroidered on them. And she kicked the gravel on the road with some confusion.
But I didn't do it.
Li Mobai leaned forward slightly, placed his broad palm on her forehead, and rubbed it gently.
Do you think I can sit on the dragon chair in the Golden Palace because I am stupid?
Shenxiu suddenly raised his head and looked at him with doubts. He smiled, his tone gentle.
You. Remember, when others harm you, you strike first to protect yourself. This is not wrong at any time. And what you call using me and deceiving me. If you don't do it on the premise of self-protection, it won't be used or deceived. My worry knows how to protect myself, which is the best thing for me.
Damn it! What the L kind of sweet critical hit is this? Can this be said from the mouth of a straight man like him? Shinseio worried that the warmth in his heart surged to his head, and he felt the tip of his nose was sour. He was very moved.
So, the Emperor knew about it early in the morning?
Li Mobai raised his eyebrows and frowned at her, making a face, and then flicked his finger on her forehead.
What do you think?
Hateful. Li Mobai knew it. Wu Shini knew it. And everyone could see through her tricks at a glance. It was useless for her to think that she could become the palace fighting champion just by reading a few palace fighting novels. It was simply ridiculous. She inserted herself into those bizarre time travel novels, muttering silently in her heart. If I hadn't had the aura of the heroine, the golden finger system, the collective wisdom of the villains, and the bottomless pampering of the male protagonist, I might have died so many times. But that's okay. Wouldn't it be nice to lie down like a salted fish and enjoy the halo of the heroine? Li Mobai looked at her dull eyes, and knew that she was talking to herself again in her heart.
Hateful. He really wanted to hear his worries and thoughts. But he couldn't hear them. So angry. Later, when he returned to the palace to review the memorial in the evening, Li Mobai was still thinking about this issue. Now he was no longer just angry. He suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. I can't hear Yu's voice now. So I don't know what he, and that what the hack are mumbling about all day long. I don't know what mission she has taken on. And I don't know how many points she still has. What if she accumulates enough points one day, and leaves me, and goes back to modern times? No. No. I have to think of a way. Got it. I will be wary of her in the future. What will she do? If I do the opposite to her, it will be over. Just as I was thinking about it, the protagonist came. Shinseio came to him excitedly with a food box.
Your Majesty, I made sweet-scented osmanthus cake. Pear and the others said it was delicious. Please try it quickly.
If you show your courtesy for nothing, you are either committing adultery or stealing. According to his thoughts just now, he should not eat the sweet-scented osmanthus cake said by Shinseio. So he pretended to be very busy reviewing memorials, and said casually,
I just had dinner, and I'm not hungry. You can eat it yourself.
Oh,
Your Majesty, just have one piece.
Shinseio took out the sweet-scented osmanthus cake, and almost shoved it to Li Mobai's mouth. But he didn't open his mouth. Shinseio thought for a while and said,
Your Majesty, how about I play coquettishly for you?
Wait a minute. Each of her tasks is very long. It can't just be for me to eat a piece of sweet-scented osmanthus cake. Is it her job to act coquettishly with me, and then let me eat the cake? Then what if I do the opposite to her? Then it has to be me acting like a spoiled brat? Then coax her to eat the sweet-scented osmanthus cake? Li Mobai made some careful calculations, and suddenly had an enlightenment.
No! I want to act like a spoiled child for you.
As he spoke, he really opened his beautiful eyes wide, fanned his long eyelashes, and looked at Shinseio pitifully. A pair of sinful little hands grabbed the hem of her clothes. After clearing her throat, she said in a sweet voice,
Oh, worry. Just eat. Okay? I can't eat anymore. Please. Please.
You?
Feeling like vomiting. But why is it so cute? Shinseio stared at Li Mobai for a long time, until he turned red and couldn't help bursting into laughter.
Ha 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 ha.
She laughed and slapped the table, as if she was going crazy with convulsions. Li Mobai couldn't keep his face. He blushed and gritted his teeth and said,
Shinseio, don't laugh.
Little did he know that his sad smile was not just because of his cooing performance just now.
Dee.
Congratulations to the host for completing the task of let the tyrant act coquettishly on you. The reward points are plus 30, and the remaining points are currently 80. The host is great. This time it only took 20 minutes to complete the task, which was a record.
Shinseio boasted. I can't help it. My strength is here.
20 minutes ago, on her way to find Li Mobai with the pastries, she happened to encounter a new task issued to her by the system. She was worrying about how to get this steely man to act coquettishly towards her, but she didn't expect that he didn't know what was wrong with him. So he put down his face on his own, and suddenly contributed to such an epic and famous scene. How could she not burst into laughter with such a good thing about losing points in the sky? The most important thing is that this tyrant acts like a spoiled child. Shinseio held her chin and looked at Li Mobai's extremely handsome face with slightly pink cheeks, and thought to herself, well, it feels good. Chapter 218, the weather was too hot. Yueguang bought an air conditioner. By mid-May, the weather was getting hotter. Today was supposed to be the day when King Rui entered the palace. But it was raining all the way from the south. And there were many delays on the way. It would take about 10 days to reach Jiangdu. Shenxiu, who was unable to go to the summer palace and stayed in the palace, felt like he was soaking in a furnace every day. The weather in Chichao is really hot. And it's still hot and humid in the south. Even if you sit indoors and don't get sunlight, you can still sweat all over. There was no air conditioning. She couldn't wear short sleeves. And because of her pregnancy and original constitution, she couldn't even use ice. At the end of the day, the sweat could soak through 3 clothes. But it would kill her. Helpless, she could only ask the system for help. Little Tuachuo, how are you? I'm fine. Host. But I'm not good, Shenxiu said feebly. I'm almost dying of heat. Oh, that's how it is. It doesn't matter. Host. Your mind will naturally feel cool. Shenxiu heard this sentence from her mother when she was a child. She heard it from her class teacher when she was older and went to school. She also heard it from her dormitory director when she went to the university dormitory and there was a power outage and the air conditioner couldn't be turned on. It seemed as if this wise saying ran through every hot summer in the first half of her life. But I can't calm down. Can you stop talking nonsense all the time and help me think of a solution? I'm not talking nonsense. Xiao Tuachuo said aggrievedly. A calm mind and a natural coolness is a charm, which can be sold in convenience stores, as long as the host buys this charm and carries it with him. The temperature within a 5-meter radius centered on the host will drop to a constant temperature of 16 degrees. Is there such a good thing? Shenxiu rubbed her hands, and her uncontrollable desire to bite came to her head again. How many times can it be used? 50 points can be used for 1 summer. In fact, the host does not lose at all. You don't have to pay electricity bills to turn on the air conditioner in modern times. You only need 50 points for a comfortable summer, which is very cost-effective. Shenxiu thought about it for a few seconds and immediately decided to take it. I am not doing it for myself. I am doing it for my baby. I'm not afraid of heat. I'm afraid of him being hot. Xiao Tuachuo sneered twice and slapped her face mercilessly. According to the development speed of human fetuses, the baby in the host's belly is only a 0.2 millimeters embryo. The embryo is not afraid of heat, but it may be afraid of its mother showing off. You shut up. After successfully using 50 points to exchange for the calm and natural coolness charm, Shenxiu said, just put aside the points and other things. Nothing is as comfortable as lying in the quilt with the air conditioner on and watching TV dramas in the summer. Cool. She put the charm close to her body, got into bed, and said to Xiao Tuachuo, what TV series have you been watching these 2 days? Let's hold a public show, and I'll watch the drama with you. No need. I have been watching Japanese dramas for the past 2 days. Even if it is released to the public, I probably won't be able to understand it given the host's knowledge. How unreasonable. Is this a blatant mockery of her? This system has been left unchecked for a few days, and it is becoming more and more in need of beatings. Without saying a word, Shenxiu punched her chest with a fist. Watch your sister's Japanese drama. What's so interesting about the Japs? Although I live in Qi Dynasty, I still want to overthrow Japanese imperialism. Change it for me. Replace the anti-Japanese drama. I want to watch Bright Sword. The system howled and screamed after being beaten by her, and gave her a bright sword as she wished, and gently reminded her, the dynasty that the host is currently in. The Japanese pirate country is still a small country. If the host doesn't like it, wouldn't it be over if your tyrant husband sends troops to kill it? Shenxiu said that this proposal was a good one. After she successfully helped Li Mobai survive, she would definitely persuade him to send troops. In this way, Shenxiu enjoyed the comfort of the invisible air conditioner while sleeping peacefully amid Li Yunlong's greetings. When she fell asleep, Pear and Cheer were frightened when they saw that Shenxiu, who had been complaining about the heat every day, was wrapped in a quilt and fell asleep. They both thought that she was stupid because of the heat. Pear wanted to step forward to wake her up, but as soon as she got close to Shenxiu, she felt an inexplicable chill coming over her, so cold that she couldn't help but shiver. Cheer! Do you feel it? Well? Cheer folded her arms and took a breath of cold air. Why is it so cold around the Empress? The two of them noticed something was wrong. After lifting Shenxiu's quilt, they found that she didn't have a drop of sweat on her body and couldn't wake up no matter how she screamed. They were even more panicked. Of course, they couldn't wake up Shenxiu. Because of the scorching heat, Shenxiu hadn't had a good night's sleep for several days. She just fell asleep now.
and her ears were filled with the sound of Li Yunlong's Chinese essence. How could she hear who was calling her? Pear was so anxious that Cheer even cried and said,
Pear, what should I do with Pear? I heard that when a person is about to die, ghost messengers come to get him. So the air around the dying person it's going to be very cold. I can't wake you up. Do you think so? Oh, stop talking nonsense. It's better to go to the Imperial Hospital to find the Imperial Doctor first. The Emperor must also be notified.
So the two of them divided their forces into two groups. One went to the Taiyuan Hospital to find Wu Xinyu, and the other went to Chaoyang Palace to find Li Maobai. On their way here, Shen Xiao woke up from his nap. As soon as she woke up, she heard the noise outside the door. The palace people all shouted that the emperor had arrived. Shen Xiao was worried that Li Maobai would see her messy hair when he came in. So he quickly ran to the dressing table and mirror to tidy up his appearance.
You?
Li Maobai broke into the door, followed by Wu Xinyan. Seeing Shen Xiao sitting in front of the dressing table to dress up, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked Pear and the others in a slightly serious tone.
Your master okay? What are you surprised about? Your Majesty, don't you think this house is cold?
When Pear said this, Li Maobai felt it. It seems that this house is much cooler than outside. He slowly approached Shen Xiao. The closer he got, the colder he felt.
What's going on? It's hot outside and people are sweating profusely. But here you feel like it's like an autumn rain?
Only then did Shen Xiao realize that he might be cheating. She smiled awkwardly and quickly summoned the system in her mind. Little Tuachuo. How to pause this symbol. They're about to find out. The host closes his eyes, and an air conditioner remote control will appear in his mind. The host turns it off with one click. Shen Xiao did as she was told, only to hear a ding-dong sound, and the surrounding temperature began to slowly warm up. After Wu Shiny consulted Shen Xiao, she said that everything was fine. Shen Xiao's explanation for the coolness in her room was,
Has your Majesty ever heard that a calm mind naturally cools down?
Li Maobai naturally didn't believe her and thought she had secretly used ice. He searched all over the dormitory, but of course he couldn't find anything. Wu Xinyan said,
Concubine Roan's pulse is gentle, and there is no sign of cold. Moreover, her hands are hot inside, and she has no symptoms of body cold. Therefore, the concubine must not have used ice secretly.
Shen Xiao quickly answered,
Your Majesty, please listen. Judge Wu has said this. Don't you still believe it? I'm pregnant, and I'm going to be a mother. So how can I do whatever I want?
Without ice, this would be easy. If ice is not used, it must have been exchanged for some weird stuff from the system, since it is harmless to the body, and she is afraid of heat. Let her do it. Yeah. But the cool feeling just now was really more comfortable than using ice. I don't know what this magical thing is. If possible, I would like one too. Li Maobai thought so. Chapter 219. The mobile air conditioner is so cool. Dog white sticks to the body and won't come off. In the past 2 days, more and more memorials have been submitted by various states. There are few serious things. Most of them are excuses for local officials to implicitly ask for credit. The drought in the north has been alleviated, and the flood in the south has been cured. If Li Maobai's plan is put aside, close contact between various departments is needed to contain this serious natural disaster in its infancy. These people have merit, but their merit is not so great that they need to present memorials in person to show off. Later, Li Maobai got tired of criticizing, so he simply picked up these memorials expressing his merits, and sent them back the same way without criticizing them. After busying with political affairs, time has passed. Shen Xiao was pregnant, and went to bed earlier than before, thinking that she should have rested by this time. Li Maobai stopped disturbing him, and rested in Chaoyang Palace after taking a bath. I have to say that the weather today is really hot. Even late at night, it was still breathtaking. Chaoyang Palace is the palace with the best location in the entire imperial city. Not only is it located in the middle of the imperial city, but it also has good ventilation and lighting, making it warm in winter and cool in summer. The weather has been hot these 2 days, and a lot of ice has been provided in the dormitory. But the ice was so exaggerated that it turned into water within half an hour of entering the palace. So the palace staff had to run 4 or 5 times a night to add it. Li Maobai was a light sleeper, but after being disturbed several times by someone adding ice, he couldn't sleep even more because of the stuffy heat. He tossed and turned on the couch, throwing the thin quilt aside angrily. Somehow, there was a feeling that filled his mind right now. That was the cool and refreshing feeling when I approached Shen Xiao at noon today. The crazy woman is so cruel. She only cares about using the good things for herself. She doesn't even ask me if it's hot in such a hot day. She enjoys happiness in her own palace. Why doesn't she think about my situation? Why doesn't she come to Chaoyang Palace to see me at night? Did she mean to heat me up to death? This is unreasonable. I'm so angry. After thinking about it for a long time, I was actually just doing some psychological construction for myself.
3 blessings. Show off to Yongnan Palace.
Sanfu, who was keeping watch on the porch outside the door, was about to fall asleep. He was woken up by Li Mobai's voice. He quickly opened the door and walked in to ask what happened.
Your Majesty, it's almost the second watch. You can go find him at this time.
Concubine Rong, I'm afraid it will disturb your peace of mind in raising the baby.
After thinking about it, he was right. If he went to find Shinxio at this time, all the people in Yongnan Palace would have to be awakened. It was definitely not okay to bother his wife to raise a baby. But when he thought of her being cool and comfortable by herself and having a good sleep, Li Maobai felt unbalanced in his heart.
No more showing off. I'll go by myself.
So, late at night, at the second watch of the night, on the lonely long street of the Imperial City, a bright yellow figure walked alone in front of him. A few feet away behind him, a group of young eunuchs were following him in despair. Since the fire in Zhongsui Palace last time, Li Maobai has issued an order to strengthen the patrols in the harem, and at the same time not to allow the key to the palace at night, in order to nip it in the bud and give people enough time to escape if there is another fire. Therefore, there is no key to the palace gate of Yongnan Palace tonight. The inner prison guard guarding the door was snoring loudly, and they didn't know when Li Maobai walked in swaggeringly. The person keeping vigil outside the dormitory tonight was Cheer. She was a light sleeper, and had already woken up before Li Maobai reached the door. After rubbing his sleepy eyes, he saw that the emperor was coming. He quickly said hello and was eager to go in and report. Li Maobai hugged her.
No need. I couldn't sleep, and I was thinking about concubine Rong, so I came to see her.
Cheer said with an envious look on her face.
Your Majesty is so kind to your empress. I miss you so much after not seeing her for a while.
Of course he missed it. Not only do I miss her as a person, but I also miss the cool air next to her. Just as Li Maobai guessed, he felt a refreshing chill as soon as he entered the dormitory. The closer you get to Shinxio,
the cooler it gets. Seeing Shinxio sleeping soundly wrapped in an autumn quilt, Li Maobai showed a sly smile, tiptoed to lift the quilt, and slipped into her bed like a thief. During this sleep, it wasn't until Shinxio got out of bed in the middle of the night that he suddenly realized there was someone lying next to him. The old rule is, don't you kick me under the bed first? Li Maobai was sitting and dreaming, when he suddenly heard a clang, and then his buttocks hurt so much that he groaned.
Your Majesty?
Shinxio hurriedly helped him up from the ground.
I'm sorry. Does it hurt? Oh, you didn't even tell me when you came. I didn't know it was you. What? Has anyone slept in your bed besides me?
Li Maobai glared at her angrily.
I think you did it on purpose.
Shinxio smiled awkwardly.
When did the emperor come? I didn't notice it at all. Nonsense. You slept like a little pig, and you didn't react even if the sky fell. Didn't the emperor say that he was busy tonight and would rest in Chaoyang Palace and not come over? I want you to take care of it.
Li Maobai said arrogantly while rubbing his butt.
I miss you. Can I?
Shinxio looked at Li Maobai blankly.
Is this still the cold, straight man from the universe that I knew before?
Why has he become so good recently?
Why are you staring at me with your eyes wide open? Do you know that I can't help it?
Li Maobai leaned forward to get closer to her, clearly a prelude to teasing her. Shinxio was experienced, so she closed her eyes and prepared for his violent kiss. In the end, she just felt his fingertips lingering on the corners of her eyes for a brief moment. When he opened his eyes, he saw him rubbing his fingertips against the ground, and Yuya said with a bit of disgust,
I can't help but help you clean up the shit in your eyes.
Shinxio blushed for a while, wishing she could beat this idiot to death with one fist. He acted like a normal person, wrapped himself up in quilt, and lay down first, then urged Shinxio.
Aren't you going to get up at night? Why are you still stunned?
Oh. Shinxio had just taken 2 steps when Li Maobai got up from the bed and caught up with her.
What are you doing? Your Majesty? Let's go. You're just fooling around and you're stupid. What if you don't see the road clearly and fall down? I'll go with you. No need. Your Majesty. I just need to go to the toilet. Why don't you use it? Use it as I say.
Li Maobai took her hand and said seriously.
I feel more and more that I can't live without you. I feel empty inside when I don't see you for a moment. From now on, except for going to court, you will always stay with me. I'll have someone move a couch in the study room, and I'll be in front of you to review the memorial. I miss you, and I'll see you when I turn around.
Is it really normal for a tyrant to be so clingy?
Your Majesty, I think distance brings beauty. Nonsense.
Li Maobai looked at her carefully and smiled sweetly.
My worries are beautiful from a distance and even more beautiful up close. I don't need to be distanced from you. If I must, I hope.
He leaned close to her ear, his voice seductive.
The distance is negative.
Damn it. What kind of tiger wolf talk is this? Because she was afraid of being banned. Shinseyo was so frightened that she quickly ran into Gong's room, complaining about his perversion, while laughing so hard that her branches were shaking. It was obvious that she had completely forgotten that she had transformed into a mobile air conditioner. It wasn't until the two of them lay on the couch again that she suddenly remembered the matter. So she asked Li Maobai tentatively.
Your Majesty, I cover myself with a quilt because I'm cold. Aren't you warm under the quilt?
Li Maobai smiled and shook his head.
I don't think so. A calm heart naturally feels cool. When I see you, I feel calm in my heart. So I don't feel hot at all. Oh, that's it.
Shinseyo turned around and snickered silently, then silently turned off her mobile air conditioner. Chapter 220. Go Bai is looking for a new love. Worry and jealous. The next day, Li Maobai was successfully covered with prickly heat. Shinseyo looked at his pitiful look and couldn't help shaking her head and sighing.
It seems that the Emperor's love for my concubine cannot withstand the life-threatening heat in May after all.
Li Maobai was so angry that his teeth itched. And seeing that Shinseyo was also sweating profusely from the heat, he replied,
It doesn't matter. With you by my side, I won't feel the heat no matter how hot it is. I'm going to court now, and will wait for the Sanfu meeting.
Let the auxiliary chariot come to pick you up. And you will wait for me in the study room?
Li Maobai knew that she was deliberately teasing him. So what could he do if he was angry? Could he lose the wife he had chosen? Only by using this method of
hurting the enemy 1,000 times and damaging yourself 800.
He was determined to stay with Shinseyo every day. He wanted to see how well she could resist the heat. The queen was grounded, but the concubine could not miss her greetings. Concubine, she was temporarily in charge of the 6th palace. So all the concubines naturally went to her Yueguang palace to pay their respects to her. Yueguang palace is far away from Yueguang palace. And concubine, she is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Shinseyo was too lazy to see her. So she asked people in the palace to send a message saying that she had morning sickness and couldn't go to greet her today. She wanted to take a rest and take a nap. But as soon as she lay down, she heard a familiar commotion coming from outside the hall.
Sister-in-law of the Emperor. Sister-in-law of the Emperor. I'm here to see you.
The voice was just outside the bedroom door. And at the same time, Pear could be heard stopping him.
Your Majesty, concubine Rong is taking a lunch break. You can't just barge in like this.
Ah,
it's not even lunchtime yet. And the Emperor's wife is already asleep.
Li Jinyan knocked hard on the door of the bedroom twice.
Sister-in-law Wang? Are you asleep? If you are asleep, let me know, and I won't disturb you.
Good guy. He shouted so loudly that knocking on the door was more like banging on the door. Not to mention that Shinseyo wasn't asleep. Wouldn't she have to be woken up by him even if she was asleep?
Pear, let Prince Jing come in and talk.
Almost as soon as she finished saying this, Li Jinyan opened the door and walked in. He was holding a somewhat ugly clay doll in his arms. A bit like a modern New Year painting doll. It was chubby and round like Doraemon. A small jade purification bottle was stuffed into his hand, which looked like also inserted a green onion. He handed the doll to Shinseyo and smiled brightly.
Hey, it's for you. What is this?
Shinseyo took the doll and looked at it curiously.
Clay figurine? This is the goddess of mercy that I made myself.
Li Jinyan said seriously.
I've wasted so much effort on my part. The Emperor's wife doesn't like it?
Shinseyo looked at the ugly doll in his hand and pondered for a while. Then forced a smile and said,
It's pretty good. Quite abstract.
After putting the doll aside casually, he asked with concern,
How is it? They say it takes 100 days to break a muscle and bone. But you only took it for a month, and it's all right? How is the injury on your leg?
Li Jinyan stood up and jumped up and down, wanting to perform a hip-hop dance for Shinseyo on the spot.
Sister-in-law, does it look like something is wrong with me? I heard that the barefoot doctor who treated me was called by my brother to be the imperial physician in the palace. Yes, it's still a court judge. I've had time to see him these 2 days, so I must thank him.
There is a saying that Wu Xini's medical skills are really superb. It is not an exaggeration to say that his medical skills are several steps ahead of modern doctors. Shen Xiao looked at Li Jinian's exposed wounds. The large-scale ulcers had been completely healed. Not only that, not even a single scar was visible, which was a miracle.
The emperor's sister-in-law also has good news. When brother wrote to me saying that you were pregnant, I was very excited.
Shen Xiao smiled sadly.
Your brother is going to be a father. Why are you excited? Then I will be an uncle. Although the second brother and the third brother have had children for a long time, they were not born in the same mother's womb as me. I don't like their children. I will wait until the emperor's sister-in-law's child is born. Come out. I will treat them well and give them all the good things.
What she said made Shen Xiao feel embarrassed. Others who didn't know it thought the child in her belly was Li Jinian's. Sooner or later you will get married and have children of your own. By then, your brother will definitely be good to your children. That's natural,
Li Jinian said proudly.
But I don't want to get married so early. Does the emperor's sister-in-law know? This time I entered the palace and my brother asked me to stay for a few more days. Firstly, it's because the seventh brother will return to the palace soon. We played well since we were young, and we were happy to be reunited. Secondly, my mother didn't know about my injury, and she thought about it every day that I wouldn't come to the palace to pay her respects since the Chinese New Year, saying that I was unfilial and stayed outside the palace. You're too wild. Let me stay in the palace for a few days.
As he said this, he changed the topic and asked Shen Xiao.
The emperor's wife is pregnant. Is my brother treating you as well as before?
Shen Xiao smiled sadly.
What's your problem? The emperor naturally treats me very well.
Li Jinian approached Shen Xiao, lowered his voice, and said with a mysterious face.
Does the emperor's sister-in-law know? When I entered the palace today, I went to pay my respects to my mother first. After I went to court, I also went to my mother's place. When I went there, I heard people laughing and joking inside. So I hid outside the door and peeped, and saw my mother and brother chatting with a beautiful young woman. The woman was beautiful, with dignified manners, elegant temperament, and a tall, convex figure. Those who are curly are rare beauties. I listened for a while, and heard the queen mother say that she was decent and liked her. So she was the most suitable daughter-in-law to be. She also said that only a woman like her with both talent and beauty would be the most suitable to marry into the royal family. My brother was also nodding frequently, smiling at her, and praising her.
After listening to Li Jinian's detailed explanation, Shen Xiao was already jealous. Later, when Sanfu came to pick her up with his deputy, she slapped him on the spot and said,
The emperor has so many concubines, and I am not the least of them. Go and tell the emperor that I am very tired today. I'm not in the mood to serve him.
How dare Sanfu say this to Li Mabai? He could only reply in a circumstantial way, saying that Shen Xiao was not in a good mood today and didn't want to come. As soon as he heard that he was worried and in a bad mood, he immediately became anxious.
Why am I in a bad mood again when I'm so good? She covered me up with prickly heat. I saw her laughing so hard this morning that my jaw nearly dropped. What's going on?
After saying that, he put down the court affairs at hand and hurried to Yueguang Palace. When he came, the door of Yueguang Palace was closed, and the key was pressed inexplicably. After knocking on the door for a long time, Xingyan called out from inside.
Your Majesty, please go back. The master said she was sleeping and couldn't see you. Your master is sleeping. So what she talks is sleep talk. All talk and sleep is irony. She said she doesn't want to see me because she really wants to see me. Do you understand? Well, what the emperor said seems to make sense.
So, he opened the palace door like this. Chapter 221 Go Bai raised his hands and surrendered. It's terrible for a woman to be jealous. When Li Mabai entered the bedroom, Shen Xiao was sitting on the couch with his knees crossed and his face drooped. He smelled the smell of gunpowder. So he walked carefully to her side and said with a smile,
What's wrong? Why are you sitting on the bed like this? What's wrong with me?
Ha! Shen Xiao raised her eyes and looked at him from top to bottom, and said in a strange tone,
There's nothing wrong with me. Does the emperor think that my sitting posture is unruly? This is how I am, and I'm used to unruly. What if the emperor I don't like it? There are so many women with rules. The emperor just needs to choose a model of female virtue that can be engraved in his bones and kneel in front of you every day to serve you.
The smell of gunpowder mixed with the smell of vinegar was almost soaked by Shinseyo. Li Maobai joked.
Just eat, drink, and be served. How can you have someone serve you when you poop? Do you think everyone is like me and willing to poop with you? I didn't ask the emperor to accompany me. What the emperor said really upset me.
Shinseyo rolled her eyes at her, pretending to suddenly realize,
and said, Oh, I understand. The emperor thinks I'm vulgar. That's right. I just lack a tutor. And I can't compare to others in being dignified and elegant. If I'm not as good as the emperor, don't let me be a royal concubine. Wouldn't it be better for me to be here all the time and make people laugh?
Li Maobai was confused by her sudden jealousy, and he didn't know where she was angry or jealous.
If you have anything to say, please speak slowly. Having fetal force is not good for the baby or you.
At this moment, it seemed that everything Li Maobai said was wrong, and anything he said would touch Shinseyo's minefield.
Oh, are you worried that my fetal movement will affect the emperor's air in my belly? No need. My child. I can let him be born safely and raise him to be fat and white.
Li Maobai said.
It takes a lot of effort to raise a child. How can I be willing to let you raise it? I have discussed with my mother a few days ago that we will have 7 or 8 wet nurses to help you take care of the child so that you will not be tired at all. What do you mean?
Shinseyo looked down at her breasts, which were not considered magnificent, and became even more angry.
Although I am not bulging forward or backward, I don't differentiate between others when it comes to what I should have.
Who are you mocking?
This was probably the first time Li Maobai had seen a woman's messiness. Others were dumbfounded and raised their hands to express surrender.
I surrender. I was wrong. But can you tell me what happened? Are you wrong? How could you be wrong? You are the emperor and the emperor. So you cannot be wrong. It was me who was wrong. And I will apologize to you.
Have to. He couldn't ask anything else from her. So Li Maobai called out to Pear and asked,
Who has come to see your master today?
Pear said,
His Royal Highness Prince Jing came here just now.
Jing Yin? Li Maobai smiled helplessly.
Very good. I knew it.
He reached Shinseyo's bed, leaned close to her and smelled her, then quickly pinched the tip of his nose and said,
Why do some people smell so sour to me?
Shinseyo groaned, turned around and buried herself in the quilt. Ignoring him, Li Maobai waved his hand to Pear to signal her to leave, and then he got into the quilt.
Shamelessly. What are you doing? I want to go to bed. You can go about your business.
She pushed Li Maobai, but a domineering force grabbed her wrist. He hugged her from behind.
I remember someone told me in the past that I was the emperor, and it was normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. If you want to pamper others, just let me do it. She said she wouldn't be jealous. Now I only hear it from others. I complimented another woman a few times. So why am I so jealous? Who is jealous? Who do you like to praise? What does it have to do with me?
Shinseyo struggled hard to break free from Li Maobai's arms, but he held her tighter and tighter.
Don't make trouble. Be careful of hurting our son.
When she had no hope of breaking free and had no choice but to slump in Li Maobai's arms and accept her fate,
she heard him continue.
Jin Yen has told you everything to make you so angry. If you have fetal force, I will definitely punish you.
His Royal Highness Prince Jing, is only telling the truth. He can't make up things that are not true. A woman that both the Queen Mother and the Emperor like must be excellent. How can I compare with others? You mean Mrs. Jiang?
Li Maobai laughed suddenly.
Why do you need to compare with her? There is no comparison between you and her.
What does no comparability mean? Don't I even have the qualifications to compete? Just when Shinseyo was about to have an attack, she heard Li Maobai say hurriedly,
What I mean is that compared to you, she is not as good as the one in case.
Oh,
they say men's mouths are deceitful. I've seen it today. If you can't compare to me, why do you keep praising her to her face and smiling at her? Of course I have to praise her. When you see her in 2 days, you have to praise her too. She is the future Princess Jing. She first met me and my mother when she entered the palace. If I don't praise her, how can I scold her? What Princess Jing? You are clearly that.
Halfway through the words, Shinseyo was petrified. Sigma, asterisk. Princess Jing? Is that Li Jinyan's wife? Mr. Jiang is right. In history, wasn't Li Jinyan's first wife the princess, the Jiang family? There was no doubt that the two were in love, and it became a good story. But just now Prince Jing clearly said that he wanted to choose a daughter-in-law for the royal family. Why? What the hell? How could I forget this? Prince Jing is also the Queen Mother's biological son. If he chooses a princess for her, he will naturally choose a daughter-in-law for the Queen Mother. It's so miserable. What should I do? What should I do? I must have looked like a bitch just now. Is there something wrong with my head? It's so embarrassing. No. I have to find a way to make up for it. After a moment of silence, Shinxio suddenly laughed, turned around and snuggled into Li Mabai's arms. Hee. Has the Emperor been deceived by me? I'm not angry. I knew a long time ago that Jian was the princess chosen by Prince Jing. What's there to be jealous about? It's just a joke with the Emperor. Li Mabai hugged her. His mood was calm, and he even wanted to laugh. Yeah. As long as you were happy. Oh no! Your Majesty. Listen to my explanation. How could I be such an unreasonable woman? Isn't it because you are too tired from dealing with national affairs all day long? So I want to think of ways to make you happy. Li Mabai looked at Shinxio with a calm expression. Excuse me. Do you think I look happy? Shinxio stretched out her hand to lift the corners of his lips, and said with a smile, Hey, it looks like it now. Li Mabai took advantage of the situation and gave her a light kiss on her index finger, and said seriously, It's okay to be jealous. And it's okay to get angry with me. But you can't suspect that I'm a person who has changed his mind after seeing something different. Do you understand? Clear. Of course she understands. That's why she smiled as sweetly as a child at this moment. Chapter 222 Wu Shai roasts game for Yu. The Queen Mother is impatient. Since Jiang is such a good girl, he is naturally eager to arrange a meeting between her and Li Jinyan as soon as possible. To avoid embarrassment, the meeting was held in the form of a family dinner. The only people at the banquet were the Queen Mother, Li Mabai, Shinxio, Li Jinyan and Jiang. When she first met Ms. Jiang, Shinxio was amazed by her. She is a very beautiful person. She is 16 or 17 years old, with a standard oval face. There is a clear spirit between her eyebrows, and her eyes are flowing and shining, as if there is a clear spring in her eyes. Listening to her conversation, her voice is soft and somewhat crisp for her age. Her witty words are full of witty words, but she doesn't show off her sophisticated accent at all. Instead, she gives people a very sincere feeling. She is the legitimate daughter of the protector of the country. She was raised in a boudoir since she was a child. She never leaves the house or steps outside. She is proficient in all kinds of music, chess, calligraphy and painting. She is a typical lady of the family. It can be seen that Li Jinyan is also very satisfied with her. During the meal, he stared at the girl and took good care of her very carefully. The Queen Mother, Li Mabai, and Shinxio looked at each other, and the smiles on each other's faces coincided with each other, as if they had already made a conclusion, and it was done. Mrs. Jiang was not a hasty person. When the Empress Dowager asked her if she was interested in Li Jinyan, she said shyly, It would be too hasty to meet only once for such a lifelong event. I heard that the Bo Qinan bloomed in the lower reaches of the Huaihe River. My daughter heard that they are extremely beautiful flowers. I wonder if His Highness Prince Jing is free to accompany my daughter to enjoy them. Li Jinyan scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, and quickly replied, The flowering period is short, so you need to see it early. Let's go tomorrow. I will ride to your house to find you tomorrow. Okay. Ms. Jiang didn't speak. She didn't even dare to look into Li Jinyan's eyes. She just nodded shyly in agreement. Li Jinyan originally agreed to stay in the palace for a few days, but later he never returned to the palace because he was busy dating. He only told Li Mabai that he would naturally come to the palace to pay homage to King Rui when he returned to the palace. He is a person who is used to being a promiscuous person. Suddenly he is so interested in someone, which shows that he really likes him. Seeing that he has been settled, the Queen Mother can feel relieved. A few days later, when Shinxio went to pay her respects to the Queen Mother, she pulled Shinxio and said to her, Everything is fine now. I just hope that your child will fall to the ground, and the AI family will be able to have grandchildren with joy. Enjoy the happiness of family relationship. After chatting with Shinxio for a few words, she added, The weather has been getting hotter and hotter recently. The Queen's Fenghuan Palace is a warm place in winter and summer. She is banned and cannot go in and out at will. It's a tough life here. Shinxio understood the implication of the Queen Mother's words, but she kept pretending to be stupid. Yes, the Queen is really pitiful. Let me make the decision and ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send ice to the Queen a few more times a day. How much will it cost? It can be relieved. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and complained again and again. It seems that I am also suffering from the heat. I am cold and cannot use ice. There is no ice in Yueguang Palace. And I am even more like a steamer. Drawer,
the Queen Mother said.
That's because I have wronged you. It's just.
Shinxio secretly winked at Pear. And Pear immediately understood. She pretended to look at the copper leakage and said anxiously,
Ah, it's time for the Queen to take medicine. The Imperial doctor said that the medicine must be taken on time to ensure the effect.
Shinxi worried.
I had a great time chatting with the Queen Mother. But I saw that I was so confused that I even forgot the time to take medicine.
The Queen Mother naturally cared about her grandson. After hearing what Shinxio said, she hurriedly asked her to return to the palace. After leaving the Immortal Show Palace, Pear helped Shinxio get into the sedan chair and then said with a smile,
If the Empress doesn't leave, I'm afraid the Queen Mother will have to ask you to speak for the Empress in front of the Emperor. It's your cleverness. If she really opens that mouth, I will feel uncomfortable even if I mention it to the Emperor. The Queen just needs to stay in her one palace. Anything that is too cold or too hot is just an excuse. If I have such a quarrel with her and let her fall over, how can I have a good life?
Halfway through the journey, Shinxio suddenly smelled the aroma of charcoal fire mixed with meat. She opened the sedan curtain and asked,
Did you smell it? Where did the smell of meat come from?
Pear glanced into the distance and said,
Madam, there is the Tyrant hospital in front of us, and there seems to be smoke coming out.
The smell was so appetizing. Shinxio ordered the palace attendants to get off the sedan chair, and took Pear to the Imperial Hospital to find out what was going on. There is a courtyard in the back hall of the Taiyuan Hospital, which is specially used for growing medicinal herbs. Shinxio looked for the smell and saw Wuxini rolling up his sleeves, setting up a fire in the courtyard and grilling meat.
What are you doing?
After hearing the noise, Wuxini turned his eyes to her. There was a little charcoal ash on his handsome face, which made the teeth he showed when he smiled as white as snow.
Hey, why is concubine Rong here?
Shinxio glanced at the cleaned ingredients he had placed on the wooden board. There are rabbits, chickens, ducks, and fish.
Did you ask for the ingredients from the Imperial kitchen? No. How can the ingredients in the Imperial dining room be as fresh as Weichen's?
He pointed at the rabbit being roasted on the charcoal fire and asked,
The rabbits in the Imperial dining room don't have such plump legs.
Shinxio saw a slingshot placed next to the wooden board, so he was surprised and said,
Don't tell me that these are the game you used to catch in the palace with a slingshot? Exactly.
Wuxini nodded with an indifferent expression.
They were born to be eaten. If you don't eat them when they run around and get fat, are you going to let them die of old age?
He came closer. He sniffed the half-cooked rabbit meat with great enjoyment.
If it's really like that, wouldn't it be a letdown? You are so bold.
Shinxio lowered her face and said solemnly,
Do you know where these poultry and livestock raised in the palace come from? The Queen Mother believes in Buddhism. And these are all animals that the Queen Mother released to accumulate virtue. You caught them and roasted them. Do you want the Queen Mother to know about this?
Wuxinian did not panic at all. Instead, he sat down on the ground and joked.
If the Queen Mother wants to release the animals, she can release them far away in the mountains and old forests. What kind of release is this in the palace? It's just a pretense for peace of mind. Aren't you afraid that I will tell the Queen Mother? Damn it. Your Majesty is not a garrulous woman. I have to tell the Queen Mother this little thing. But it is not enough to keep her busy all day long,
he said. And the rabbit meat was also roasted. So he tore off the left leg that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside with his bare hands and handed it to Shinxio.
How about this? Weichen invites the Queen to eat meat, and the Queen lets Weichen go?
Shinxio was waiting for his words. The barbecue was so fragrant. She had cooked it early in the morning.
Deal,
he said, taking the rabbit leg regardless of the image, and ate it deliciously. Wuxini tore some more rabbit meat and handed it to Pear.
Girl, would you like some too?
Pear quickly waved her hand and refused.
Rabbit is so cute. I don't want to eat rabbit.
Wuxini shrugged and smiled, then stuffed all the rabbit meat into his mouth.
Chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and fish are all cute. But I think they are the best in their lives only when they are cooked and placed on the dinner table. Lovely time.
He turned to look at Shinxio, raised his chin slightly, raised his eyebrows with a smile and asked,
What do you think? The Empress?
Shinxio, who was chewing a chicken leg, stopped chewing and thought for a moment, and said,
I think you need to add some salt.
Chapter 223. The Zhu family collaborates with the enemy and treason, and Yu discovers the treacherous plan. I have to say that Wu Xinyan is a very interesting person in life. He went to the palace to work in the Imperial Hospital. Not only did he bring a slingshot for hunting, but he also brought a variety of spices, seasonings and barbecue tools. He almost used the Imperial Hospital as an imperial dining room or set up a stall to do business.
Do you think it's interesting for you to hang around in the palace all day long with the money the emperor gave you?
Shinzio asked him while eating.
I heard concubine Shin read that day and said that you were a gold noble. She is even more difficult to invite than a bodhisattva. She is not feeling well and asked you to come and take a look. But you just ignore her. Your Majesty, what you said is not right.
Wu Xini smiled conceitedly.
Good steel is used on the blade. She just has a high fever that has not recovered for 5 or 6 days. It is not a serious illness. Why should I go and see her?
He has always been so arrogant, relying on his superb medical skills. He does not often speak seriously even in front of Li Mobai. Shinzio didn't care about him. After eating the rabbit meat, he washed his hands in the basin of water nearby and became interested in his slingshot again. She picked up the slingshot and pulled the bowstring. She found that the slingshot was equipped with a spring made of steel wire. After loading the chamber, she only had to flick the shrapnel to automatically launch the stones. The force was heavier than human power. So she said in surprise,
You have a clever mind that allowed you to come up with such a method. I figured it out when I had nothing to do. The range of ordinary slingshots is limited. If the little guy running on the ground is a little faster, it will be difficult to aim and shoot. After using springs, not only the range is longer, but the accuracy is also improved. Not to mention those running on the ground. Not to mention those flying in the sky. Careful. I've blown it.
Shinzio didn't believe it at all and handed the slingshot back to him.
You can also shoot down birds flying in the sky. Do you think you are a descendant? Don't you believe me?
Wu Shiny loaded a small stone into the slingshot slot, loaded the gun, and glanced at the sky.
Wei Chen, please open your eyes.
As he spoke, he took aim at a pigeon flying over the courtyard and made a precise move. The stone stuck in the slot of the slingshot was launched out with a whoosh as he moved the shrapnel. Almost at the same moment, the pigeon was hit on the wing and fell to the ground with 2 useless flutters. Wu Shini picked up the pigeon, grabbed its wings and waved it in front of Shinzio as if to show off.
Do you believe me now? He still has some skills.
Shinzio complimented him perfunctorily. Then his eyes suddenly focused on the pigeon's legs. There seemed to be a note tied to its leg.
What is that?
Wu Shini followed her gaze and saw the note. So he took it off the pigeon's leg and opened it to read. My daughter-in, you can see the words as well as the face. Since your second brother died suddenly, there are no sons in the family. Your mother is seriously ill, and the family has fallen into decline. I have always dared to feel ashamed of my ancestors. You are the only daughter in the family who serves the emperor. I hope you will always mention your mother's family and help it prosper as soon as possible. Last month I gave you the book on women's virtues. I hope you will read it carefully and understand its profound meaning. On a note, these 3 lines were written densely in extremely small fonts. The second brother died suddenly. During this period, only changes occurred in the queen's family, and Zhu Zifeng happened to be the queen's second brother, although there was no name mentioned in this note. One could guess just by looking at the content that this note should have been written by Zhu Hongchuan to the queen. Wu Shini sighed.
Hey, I feel sorry for Mr. Zhu. He has ruined the Zhu family's century-old reputation. And in the end, he still needs his daughter to help him. He is afraid that he doesn't know that the queen is in trouble outside the palace.
This seemed to be just an ordinary content in a family letter, but Shinzio found it very strange.
Since he didn't know that the queen was banned, why would he take the risk of saying these irrelevant things to the queen in the form of a letter sent by a flying pigeon? Besides, the emperor didn't do anything to him. He wanted to write a letter home to the queen, so it wasn't impossible for him to write it.
Wu Shini jokingly said,
Your Majesty, you may have thought too much. His family letters will definitely not be delivered to the queen. Family letters must be presented to the emperor for approval first. He writes in them and asks the queen to help him.
How can the emperor see this?
Shinzio clutched the note and read it over and over again.
You may be saying the opposite. He can write a letter home without saying it. Why is he so sneaky? There's something wrong.
On women's virtues.
I've never heard of it. Pass this book.
Pear chimed in.
This is also a book about women's virtues. But I remember that it seems to be mostly about how women who have not yet left the palace serve their relatives. The queen has been married for so many years. I wish you a good life, and let her read it.
What does this book do?
Shinzio worried for a moment, and then ordered.
Next to the Taiyuan Hospital is Jingluan Pavilion. Pear, please go there and see if there is this book there.
It only took Pear a cup of tea to go back and forth. She handed
On Women's Virtues
to Shinseyo and saw her reading it while she was reading it. After only flipping through 2 pages, she asked Wushini to quickly get pen and paper.
The 7th character on the 1st page. 3. The 3rd character on the 2nd page. Day, the 6th character on the 3rd page. Period.
Just like that. She looked at the note, read a word and thought about it for a while. Then turned the page and wrote another word on the note. After a cup of tea, she wrote another note. 3 days. Honor and help. At the corner tower of the Southwest City Gate, someone will come to respond. Explosives are buried in the smooth gate and will be detonated in the middle of the night. The gate must be breached and the enemy troops will march in. If the honorable surprise attack wins this battle, I will inform your aunt to help. As a father, I will call myself a king. There were only 2 sentences, one less than the original note. Pear was curious about where Shinseyo understood these words. Wushini was smart and immediately understood the trick hidden in them.
The last sentence is an introduction, so that the queen can find out.
On Women's Virtues, this book. Find out what Zhu Hongchuan really wants to say to her.
He put Zhu Hongchuan's note and Shinseyo's note together for comparison.
On Zhu Hongchuan's note, the first sentence is my daughter's piece, and the first I character. A total of 7 strokes.
As he spoke, he turned to the 1st page of
On Women's Virtues
and pointed to the 7th character.
The corresponding word in
On Women's Virtues
is the word 3. In the same way, the 2nd character female. There are 3 strokes in total, which correspond to the 3rd character on the 2nd page of
On Women's Virtue,
which is the character dot.
After his explanation, Pear suddenly realized.
Is the Zhu family planning to collaborate with the enemy and treason? Madam, we must tell the emperor about this as soon as possible. That's natural.
Shinseyo looked sternly and put the note Zhu Hongchuan handed into the palace, and the note he translated into the folder of
On Women's Virtues.
She was anxious to go find Li Mabai to tell her about this, but Wu Xinyan stopped her at this moment.
Do you want to see the queen dig her own grave?
Chapter 224. The queen buys her father to seek glory. Shinseyo stopped, thought for a moment, and then said,
Zhu Hongchuan collaborated with the enemy and treason. Once this is confirmed, it will be a capital crime for the 9 tribes. How can the queen escape? Execute the 9 tribes?
Wu Shi asked with a sneer.
The queen mother is also the daughter of the Zhu family, and the emperor also has the blood of the Zhu family. May I ask the empress, how will these 9 tribes be punished?
Seeing that Shinseyo was stunned and silent, he continued,
once Zhu Hongchuan's conspiracy is exposed, he will definitely die. But the queen mother is the emperor's biological mother, and her status is unshakable. With her in charge, the queen will not, she may be deposed. If we want the queen to be completely unable to stand up, we must seize the irrefutable evidence that she also intends to collaborate with the enemy and treason. You mean to send Zhu Hongchuan's note to the queen intact? But she may not do anything. She must have it.
Wu Xini said firmly.
The emperor has already promised her that she will do everything. If she stays in the palace, then one palace will be her cold palace for the rest of her life. She is only in her 20s. How can she be willing to give it a try at such a young age? Of course she will have the wrong idea.
Wu Xini's analysis is not unreasonable. Shinseyo thought worriedly for a moment, and asked Pear to copy the note from Zhu Hongchuan word for word, and then handed the original copy to Wu Xini.
You seem to hate the queen? It's not that I hate her. It's just a relief for myself. How to say? If she loses hope, she will no longer use sinister means to murder her. If she doesn't murder her, I won't have to go to see her every now and then. Wu Xini tied the note back to the pigeon's leg, corrected the dislocated wings with his bare hands, threw it into the air, and watched it go away.
Is it because the barbecue doesn't smell good? Or the wine doesn't taste good? Why do you have to go to see a doctor?
He smiled.
Speaking of which, your majesty doesn't want to see me too often. Right.
Shinseyo's eyes wandered over him.
You don't seem to be that annoying.
When he turned around and left with Pear, he said to him again,
your barbecue is more delicious than the one in my palace. When I have time in the future, I will bring the emperor to taste it.
Wu Shiren looked at her retreating back, smiled slightly and murmured,
him? Forget it. He never likes barbecue.
Asterisk. When Shinseyo presented the note to Li Mabai, he did not show too much shock. Instead, his focus was on another thing.
What kind of barbecue will you and Wu Shini eat? Your Majesty, this is not important. What is important is that Zhu Hongchuan wants to rebel.
Knowing that Shenxiu was just greedy and had no other intentions, Li Maobai did not dwell too much on the matter. He just said confidently,
3 days. So Xu Rong's army should be changing the state now. Since the Emperor knows, he should send troops quickly to avoid them.
Shenxiu looked anxious, but saw a slight smile on Li Maobai's lips. For a moment, she seemed to understand something.
So, the Emperor knew about it early on? Have you not noticed that Chu Yuezhi has not entered the palace for several days? 4 days ago, he had already led his army in Bianzhou to wait for Xu Rong to surrender.
Hearing what Li Maobai said, Shenxiu was happy, but also seemed a little disappointed. I thought I had discovered some shocking secret that could help Li Maobai. Unexpectedly, he had already understood the enemy's situation early on and properly arranged countermeasures. What the H am I worrying about? Although history records that he was stupid and incompetent. History is written by the victors. And that has changed now. Anyway, the Emperor, I know, has never been a fatuous emperor. On the contrary, he is much smarter than many wise emperors in history. Why should I worry so much about him? He is the Emperor. And he is not a fool. If I could think ahead of him in everything, wouldn't I be able to become the queen early on? Her thoughts were wandering wildly. And in the eyes of Li Maobai, who couldn't hear her voice, it seemed like she was wandering in a fugue. And the expression on his face is still a little bit disappointed? So Li Maobai cleared his throat and said seriously,
but your discovery is also very important. After all, I only know that Zhu Hongchuan secretly colluded with Xu Rong. But I don't know his specific plan. There are many shops on the street outside Shunmen. If it really happens, if he blows up the Shunmen, the lives of the people will be miserable. I will make arrangements in advance to prevent him from succeeding. Oh? So, am I helping? Of course.
Li Maobai smiled and hooked his hand at her. After she came to his side, he gently tucked behind her ears the broken hair that had fallen from her temples due to the rush all the way.
My worries are the best.
He seemed to be coaxing a child. But Shenxiu liked his behavior. He pulled her to sit next to him, letting her lean on his shoulder, and then asked,
You said Wu Shini tied the note to the pigeon's leg again and let it go where it should go? Yes.
Shenxiu felt a little guilty. So she asked tentatively,
Your Majesty, did I do something wrong? I always feel like I am framing the queen. She doesn't do evil. And it's useless no matter how much you frame her. Anyway, if she really does something, it will let the queen see her clearly. And there will be no reason to keep her.
However, the development of things was beyond everyone's expectation. That night, Li Maobai and Shenxiu had already rested. But Sanfu hurriedly came to report outside the palace.
Your Majesty, the queen is outside asking for an audience. Queen?
Li Maobai, who was about to take a rest, closed his pajamas and called outside the palace.
She is banned in Fengwan Palace. Who let her out? This,
Sanfu replied hesitantly.
No one let the queen out. She jumped over the wall from the palace and even sprained her foot. The guards and palace officials tried to persuade her to go back.
But she didn't stop. He cried out that he had something important to do and asked to see the emperor. He even ignored his foot injury and limped to the Chaoyang Palace.
Li Maobai and Shenxiu both wanted to see where she sang. So Shenxiu whispered to him,
She wants to see her wholeheartedly. Your Majesty, please go see her.
When she arrived at the main hall, the queen was kneeling on the ground covered in dust and was already crying. Li Maobai raised his hand and ordered someone to help her sit down. He took a look at her bloody right foot and asked,
Why are you making such a fuss in the middle of the night? Your Majesty, I am guilty.
She just sat down and knelt on the ground crying again.
I am a sinner and I should keep my peace. But I am really scared. I don't know what to do.
She took out a volume of book from her arms and handed it to the palace attendant beside her to present to Li Maobai.
Please also ask the emperor to take a look.
It was a well-thumbed book called
On Women's Virtues.
When you opened the first page, you saw 2 notes inside. One is the original text by Zhu Hongchuan, and the other is the translation translated by the queen. The content on the note was exactly the same as what Shenxiu handed him today, but the handwriting became the queen's. Chapter 225. The tall building collapsed. No one expected that the queen would take this step. In order to protect herself, she even betrayed her biological father. Li Maobai looked at her, looking at this woman who had been with him under the same roof for 5 years even though he had never been married. He couldn't help but feel a chill running down his back.
My father made trouble, and I was frightened, but I had to do this.
The queen burst into tears to show her loyalty.
I am the daughter of the Zhu family, and also the mother of the Qi dynasty. The country is in trouble. How can I survive alone? Even if he is my father, I can only tear up and kill my relatives. Li Maobai was indifferent to her performance. After listening to her words calmly, he had her sent back to Fenghuan Palace. Asterisk. 3 days later, on the 4th watch of every day, a water wheel would come in through the smooth gate to supply water to the palace. The groom pulling the cart has been doing this for more than 10 years, and he is very familiar with the guards on duty at Hishuan Gate. Therefore, in order to save time and trouble, both sides usually just open the curtain to see if there is anything strange in the car, and then take a quick look. Just look at the bucket and make sure it contains water before releasing it. Today, the groom came at the right time, dismounted outside the Shuntong Gate, and started to warm up with the guard at the gate very enthusiastically.
Masters, it's been hot these past 2 days. I prepared some drinks for you to give to me.
He took out 2 wine jars from the car and handed them to the guards.
Smell it. It's good old wine.
The guard raised the wine jar, and the aroma of wine overflowed. But it was undoubtedly good wine. They thanked the groom and took a casual look inside the car and the water tank as usual. What was different from usual was that the groom seemed very nervous. His eyes peeked from time to time when they were checking, and his face looked a little unnatural. He only breathed a sigh of relief when the guard said everything was fine and he could be released. He got back on the horse and tightened the reins. As soon as the guards opened the palace door, he whipped his horse, ignited the explosives hidden in the 2 innermost water tanks, and blew open the entrance guard of the smooth door. Unexpectedly, the moment the door opened, the guards scattered in all directions. Behind the door, the palace servants from the Water Dragon Division were holding rows of water dragons, filling them with water and spraying them at the grooms. The groom was hit by the water bomb and fell to the ground. The horse was also frightened and ran away, and the car was completely soaked by the water spray. Dozens of secret guards emerged from the shadows in all directions and quickly took control of the grooms and water trucks. Chu Yueji entered through the city gate, opened the sedan curtain, and took a look into the 2 covered water tanks in the innermost part. Sure enough, an iron plate was installed on the surface of the water tank, and a shallow layer of water was placed on the iron plate. Under the iron plate, there were 2 full tanks of explosives. The fire twister was soaked with water, and the explosive could not be detonated. When the groom saw what had happened, he took out the fire stick from his sleeve when no one was prepared, blew it out, and threw it into the wine jar that he had just given to the guard. The high concentration liquor in the wine jar is flammable when exposed to fire. Hidden under the liquor is the water ghost with extremely powerful explosive power, which is mostly used by fishermen to fry fish when they go to sea. Seeing the open flame, the wine jar instantly turned into 2 bombs, roaring and exploding in front of Shun's door. With a burst of dazzling fire, the 2 closest guards were killed on the spot, and a large gap was blown out of the city gate, making it difficult to close it. At the moment when the explosion occurred, Zhu Hongchuan was seen leading hundreds of guards from his palace, holding heavy troops, to surround the palace entrance. The guards and secret guards were in formation to guard the city gate. Chu Yueji stood at the front, staring at Zhu Hongchuan as sharply as an eagle.
Master Zhu, do you want to use your hundreds of guards to capture the imperial city?
Zhu Hongchuan said disdainfully.
I know that the Tiger Guards and the outer border army left Jiangdu yesterday and went to Sanchuan for military exercises. Now there are no more than 3,000 secret guards and imperial guards left in the palace. Of course, I am not the 100 palace guards. It is used to attack the city, and the attackers will have others.
He took out a fireworks stick from his cuff and fired it into the sky, exploding into a ball of lavender light and shadow. Chu Yueji glanced at the fireworks that were falling like stars all over the sky, and said jokingly,
Master Zhu, you know that you are not going to die soon. So you were setting off firecrackers to celebrate? Captain Chu, I'm afraid you don't know. Right. Jiangdu is already surrounded by heavy troops. If I take this as my belief, tens of thousands of troops will immediately send troops to attack Jiangdu and go straight to Huanglong.
He said this with a majestic and menacing tone, as if he had already won the battle. After Chu Yu heard this, he clapped his hands and said,
I wish you a good strategy. I admire you.
In the distance, the sound of galloping horses came from far and near. Zhu Hongchuan smiled sinisterly, raised his head and said,
Have you heard it? Governor? This is the sound of the beginning of a dynasty and the destruction of a dynasty.
Zhu Yuezhi was indifferent and kept a faint smile on his face. Zhu Hongchuan's joy only turned into horror when he saw clearly where the sound of the galloping horses came from. What he saw was not the special army he had been looking forward to for a long time, but the tiger guards wearing red and yellow armor.
How could this happen?
Surrounded by the tiger guards, the mere 100 guards he led were as worthless as a mayfly shaking a tree. Zhu Yuezhi said in a deep voice.
The letter that Yueguang General Wuchita wrote to you yesterday was forced by General Yao with his sword on his neck. You are thinking of the Shu-Rong army who will rush to your aid. They had been wiped out as early as Bianzhou, and the Tiger Guards and the outer border army that went to Sanchuan yesterday were just a cover for the Emperor to invite you to the urn. Impossible! Impossible!
Zhu Hongchuan's bloodshot eyes widened, and he roared hysterically.
I have led the army for many years, and my tactics of using the army are treacherous, and I have never failed. He, Li Mabai, is just a kid with a yellow mouth. How can he spy? To the whole situation. Master Zhu's method of communicating with the outside world is really not clever.
Zhu Yu said with a joking tisk in his mouth, shook his head and said,
Since you wish Sifeng was buried, you have had less contact with officials, and rushed home to be by your wife's side after going to court every day. All this seems reasonable. But your majesty, I have understood your trick early on. You have offended many courtiers. If you still want to maintain your current dignity in Qi dynasty, you must have some interpersonal relationships. You can tell that you no longer care about everything in Qi dynasty. Collaboration with the enemy. Does Mr. Zhu think that the secret tunnel of more than 10 miles that he dug from his bedroom at home to the outside of Jiangdu City is very clever? All of this is under the Emperor's calculations. When will you dig the secret tunnel? And when will you dig out the secret tunnel? The Emperor knows all the people he has come into contact with. Zhu Hongchuan couldn't believe that Li Mobai, who had always been mediocre and even a bit dim and incompetent, could be so thoughtful behind his back. But the facts were right in front of him, and it was not his turn to believe it or not. Zhu Yuezhi ordered,
capture Zhu Hongchuan alive, and his guards will kill him on the spot.
Chapter 226 The Queen Reset. After Zhu Hongchuan was imprisoned, it took almost half a day for all the officials who had succumbed to his lustful power and been coerced and instigated by him to come forward and report his crimes. Zhu Hongchuan would have been punished with death just for collaborating with the enemy and betraying his country. Not to mention that the courtiers listed 7 crimes of madness, 5 crimes of transgression, 4 crimes of bribery, and 11 crimes of selfishness. The list is too numerous to list. During the public trial of Zhu Hongchuan in the court, the whole court was boiling with debate. Even the Queen Mother finally came forward and reprimanded.
You have done these things, and you have really brought shame on all the ancestors of the Zhu family. As the daughter of the Zhu family, the Ai family is ashamed to watch and listen.
She pounded the ground hard with her phoenix-tailed cane, crying every word.
From now on, the Ai family will no longer have a brother like you. The Ai family will not even ask what the Emperor wants to do with you. After your death, the Ai family will never allow it.
You are buried in the Zhu family's ancestral grave, and your name is not allowed to appear on the family tree.
After saying this, the Queen Mother staggered back with the support of several palace ladies. She expelled Zhu Hongchuan from the Zhu family in public. So everything he did was done by everyone. So what does it have to do with the Zhu family? In addition, Li Mabai originally had the blood of the Zhu family. So it was impossible for him to issue an order to kill the 9 tribes of the Zhu family. In the final review of the crime, Zhu Hongchuan was convicted of several crimes and sentenced to death by breaking a car into pieces.
There is no need to wait until autumn. The execution will be carried out tomorrow.
As for his family, his wife Mo and the queen, Li Mabai said nothing about their treatment. Before execution, he went to the prison to see Zhu Hongchuan for the last time. He is a decent man, and even if he is behind bars, he will take care of himself very neatly. Li Mabai asked him,
Do you regret it? What do you regret?
Zhu Hongchuan spat and sneered.
Regret that I couldn't hide from your eyes and ears? That I couldn't successfully pull you down from the throne? Li Mabai, don't forget, without my help, you would have been how can you become an emperor? Thank you, uncle, for helping me in the past.
Li Mabai walked to him and sat down.
So in the end, I still spared my aunt's life and did not kill all the Zhu family. It's not just because I have the Zhu family's legacy flowing through me. Bloodline. Because I always remember how my uncle spared no effort to help me win the throne. But you are ruthless and unjust.
Zhu Hongchuan suddenly became excited and stood up to rush towards Li Mobai. But his hands and feet were handcuffed to the stone wall with iron chains. And no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get close to Li Mobai.
Uncle, helping me is also helping the Zhu family to glorify our family. It is a matter of mutual benefit. How can we talk about killing the donkey? And if, Uncle, your ambition had not grown and you did so many unforgivable and stupid things, how could I not leave you?
I want to kill you for my love. Winning king or losing bandit. You can say whatever you want now. I'm so sorry that I was blind and supported such a white-eyed wolf like you, which caused me to have no children. When her married you in the mood for love. She has good looks, good temperament, and is outstanding in everything. What is unworthy of you? But you are so cruel that you want her to remain a widow for so many years.
Li Mobai's face was calm and unperturbed.
Yes, if she had not entered the emperor's family, she could have had a good life of her own. But it was not me who harmed her. It was you.
Li Mobai stood up with his sleeves fluffed, and as he was leaving, he thought of another thing.
Actually, there is one thing I can't understand. You have always been cautious. Why did you get confused at the critical moment? If you hadn't written that letter to the queen, I won't fully understand your intentions.
Letter? Zhu Hongchuan was a little confused with anger.
What letter?
Seeing him like this, Li Mobai didn't want to ask any more questions. Of course he won't admit it. He was already about to die. So how could he drag his only daughter into the water again? Zhu Hongchuan was sentenced to death by car braking. But Li Mobai did not really kill everyone. Another death row prisoner was sentenced to death in his place. While Zhu Hongchuan had his hands and feet broken, his tongue pulled out, and his wife Mo Shi was sent out of Jiangdu. Li Mobai gave them 1,000 taels of silver notes, and asked them to go as far as possible and never return to Jiang. If their identities were recognized while wandering, they would be dead. After handling all this, Li Mobai went to see the Queen Mother. At that time, the Queen Mother was kneeling in front of the Buddhist niche in Xianzhou Palace, burning incense and praying.
Only in this way can the AI family have an explanation for the ancestors of the Zhu family. He has become a cripple, but at least his life has been saved.
Seeing that she was about to stand up, Li Mobai stepped forward and gave him a hand.
That day, after my mother scolded my uncle in front of him, she came to look for me behind the scenes. All she had to do was kneel in front of me and ask me to spare my life. It doesn't matter whether he died or not. I just wanted to be honest. I don't want to see my mother sad. The AI family heard that the guilty minister passed a note to the queen in advance to inform the queen. The queen did not hide the matter. She chose to annihilate her relatives and told the emperor the whole matter. Is this the case?
Li Mobai was silent for a moment and nodded in agreement. The Queen Mother sighed.
It is also difficult for this child. She has her husband on one side and her father on the other. Loyalty and filial piety cannot be both. But fortunately, she finally chose the right path. I heard that she climbed over the wall to do this. He broke his leg and is now bedridden in the palace. Can the emperor go and see her?
Asterisk. The Queen's decree for restoration came early the next morning. Fenghuan Palace was unsealed, and concubine Xi's authority over the 6th palace returned to her hands. She could not get off the bed to express gratitude, so she could only hold the imperial edict in her bed and read every word several times.
Congratulations to the queen. Since this incident, the emperor has been more considerate to the queen. Do you know who the emperor called to treat the queen's leg injury? Who? It's that miracle doctor, Wu Shini. He has always only served the emperor and the pregnant Shen family. This is my first kindness.
The queen smiled bitterly and said,
Yes, this kind of kindness was obtained by betraying my father.
Xiang Ling advised her.
My dear, think on the bright side. At least the lives of Sir and Madam have been saved. As long as people are alive, there will always be a time when we meet again. My aunt has been immersed in the palace for many years, and she still sees clearly many things. When the palace received the letter from my father, I had no idea. So I passed the matter to my aunt privately. Unexpectedly, as soon as my aunt heard about this, she immediately led her. I went to the emperor with the note and told him about my father. She said that only in this way can I solve my current predicament and give my father a chance to survive.
The queen's expression became increasingly gloomy. She lowered her eyes and looked at the gorgeous phoenix robe she was wearing. Her smile faded and she said,
This queen of my palace has finally helped my mother's family. Isn't it? Chapter 227 The Tyrant Poisons the Queen. Everyone thought that Li Mobai asked Wu Shini to treat the queen as a sign of caring for the queen, and to make up for his to the Zhu family. Only Shen Xiao didn't think so. She did not ask Li Maobai directly about the suspicion in her heart, but chose to ask it indirectly when Wu Shini was diagnosing her pulse.
The Emperor asked you to take care of the Queen personally. But did you have any other instructions? No.
Wu Shini remained silent and was busy diagnosing Shen Xiao's pulse. Shen Xiao casually took out a hairpin from her bun and handed it to him.
Katie Xuan's craftsmanship is more than 200 taels.
Wu Shini's eyes were attracted by it. After struggling for a moment, he snatched the hairpin away and said,
"Deal."
He carefully wrapped the hairpin in a square scarf and put it into his arms. Then said,
"The Emperor asked me to add something to the Queen's soup."
"What?"
"Cinnabar."
Hearing those two words, Shen Xia was startled. Cinnabar is a poisonous substance. If taken for a long time, the poison will penetrate into the bone marrow and be almost impossible to eradicate. When the poison is released, the person will become half a madman even if he does not die.
The Emperor did this because he really cannot tolerate the Queen. Wei Chen asked the Empress that day if she wanted to watch the Empress dig her own grave.
Looking back on the events of that day, what Wu Shini meant by
digging her own grave
clearly meant that after receiving Zhu Hongchuan's letter, the Queen would mess up and do something wrong, which would lead to her death if she offended Li Maobai. But she found another way and chose a way to survive in desperate situations. In the eyes of others, they only saw her as ruthlessly killing her relatives for the great cause of her family and country. Ordinarily, she should have taken advantage of everything. So how could she dig a grave?
What? Can't you understand such a simple truth?
Seeing Shen Xiao thoughtfully, Wu Shini joked.
In order to survive, he would betray his biological father. Who dares to stay with such a woman? She is just gathering for profit and breaking up for profit.
How she treats her biological father today, she will treat the Emperor in a way that is 100 times more despicable tomorrow. So you knew early on that as long as the Queen received that note, no matter what she did, she would not survive?
No, Wu Shini said while packing the medicine box.
If she hadn't been so eager to get out of the predicament and rush to the Emperor with a note to claim credit, the Emperor would have let her spend the rest of her life in the palace.
Somehow, Shen Xiao's mother's heart was overflowing. She somewhat sympathized with the Queen's plight, although she has evil thoughts and is full of schemes against Li Maobai. In this era, how can she not be a pitiful woman? For the sake of the family's glory and his own glory, he worked hard to maintain a relationship that was only in name only from the beginning. Such days look bright, but in fact, they are rotten to the core in invisible places. During dinner, she originally wanted to persuade Li Maobai to let the Queen live, even if she was demoted to a commoner and sent out of the palace. It would then taking her life silently. However, Li Maobai spoke first and said,
"There is something I want to tell you. I lifted the Empress's restraint and regained the power in her hands because of her mother's request and because of the court situation. It was not my original intention."
Shen Xiao nodded in agreement.
So, I poisoned her. The Emperor wants to poison her?
Yes. Li Maobai agreed unabashedly.
I asked Wu Shi to hide cinnabar in the soup for her. If the Queen is unwell in the future, she will find another imperial doctor to treat her, even if she is diagnosed with cinnabar in her body. She knows Wu Shini is taking care of the Queen personally according to my order, so he understands my intention, and no one will tell her the truth.
Shen Xiao put down her chopsticks. After struggling for a moment, she couldn't help but persuade her.
Is it necessary? Just like letting Zhu Hongchuan go. Wouldn't it be better to find a pretext to fake her death and let her leave the palace?
No,
Li Maobai said decisively.
She must die.
His expression became serious, and there was even a bit of hatred in his eyes. Shen Xiao vaguely felt that the matter was not that simple.
The Emperor wanted to execute her secretly, but because of other things? Do you know about the homozygous princess?
The pure princess is the sixth princess of the Qi dynasty and the legitimate daughter of the late queen, because she is 3 years younger than Li Maobai. And like Li Maobai, she was sent to the imperial concubine's palace to be raised since childhood, and the brother-sister relationship between them is very deep. It's just that this princess was short-lived. 1 year after Li Maobai ascended the throne, she died of the epidemic.
I heard that she is the sixth princess?
Li Maobai nodded and said,
She is well-behaved, sensible, smart and cute, and is the princess most loved by the father. When she was born, the father built a princess mansion for her outside the palace. In the past, the princess mansion was very close to the Zhu family, so Zhu Juan already knew her before she entered the palace. At that time, the two had a good relationship and often traveled together. When the girl first fell in love, she met Shui Rui, the second son of King Fanyang, and she fell in love with Chuanha. We were happy with each other. But Zhu Junwen expressed her feelings to Shui Rui first, causing Chuanha to turn against her.
Shenxiu listened with great interest. This was much more exciting than some bloody TV series.
Then what? Later, King Fanyang moved away from Jiandu, and the matter came to an end. The next year, when I ascended the throne and selected a concubine, Zhu Junwen was approved to be the queen under the strong recommendation of my mother. At that time, the Zhu family was powerful, and when I seized the throne, I tried my best to help him. So I appointed Zhu Junwen as the successor. There was no objection from the previous court. Only Chuan had told me about the past relationship between Zhu Junwen and Shui Rui. This incident later broke out. After hearing about it, many courtiers in the previous dynasty felt that it was inappropriate, and there were more and more voices preventing her from becoming the queen. Although she finally succeeded in becoming the queen, her hatred for Chuanha, it was already buried at that time. 1 year after I ascended the throne, Chuanha contracted the epidemic in the princess mansion and died. The day before yesterday was her memorial day. I left the palace and visited the old site of the princess mansion. At the back door, I met the maid who used to serve Chuanha and burned paper money to offer sacrifices. Bye. She has disappeared since the homozygous illness. I thought she was worried that she would be overtaken by the disease and run away secretly. But when I saw her again and asked her carefully, I found out. It turns out that the homozygous epidemic is not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. It was Zhu Junwen who threatened the lives of her maid and her family members to mix the saliva of epidemic patients into the food of homozygous. And homozygous also contracted the disease.
The more Shenxiu listened, the more outrageous she felt.
She has already married into the palace. Why would she harm the homozygous princess? I have never looked at her since she became the queen. Perhaps because of this, she blamed Chuanha for everything that happened between me and her. She blamed Chuanha for telling me about the past relationship between her and Shui Rui. During that period of time, she always thought that I distanced myself from her because I cared about her past. The maid said that she fled back to her home in the countryside after committing a sin. Later, she moved with her parents and brothers several times because she was afraid that the Zhu family would kill people and silence her. Perhaps it was God's retribution. Her parents died of the epidemic in the end, and her brother also did not die well. She married as a woman and gave birth to 2 sons. Her husband accidentally fell and died while repairing tiles in the house, and she was also killed. She was diagnosed with an incurable disease, and she dreamed of Chuanha coming to seek her life every night. After hearing that the Zhu family had collapsed, she dared to return to Jiangdu to worship Chuanha,
hoping to alleviate her guilt.
Chapter 228 King Rui returns to the palace. If this is the case, then the queen deserves to die and does not deserve sympathy. On the other hand, the queen didn't know that there was such a trap hidden in Li Mobai's concern for her. But she looked better than before. Her leg injury has not healed, and she has to accept greetings and compliments from the concubines every day while using crutches. Concubine Hui, who had framed her, said she was ill and had not dared to go to Fenghuan Palace for several days. She came to Shenxiu to discuss countermeasures with her. Shenxiu smiled gently and said,
"Sister, I don't want to see her, so I just hide away. Do you still dare to punish anyone you say you want to punish as before after seeing her lifted from the ban?"
She is like a frightened bird now. Even if she sees her sister, she doesn't dare to stir up trouble. After all, if she and her sister get into trouble, if the emperor finds out, he will inevitably think of her poisoning me in the past. The queen is a smart person. They will shoot themselves in the foot just to gain momentum. She doesn't know how to do it now. But what happens after the news passes? Don't I still have to be worried every day? She is also cruel, sacrificing her own father to protect herself. It is really eye-opening. In the future?
Shenxiu sneered and murmured,
I'm afraid she will never have a future. What did sister say?
She shook her head, and Ling chose to speak.
It's nothing. I thought that King Rui would enter the palace in a few days.
Asterisk. King Rui entered the palace 1 day earlier than planned. On this day, Li Maobai left the court half an hour early, and Li Jinyan also entered the palace early. Around lunchtime, the imperial father-in-law came to Yueguang Palace to send a message.
Rongfei, the emperor invites you to have lunch with Chaoyang Palace.
When she went there, she heard the sound of the 3 brothers chatting outside the door. After entering the house and obeying the rules, I heard a rough male voice say,
How can I perform such a grand gift because I'm pregnant?
Glancing over, the strange man sitting on Li Mabai's left side should be King Rui. He wore a python robe, a jade belt around his waist, and a crown in his hair. He did not wear any expensive gold or jade items. His appearance is more ordinary than that of the Li Mabai brothers. Under his slightly messy eyebrows are a pair of narrow red phoenix eyes. His nose is not very tall, but the tip of his nose is slightly rounded. With thick lips, one looks like a person who values affection and justice. When she was looking at King Rui was also looking at her. Not long after, King Tingrui said with sincerity,
"Brother Emperor, you are very lucky. I have long heard that concubine Rong is a great figure in the country and the city. When I saw her today, she really lived up to her reputation."
Faced with such compliments, Shinxio also responded to him decently.
"His Royal Highness Prince Rui is so complimentary. There are many beautiful concubines in the harem, but I am just mediocre in appearance, so the Emperor doesn't mind it. If you are mediocre in appearance, then I won't be able to pick anyone who is attracted to my harem."
Li Mabai waved to Shinxio and motioned for her to sit next to him. He only waited for her to sit down before saying to King Rui again,
"You don't have to envy my blessing. When you marry the princess one day, your blessing will naturally follow."
Prince Rui joked.
"Marriage cannot be rushed. What matters is the mutual love between the two. You can't just snatch a girl from a certain family if you like me. What's the difference between that and that ruffian from the Zhu family? You're not in a hurry. Let's see what good things are about to happen for Jin Yin. Aren't you embarrassed to let your brother rush ahead of you?"
Li Jinyan's cheeks turned red and he begged,
"Brother, don't say such things. You haven't even written your horoscope yet." "Huh?"
"Ha ha," King Rui said with a smile.
"You look like a girl. What are you ashamed of? Which girl do you have your eye on?"
Li Mabai said.
"She is the daughter of the Protector's family, Mrs. Jiang."
King Rui chatted.
"I heard that she is a great beauty. Why is the 12th one snoring?"
"But don't scare that girl."
"No," Li Jinyan argued hurriedly.
"Water and I get along very well. I had lunch at the Lord Protector's house for 2 days in a row, and Water cooked the food himself."
"Water." Li Mabai and King Rui looked at each other and smiled.
The word boudoir is so easy to pronounce. And you still say it's a matter of not even using the character Botzi? Don't delay the girl's family. If the man is interested in concubine, I will make the decision. Now that your marriage is over, you should have a smarter woman to take care of it. Brother, then I don't know what she means to me. What else could it mean?"
King Rui stood up and walked to Li Jinyan, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a bold smile,
"Girl, my family has cooked for you personally. So why do you want me to show it so obviously? Is it possible? Do I want to stick to you? Hold your hand, look into your eyes, and say,
'I love you.'
To you lovingly?"
He pouted and moved toward Li Jinyan, which scared Li Jinyan to the point of turning pale. She quickly raised her hand to block him.
"Oh, Brother Qi, please stop making trouble."
Shinxio looked at the three of them playing and playing. How could they look like adults? It looked like a few 8 or 9-year-old children playing house. Not to mention that all of them are emperors and princes. What an eye-opener. Before the meal, King Rui kept teasing Li Jinyan, and the topic was all about him. When it was time to eat, the topic was brought to Shinxio again. He couldn't take more than 2 bites of food, and his eyes always wandered to Shinxio. After noticing this, Li Mabai pretended to be serious and asked him,
"Why are you staring at concubine Rong?" I always feel that the Empress looks like the same person."
"Oh," Li Mabai asked curiously.
"Who is it?" "Somewhat like the new king who succeeded Xiliang."
Li Jinyan joked.
"Brother Qi, are you saying that my sister-in-law looks like a man? Is that man still our mortal enemy? If you talk like this without hesitation, please be careful, and the Emperor will beat you."
King Rui quickly explained.
No. It's just that the eyebrows are somewhat similar. But the Empress has many more signs of life than my thief."
Then he slapped his mouth twice more.
"Okay, I'd better stop talking. Now that I've met Jin Yin, I've been infected by him, and he'll tell all the nonsense."
Shinxio only kept an awkward smile and did not answer the conversation. Li Mabai, on the other hand, said,
"Don't try to make amends if you say something wrong. Hurry up and drink as a penalty."
King Rui picked up his wine glass and saluted Shinxio from afar. Li Mabai asked him,
"I have some impressions of the new king of Xiliang you mentioned. He is a smart man. After taking power, the taxes and contributions to the Qi dynasty will only be much higher. Then the emperor brother must be able to suppress their small territory. When my father was here, the king of Yueguang made trouble for us.
Li Mabai shook the wine glass in his hand and said jokingly,
Why did you get drunk before you even drank? Late Emperor. Do you dare to talk like this? You are punished by drinking.
King Rui had no choice but to admit defeat. Smiled and drank another glass of wine. After 3 drinks, King Rui suggested that the 3 brothers go to the paddock to play Kuju tomorrow. That was the game they played most often when they were children. Since they became adults, they have almost never touched each other again. Li Mabai and Li Jinyan both agreed, but saw that King Rui seemed to be sad for a moment. He picked up the wine glass and drank alone, and sighed.
When it comes to Kuju, it is the 3rd brother who has the best footwork. It's a pity. Let's not mention these.
Come.
Drink and drink.
Chapter 229 Kuju Competition. Yu kicks go by in the head. Summer is hot and mosquitoes are annoying. Pega and Cheer kept using round fans to drive away the mosquitoes around Shinseo. Sitting in the tent in the paddock, she was doubting life. Why did she come to this lish place? What's so cool about a group of men playing football? What's more, their skills are not very good. It's more like a few people chasing the ball and running around the field.
Shinseo sighed sincerely. It seems that the national football team has been passed down from the ancestors and engraved in the DNA. After half the game, Li Mabai returned to the tent sweating profusely and drank ice water while wiping his sweat. Shinseo asked him,
Do you think it's fun?
Seeing the rare joy on his face, he said,
On those rare occasions when you can put down everything and have a good time, it would be nice to have some fun with siblings you can talk to. So this is the reason why you have to bring me to feed the mosquitoes?
Shinseo scratched the bulges on her wrists that had just been bitten, with black lines on her face.
The Emperor is just having fun. It's a pity that I have to be here. Feed the mosquitoes all day long. Sister-in-law is so bored.
Li Jinyan and King Rui came arm in arm and started joking about Shinseo as soon as they entered the door.
Brother, don't you think that you can see your sister-in-law all the time? So you have to treat your sister-in-law everywhere you go?
You keep me with you. And my sister-in-law is pregnant. Is it possible that she would end up playing Kuju with us for fun? That would scare my brother half of his life.
Prince Rui also smiled and chimed in.
If my brother can't let go of concubine Rong, he can stay in the tent with concubine Rong and watch my younger brother compete with Lao 12. No. You are doing what you want. I am looking for my own pleasure.
Shinseo pretended to be dignified, picked up the handkerchief, and wiped the sweat from Li Mabai's forehead.
Your Majesty, please go quickly. Don't keep the prince waiting too long. Are you sure you can do it yourself? What's not allowed? Let's play leaf cards with Pear and the others later. When the sun goes down, we can go out of the tent to cheer for the Emperor. It's quite fun.
Li Mabai, a straight man, couldn't understand Shinseo's implication that she was bored. Instead, he thought she was really happy. So he touched her head and went with King Rui and the others.
Pear said, Do you want to play leaf cards? I'll ask someone to make arrangements first. What kind of leaf card are you playing?
Shinseo looked at Li Mobai's jubilant back and casually swatted the mosquitoes that landed on the back of his hand to death.
Stop the mosquitoes?
She was getting angry when Xiao Tachuo happened to run out at this moment and issued a new task to her. Didi, I can already feel the host's anger towards the tyrant. New task, kick the football to the tyrant's head. The reward points are plus 20 for completing the task, and minus 20 points for failing the task. This should be the first time that Shinseo has accepted a task so readily. She suddenly stood up and started gearing up, leaving Pear and Cheer confused.
What are you going to do? Madam? The sun is shining outside, and the Emperor asked you to stay in the tent and not move around. It's okay. You can ask the director for a new one. I can use it. Your Majesty, you won't end up playing Kuju with the Emperor and the princes. Right? You are pregnant, so you can't act recklessly. I don't. I'm sweating all over from kicking. The water in the paddock is not clean. I have to go back to the palace to take a shower. I'm so sticky that I'll kill you. Just follow my instructions.
Pear quickly brought the Jew, and Shinseo weighed it in her hands, squinting and aiming in the direction of Li Mobai. But they were running around the field playing football, and she couldn't throw it right. You have to think of a way to hit every target. She held Ju and stood outside the tent, watching them play football. King Rui and Li Jinyan are in the same team, and Li Mabai wants to take his guards to fight against them. When it comes to football skills, Li Mabai is obviously better. Those who watched the score on the field knew that Li Mabai had already scored 2 goals. If he got one closer, the midfield game would be over. Seeing that Li Mabai was about to shoot the ball into the goal with a volley, Li Jinyan took off and headed the ball away. But it flew straight towards Shinseo's belly. Everything happened too fast. Before everyone had time to react, the ball was already close to Shinseo. Just when it was about to hit Shinseo's lower abdomen, it suddenly released its force less than an inch away from her, as if being stopped by a pair of invisible big hands. It fell to the ground and bounced twice before rolling into the tent. Several people who were playing football were frightened, especially Li Mabai, who rushed towards Shinseo like flying.
Are you okay?
He carefully checked Shinseo's condition. His face turned pale with fear.
Are you injured?
Shinseo was just a little frightened, but was fine. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief and listened to Xiao Tuochuo show off. Host, look at it. Accidents happen all the time. If you hadn't taken the Longfeng pill, you can 100% guarantee that the fetus will not be affected. The ball just now was definitely going to hit your stomach. Li Jinyan ran to Shinseo and was so anxious that he broke into sweat.
I hope my sister-in-law is okay. If I really kick my sister-in-law, I will die 100 times, and I won't be able to do anything.
Later, Li Mabai refused to kick her anymore for the sake of her safety. So he asked someone to drive her back to the palace. Shinseo advised.
Farewell, Your Majesty. It's so easy to do this once. I ruined everyone's fun for such a trivial matter. It seems like I'm so delicate. This game will be over soon. You continue. The big deal is for me.
Just wait in the tent.
Li Mabai doesn't rely on her, but she has a unique knack for acting coquettishly. Pouting at Li Mabai, pulling his sleeves and gloating twice. Li Mabai couldn't do anything to her.
I think it's really boring for you to be alone. These are men's things, and you have no interest in seeing them. There is no forest cover in the paddock. Even in the tent, it is uncomfortably hot. I didn't think about it. Such a thing is not necessary. To take you with me. Your Majesty. Don't say that. I just like to accompany the Emperor.
Shinseo smiled harmlessly and gently pushed Li Mabai towards King Rui.
Your Majesty. Hurry up and finish the second half. I'm still waiting to see you win.
In this way, Li Mabai had no choice but to continue to finish the game half-heartedly. He turned around and walked towards the court with King Rui and the others. He noticed something was wrong before taking 2 steps. Something's wrong. She always calls herself me when no one else is around. Why did she start calling herself my concubine just now? Oops. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Shinseo put Ju on the ground, checked the angle from left to right, and then kicked the ball towards the back of Li Mabai's head. A perfect kick. Right in the back of the head. The kick made Li Mabai dizzy for a while. He covered his head and looked back at her with a somewhat sad look in his eyes.
No. I already said I wouldn't kick. You insisted on me to kick. Why did you kick me in the head with the ball again?
Look. He is still aggrieved. Shinseo showed an innocent smile, scratched the back of his head and said,
I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I just looked at this Yueguang and wanted you to use it. Who knew that if I kicked it, it would follow it flew to the back of your head impartially, as if it had eyes.
Li Mabai thought quickly and figured out that this was another task assigned to her by the death-seeking system. Well, considering that she spent all her points to give me twins, it's okay to let her save more points. Then the clouds on his face suddenly disappeared, and he smiled fondly for no reason.
It doesn't matter. The most important thing is to be worried and happy.
Chapter 230 Go by Went to escape the summer heat with Yuyu. On May 21st, the scorching heat in Jiangdu reached its peak. This day is also the day to set off to Yueguang Garden to escape the summer heat. Early in the morning, the palace carriage left the imperial city. The palace people crowded in front and back, and the people lined the streets to watch each other and watch the excitement. All the concubines in the palace and above were going with them, in order to show their
love
for Shui Ainhuan, and considering that Shinseo and Fu Qingqing could chat well, Li Mabai also gave them permission to go together. Needless to say, the Empress Dowager and Prince Jing had nothing to say. Prince Rui had nothing to do in the fiefdom recently, so he had half a day to spare.
So he joined the accompanying team. The Emperor's chariot was at the front, and laughter often came from inside. Some people among the people watching said happily,
although the Zhu family has fallen, the relationship between the Emperor and the Empress is still harmonious. What is harmony?
Someone interrupted him, and joked in a low voice.
I just saw the Queen,
and the Queen Mother sitting in a palace car from behind. Guess who was joking with the Emperor? I heard that there is a concubine in the palace. I don't know where she comes from. She seems to be very favored by the Emperor. She is still pregnant. I think it must be her.
Right. Although the discussion was small. When the people were discussing the matter in small groups, the people sitting in the palace carriage could more or less hear it. Li Mobai and Shen Xiai were busy chatting and having fun. So naturally they had no intention of paying attention to this. In the quiet room of Queen Mother Fingjia, every comment pierced into the queen's heart like a needle. Although she felt bitter in her heart, she just kept silent and did not complain to the Queen Mother. After leaving the city gate, the Queen Mother put her hand on her knee and patted her.
Aren't you feeling happy?
The Queen smiled bitterly and shook her head.
I have long been used to it. As the Queen Mother said, I chose this path myself. Whatever I do is the result of my own actions. I can't blame others. You are still the queen now. And that is enough. As long as you are in the Middle Palace, the Emperor will have to give you face. The women of the Zhu family have always been better than the men. The AI family can stand the loneliness and sit on the throne of the Queen Mother all the way. I believe you that's fine too. Is it okay? My concubine?
The Queen asked, her eyes wandering and her expression a little confused.
Maybe. What's happened to you these past 2 days? The AI family noticed something was wrong when they were in the palace. They looked listless every day, and they didn't look good. But are you sick?
There was ice in the car, which was supposed to be very cool. But the Queen was still sweating profusely. She coughed twice and said,
The imperial doctor took a look at it and said that it is not a problem because of the heat stroke. It may be fine after some time in the Yueguang garden to recuperate.
The summer garden is located 100 miles north of Jiangdu. It is a royal courtyard surrounded by mountains and rivers. It used to be called Li Palace. It is said that Emperor Taizu felt that the feng shui of this place was nurturing, and he lived here for 7 or 8 months of the year. After a day's journey, it was already dark when we arrived at Yueguang garden. Shen Xiao looked out of the car window, and could vaguely see the surrounding mountains covered with a layer of dim green. She took a deep breath, and the refreshing fragrance of grass and trees was so refreshing. This place is worthy of being a summer resort. When she got off the palace carriage, she actually felt a little chilly, so she closed her clothes and said to Li Mobai,
I heard Sanfu say a few days ago that many people in Jiangdu are shirtless at night. Some of the same goes for men going out during the day. In the past, it was a crime. But this year the Emperor relaxed the restrictions because the weather was too hot. So everyone thought of their own way to cool down. I just didn't expect that the summer garden would be better than Jiangdu. It's just 100 miles apart. But it feels like we're in paradise on earth.
Li Mobai put his arms around her shoulders and said with a smile,
Do you like it? If you like this place, I can follow the example of Emperor Taizu and live here the rest of the year except in the winter. Then it's boring.
Shen Xiao shook his head and said,
I think it's good because I stayed in a not-so-good environment for a long time. If you stay in this feng shui treasured place every day, you won't feel it after a long time. How comfortable. If I go back to a place that is not as good as this, I won't be able to adapt to it.
Shen Xiao lived in Bitong Pavilion, which was only 200 meters away from Longyang Palace where Li Mobai lived. According to the palace servants, who have been serving here all year round, Bitong Pavilion was originally a place for the queen to live. But the queen who should have this honor now lives in the remote Yinyu Tower. Shen Xiao and his entourage moved into Bitong Pavilion. The courtyard here was spacious and elegantly decorated. The camphor tree planted in the middle of the courtyard was towering, and its trunk was so thick that 3 people had to surround it to hug it. Everyone found it strange. Payer took Cheer and Xingyun and walked around the tree trunk twice, and said happily,
Campus can repel mosquitoes. Your Majesty hates mosquitoes the most. With such a big tree in the courtyard, my Majesty, my worries have been reduced by half.
The person serving at Bitong Pavilion was an older palace maid. She came forward and introduced herself to Shen Xiao.
Rong Fei. Jinan. This servant is the servant of Bitong Pavilion, and my nickname is Yueguang.
She was very polite and bowed deeply to Shen Xiao. Shen Xiao and Yen Yuesa held hands to help her up.
Aunt Yun, there is no need to be polite. On the way here, I heard from the Emperor that you were his wet nurse when he was a child.
Yueguang nodded with a smile.
I made mistakes when I was young and should have been put to death according to the palace regulations. It was the Emperor who was particularly kind to me and allowed me to come to the summer garden to escape the disaster. In addition to the Emperor's Longyang Palace in the summer garden, the environment in Bitong Pavilion is the best. which shows that the Empress is the one who is dear to the Emperor's heart.
She glanced at Shinseo's flat belly and continued.
Your Majesty has been pregnant for almost 2 months. Right. The Emperor has told me to take good care of your Majesty. Excuse me, Aunt.
Shinseo looked up at the straight and tall camphor trees and asked curiously.
This place is called Bitong Pavilion. Why are the trees planted not sycamore trees, but camphor trees? The Emperor planned everything in advance. 3 months before the Emperor entered the garden, he dug up the birch tree and transplanted the camphor tree. I don't know where the Emperor got this thing from. It's so huge. The planting alone consumes a lot of manpower and material resources. The Emperor said that mosquitoes are annoying in summer and are afraid of disturbing the Queen's rest. So everything is arranged properly.
Shinseo stroked the tree trunk and smiled silently. After everything was settled, Shinseo, who was lying on the bed after washing, couldn't fall asleep no matter what. When you arrive at a new place, everything always feels new. She poured a glass of water into the hot seat and glanced out the window inadvertently. I saw stars all over the sky twinkling together, so clear that even the Milky Way could be clearly seen. She had never seen such a stunning night sky, and her mood improved accordingly. Pear and the others couldn't sleep either, so they walked around the courtyard excitedly. Shinseo called them through the window.
Go and ask Yin where the terrain is slightly higher around here. I want to see the stars. Night views like this are rare in Jiangdu, and it's always a pity to miss it.
Chapter 231. The stars are as bright as yours. Yueguang hadn't rested yet, so Depea called her to the courtyard to chat with everyone. Shinseo said that she wanted to go stargazing. So she said,
there is a hillside in the south. After climbing up, there is no obstruction on all sides. It is a good place for stargazing. It's just that it's getting late at the moment, and the Empress has been tired from traveling all day. You should take a rest earlier and stop worrying about it. Right. It's okay. I'm a little excited when I first came here, and I can't sleep. I'm only going for a short time. I have Pear and the others to accompany me, so Annie can rest assured.
Yueguang leaned down and bowed.
Then, Madam, go early and come back early. When walking at night, be careful of the gravel under your feet, and be careful if you trip.
She then told Pear and the others.
Be careful when supporting your Majesty on the road.
She was very interested in Shinseo. From the movements of her hands and feet, Shinseo could vaguely smell a fragrance. She thought the fragrance smelled good, so she asked more.
Annie smells so good. What kind of powder did you use? Fragrant powder is expensive. Where can I use it? Moreover, I am pregnant, so we are not allowed to use those spices. The fragrance on my body is from the scent of flowers added to the soap locust when I was washing clothes. If I like it, I will replace it for you in the future.
When washing clothes, you can also fill it with some flower juice. Then there's Annie Lau.
When Shinseo went out, she saw a train parked outside the door, with Sanfu standing in front of it with a smile.
Concubine Rong. Jinan.
He smiled and said Chiener, then opened the curtain of the sedan chair, bowed and made an invitation gesture to Shinseo.
Concubine, please get on the sedan chair.
Where are we going?
The Emperor said that your Majesty will be very happy when she comes here for the first time, and she will definitely wander around if you can't sleep at night. She was worried that you would not be able to see the road clearly at night on foot, so he asked your servant to wait outside the door. When your Majesty comes out, he will take her to the sedan chair.
Pear and the others joked about Shinseo.
The Emperor has arranged everything for the Empress. The Emperor can guess what the Empress is thinking, but they really are a perfect couple.
Shinseo pinched her arm gently and asked Sanfu,
where did the Emperor say he was going?
Sanfu raised his hand and pointed to the side.
The hill in the south is the best place for stargazing. The Emperor is already waiting for the Queen there.
God! He understands so well. If he hadn't prepared these in advance without even seeing me, I would have suspected that he has mind-reading skills. When they arrived at Nan Shaoshan, when they got off the sedan chair, they saw Li Mabai sitting on the ground casually. He changed into a pair of sapphire-colored regular clothes. The style was close-fitting, making him even more upright and muscular. The moonlight shone like silver on his face, as stunning as the first time he saw it. We get along with each other every day, but now when she looks at him carefully, Shinseo's heart still beats wildly. Like a happy little rabbit, she jumped up to Li Mabai and said,
Your Majesty.
Li Mabai raised his eyes and looked at her.
You jump carefully. Don't let me worry about you all the time.
It's okay.
Your Majesty. You can't be so fragile.
She was just about to sit on the floor next to Li Mabai when she saw Sanfu rushing in and spreading a thick goose feather cushion on the floor. Sit softly.
Sitting side by side with Li Mobai, Shinseyo was very interested in the dense stars in the night sky. She had a sudden thought and asked Li Mobai.
The emperor must not know the constellations. Right. Everyone is born with a constellation. Just like the 12 zodiac signs. There are also 12 constellations. I've never heard of it. I was born on November 28th. And I am a Sagittarius.
Shinseyo pointed to a few bright stars.
That is Sagittarius. Your Majesty. Look at these stars together. Do they look alike?
Like a bow and arrow?
Li Maobai squinted his eyes and looked carefully. After a while,
he smiled and said,
I only see stars as stars. Where did the bow and arrow come from? Oh, it's true.
Shinseyo raised her hand and touched her temples, and pulled out the hosta she used to tie her hair, without the restraints of hairpins. The soft black hair on her head suddenly fell down and spread all over her shoulders and body. Then it moved with the wind, gently brushing Li Mobai's cheek, tickling his heart. Shinseyo didn't care about this, and just held the hairpin in the air and gestured to connect the stars.
Your Majesty. Look. Do they look alike now? Like.
Li Mobai didn't raise his eyes, just stared at her intently, seeing that she was smiling like a child. She muttered again.
The Emperor's birthday is September 16th. Calculated. He should be a Virgo. Well, no wonder the Emperor is picky about everything and has some misophobia. Virgin?
The ambiguous atmosphere was completely broken by Shinseyo's words. Li Mobai looked at her with a black line on his face.
What do you think I am?
Only then did Shinseyo realize that she had said the wrong thing, and burst out laughing in embarrassment. He just laughed to himself and didn't explain to Li Mobai, letting him look at her in confusion.
Ha! I was just joking. The Emperor just pretended not to hear.
Ha ha ha. The wind blowing through the leaves in the mountain stream, accompanied by Shinseyo's silver bell-like laughter, somewhat complemented each other, and was particularly pleasant to the ears.
Idiot!
Li Mobai took her into his arms and wrapped her in his coat.
The wind has picked up. Do you want to go back? No.
Shinseyo snorted and shook her head.
Does the Emperor still remember the first time we looked at the stars? Remember.
Li Mobai spoke calmly and joked.
At that time, you said that you could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. But you ended up being drunk and unconscious after just 2 cups. You also talked to me a lot of nonsense.
Shinseyo smiled lightly and leaned casually in Li Mobai's arms, resting her forehead against his chin and looking up at the sky.
Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye. We have experienced so many things. I remember that I asked the Emperor to smile more and said that you look good when you smile. Now the Emperor smiles more and is more handsome than before.
While thinking, Li Mobai also recalled the days when he had never met Shinseyo, which was indeed in sharp contrast to his current life. It seems that with her, my life is full of color. Everything is so beautiful and hopeful.
Thank you,
he said in a voice as quiet as a mosquito.
What?
Shinseyo raised her eyes and looked at him curiously.
It's nothing.
He put his big palm on her forehead, forcing her to raise her head and continued to look at the stars. She looked at the bright starry sky and counted the streamers of the Milky Way. So focused, with a childlike smile on her face. Li Mobai had no intention of admiring the beautiful scenery in front of him. He only looked sideways at her eyes that shone brighter than stars and gems. In his eyes, there is no more beautiful scene in the world. Accompanying her, she holds the moon in her arms. The rustling insects in the forest sang in harmony with the evening breeze, and it became romantic. I wish I could have such peaceful moments every year, and I would have no regrets in this life. Chapter 232 Worry beats Wuxinia violently. The climate in the summer garden is cool, and the air is fresh. And the people who live here are also very energetic. It's just that in the past 2 days, Shinseyo's pregnancy symptoms seem to have come on, and she kept feeling nauseous. When I vomit, I always want to drink something sour to suppress it. Pear picked plums, and made some fresh sour plum soup for Shinseyo. When Yueguang saw it, she kindly reminded her,
drink less sour plum soup. And if you drink too much, be careful to burn your stomach. It's nothing. Except that morning sickness is a bit frequent and my mouth always feels tasteless.
Yueguang smiled and said,
this is a normal reaction of a woman to pregnancy. And it doesn't bother her.
Shinseyo chatted with her for a few words, then said that she was a little sleepy and asked her to go about her own business first. After she left, she called Pei.
Is there any Imperial Physician Chan among the accompanying physicians? Yes. Basically all the qualified doctors from the Imperial Hospital have followed. Except Wu Yuanxian who stayed in the palace. You go and call Imperial Physician Chan here. Don't make too much noise and hide it from the Emperor. Mother, do you feel uncomfortable somewhere?
Shinxio glanced out the window warily and said in a deep voice.
Don't you think Yueguang always has a strange fragrance on her body?
Pear thought for a moment, nodded and said,
It seems that some kind of flower juice was used to smoke the clothes. What are you suspicious of? I don't know. I just feel like something is wrong. I have to be on guard against others. I'm not even 2 months pregnant. So why would I be vomiting day and night? It was so hot in the Imperial City. I don't have any pregnancy reaction. On the contrary, I always feel uncomfortable when I come here.
She had taken the Longfeng pill, and according to Xiao Tuochuo, she shouldn't have felt any discomfort during pregnancy. Therefore, any discomfort would arouse her alertness. Pear took the order and quickly retreated to look for the Imperial doctor, while Shinxio sat on the warm seat and flipped through a diary. Not long after, there were several knocks on the bedroom door. She ordered without raising her head.
Come in. Hello. Ma'am.
This sound? Shinxio suddenly looked up and saw Wu Shini, wearing a standard shameless smile, waving H, low to her.
Why is it you?
Shinxio rolled her eyes at him impatiently.
Your name is not on the accompanying team. How did you get here?
Oh.
How did the Empress know that there was no Wei Qin in the accompanying team?
Wu Shini approached Shinxio and winked at her and made a face.
The Empress deliberately read the roster and felt that there was no Wei Qin accompanying her. So is it a pity?
Shinxio picked up the goose feather cushion on the warm seat and threw it at Wu Shini's head.
Stay away from me. The smell of copper on your body can kill someone.
Wu Shini hugged the cushion in his arms and said with a smile.
Of course, I work for the royal family for money. Your Majesty, you can't discriminate against me just because I get a little more money. Right. Don't be so playful in front of me. Now that you are here, go to the Emperor to return your orders. Why are you fooling around in front of me? Wei Qin is returning your life to the Emperor.
Wu Shini smiled more and more shamelessly.
The Emperor summoned Wei Qin here to assist you in preserving your pregnancy.
Pregnancy protection? Do you think my 300 points were wasted? Now these 2 little guys in my belly are worse than iron knots. Even if I drink a bowl of safflower, they won't be hurt at all. Do you need to protect my mother's pregnancy? I'm afraid they're here to cheat me out of money again.
I'm in very good health, so I don't need to worry about it. Lord Wu, since the Emperor asked you to come with me to take care of my health, you can just go down and prescribe nourishing decoction. You don't have to appear in front of me all the time. Don't worry about me anymore.
Hanging around in front of the palace will naturally make you feel good, and it will also be beneficial to your pregnancy. Okay, I just have one more thing to say. I don't know if I should say it or not. If you don't think it's appropriate to talk, don't talk.
Shinxio raised her sleeves and pointed to the door.
Get out. Okay, I'll take my leave.
Wu Shi bowed his hands and strode out of the door. Shinxio shook his head helplessly. I got angry when I saw him. He carelessly got into Qian's eyes without saying a word. He behaved like a gangster without any rules and regulations all day long. I don't know what Bai Bai was thinking. You must keep him by your side.
Empress.
Shinxio was complaining in her heart. And suddenly, Wu Shini's head poked in from the window, and suddenly called Shinxio, which scared Shinxio to the point of flying away. She exclaimed, stroking her chest to calm her breath.
Wu Shini, you are going to die. Hee hee. Wei Chen feels that I should tell you about this. Wei Chen Xiaohei is lost. It doesn't matter to me if your mother is lost.
When facing gangsters,
you have to use gangster methods to deal with them. Shinxi worried that he could not care about his quality, and cut off his words angrily.
You disappear in front of me now. Immediately. Immediately. Otherwise, I will ask someone to take off your stick and punish you with 50 boards. My dear, don't be upset.
Wu Shini raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, and
Xiaohei seems to be on the Empress at the moment.
Shinxi was so angry with him that she almost exploded on the spot. She glanced at herself inadvertently. But who knew that this glance almost made her suffocate? She saw a black centipede the size of a palm crawling on her coat.
Ah!
Shinxi almost jumped up from the warm seat, shaking his clothes crazily, shaking the centipede to the ground, screaming and stepping on it hard. Wu Xinyan covered his eyes with his hands, squinting at the scene with his fingers slightly open, and said dejectedly, It's so pitiful that Xiaohei,
have been with me for 4 months. And my queen trampled me to death like this. It's so violent.
Oh.
The centipede that was trampled to death gave off a pungent smell that made Shinseyo feel sick. Shinseyo went completely crazy, and her screams also attracted the palace people. She pointed at Wu Shini and said to Xingyun, who was in charge,
Catch him. Beat him hard.
When Xingyun saw that Shinseyo had been bullied, his canine nature came to him. He bared his teeth and wished he could bite Wu Shini's neck and tear him apart on the spot. Just when everyone was rushing towards him, he dodged like a loach and caught Yueguang from the crowd. He held Yueguang's throat with one hand, and the look on his face became fierce.
Who gave you the courage to murder the emperor's beloved concubine?
As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Payers shouted at him.
You were obviously the one who bullied the empress. Why did you accuse Aunt Yun unjustly? Let her go quickly. Otherwise you will alert the emperor, and you will not be able to save your life.
However, Shinseyo could read Yueguang's guilty conscience in her twinkling expression. She did not continue to attack Wu Shini, but said solemnly,
Tell me clearly, what's going on?
Chapter 233, Due to lack of human support, Go Bai can only become a tyrant. Wu Xinyan changed from his usual cheerful and jovial mood. His eyes were stern, and he suddenly put his foot on Yueguang's calf, forcing her to kneel down. At this moment, Shinseyo also came out of the bedroom. Squinting at her, she asked Wu Shini,
But there's something wrong with the strange fragrance on her body? The empress is smart. That's why. The fragrance on her body is whirling orchid, which is a poisonous weed from Tianju, which can cause great harm to the human body, especially to the mother's body. The damage is doubled.
Ah?
So what should we do?
Cheer said anxiously.
Is the queen going to be okay? No problem.
Wu Shini cupped his hands and said with a smile,
The fishy smell emitted by the centipede that the empress just stepped on to death is the antidote to this poison. How do you know that she will poison me? You just came to Yueguang Garden today, so you should be right that you don't know anything. It's the emperor. He asked someone to tell the ministers about the frequent morning sickness that the empress has had in the past few days. He also said that he smelled a strange fragrance on the old slave, so he became more suspicious.
Seeing that the matter was exposed, Yueguang never thought of making excuses. She laughed almost madly for a long time before saying,
Your Majesty is really smart.
Shinseyo asked her solemnly,
You are the emperor's wet nurse, and the emperor treats you with kindness. Why do you want to repay kindness with hatred and attack me? Favor?
Yueguang sneered.
What kind of favor? I fell in love with Lu Lang, and we passed the age of leaving the palace early. The queen mother covets me as the most skilled stable woman in the palace. For the sake of her future grandson, he was able to give birth smoothly. So he kept me in the palace in a destructive way and refused to allow me to leave the palace. He also said that I was the emperor's wet nurse. The emperor was kind to me and allowed me to live in the palace permanently and gave me a salary of 100 taels a month. But what's the use of that money? I stayed in the palace for more than 30 years. And that's when I met Lu Lang. He is so young and energetic, and he doesn't mind at all that I am 10 years older than him. He treats me well, and I treat him sincerely. But when the news spread to the queen mother, it became a misdemeanor on my part. It's a violation of palace rules. It's nothing more than a favor. It's not a good thing to let me leave the palace to get married. But she insists on executing Lu Lang and shows me the consequences of having an affair with a guard.
She became more and more excited and began to roar.
What should I expect? I just fell in love with a man who also loved me. Why would my love kill him? And the emperor. He kept saying that I was my wet nurse. He respected me. But when the queen mother was about to execute Lu Lang, did he say a word for me? The emperor has arrived.
Li Maobai walked slowly into the courtyard and bumped into this noisy scene. He walked past Yueguang and ignored her for the moment. He held Shinseyo's hand and asked Wu Xinyan,
Really?
Wu Shini nodded.
The poison has been cured. Your Majesty can rest assured.
Then he felt relieved and turned to look at Yueguang.
If I didn't speak up for you, how would you survive to this day?
Yueguang sneered again and again.
I begged the emperor to spare Lu Lang's life. But what did you say? Emperor? You said that the palace rules are strict, and adultery between guards and palace maids is a dead end. It is an unforgivable crime. You killed Lu Lang. Do you know how I have spent all these years since I was thrown into Yueguang Garden? I always dream about Lu Lang at midnight. And he asked me why I don't save him. Him.
She clutched her chest and cried so hard.
What does the emperor think I am doing by keeping this life? I only want to avenge Lu Lang. If you kill the man I love most, I will kill the man you love the most.
Woman! I also want you to taste what it feels like to suffer from heartache day and night. Even breathing is a torture.
You don't know why I executed her that day? You have no worries about food and drink in the palace. So why did you ask Xiao Chenzi to borrow usury? He was the internal supervisor specializing in lending money in the palace. The year before last. After the incident, I executed him. You borrowed so much money from him, and used it all to support Lu Jiang. Is this what you call love? And I also told you after the incident that he took your money. Xian. He bought a house in Jiangdu, married a beautiful wife, and lived a happy life. He just used you as a cash cow. I told you everything. And you knew exactly who I wanted to kill him for. But I don't need to know this. Everything is done willingly by me.
Li Mobai looked at her with serious eyes, and was silent for a long time before saying,
Since you want to accompany him so much, I promise you. Someone. Drag Yueguang out and kill her with a stick.
Yueguang was afraid when she heard that Li Mobai was going to execute her. She kept scolding Li Mobai for being heartless, saying that he had grown up on her own milk. Yet he was treating her like this. Her blatant shouting completely angered Li Mobai. He heard him sternly say,
There is no need to kill her with a cane. Instead, chop her in half. If she makes arrogant remarks again, she will be quartered and thrown into a mass grave.
No one had ever seen Li Mobai use such extreme punishment on palace people. And no one had ever seen him so angry. Only after everyone had dispersed, Shenxia welcomed Li Mobai into the inner hall, and then advised,
There is no need for the emperor to get angry for the sake of unnecessary people. I always think that being kind to others will make others remember me. But I have ignored one thing. Some people have problems with their minds, and are not worthy of my extra kindness to her. Your Majesty, just ignore her. A person like that would rather be stubborn than die. Forget it. Don't mention it. Tomorrow, I, Prince Rui and Prince Jing will go hunting in the mountains. We will be there for 2 or 3 days. You have to take care of yourself. Do you understand?
Shenxia worriedly thought that this time he was finally smart enough not to ask him to accompany him to the mountains to feed mosquitoes. But just as she was thinking about it, Xiao Taochuo jumped out and said to her, Host, there is a new task. This task can be chosen by the host. The reward points are 20,
40, 60, 80 and 100. How many should the host choose? Divided? Of course it's 100. Just think that I am poor and crazy now. What is the task of 100 points? 20 points are for going up the mountain to hunt hares. 40 points are for going up the mountain to hunt wild boars. 60 points are for going up the mountain to hunt wild deer. 80 points are for going up the mountain to hunt cheetahs. And 100 points are for going up the mountain to hunt tigers. Xiao Tuochuo kept laughing. Hee. The new task is go up the mountain to fight the tiger. Points for completing the task will be plus 100. And points for failing the task will be minus 50. Please also host to work hard. What kind of bloody mission is this? She is not Wusong. So why go up the mountain to fight a tiger? But given Shenxia's long-standing, good habit of exploiting system bugs, she quickly thought of how to exploit bugs this time. He said he wanted her to go up the mountain and hunt the tiger. But he didn't say he wanted to kill it with her own hands. Nor did he say he wanted to kill it. I followed Li Mobai up the mountain. If they hunted a tiger, wouldn't it be over if I just went up and punched him to show off? Wonderful. So, she opened her big watery eyes and said sweetly to Li Mobai,
Your Majesty, won't you take me with you? Didn't you say you would take me with you wherever you go? Don't you love others? La.
Chapter 234, Worrying teaches concubine she how to behave. Who can withstand the beauty sitting in her arms and acting coquettishly? Unable to withstand Shenxia's repeated begging, Li Mobai had no choice but to say,
Then let's go with you. But it's dangerous in the mountains. You and Fu Guiran can chat well. Take her with you and wait in the outer tent. When Jin Yin and I come back at night, how about hunting game and having a barbecue with you? Mua. Thank you. Your Majesty. Your Majesty is the best.
Shenxia kissed Li Mobai deeply on the cheek. It's more like a suck than a kiss. Li Mobai got the advantage and acted obediently, wiping the saliva on his cheek with a bit of disgust.
Why are you biting me?
Shenxia stretched out her hands and paused by her ears and let out a fierce sound.
I am a tiger, and I am going to bite the emperor.
He threw himself into Li Mobai's arms, but he turned sideways and pinned him down. He lifted Shenxia's chin and looked at her with a half smile.
Tiger? Not quite.
He leaned close to Shenxia's ear, rubbing her ears and temples together.
I think you look more like a clinging little kitten.
Asterisk. After dinner, Fu Qingqing happened to come to Shinxio to chat. Shinxio saw the dust on the knees of her skirt and asked,
Why are the clothes so dirty?
Fu Qingqing lowered his head and shook his head and said it was nothing. Pear whispered to the side.
When I went to Xinshanfang to get pastries, I met Noble Fu and Concubine Shi on the way. Concubine Shi made Guer and Fu kneel on the ground, pointed at her nose and cursed.
Long time. Is there such a thing?
Shinxio almost cried when she saw Fu Qingqing was so aggrieved, and quickly handed her a handkerchief.
Why would she do this to you?
Fu Qingqing took the handkerchief and wiped her tears, and said with a forced smile,
It turns out that I don't have eyesight. So I was focused on fluttering butterflies and walking without looking at the road. I accidentally jumped on the Imperial Concubine. The Imperial Concubine moved so much.
She was so angry that she wanted me to kneel on the ground all the time.
She raised her hand to touch the empty temples, feeling even more aggrieved.
She also said that I was dressed in a coquettish way to enchant the Lord and snatched my butterfly hairpin. That was given to me by my mother. What's the big deal about being hit? Why is she so angry?
Seeing that Fu Qingqing refused to tell the truth, Shinxio asked Pear again.
Did you hear that? What else did Concubine Shi say?
Pear sighed, shook her head and said,
She has always been rude to the queen. How can she get along with Guer and Fu easily? What else can she say? She can follow Guer and Fu even though he is just a nobleman? The incident in Yueguang garden was troublesome, and the words were spoken in a harsh way, and there was more dissatisfaction with the empress in her words.
Shinxio probably figured out why. The only people with noble status who came to Yueguang garden were Shui Yinhuan and Fu Qingqing. Shui Yinhuan had Li Mobai's favor on his face. When she came to Yueguang garden, Concubine she did not dare to do anything to her. But Fu Qingqing didn't have a holy favor. Just because he got a little closer to Shinxio, he could get the same treatment as coming to the summer palace. Concubine she naturally couldn't stand it. On the surface, it sounded like she was scolding Fu Qingqing today. But in fact, didn't every sentence poke Shinxio's back? Shinxio is not used to her bad habits. He lets her be sour when she is sour. The more sour she is, the more he wants to live a good life and make her angry to death. She looked at Fu Qingqing with a smile and said softly,
You will inevitably encounter injustices of one kind or another in the palace, and you will inevitably be humiliated by those in high positions. I have experienced these things before, and I can't advise you. What? I can only tell you one thing. Don't waste your time on unnecessary people at any time, let alone affect your emotions because of their faults. Do you understand? Yes.
Fu Qingqing nodded as if he understood. She has the temper of a child. One moment she was crying half-heartedly, and the next moment Shinxio brought some pastries for her to eat. Her worries disappeared without even eating 2 pieces.
The emperor and the 2 princes are going to go hunting in the mountains tomorrow. Do you know about this? I don't know.
Fu Qingqing said fluently with her mouth full of food.
Then do you want to go? The butterflies on the mountain are much more beautiful than the ones here.
Fu Qingqing nodded vigorously and smiled even more. Shinxio then told Pear,
Go to Concubine Shi's place and tell her that the emperor will take Guer and Fu to the mountains for hunting tomorrow. The emperor likes Guer and Fu to bring butterfly hairpins. So let Concubine Shi give you the hairpins to bring back.
If you don't give it, you can tell me that when the emperor asks. I will tell the truth in front of the emperor.
Pear accepted the order and retreated. Before Fu Qingqing left Biton Pavilion that day, Pear had already brought back the butterfly hairpin. Fu Qingqing quickly thanked Shinxio, pinned the butterfly hairpin on her ears again, and asked,
Sister, do you think it looks good?
Shinxio smiled sadly.
It looks good. Look carefully at the road on the way back and don't fall. Get some rest early. We will set off early tomorrow morning.
After she left, Pear reminded Shinxio,
Concubine she will not be happy if your concubine is helping Master Fu like this.
Shinxio smiled disdainfully.
She keeps it in when she is unhappy. Is it possible that she can act wild in front of me? What did she say when you went to get the hairpin? Originally, she didn't want to give the hairpin to the slave at first. I followed the emperor's instructions and told her exactly what you told her. She was a little annoyed and asked the slave if the emperor was using the emperor to suppress her. The emperor suppresses her? Huh. She thinks so well.
Pear looked a little embarrassed and said,
Uh-huh. That's not what she meant.
Shinxio smiled sadly.
I'm just kidding. Please continue. What happened next? Later, she still gave the hairpin to the slave, and asked the slave to tell the empress that it is not worth it to offend others for the sake of a little noble person.
Offend her? Who is she? Shinseyo smiled disdainfully.
The queen is not afraid of offending me.
So why should she be afraid of offending her?
Even if I don't offend her, do you think she can give me a good look? Everyone knows that Mr. Fu and I are very close. So she is embarrassing me by making things difficult for Mr. Fu. How can I have such a good temper and let her bully me?
In this case, Shinseyo would never have been able to say it in the past. At most, Fu Qingqing could just hold back and stay humble. After this year's experience in the palace, Shinseyo is no longer the ignorant mediocre person he was when he first entered the palace. Pei looked at her and couldn't help but smile.
My queen is very different from before.
Shinseyo looked at the flickering candlelight in front of her with a clear light,
raised her eyebrows and said,
Everyone in the palace behaves like this. I have been exposed to it, so naturally I have learned some of the essence. What they want to fight for is fame, is profit. And I am a concubine just because I like the emperor. My life is very simple, and I don't have so many tricks. If others are good to me, I will naturally be good to others. Otherwise, if anyone slaps me, I will not only pay it back, but also double the slap.
Chapter 235 New Mission. Go up the mountain to fight tigers. Early the next morning, the emperor made his trip. There were 607 guards accompanying him, 203 palace attendants, and 16 imperial physicians. The hunting place is in the mountains and forests to the north of the summer garden. Beyond the mountain peaks lies a lush prairie. Palace officials had already set up camp here a month in advance. So when Li Mabai and the others arrived, it looked like there were military camps on the grassland. It was spectacular, but it lacked a bit of the original beauty. The Imperial Autumn Festival is an old custom in the Qi dynasty. At that time, the Autumn Festival was held on the day of the beginning of autumn every year. Basically all the princes and ministers will participate together with the emperor. The hunting lasts for half a month, and the scene is very spectacular. However, because Emperor Taizong had accidentally bitten off 3 of his fingers by a leopard during the autumn festival, this event was cancelled. Later, if the emperor wanted to hold the autumn festival again, he could only quietly pick a time outside autumn and have fun with the prince or his ministers for a few days, violating the rules of the ancestors. Such is the situation today. After being equipped with the equipment needed for hunting, Li Mabai took Chu Yuezi and rode away with King Rui and King Jing. Shinseyo and Fu Qingqi were playing on the grassland. The endless stretch of grassland turns into a sea with the wind, and waves of grass sweep in. Just looking at this scene makes you feel relaxed and happy. Fu Qingqi was more like a wild child who couldn't bear the pain. He simply took off the bottom of the flower pot and ran around barefoot on the grass. When he felt like it, he would lie on the grass and roll with his wife. Shinseyo looked at her, but smiled and said nothing. But at this moment, a high-pitched singing voice came from behind.
If you don't see it, the water of the Yellow River will come up from the sky and rush to the sea, never to return. Don't you see? The bright mirror in the high hall has sad white hair, and it looks like blue silk in the morning and turns to snow in the evening. If you are happy in life, you must have all the fun, and don't let the golden cup stand empty against the sun.
Turning around and looking around, he saw Wu Xinyu, dressed in green clothes, sitting in the grass room. He held a fan in his left hand and a wine gourd in his right hand, singing and filling his stomach with wine. The warmth of the sun shone on his flawless skin, and the crystal wine poured into his mouth and swelled with hops. He never sticks to trivial matters. He only raised his sleeve to wipe the wine stains on his lips perfunctorily, and then opened the folding fan and played with it in his hand, which was quite cynical.
It's so noisy.
Shinseyo rolled her eyes at him, turned around and stopped looking at him.
Your Majesty, do you think Wei Chen's singing is not good?
Wu Xinyu stood up and walked to Shinseyo's side while laughing and talking nonsense.
How about Wei Chen sing another song? Raise your glass to invite tomorrow. Bow your head and think about your hometown. Shut up.
Shinseyo looked back at him sternly.
If Li Bai knew that you replaced all the moons in his poems with suns, I'm afraid he would have to get up and take you away while he was lying in the coffin.
Wu Xinyu closed the folding fan in his hand and pointed at the sun in the middle.
Now that there is no moon, wouldn't it be out of place to sing the moon? And speaking of it, doesn't the Empress think that there are far more poems praising the moon than praising the sun? That's fair to say. It's strange that the brilliance of the moon comes entirely from the reflection of the sun.
But the world always thinks it's romantic and dismisses its real owner.
Shinseyo was not in the mood to talk about poetry with him, and felt a little thirsty. So she walked towards the tent with Pear's support.
Then take a bow and shoot down the moon like Hou-Yi shot the sun. When it disappears, no one will praise it.
Wu Shiny followed Shenxiu all the way into the tent. Shenxiu quickly ordered Pear to lower the curtain to keep him out. Pear smiled and said,
"Why do you hate Court Judge Wu so much? He talks nonsense, and I'm too lazy to listen to him. But I think Wu Yuanjian is quite interesting. Besides, he has always saved my wife's life. She is always kind to everyone else. But she has never been nice to him."
Yes. After Jing Pear said this, Shenxiu suddenly realized that he seemed to have never given Wu Xinyan a good look. Is it because he always uses various names to blackmail himself? Or is it because of his mouth that is worse than a woman's? Or is it because of his innate ruthlessness? Even she herself didn't know why.
Some people are just born to be annoying. Aren't they?
DDD. Host, I found a tiger 2 miles west of the forest, and asked the host to hunt the tiger as soon as possible. What did you say? Shenxiu was a little in disbelief. You won't really let me hunt tigers, will you? Isn't it the same as before? As long as they fight back in vain. If I kick the dead tiger twice, doesn't it count as beating the tiger? Originally, this bug can be exploited in this way. But I checked the records of the Space and Time Administration. During today's trip, Tyrant and the others did not kill any tigers. So the host has to rely on himself. I kindly remind the host that if you don't go now, you will definitely not be able to complete the mission. Are you crazy? Shenxiu was furious in her heart. You want me to hunt tigers? How do you think I look like someone who can beat a tiger? I can't even beat a mouse. Host, don't worry. You have to endure hardships to become a master. The points reward this time is so generous. It would be a pity to miss it. Well, let me open a back door for you. Xiao Tuochuo muttered a few sentences, and Shenxiu felt his palms heat up. Opening the palm of your hand, a mini watering can lay quietly on it. There was fluorescent blue liquid in the watering can. And Shenxiu asked,
"What is this?"
"This is spray and burp. Just spray it on any animal, and they will fall asleep. The effect is immediate, but it is not effective on humans. The liquid inside is enough for the host to stun a tiger." What you said seems to make sense. But how do I spray it? It came up and slapped me to death with one claw. Was it my turn to do it? The host must learn to draw analogies, since this thing is only useful for animals. Wouldn't it be better for the host to spray it on his body first? Then when you see a tiger and it wants to pounce on you, won't you be stunned as soon as you get close? If you think about it carefully, it seems to make sense. After all, it's 100 points. How can it be so easy to earn? And Xiao Tuochuo definitely can't harm her. After all, her death will affect its performance. After confirming the tiger's location with Xiao Tuochuo, Shenxiu decided to sneak into the mountain alone and sneak back after completing the task.
Pear, I'm sleepy and want to sleep for a while. You go and play with Mr. Fu for a while. It's hard to come here and relax.
Pear happily agreed, leaving Shenxiu alone in the tent. He sprayed the liquid in the watering can evenly on his clothes, then opened the back corner of the tent, slipped out without anyone noticing, and walked deep into the forest to the west. Chapter 236 Wu Shiny fights to the death to protect Yuyu. In such a deep mountain and old forest, the ancient trees are towering and the clouds block out the sun. As a result, although it is daytime, the forest is as dark as the eve of night. Shenxiu was tentative with every step she took, for fear of encountering something strange. Fortunately, the spray on her body is indeed effective. Wherever she goes, within a 5-meter radius centered on her, any animal that comes close to her will be instantly stunned. Along the way,
she had stunned 3 wild deer, 5 golden pheasants, countless birds, and a wolf. Where is it? Have you walked at least 2 miles? Not even a shadow of a tiger was seen. The big tiger is still 500 meters away from the host. If the host walks straight ahead, you will meet it. Sure enough, after walking forward for about 300 to 400 meters, Shenxiu heard a tiger roar that echoed through the forest. She followed the roaring sound and saw a tiger with black and yellow stripes pacing slowly in her direction. Its head is big and round. Its limbs are thick and powerful, and its tail is as thick as steel but very flexible. A pair of eyes shining with brown light were bright. From time to time, he raised his head and opened his mouth, as if to yawn, then spit out a blood-red tongue and licked the teeth as sharp as razor blades. Its size was ridiculously large, half the size of the tiger Shenxiu saw in the zoo. A ferocious tiger was walking toward him with eager eyes. Even a 7-foot man would have trembling legs and be unable to walk when he saw the scene. What's more, Shinseyo was still a woman, although she had the habit of
belching as soon as she sprayed.
She was still scared. Ah! It's coming. It's coming. I won't do this task. Whoever wants to do it can do it. She turned around and started to run away. But the tiger was frightened when it heard the noise. It was pacing and suddenly sped up, chasing after Shinseyo like flying. At this moment, she was like the heroine of a syrup commercial. She really wanted to turn around and ask her,
"Why are you chasing me?"
The footsteps of the tiger behind him were getting closer and closer, and along with its low and terrifying roar, Shinseyo felt that she would be doomed in the next moment. Suddenly, she heard a loud bang behind her, as if something heavy had hit the ground, raising waves of dust. She timidly looked back and saw that the tiger was lying on the ground motionless. Only then did she lean against the tree trunk and breathe heavily. Judging from this posture, the tiger must have been close enough to her. When he jumped up and was about to knock her down, he smelled the smell of
burping as soon as he sprayed.
So he fainted. Shinseyo tentatively stepped forward and kicked the tiger twice. As expected, it fell into a deep sleep and even snored. Dee. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of
going up the mountain to fight the tiger.
The reward points are 100 points. The remaining points are currently 150 points. What if you give me this kind of mission again in the future? I will learn a new skill from the juggler in the palace. Xiao Toachua asked curiously. The host is really diligent and studious. What does the host want to learn? Shinseyo snorted sinisterly. My chest is broken by a big stone. No. Why should the host hurt others and himself? We still have to be friendly with each other.
This concubine Rong is so powerful. I'm afraid Wu Song is not reincarnated.
This annoying voice was very familiar. And Shinseyo turned around impatiently. And sure enough, she saw Wu Shernye standing behind her, gaping at the tiger lying on the ground.
Did the Empress knock her out? TSK. Why else would the Emperor listen to your mother-in-law so much? Why are you everywhere? Wei Chen came out for a walk when he had nothing to do. Isn't it a coincidence that he met the Empress again? It means we are destined.
Shinseyo rolled her eyes at him, not bothering to talk nonsense to him, and walked past him towards the outside of the forest. Wu Shenyan, on the other hand, was like a curious baby, following Shinseyo and saying,
"How did the Empress do this? My dear, that tiger is so big. Even if it is surrounded by several adult men,
it won't be a problem. It's its opponent."
Shinseyo walked faster and faster, just wanting to get rid of Wu Shini as soon as possible. Suddenly, her feet were empty, and the ground beneath her feet collapsed, leaving a big hole, and she fell down without any precautions.
Watch out.
At the critical moment, Wu Shini swooped forward and grabbed Shinseyo's wrist. Half of his body also flew into the cave, but he only used his feet to hook the tree trunk next to the cave to prevent him from falling too.
In panic, Shinseyo glanced at the depths of the cave and found that it was at least 7 or 8 meters high. If he fell down, he would lose half his life. But she didn't struggle and yell, but tried her best to stay calm. Wu Shinya frowned, gritted his teeth, and pulled Shinseyo's arm with all his strength. But it was obvious that he couldn't maintain this action for long. Half of his body was in the cave. How long could he hold on, with only his feet hooked on the tree trunk?
Don't look down. Listen to me now. Take a deep breath and try to keep your body from shaking.
Shinseyo did as he was told, taking deep breaths to regulate his breath. The sweat on Wu Shini's forehead dripped on her face. Seeing that he could not hold on for much longer, Shinseyo panicked and asked for help from the system. Little Toachua, help! I'm going to fall to my death. Unfortunately, this time happened to be 6 o'clock in the Space-Time Management Bureau. Xiao Toachua made an appointment with another system for dinner in the evening, so he got off work on time. Shinseyo wanted to go to the convenience store to buy something to save herself, but it was useless, because everything in the convenience store must be transferred to her palm, and her palm can no longer hold it tightly at this moment. Both of them would die if they were dragged on like this. So she pretended to be calm and said to Wu Shini,
"Let go. Climb up and find someone to save me. Shut up. There's no way I'm letting go."
Wu Shini angrily rejected Shinseyo. The tenacity and determination in his eyes were something Shinseyo had never seen on his face.
"You and I will both die if we continue like this. If no one informs us in this deep mountain and old forest, I'm afraid the reinforcements won't even know where to search for someone. Listen to me. I will let go at the count of 3. I will pull you up hard before I let go. And what you have to do is raise your hands to protect your head when you fall. Do you understand? What are you up to? Let me ask you. Do you understand?
Wu Xini's endurance had reached its limit. With these words, he almost shouted at Shenxiu. Shenxiu was so frightened by his appearance that she had no choice but to nod in agreement.
Get ready. 3, 2, 1.
Wu Xini let go in response and used all his strength to pull Shenxiu upward. Immediately afterwards, he released his feet from the tree trunk and kicked hard, sending himself into the cave first. He was a man. He was heavier than Shenxiu, and he fell faster than her. When he fell to the bottom of the cave, Shenxiu fell down holding his head. She hit Wu Xini's body and didn't receive much impact. Wu Xini, who was pressed under her, had lost consciousness and was unconscious at this moment. Chapter 237 Yu and Wu Xini break the ice. Only then did Shenxiu understand that he did this to save her with his own life. She quickly rolled off Wu Xini's body and stretched out her hand to feel his breath. Fortunately, the person is still alive.
Wu Xiniu! Wu Xiniu!
She was afraid that Wu Xini had internal injuries, so she didn't dare to shake him hard. I could only pat his cheek gently and shout his name loudly. Seeing that he didn't respond, she slapped his cheek harder, making his face crack. After a long time, Wu Xini, whose face was almost swollen from being slapped by Shenxiu, finally reacted. He opened his eyes and said with a little helplessness,
Mother, I'm kind enough to save you, so you won't slap me more than a dozen times to take advantage of me. Right.
Hearing his voice again, it didn't seem so annoying anymore. Shenxiu's heart dropped into her stomach, and she asked urgently,
Where are you injured? You are a healer yourself. Please check if it's serious.
She raised her head and glanced at the entrance of the cave, and said with lingering fear,
It's a miracle that I didn't lose any arms or legs after falling from such a high place. Yes, if you fall from such a high place, I'd better think about how to escape first.
Wu Xini stood up with his hands on the ground and patted the dust on his body, as if nothing happened. Shenxiu was dumbfounded.
You are fine at all? Are you sure? My life is good. I can't die,
he said angrily. And then he started pacing back and forth in the small cave, studying how to escape from here.
It's getting dark soon. If it gets dark before if we can't escape, we will most likely become the prey of wild beasts at night.
Shenxiu was not afraid of this. After all, the burp-up effect on her body was effective for 24 hours. During this period, no animals could get close to her. Wu Xini wondered,
How could someone dig such a big hole in this place? It's a poacher,
Shenxiu said.
This cave trap is meant to catch wild animals. But unexpectedly it caught people. Catching wild beasts? This is the Royal Forest Park. Who dares to catch wild beasts here and risk their lives? The Emperor may not be able to come once a year. Any wild beast caught here can be sold for a very good price. It is profitable. And there are many people who are desperate for their lives. It is not surprising. Your Majesty, you seem to be very knowledgeable.
Wu Xini smiled frivolously, took a vine in his hand and tugged hard.
This vine is the only thing that can be climbed up. But it has dried up and has lost its toughness. So it cannot carry a person. Wait. Why did you sacrifice your life to save me?
Shenxiu struggled in her heart for a moment, and finally asked.
Oh?
Wu Xini was stunned for a moment, scratched the back of his head, and said with a smile,
Your Majesty is the master, and I am your slave. If your Majesty is in trouble, of course I will save her. You're lying,
Shenxiu said calmly.
No one would sacrifice themselves to save others for no reason. The cave is so deep. No one knows whether he will survive if he falls. You are such a selfish person. Even yourself, it doesn't make sense to save me even if you risk your life. Speaking of selfishness, even humble ministers have it.
He chuckled, and once again made his signature move and stretched out his right hand, rubbing his thumb quickly with his index and middle fingers.
I have already made a fortune by saving my Empress 3 times. This time, I will give it to you.
Shenxiu knew that what he told was not the truth. It's a matter of lightning and flint. He won't risk his life for a little money. She didn't know what he was doing. Maybe it was a kind instinct. Although he is annoying, he is not bad.
Thank you. Ah?
Wu Xini pretended to be surprised.
What did the Empress say? I didn't hear clearly. I said, thank you very much.
Shenxiu repeated it tirelessly.
If it weren't for you, I would have suffered a lot today. No matter what you did for it, I will give you what you deserve. This time I owe you a favor. If you need my help in the future, just say H. Lo. I have to think about this carefully. You are the Emperor's favorite person. If I ask you to do things, is that the same thing as directing the Emperor to do things? TSK. It's exciting just thinking about it.
He pinched his chin, shook his head, and paced on the spot.
Yes. Then please don't keep a straight face towards me from now on. As if I owe you money. That's it? Yeah. That's it. Have you thought it through? Huh? What's there to think about?
Wushani put his hands behind his back, resting his head on them, and said leisurely,
I am a person who is used to the world. Apart from money, I don't want anything else. My first priority now is to take good care of my mother's fetus in the palace. To be honest, the Emperor has promised me that if you give birth to the baby safely, he will give me a large sum of money. The Emperor asked me to come to see you.
He slowed down, leaned against the earth wall of the cave, and continued.
So when I saved the Empress just now, I was probably thinking about her shortcomings, and I couldn't save my head. As for asking the Empress not to be so stern with me, it was also because your Majesty. Consider it. Oh, what do you say? Because?
He leaned forward slightly and said worriedly.
Because if a pregnant woman gets angry and gives birth too much, the child she gives birth to will be very ugly.
Shinzio really wanted to slap him, but somehow, he made me laugh. Wushini said calmly.
That's right. It's so beautiful when you smile. I never asked you. Why do you need so much money? Give it to your family? But I heard that you are alone and have no relatives.
The light in Wushini's eyes dimmed instantly, and he turned away, as if he didn't want to talk about this topic.
Sorry. I was abrupt. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it.
Wushini didn't answer, so Shinzio took advantage of this time to sneak into the convenience store in his mind, hoping to see if there was anything he could use to save himself. But I looked around and couldn't find anything suitable. At this moment, I heard Wushini speak seriously.
Since you and your Majesty are friends, how about telling your Majesty a story? Do you want to hear a story? Just tell me.
The two sat on the ground, watching the square sky outside the cave gradually being dyed purple by the sunset, and the warm orange light reflected on Wushini's face. Shinzio looked at him sideways, and he raised his head. He also looked at the setting sun, his expression a bit lonely, and a bitter smile on his lips. This was the first time she had observed him so closely. She always felt that this man should be hiding many secrets that he didn't want to reveal to outsiders, and all the appearances he showed were just a disguise. Chapter 238. Save Yourself. Yuyu is super smart.
I once had a woman I loved, but because I was poor when I was young, I only thought that if you love someone, you have to be able to give her everything. Otherwise it would be a waste. So I didn't dare to express my feelings to her for a long time. But I know that she has the same thoughts as me and belongs to me. I started working hard to make money, and I did all kinds of jobs. After a few years, she kept asking me why I still didn't want to marry her. I always said it wasn't time yet, and asked her to wait for me.
He noticed the subtle change in Shinzio's expression, so he laughed at himself.
Your Majesty. It sounds like I'm confused. Right,
Shinzio said.
If you like it, let's be together. It's wasting time in vain, draining the girl's youth, just asking her to wait for you, which is somewhat irresponsible. How much money is enough? If you can't make any money in this life, when you think you have enough money, do you plan to waste someone's life? I didn't understand this truth until later.
Wushini continued with a wry smile.
Later, after working hard for 7 or 8 years, I became rich and was finally able to marry her through a matchmaker. And she finally became my wife. But the good times didn't last long. She suffered from a serious illness that I couldn't cure even if I spent all my money. That's when I realized that she had known that she was sick since the first time she asked me to marry her. It's just that I was busy running around and busy with those false things and ignored her.
He leaned against the cave wall, his eyes slightly red. So he blinked hard and started talking to himself to relieve the embarrassment.
The afterglow of the setting sun is so dazzling.
He lowered his head and began to stare at the decaying leaves in the cave.
It was also at that time that I started to get into contact with medical skills. I thought that if no one in the world could cure her, I would let myself solve this problem. Later, she found a way to cure the disease. But it's a pity that she didn't wait. She died in my arms on New Year's Eve, the second year after marrying me.
He took out a small white jade bottle hanging around his neck and hidden in his clothes, and waved it in front of Shinzio.
What is contained here is her ashes. From then on, I left my hometown, took her with me, and started wandering around. treating diseases and saving people, collecting money, and then squandering it all in one day, just to be happy.
The story is told very well. Wu Xinyi is also affectionate enough. But Shenxiu had her own doubts.
Your story is beautiful, but it doesn't sound like your story.
Wu Xinyi asked.
Why do you say that? The age doesn't seem right. You met her when you were 15 when you were a child. You said you worked hard for 7 or 8 years. That is, you married her when you were 23. She was ill for 2 years. And she passed away when you were 25. Your medical skills put all the famous doctors in Taiyuan Hospital to shame. It is definitely not a skill that can be developed overnight.
Calculated this way, even if you are talented, it will take you at least 5 years to achieve anything. According to such a rough calculation, you should be in your 30s this year. But you look like you are in your early 20s at most. And you can't see a single fine line in the corner of your eyes. So you told half of this story the truth and half the lie. Right?
Wu Xinyi nodded frequently.
Your Majesty's analysis is right. But I wonder if you have ever thought that people who are too smart can sometimes make people annoying. Besides, if I don't look that age, it can't be because of that. Is it well maintained? I have such good medical skills. Maybe I have passed the age of knowing my destiny this year. But you can't tell.
Shenxiu realized that the analysis just now was indeed a bit excessive. When others reveal the scars to show it to you, you want to sprinkle a handful of salt on it, which is really not the right thing to do. After hearing Wu Xinyi give it to her, she smiled and said,
If you really have such ability, then I will have to fawn over you. One day, teach me this ability, and let me be 100 years old.
Wouldn't it be great to be an immortal fairy?
The two chatted and joked, as if they had forgotten that they were still trapped in the cave. Seeing that the sunset had dispersed and the night had begun to take over the few blue rays in the sky, Shenxiu said,
Let's go out. Get out? Your Majesty, you think this is your own backyard? Do you think you can leave just by walking?
Shenxiu stood up and tugged on the vines, then dug twice into the not-so-tight soil on the cave wall with bare hands, and then asked Wu Xinyi,
Do you still have the strength? No matter how strong I am, I can't throw the queen out of the hole. Right. Smooth talk.
Shenxiu dug out a hollow of soil 5 inches apart from the left and right at a height of 1 foot from the ground. Then he grabbed the vines, stepped into the hollow with his feet, and looked back at Wu Xinyi.
Do you understand?
Wu Xinyi was stunned, came back to his senses, and clapped his hands repeatedly.
Your Majesty, you are smart. The vines cannot bear weight, but if you have a strong foot, you can share the weight for it. The cave wall is made of soil, which can be easily removed with stones or bare hands. You can dig out a depression and have a place to stay. You only need to climb up a certain distance and dig a hole as the next foothold. And then you can climb out of the cave with the help of vines. Smart. It's just that I'm pregnant. You can't let me do such a job. Right. Your Majesty, come down and have a rest. Leave this matter to me. But when your Majesty rewards you with silver, you should give more to me.
Wu Xinyi was very agile and took over from Shenxiu to start digging the hole. The speed of his hands was extremely fast, and the dirt kept falling with his hands, which made Shenxiu couldn't help laughing.
Why are you laughing?
Wu Xinyi lowered his head and asked her. Shenxiu shook his head and said nothing happened. She couldn't say that she thought Wu Xinyi looked like a groundhog. Could she? In about 2/4 of an hour, Wu Xinyi had reached the entrance of the cave.
My dear, it's done. I'm going to come down and guard below. You crawl first. If anything goes wrong, I can still catch you below so you won't get hurt.
Just as he was about to come down, he heard shouts coming from outside the cave.
Sorrow! Concubine wrong! Concubine! Concubine! Sister-in-law!
Shenxiu said happily.
It's the Emperor who came for them.
She opened her mouth wide and was about to call for help. But Wu Xinyi hurriedly shushed her and stopped her.
My queen, please don't shout. If the Emperor comes and sees you staying with me, don't think too much.
Shenxiu knew Li Mobai well enough and waved his hand in vain.
Your Majesty will not. He is not that kind of person. How well do you understand men? If a man is jealous, he is much more powerful than a woman.
He smiled and climbed up into the cave, patted the dirt off his body, and then said to Shenxiu in the cave,
Don't worry, madam. Just cooperate with me in acting.
After saying that, he gathered his hands to his mouth and shouted,
Found it! Found concubine wrong.
Chapter 239, Isn't Go by jealous? Because I trust you enough. Shinseo was rescued by Li Mabai himself. The accompanying palace attendants brought all their tools, including thick and long hemp ropes. Just tie the hemp rope around your waist. Fall into the hole. Then hug Shinseo and slowly rise up. This kind of thing is somewhat risky. At first, everyone stopped Li Mabai from going. Yueguang also asked for his own life and fell into the cave to rescue Shinseo. But Li Mabai refused. Once his woman is in danger, he becomes an ant on a hot pot. How can he trust others to come to her rescue? Secondly, no matter who goes down, they will have a physical relationship with Shinseo. He didn't want other men to hug his worries. After falling into the cave, Shinseo stepped forward and hugged him. Li Mabai was a little annoyed.
Didn't you promise me that you wouldn't do these things that frighten me again? You're so good. Why did you go into the mountain alone?
Shinseo couldn't say that she was here to fight tigers. Right? So I could only make a casual statement.
Originally, I was just watching outside the forest, and I happened to meet a very beautiful deer. I wanted to get closer to it and tease it. It walked further and further into the forest, and it was still daylight at that time. I didn't think anything of it. But when the deer ran away, I realized that I had gone deep into the forest and couldn't find the way out.
When he spoke, both his tone and expression were filled with grievances. How could Li Mabai still have the heart to blame her? He saw that Shinseo was wearing thin clothes, and it was freezing cold in the forest at night. So he quickly took off his coat and put it on her body, and said to her,
"Don't be afraid. Am I here?"
He grabbed Shinseo's hand and put it on his waist.
"Hold tight."
After rescuing the person in this way, Wushini was the first to take the lead in applauding.
"Your Majesty!"
The applause came out of nowhere, and it seemed inappropriate for others to see him applauding but not applauding. So he spread the applause from one person to another, and the applause thundered in the forest, making the birds flap their wings and fly away. Li Mabai glanced at Wushini.
"Did you discover concubine wrong? When I followed the large army to find the queen, I almost fell into the cave by accident. That's how I happened to find the queen."
Li Mabai looked at the dirt between his fingernails and just nodded without saying anything. It was night, and the large army was camping among the curtains on the grassland. Li Mabai and Shinseo shared the bed and held her tightly in his arms. It's like holding a rare treasure that you don't want to share with others. As if you let go just a little bit, she will leave you. After lying in silence for a while, Shinseo suddenly heard the sound of someone screaming hysterically in the distance. The sound tore through the night, like a ghost and a sprite, and it sounded a bit scary.
"Your Majesty, did you hear that?" "Yes,"
Li Mabai replied calmly.
"Don't be afraid. I'm here." "What's that sound?" "It's the damned who are dying."
Shinseo worried and was shocked.
"What is a damned person?" "I asked Yueguang to thoroughly investigate the mountain stream and check out most of the traps for trapping animals, and then ordered him to kill the leader of the paddock with a stick."
With so many traps, if the paddock leader and the hunters hadn't colluded with each other, they would never have been able to sneak in silently. Li Mabai added half-jokingly,
"If you want to hunt animals, you can hunt any number of animals. This matter is not something that happens in a day or two, and I know it very well. But I always turned a blind eye in the past. But now hunting when it comes to you, I don't care."
Shinseo was amused by his words. She got close to him and snuggled into his arms. She felt at ease listening to the strong heartbeat in his chest. Wushini said that men are sometimes more jealous than women. Shinseo should not have told Li Mabai the truth of today's matter. But she didn't tell him, and she always felt that she was hiding something from him. This was not a big deal at first, but if it was hidden and not mentioned, it actually became a barrier between them. After thinking about it, he decided to tell Li Mabai about it.
"Your Majesty, it was actually Wushini who saved me today."
Li Mabai reached out and touched her head, smiling warmly.
"I know. How does the Emperor know? Although he is cool, he loves to be clean. Today I saw dirt between his fingernails. When I went into the cave to rescue you, I saw the grooves on the wall. I can think of them as he dug them out with his bare hands. And this is how he climbed out of the cave and successfully rescued himself. If my guess is correct, he can rescue you even if the rescue team is a little late."
Shinseo was like a child whose lies were exposed by an adult. He felt guilty and guilty.
"But why didn't the Emperor tell you? What did you say?"
Li Mabai asked with a smile.
"If I point this out, he will definitely come after me to ask for the reward. It's better to pretend to be stupid and save the money for you to buy some new clothes."
The tone of his words was calm and gentle, as if he didn't take this matter seriously at all. His beloved concubine fell into a cave with another man. Wasn't he curious and thinking too much?
Why doesn't your majesty ask me why I'm with him? I don't really care. But if Yu wants me to ask, I can ask.
Look, to be honest, I still care. Shinseyo told Li Maobai exactly what happened. Except that she went up the mountain to hunt tigers instead of chasing deers. After hearing this, Li Maobai quickly said,
It's hard to reward him openly, but it's okay to supplement him secretly. After all, without him, Yu would not be lying in my arms intact.
Why isn't he jealous? Shinseyo felt more and more strange.
Don't you have the slightest suspicion on the part of the emperor? Logically speaking, if a man and a woman alone live together in a cave in the mountains and wild forests, the emperor should be jealous and angry,
Li Maobai said openly.
The meeting was a coincidence, and being trapped in the cave was helpless. You are right, and so is he. Why should I be jealous? Why should I be angry? Are you angry that he shouldn't go wandering in the forest? Or angry that he shouldn't save you? But, shoo!
Li Maobai kissed her lightly on the forehead and said softly,
You don't need to explain a lot. As long as you say it, I will believe you unconditionally.
What about the emperor being suspicious? I was just worried about it all. But I looked like a normal person. The reason why Li Maobai believed in Shinseyo unconditionally was actually very simple. He knew why Shinseyo stayed in Qi dynasty. And he also knew that her love for him was no less than his love for her. The apexes of two people's hearts are filled with each other. So how can there be room for others? As for why Wushini and Shinseyo appeared together, there is actually a reason. It was Li Maobai who ordered him to take good care of Shinseyo. In order to save his own head, he would naturally sacrifice his life to save Shinseyo. Chapter 240 Prince Jing's little cutie is happy to be a father. 3 days later, the hunt was over, and we returned home with a full load. After returning to Bitong Pavilion, Shinseyo finally managed to have a good sleep on the soft couch. But Payer woke her up before the 5th watch.
Your Majesty, Xiangling, who is by the Queen's side, came to deliver a message, saying that your Majesty is back, and it's time to go pay her respects to the Queen today. Excuse me?
Shinseyo turned over impatiently.
This is not in the palace. She is on vacation. What kind of greeting can you give her? Have you ever seen someone on vacation who still has to lead the family every day? Empress, what are you talking about?
Shinseyo lost all sleepiness due to her making such a noise. So she opened the quilt and sat up.
Go ahead. She asked her servants to call me. If I didn't go, I wouldn't know what they were doing today.
How can you talk about me behind my back?
After briefly freshening up, Shinseyo took a sedan chair to the Queen's chamber. This is her first time coming to Yinyu Tower. Although it is far away from Li Maobai's Longnong Palace, its splendor is still worthy of a queen's stay. There are 3 floors in the attic. The first floor is a place for worshipping Buddhas. There are many bodhisattvas that Shinseyo can't name. The strong scent of sandalwood makes people choke.
The second floor is similar to the main hall of Fenghuan Palace, where concubines and concubines gather to chat. When Shinseyo arrived, the other concubines had already arrived. She greeted the queen and concubine Qi according to the rules. And then Shiran sat in the empty seat next to concubine Duan. Sitting next to her was Jiang Wanning, who had met her once. This time when he left the palace to escape the summer heat. Li Jinyan brought Jiang Wanning with him. Shinseyo smiled and nodded at her, and Jiang Wanning gave her a serious smile in return. The queen showed her standard fake smile and said,
How many days have you been here at the summer garden? Do you still sleep well?
When she asked this question, no one else paid attention to her unless concubine Chen responded. Ever since concubine Hui wrongly accused the queen last time, the differences in the harem have become clear. Concubine Shi and concubine Chen got close. Concubine Hui intended to surrender to Shinseyo, but concubine Duan was a meticulous worker and was secretly working with Shinseyo. Looking at the past, almost none of the high-ranking concubines had a heart-to-heart relationship with the queen. So now when the queen asks a question, whether others reply depends on her mood. Everyone knows that today's queen has become the last straw. Although she kept her post, her mother's family was in decline, and she herself was not favored by Li Maobai, who said harsh things to her. Now she was just a fake phoenix wearing a gorgeous phoenix robe. It was Jiang Wanning who later broke this embarrassing situation. She didn't know about the chaos in the harem, and only respected Zhu Wenjun as the queen.
It's much cooler than in Jiang. I also like the pastries that the queen sent me yesterday.
The queen looked at her and said kindly,
As long as you like it. I have never had much contact with you before. Seeing that Prince Jing can ask the Emperor to allow you to go with us during this summer vacation. We know that we will most likely be a family in the future. When you return to Jiangdu in the future, remember to come to the palace more often, so that everyone can come and visit frequently.
Jiang Wanning stood up and said with blessing.
Thanks to the queen's love. This is how it should be. Ouch.
Concubine, she laughed playfully and said in a coquettish tone.
The queen is really good at finding relatives.
Then she looked at Jiang Wanning and said,
I remember that you are the legitimate daughter of the protector of the country? Exactly. That's really a close relationship with the queen. The protector's family has been an official for 4 generations in the court. And the queen's mother's family is between brothers. But the queen's mother's family did something wrong and was punished by the emperor. In the future, you will come often and interact with her. The queen should chat more and teach the queen how to let her mother's family know how to advance and retreat based on the situation.
Jiang Wanning had never seen a scene with such a strong smell of gunpowder. She was stunned and didn't know what to do. The queen's face was also ugly to the naked eye. Even so, concubine, she still refused to give up.
Oh, I forgot. The queen no longer has a maternal family, so these wise words are of no use.
The queen's eyes were sharp. She suddenly raised her hand and pointed to the door, and said solemnly,
Concubine, she. Go ahead.
Concubine, she.
Where did the queen ask me to go? Didn't you rush to ask me to come and pay your respects?
The queen said angrily.
Come when I ask you to come, and leave when I ask you to leave. Do you want me to continue to say unpleasant things?
Concubine, she groaned. And after standing up, she rolled her eyes at the queen first, then looked at Concubine Shin and said,
Didn't you say that you are not feeling well today? Let's go back together.
Concubine Shin quickly stood up and excused herself to Queen Fuli, and left with Concubine Shi. When Concubine Shi went out, she deliberately said in a loud voice,
How can I be so prestigious when my mother's family has fallen like that? Living in this poor place is as far away as the countryside, and people have to come to help her every day. Please say Lo. It's just a sister talking. But she's not happy with me telling the truth. Isn't this mean?
The queen was thick-xinned after all, and she acted as if she didn't hear what she said, and just asked Xiang Ling to bring out the newly made pastries in the palace for everyone to taste. Shen Xiao didn't dare to eat the food in her palace, and the same was true for the other concubines. Only Fu Qingqing ate heartlessly and happily. Jiang Wanning also took 2 bites in order not to brush the queen's face, but before she could swallow it, she vomited it all out and kept vomiting. Shen Xiao came closer to her and rubbed her back.
What's wrong with you?
Jiang Wanning covered her chest and said softly,
Maybe it's because I've eaten so much in the past 2 days that I always feel nauseous. I don't know why.
Others didn't know, but Shen Xiao was pregnant, so she could probably guess a little bit about Jiang Wanning's condition. So he asked tentatively,
How long have you been like this? It will be available on the 7th or 8th day.
She lowered her voice again and said,
Is your period coming this month?
Jiang Wanning blushed, lowered her eyebrows, and shook her head slightly.
Ah, is it possible?
Concubine Hui said in surprise.
But you and Prince Jing are not married yet. How can you say that?
Seeing her shyness, Shen Xiao took her hand and said softly,
Have you ever?
Jiang Wanning nodded shyly.
Yes, but only twice.
As soon as these words came out, the matter was almost inseparable. The queen immediately ordered the imperial doctor to diagnose her pulse. And as expected, she really had it. Jiang Wanning was still in a daze and didn't react. The queen was having a lot of fun. She clasped her hands together and began to sincerely thank her ancestors again.
Ancestors bless you. The queen mother will be extremely happy to know this news. Hurry, come and be happy. Tell the queen mother the good news quickly.
Go with Prince Jing.
A sound of congratulations hit Jiang Wanning's ears, making her feel even more uneasy. Shen Xiao held her hand and whispered in her ear.
Is it because you are not married yet and have no status, so you are afraid?
Jiang Wanning pursed her lips and nodded. And Shen Xiao added,
Don't worry. Even if Prince Jing doesn't look serious at ordinary times, he still has this responsibility. I promise you that if he knows that you are pregnant, he will. I am so happy that I want to fly to the sky. And I wish I could welcome you through the door right away. Is it true?
Jiang Wanning was dubious.
But my daughter and His Highness Prince Jing have only known each other for a short time. What does falling in love at first sight have to do with time?
Shen Xiao pressed the back of her hand, raised an eyebrow and said with a smile,
Don't worry. I promise you that Prince Jing is definitely a man worth trusting.